Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 3522 to Chapter 3607. The Magic Shadow Guard is a force above the Divine Great Land, the Magic Shadow Clan. The Magic Shadow Clan is very powerful, but only a few people know about them. They are like the Dragon Clan in the ancient times. Their position in the Divine Great Land is obvious. They are secretive and they appear and disappear unpredictably. Not many people are able to catch them. I'm afraid these so-called Magic Shadow Guards are just the appetizer. The Northern Dragon Clan might be related to the Magic Shadow Clan, Xianxia said solemnly. Xianxia said with a serious face. The Devil Shadow Clan was a rare and mysterious clan in the Divine Great Land. No one knew about them, but their strength was exceptionally strong. Those who knew about them feared them as much as tigers. This time, they didn't know what kind of preparation the Northern Dragon Clan had. However, Longing could feel something unusual about the Magic Shadow Guards. It seemed like the Northern Dragon Clan came prepared. The Magic Shadow Clan in the Divine Great Land? Xianxia was also puzzled because he had never heard of the Magic Shadow Clan. However, since they appeared here and they were impermanents of the Northern Dragon Clan, they must be full of doubts. They might have an important relationship with the Rising Dragon Banquet this time. It's just that no one knew about them until now. Looks like we have to be more careful. The people from the Northern Dragon Clan have ulterior motives. Xianxia said solemnly. Longing nodded her head silently. It seemed like the Rising Dragon Banquet this time was really turbulent. The Northern Dragon Clan and the Eastern Dragon Clan had even made their moves. It seemed like there was still a long way to go if they wanted to come out on top. It wouldn't be an easy task. Now, we can only take one step at a time. Longing knew that she couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't something that she could decide alone. At least in this Rising Dragon Banquet, she could only try her best. You should come with us. That way, we can take care of each other. You don't have to think that it's troublesome. The monk and I are sworn brothers. I'll at least give you the chance to see each other alive in the future. Xianxia said with a smile. On one hand, he wanted to relieve the pressure on Xianxia. On the other hand, he hoped that she wouldn't treat herself as a burden. After all, her strength wasn't weak, she was just plotted against. Xianxia naturally wouldn't let her feel any pressure. Then. Alright, thank you, Brother Jiang. Xianxia bit her red lips. She was still a little nervous and uneasy, and even guilty. After all, she had caused so much trouble for Xianxia. Little sister, just follow me. I definitely won't let anyone bully you. How can I let them bully me in my Dragon Clan's territory? Longing waved her hand and said. She had the demeanor of a big sister. She pulled Xianxia behind her with a domineering expression. It was the first time that Xianxia saw her with such a sense of justice. She was completely different from the naive girl he used to be. Xianxia and the others continued their journey, shuttling through the underwater world. There weren't many flying eagle fish. They had only caught 4 flying eagle fish in 2 months. The spiritual fish ointment was extremely precious. It could even be eaten. The spiritual energy contained in it was astonishing. However, Xianxia didn't consume it. Since the guardian elder said that it would be of great use, he had to keep it properly. In 2 months, Xianxia and the others were getting closer to the Evil Spirit Island. However, the number of flying eagle fish they obtained was extremely small. Not to mention them, it was the same for everyone else. It was already a great fortune to be able to obtain a spiritual fish ointment from a flying eagle fish. The 3 of them met another person at the bottom of the deep sea. It was a person who had once saved Xianxia, the arrogant Long Xiaoquan. This time, he was surrounded by more than 10 flying eagle fish. The situation was extremely dangerous. Every flying eagle fish had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Their attacks were known for their speed. The 13 flying eagle fish made it difficult for Long Xiaoquan to move forward. Every step he took was dangerous and he couldn't kill these flying eagle fish at all. In Long Xiaoquan's eyes, these flying eagle fish were not treasures, but a desperate situation of life and death. The 13 flying eagle fish were extremely fast. They attacked everywhere, making it difficult for Long Xiaoquan to move forward. Damn it! Long Xiaoquan was furious. He thought that these fellas would not be difficult to deal with. He was extremely excited as he caught 13 flying eagle fish at once. However, he did not expect the final result to make him fall to the ground. He did not expect the 13 flying eagle fish to be so terrifying when they worked together. He had no choice but to provoke a hornet's nest. His heart was filled with bitterness. However, in the deep sea, he could not call for help. He fell into a desperate situation and could only be dragged to death by the 13 flying eagle fish. If this continued, he would probably be fed to the fish. He might be the first young man in the dragon clan to be fed to the fish. Long Xiaoquan tried his best to attack, but it was to no avail. He never thought that he would be so unlucky. He thought that he would be able to enter the Evil Soul Island safely after killing these eagle fish, but he did not expect that he would end up in such an embarrassing situation. He tried to steal a chicken but ended up suffering a loss instead. This made Long Xiaoquan very sad. Under the crisis of life and death, he was extremely regretful. It's all my fault for being greedy. Long Xiaoquan wanted to cry but no tears came out. He really had no other way now. He was in the endless Western Sea, and the so-called sea demons were terrifying. Even a genius of the dragon clan like him was filled with danger in the endless Western Sea. If he was not careful, he could be killed here. Stupid human, you still want to kill us? Hee hee, what a fool's dream. Yeah, this guy really overestimates himself. Hee hee hee. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Don't let him have any chance to fight back. Humph, who asked him to be so pretentious? We must kill him. These humans always think they are smart. Let them know how powerful we are. The 13 flying eagle fish chattered. They clearly saw Long Xiaoquan as a prey in the bag. They did not even need any pressure to kill him. You bastards, I don't believe that you can kill me. Long Xiaoquan roared angrily. Then, after a cup of tea, Long Xiaoquan was completely dumbfounded. He was already seriously injured. The 13 eagle fishes became quite arrogant because he had been defeated again and again. He had completely become a joke. He had just finished bragging, but now he was directly destroyed. I won't really die here, will I? Long Xiaoquan murmured. Jiang Chen had been watching for a long time, but he did not make a move. Long Yinger said with a bitter smile. She knew that Jiang Chen was angry with Long Xiaoquan and wanted to see if he could kill these flying eagle fish. However, it seemed that Long Xiaoquan was no match for him at all. Don't worry, for your sake, I won't just stand by and watch. Jiang Chen smiled and stepped on the waves. His smile was also very calm. Isn't this my savior? Why are you in such a sorry state? Did a dozen flying eagle fish torture you to this extent? Long Xiaoquan's face was originally filled with joy. It seemed that with Long Yinger's appearance, he knew that he could be saved from today's danger. However, Jiang Chen's words made Long Xiaoquan's smile stop. This guy was obviously ridiculing him. It really made Long Xiaoquan furious. However, the situation was worse than him. He was already at the end of his rope. At this time, he was naturally a fish on the chopping block. Anything he said would seem pale and powerless. Humph. I won't die for now. Long Xiaoquan snorted coldly. He held the long spear in his hand and his face was gloomy. He fought and retreated. He was extremely unconvinced. Didn't I save you once before? Now, he was still making sarcastic remarks here. Why would Inger be with such a person? It seems that it's not easy. Don't be so disheartened about dying or not. Don't worry, with me here, even if you are beaten into a dog's head, I will help you settle it. Haha. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Long Xiaoquan was almost angered to death. What do you mean by beaten into a dog's head? You're just watching me fall, and you're still here to ridicule me. Long Xiaoquan snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. Seeing that, Jiang Chen did not continue to fight with him. To him, he was just trying to kill Long Xiaoquan. After all, this guy had a good relationship with Long Yinger and was a young prodigy of the dragon clan. Jiang Chen naturally would not kill him and the ancestral dragon emperor would not allow him to kill Long Xiaoquan. As a pillar of the dragon clan's young generation, Long Xiaoquan still had some status in the dragon clan. Jiang Chen, Long Ying and Xianxia quickly joined the battle. The 13 flying eagle fish attacked even more ferociously. Facing the addition of Jiang Chen and the others, they seemed to be quite angry and fought to the death. However, in the end, the 13 flying eagle fish realized that they were not a match for Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and his aura was like a dragon. No one could stop him. In a blink of an eye, several flying eagle fish were injured. The berserk flying eagle fish did not have any effect. Instead, they were completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. At this moment, even Long Xiaoquan's face was full of shock. Jiang Chen's strength was actually so strong? With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, the world was under his control. One after another, the winged eagle fishes rushed towards Jiang Chen with terrifying speed. However, Jiang Chen blocked them with his sword. None of the winged eagle fishes could get close to him. Instead, they were slashed by Jiang Chen's sword. It seems that I have really underestimated this guy's strength. Long Xiaoquan murmured. His strength should not be inferior to his own. After all, he was not facing the 13 flying eagle fish alone. If he was fighting alone, he would have been defeated long ago. Long Xiaoquan comforted himself and thought so. The 13 flying eagle fish scattered like birds and beasts at this time. Xianxia and Long Ying were also extremely strong. They did not give them the slightest chance at all. It was not so easy to escape. Jiang Chen had already set up a formation on the periphery. The Shura sword formation was formed in an instant. As they escaped, he activated the Shura sword formation. The formation constantly shrank. Sword shadows shuttled through and the 13 flying eagle fish were all killed. Fresh blood and flesh flew everywhere. The spiritual fish ointment was completely collected by Jiang Chen. The Shura sword formation once again returned to Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. These 13 flying eagle fish allowed him to obtain a lot of spiritual fish ointment. It could be considered a great harvest. At this moment, Long Xiaoquan finally sighed. It was very likely that he was not Yi Futian's opponent. Although he did not want to admit it, the facts spoke louder than words. The Shura sword formation. Even if it was him, he would probably be seriously injured in the formation. He might even be killed directly. This guy was actually so terrifying. Perhaps only Long Ying or even Long Yu could fight against him. Thank you. Although Long Xiaoquan was unwilling to admit it, he had to say that his life was completely saved by Jiang Chen. However, he had also saved Jiang Chen once. No. Perhaps Jiang Chen did not even need him to do anything. Don't be so polite. This time, we are completely even. You saved me once. This time, consider it as me returning the favor. Jiang Chen shrugged and said disapprovingly. At this time, he was only saving Long Xiaoquan some face. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Long Xiaoquan was just an inexperienced young man. Compared to his experience in the Three Realms reincarnation, it was simply a world of difference. Moreover, with the relationship between the ancestral Dragon Emperor and Long Ying, why would Jiang Chen stoop to his level? I know my own strength. Thank you this time, Long Xiaoquan said in a low voice. Long Xiaoquan said in a low voice. Although he was very arrogant, he still knew his own limits. He didn't need anyone to tell him how strong he was. He was helpless against these 13 eagle fishes. Jiang Chen and the two of them combined their strength to kill these 13 eagle fishes. This could be considered as a serious lesson to him. Not bad. You are indeed a young man of my dragon clan. Courageous and responsible. Long Ying said with a smile. Long Xiaoquan rolled his eyes at her. He was quite dissatisfied. However, the truth was that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent. This was not something that could be won by arguing. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. However, a terrifying qi was flying towards them at a fast speed. This qi seemed to be coming for them. Come out. Since you are here, why hide your head and show your tail? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice with a cold expression. Long Ying and the other two were slightly stunned. They did not know what Jiang Chen was talking about. However, a terrifying whirlpool was formed 100 meters in front of him. Even they were sucked by the power of the whirlpool and almost fell to the ground. However, along with the emergence of the whirlpool, a black figure slowly came out from the whirlpool. It seemed to be completely unaffected by the whirlpool. That scene caused Xianxia and the others to be shocked. This fellow looks somewhat familiar. Xianxia frowned his brows. The black-cloaked man passed through the layers of whirlpools and slowly walked over. He had 2 horns on his head, and he looked handsome, even a little bewitching. His purple eyes were filled with calmness, as if nothing in the world could cause a ripple in his heart. His strength seems to be pretty good. Long Yinger said in a low voice. The man's strength had reached the middle divine emperor realm, similar to Long Yingyue. He gave Long Yinger quite a bit of pressure. Xianxia also looked at this scene silently. This man seemed to be a threat to them. The black-cloaked man slowly walked towards Xianxia. Their eyes met. He and Xianxia were like a pair of old friends, quietly watching each other. Xianxia was solemn. The black-cloaked man did give him quite a bit of pressure, but he wasn't afraid. This fella's target should be the flying eagle fish in his hand. You're not weak to dare to look at me. Hand over the flying eagle fish in your hand. I don't want to fight. The black-cloaked man said calmly. Although his voice was calm, his aura was extremely arrogant. You're not qualified to ask me to hand over the flying eagle fish. Xianxia said with a smile. You want to subdue me without a fight? Do you really think that I'm scared? Facing the black-cloaked man's overbearing aura, Xianxia's heart was solemn, but it wasn't to the extent that he would retreat. Not bad. You have guts. 9th level bloodline power. I also want to see how powerful you are. Originally, I only had Long Yingyue as my opponent. Now, it seems that you might be able to give me a surprise. The black-cloaked man said with a faint smile, chatting with Xianxia as if they were old friends. He was calm and unruffled. Demon Shadow Clan, Mo Xian. The black-cloaked man looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. The coldness in his eyes was gradually withdrawn. Dragon Clan, Xianxia. You can represent the Dragon Clan? Mo Xian looked at Xianxia with some surprise. The mocking look in his eyes intensified. Sure. Xianxia said calmly. Xianxia had the 9th level of bloodline power and the ancestral Dragon Emperor. If Xianxia couldn't represent the Dragon Clan, who else could? It wasn't that Xianxia didn't put Long Yu in his eyes. It was just that it would be more convincing if he fought as a member of the Dragon Clan. After all, he came to the Dragon Clan to settle the dispute. With the ancestral Dragon Emperor around, Xianxia wasn't worried. At that instant, even Long Yinger looked at Xianxia in astonishment. She never thought that he would actually consider himself as a member of the Dragon Clan. Who exactly was this fellow? The power of a 9th level bloodline was very suspicious, but she didn't know how to ask Xianxia. If she did, wouldn't it seem like she was doubting him? Very well. If I were to kill you in this battle, shouldn't the dragon tribe bow down to me? Mo Xian was still smiling calmly. He was full of confidence, as if killing Xianxia was just a piece of cake for him. You don't have the qualifications and you won't defeat me. It's not confidence, it's the truth. Xianxia and Mo Xian were facing each other. Both of them were very calm, but both of them could feel each other's terrifying killing intent. The battle between the two of them would definitely be very exciting. It seems like the people of the Demon Shadow Clan have really appeared here, Xianxia murmured. Xianxia murmured. He was a little worried. The 4 magic shadow guards from before had already shown some problems. This Rising Dragon banquet was far from just an internal conflict of the dragon tribe. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish and send you to Avicii Hell. Mo Xian clenched his fist and a sparkling and translucent ice arrow appeared in his hand, shooting out rapidly. More than a dozen light shadows silently exploded as they closed in on Xianxia. Xianxia lightly smiled. He clenched his fist and struck out with his palm, blocking all the ice arrows. With a flip of his hand, the ice arrows turned into nothingness. However, the two of them had finally made their move at this moment. Crazily, they wreaked havoc like a movie. The battle in the water was even more intense than the battle on land. The two of them brought about a series of ripples as their figures moved so fast that Xianxia and Long Yinger couldn't fathom them. So fast. So powerful. The ice flowers were like shadows as the two of them continued to unleash their techniques. The world under the sea stirred up the universe. The two of them flipped one after another. Xianxia firmly defended his surroundings, while Mo Xian's imposing manner was like a rainbow, using offense as defense. The two of them stirred up countless whirlwinds in the world under the sea. Whirlpools appeared one after another. On the surface of the sea, huge waves were like waves, shaking people's hearts. Moon hook! Mo Xian bellowed. With a twist of his palm, a long sword with a silver hook rose up horizontally. It was formed by the shadows in the water. Xianxia's eyes moved. The heavenly dragon sword was like a raging fire, slashing through the void. Facing Mo Xian's long sword with a silver hook, Xianxia was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Both of them were unwilling to take half a step back. Both of them charged forward fiercely, clashing with each other violently, causing the waves in the sea to tumble endlessly. If we continue to fight like this, it will be very harmful to our bodies, Xianxia said in a low voice. Both of them were completely exhausting their essence, qi, and spirit. They were competing to see who had the determination to persevere until the last moment. Hurting others would also hurt themselves. However, it was the simplest, most effective and direct method. That's right. If we continue to fight like this, my brother's strength is slightly weaker. I'm afraid that he will suffer a great loss. Longinger said worriedly. At this moment, both of them did not make a move. Because this was a battle between two people. One represented the Dragon Clan and the other represented the demonic Shadow Clan. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was not only about one person, it was also related to the battle between their clans. Although the Dragon Clan might not acknowledge Xianxia, he had the qualifications and strength to do so. Moreover, this arrogant Mo Xian, she should teach him a lesson. That might not be the case, Xianxia said worriedly. She had seen how terrifying Xianxia was. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Thinking back to the time when they were in the West Pole Divine region, if it wasn't for Xianxia's efforts to turn the tide, there wouldn't be her, and there wouldn't be a monk. Xianxia used his own strength to turn the situation around. That was truly shocking. All the monasteries in the West Pole Divine region fell into silence. No one could make Xianxia lower his head. That battle was the shame of the entire West Pole Divine region. No one was willing to mention it. The heavenly dragon sword roared as the shadow of a dragon appeared, changing the rolling waves in the sea. The impact of the sword's soul also made the heavenly dragon sword more and more powerful. In the world of the sea, a sword changed the sky. Xianxia did not have absolute confidence in killing Mo Xian, who was a mid-divine emperor, but he would not gain any advantage from the battle. Mo Xian did not dare to underestimate Xianxia's attack. He raised the silver hooks in his hand and attacked in all directions with Xianxia. With a roar, the wind and thunder rolled. Mo Xian held a blood-red flag in his hand and swept it across. Streams of black demon qi rolled out and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia held his blade horizontally and his pupils contracted. Facing the streams of black demon qi, he retreated in order to advance. The limitless sword slashed out from his waist, splitting the streams of black demon qi. However, the black demon qi that was everywhere still made Xianxia complain incessantly. Every time a stream of black demon qi was attached to his body, Xianxia's aura would become extremely heavy and his face would turn ugly. The black demon qi that was attached to his body felt like thousands of ants were biting his body. The pain made Xianxia's face change. Damn it! Buddha's radiance! Xianxia struck out a seal and the Buddha's radiance forced the black demon qi to retreat. However, it was just a drop in the bucket. The streams of black demon qi continued to enter Xianxia's body. There's so much black demon qi. Big brother Xianxia, you must be careful, Xianxia said worriedly. Xianxia said worriedly. The black demon qi made the two of them look at each other in shock. The terrifying aura could even turn an ordinary divine emperor into ashes in an instant under the black demon sword qi. It would devour all of their souls and flesh. Be careful, big brother. Longinger clenched her fists tightly and was eager to give it a try. Although she shouldn't have intervened in this battle, if Xianxia was really in any danger, she would definitely not stand by and watch. At this moment, Jiang Chen's situation seemed to be extremely dangerous. As streams of black demon qi poured into Jiang Chen's body, Jiang Chen felt as if his body was about to be devoured by the black demon qi. It was a very dangerous situation. You don't have the ability to fight me. Enjoy the black demon qi to your heart's content. He, the number of people who have died to my soul-gathering banner is at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Mo Xian smiled faintly, and he was filled with confidence. Jiang Chen was in a sorry state now, and the black demon aura was like ravenous wolves and mad dogs that wanted to devour Jiang Chen. The black demon aura was refined from living souls, so it was rather overbearing. It's a little too early for you to be happy. Jiang Chen sneered. His body trembled, and a blazing flame burst out from his eyes. The azure lotus star flame instantly spread out from his Dantian's qi, burning every part of Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, he was like a man on fire, which made Qing Xian and Long Ying'er cover their mouths gently. Playing with fire? That's absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen was the ancestor of playing with fire. Endless flames purified all the black demon aura, and Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with a blazing light once again. Fiery dragon in the sky. Flames gushed out from Jiang Chen's eyes as two silhouettes spread out. They were like two fiery dragons that could devour an endless amount of energy as they shot out towards Mo Xian. The black demon aura was purified, and for the first time, the soul-gathering banner failed. Mo Xian's eyes emitted a chilling light as he faced the oncoming fiery dragon. It was formed from the azure lotus star flame, and it was a blazing flame that contained the fusion of the red lotus hellfire and crimson lotus hellfire. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could contend against. Even Mo Xian had to continuously retreat. The fiery dragon that was formed from the azure lotus star flame had a great restraining effect on his soul-gathering banner. Fire was the spirit of all living things, and it could restrain some evil. Not to mention that it was the most dangerous flame in the world. Even the extremely cold water in the underwater world couldn't extinguish it. The fiery dragon shot out and became even more violent. Heavenly demon transformation. Mo Xian's roar was like thunder as he twisted the power of heaven and earth. Whirlpools appeared, and the seabed changed. The twisting water seemed to be under Mo Xian's control. A black and white demonic figure descended. The heavenly demon hand descended from the sky and intertwined with the two fiery dragons. In the end, they disappeared. The chilling light in Mo Xian's eyes became more and more intense. This fellow, Jiang Chen, who possessed 90% of his bloodline power, had indeed made him solemn. This brat mustn't be underestimated. Mo Xian had a high evaluation of Jiang Chen in his heart. Even Long Ying'er might not be able to put him in such a miserable state. Therefore, Mo Xian was filled with interest towards Jiang Chen. It looked like there was another demon king that appeared out of nowhere among his opponents. The heavenly demon hand continued to wreak havoc, as if it wanted to capture Jiang Chen. Great Soul Derivation Technique. With a thought, Jiang Chen used the Great Soul Derivation Technique to destroy the obstacles of the past. The heavenly demon hand was instantly destroyed by Jiang Chen's Soul Derivation Technique. However, Jiang Chen's expression became unsightly. This Mo Xian was stronger than he had imagined. Mo Xian's terrifying techniques were innumerable. A soul-gathering banner almost caused him to be unable to rise again. If he couldn't purify the black demon qi, his good days would come to an end. Mo Xian was still unwilling to give up. Under the heavenly demon transformation, his aura became extremely terrifying. Compared to before, it was even stronger. The heavenly demon transformation allowed Mo Xian's strength to soar. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen wasn't to be outdone. He instantly unleashed the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique and Dragon Technique. His strength also soared. Their gazes met once again. There was a shocking battle intent in their eyes. It could even be said that heroes were pitying each other. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand and struck it out. The bell's shadow covered the world and suppressed Mo Xian. Mo Xian's expression changed as he retreated. He didn't dare to fight against Jiang Chen. The Eastern Emperor bell contained boundless righteousness. For Mo Xian, it was definitely a great killing weapon. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Restriction. Jiang Chen wanted to use the Eastern Emperor bell to seal Mo Xian. However, it was a pity that Mo Xian wasn't someone that was easy to deal with. He formed seals with both hands and the heavenly demon hand propped up the sky once again. As for Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor bell, it only managed to force Mo Xian back before it was dispersed by the heavenly demon hand. The surrounding water became extremely turbulent. Countless schools of fish were already killed by the shockwaves. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it seemed like the wind and cranes were in a state of panic. No living creature dared to approach. As the Tao rises 1 foot, the demon rises 10 feet. Mo Xian activated the torrential demonic aura in his body once again. His aura changed once again, completely suppressing Jiang Chen. His demonic aura was 10 feet high and it was terrifying. It made Jiang Chen's face turn ugly. His situation was getting more and more difficult. Heavenly lightning descends. For lightnings gather. The heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's palm was unleashed. Bolts of heavenly lightning rained down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Under the 5 lightnings, the surging black demonic aura made it extremely difficult for Mo Xian. If it was Long Inue, he might not be able to withstand so many of Mo Xian's attacks. However, the heavenly flame and heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hands had a great restraining effect on Mo Xian. Mo Xian had unleashed all his means in the confrontation between the two of them, but he was still in great pain. "Bastard! You're actually so hard to deal with," Mo Xian roared. Clearly, he had already given the order to kill Jiang Chen. However, from the looks of it, he was having a hard time. An initial divine emperor was actually able to endure for so long in his hands. It was truly shocking. However, Mo Xian wouldn't give up. This battle wasn't only about his victory or defeat, it was also related to the rise and fall of the demonic Shadow Clan. Although they had a clear objective in coming to the Rising Dragon Banquet, Mo Xian would definitely not show mercy in order to display the strength of the demonic Shadow Clan. "Your strength is still too weak. I feel that there's still a lot of room for you to improve," Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. His words were full of sarcasm. However, Jiang Chen had also consumed a lot of his energy. He was suffering when the black devil qi invaded his body. Now, the battle between him and Mo Xian had reached its climax. Mo Xian had consumed most of his energy, but he was still in a heroic spirit. The crazy battle between the two of them had made Jiang Chen feel extremely satisfied. This battle could be considered as the most exciting one that he had experienced in a long time. The strength of the demonic Shadow Clan was indeed extraordinary. "You'll pay for what you've done." Mo Xian stared coldly at Jiang Chen. With a clench of his hand, a surging black demon qi gradually gathered. "Sky Demon Shadow." Mo Xian let out a furious roar and his figure instantly grew bigger. The underwater world seemed to be trembling under his feet. An incomparably huge demon shadow covered the sun and sky as it continued to contend with Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword was even inferior to it. The incomparably huge demon shadow covered the sky and the underwater world turned into a dark space. Wherever the demon shadow passed, all the sea demons and fishes in the endless sea region withered and died. All of their vitality was exhausted. "Retreat." Long Ying'er and Xianxia both retreated at this moment, their faces filled with seriousness. Jiang Chen's expression was also grave. The instant he raised his head, the demonic figure in the sky had already enveloped him. With devouring power and destructive power, not a single blade of grass grew wherever it passed. Billions of underwater life forms were also reduced to decay in this region of the sea. This demonic figure in the sky, what a terrifying aura. Jiang Chen's expression changed and his eyes narrowed. The demonic figure in the sky covered the entire sky. The underwater world and the void were all engulfed by the demonic figure. Jiang Chen knew that it was difficult for him to move an inch now. Facing the final attack of Mo Xian, Jiang Chen knew that he was in a dangerous situation. "You won't be able to walk out from my demonic figure in the sky," Mo Xian said confidently. Mo Xian said confidently. In the sky, Jiang Chen could feel that his life force was being devoured continuously. His aura was declining unceasingly. The flesh and blood on his face were shriveling up, and he was aging. The demonic figure in the sky was reflected in the underwater world. The boundless devouring power in the demonic figure was unfathomable. Jiang Chen's heart was also trembling. The strength of the demonic shadow clan was indeed terrifying. However, facing the demonic figure in the sky, although Xianxia was shocked, he didn't panic. Everything in the world had a form. It was just that he couldn't be obsessed with it. Wasn't this demonic figure in the sky a demon in his heart? Xianxia's heart was incomparably clear. Facing the demonic figure in the sky that would definitely see the light of day, he kept trying to purify it. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As the demonic figure in the sky grew larger, Xianxia rapidly flew away. However, he still couldn't escape from the demonic figure's control. It was just like how the Monkey King couldn't escape from the palm of the Gautama Buddha no matter what. Xianxia was suffering unspeakably. His strength became weaker and weaker. At this moment, facing the attack of Mo Xian, Xianxia was already powerless to reverse the situation. Everything is just an illusion. The demonic figure is only a reflection of my soul. Soul-stealing divine art, soul-stealing soul. With a thought, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. As the soul was being stolen, the demonic figure in the sky finally collapsed and disappeared. Xianxia used his supreme monarch realm spiritual energy to break the demonic figure in the sky. At that moment, Mo Xian's face turned completely pale. There was even a trace of despair in his eyes. How could this fellow be so strong? Xianxia had a defeated expression. The essence in his body was flowing away. It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. The spiritual energy in his body could barely maintain the current situation. At the last moment, the soul-stealing divine art had saved Xianxia and defeated Mo Xian. Mo Xian didn't dare to believe this scene. Facing his demonic figure in the sky, Xianxia actually defeated it. All of this was like an unbelievable dream. Mo Xian vomited a mouthful of blood. His eyes dimmed as he staggered away. He seemed extremely sorrowful. Xianxia stood proudly. Even though he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, Xianxia still stood proudly and resolutely when facing Mo Xian. I will definitely return the humiliation I suffered today. Dragon tribe, what a dragon tribe. I, Mo Xian, will remember you. Xianxia, let's meet again on the Evil Spirit Island. The strength of the demonic figure clan isn't bad. It looks like you have lost in this battle. Xianxia smiled indifferently. Mo Xian didn't know Xianxia's strength. The torrential spiritual energy from before was unleashed by Xianxia. Mo Xian was extremely shocked. An Emperor Realm spiritual energy is really terrifying. Mo Xian knew that he had already fallen into a hopeless situation. If he didn't leave now, he might really become a rotten fish and become one with those rotten life forms. Mo Xian's figure changed. He turned into a demonic figure and fled rapidly. He unleashed his fastest speed. It was hard to find him in a short period of time. Qin Xian and Long Yinger's faces changed as they ran towards Xianxia. Only then did they realize that Xianxia was fine. It's just that his body was exhausted and his strength was exhausted. That's why he was in such a state. They heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that he's fine. That Mo Xian is too terrifying. Qin Xian said in a deep voice. It wasn't good news for the entire dragon clan. Mo Xian's strength was on par with Xianxia's. In the end, both of them were heavily injured. This fellow from the Demon Shadow clan must have come prepared. Looks like there are more people that they need to be careful of. Long Yinger nodded her head silently. Although she was eccentric and kind-hearted, it didn't mean that she was stupid. The Demon Shadow Guard and Mo Xian from before had put the Dragon Clan in an extremely dangerous situation. Most importantly, the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan were eyeing them covetously. The Demon Shadow Guard was actually together with AO Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Clan. This time, the Dragon Clan might not be able to take the crown of the Rising Dragon Banquet as easily as before. Long Yinger's expression was solemn as her beautiful eyes flickered. This battle was supposed to be her battle. However, it made things so difficult for Xianxia, causing him to be heavily injured. Long Yinger was extremely grateful for Xianxia. What should we do now? Let's wait for Xianxia to wake up. At least wait for his strength to recover before we make any plans. Qin Xian and Long Yinger looked at each other. That was the only thing they could do. 3 days later, Xianxia finally woke up. Xianxia and Long Ying'er were extremely shocked. After 3 days, when Jiangchen woke up, he was like a butterfly that broke out of its cocoon. His strength had completely recovered to its peak. What a monster! Long Ying'er chuckled as she looked at Jiangchen in shock. He actually recovered from such a heavy injury in such a short period of time. How long have I been unconscious? Jiangchen frowned. 3 days. Qingxian said. So long? Jiangchen sighed in his heart. If he had entered the Zulong Tower before he fainted, he might have recovered in 30 minutes. Unexpectedly, he had fainted for 3 days. However, the body of Myriad Qi had completely recovered its strength in 3 days. Now that Jiangchen's cultivation had reached the Divine Emperor realm, it would take him a long time to recover completely. You call this long? Do you really think you're an indestructible Iron Man? Long Ying'er rolled her eyes and said. We should also continue towards Evil Spirit Island. There's still half a month left, so it should be 3 months. If I can get more flying eagle fish's spirit fish paste, that would be even better. Jiangchen did not continue to talk to Long Ying'er. He looked serious as he thought about Evil Spirit Island. The 2 ladies nodded in silence. What Jiangchen said was right. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them set off again. Jiangchen and the others traveled tens of thousands of miles, but they did not encounter any flying eagle fish. Jiangchen was quite disappointed. There were only a dozen flying eagle fish, which was not a large number. It was still unknown whether they could stand firm on Evil Spirit Island or not. When the 3 of them arrived at an area where storms gathered, they suddenly found traces of a few flying eagle fish. Looks like these fellas are all here. Jiangchen's eyes turned cold and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more playful. God would not disappoint those who are willing. They finally showed up. Yeah, it seems like the place where the storms gathered really attracted a few flying eagle fish. We should really go and take a look. Long Ying'er was eager to give it a try, a smile on the corner of her mouth. The 3 of them didn't stop and continued forward. Could this be the lair of the flying eagle fish? Qingxian thought. However, the 3 of them arrived in the blink of an eye. The place where the terrifying storms gathered was filled with a whirlpool that was extremely terrifying. Even a Divine Emperor expert had to treat it seriously, not daring to be careless. Jiangchen's eyes turned cold. He suddenly realized that in the storm, a figure was fighting with dozens of flying eagle fish. The scene was spectacular, and that figure was Long Yu, whom Jiangchen had seen before. Around Long Yu, there were flying eagle fish constantly attacking him. The attacks of dozens of flying eagle fish were extremely ferocious, and it was impossible to defend against them. However, they were facing Long Yu, an elite of the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. Even in the storm whirlpool, he still stood proudly with an imposing manner. It's him? Long Ying'er also discovered Long Yinue's figure. In the endless storm, even she was afraid of the slightest thing, but Long Yinue was in the storm, constantly contending with dozens of eagle fish. His terrifying side made people shiver in fear. Only such an expert was worthy of being called the #1 youth of the Dragon Clan. What should we do? Should we make a move? Qingxian asked in a low voice. She did not care about Long Yu's life or death because she wanted the flying eagle fish more. Let's watch first. Jiangchen said. At this moment, Long Ying'er also did not make a move. She stood behind Jiangchen and watched silently. As the number of flying eagle fish increased, the number of sea demons gathered around Long Yinue also increased. In the storm, the flying eagle fish were like carps crossing the river. In less than an incense stick's time, there were already over 100 of them. At this time, Long Yinue's strength was clearly strained. Although he could still handle it, it was extremely difficult. Jiangchen watched silently as Long Yu fought more than 100 flying eagle fish alone. After a long time, he finally felt the pressure. Behind him, dozens of flying eagle fish were also appearing one after another. The surrounding flying eagle fish were all gathering together, and the scene was quite chaotic. Qingxian and Long Ying'er were dumbfounded as they watched the scene. This time, they felt a chill down their spine and their scalp tingling. These flying eagle fish were basically late hierarch and peak Divine Emperor realm experts. However, their speed and the power that they could unleash in the underwater world were quite strong. They were definitely equivalent to a half-step divine emperor expert. Moreover, their speed was so fast that no one could catch up to them. Long Yu's heart was filled with battle intent, but he still could not catch up to them. Where did these flying eagle fish come from? They look like rabid dogs. Long Yue has already become everyone's target. Xianxia's expression turned solemn as he could not help but be astonished. Even Long Yue did not know how long he could last against so many flying eagle fish. If this continued, his situation would become extremely difficult, and he might even die a graveless death by the flying eagle fish. Who knew that the saying that ants could kill an elephant when there were enough of them was not groundless? Big brother Jiangchen, please save his life. After all, he's a member of my dragon clan. Long Yue spoke in a low voice. She knew that Long Yue was extremely disdainful of Jiangchen, and that the members of the dragon clan were not very friendly towards him. Asking Jiangchen to help at this time was indeed a little too much. All right. Jiangchen glanced at Long Yue, but did not say anything else. Jiangchen knew that Long Yue was an incomparably kind girl. Although she did not like Long Yue, as a member of the same clan, she could not just watch as Long Yue was surrounded and killed by so many flying eagle fish. Long Yue's kindness slightly moved Xianxia. Such a personality was acceptable in the dragon clan, but once she was involved in a conspiracy, she would be the most vulnerable person. Once she left the dragon clan, she would be easily deceived and harmed. Kindness was not the best. Humans were humans because they had to be kind in their hearts, but if they were too kind, others might think that they were easy to bully. Long Yue was such a person. Jiangchen did not say anything else and immediately helped the dragon clan in battle. In her opinion, this was all for Long Yue. Otherwise, big brother Jiangchen's decisive character would not have so easily taken action. Once he took action, there was a possibility that he would be trapped. Throwing his life away to save others was not a good idea. Over 200 flying eagle fish had already charged into the storm. Long Yue's injuries were gradually worsening, and he was already beginning to show signs of exhaustion. No one knew just how many flying eagle fish there were in the surroundings. Once Jiangchen joined in and was entangled, the result would be unimaginable. Big brother Jiangchen, you have to think it through. Xianxia reminded. Jiangchen nodded heavily. We can't just leave him to die, right? Let's observe the situation first. After all, he's Yue's brother. Jiangchen's words moved Long Yue even more. If she were to make a move to save Long Yue at this moment, it would be no different from taking chestnuts out of the fire. It was very likely that she would be injured. Jiangchen did not hesitate to make a move, which was enough to show how much he valued her in his heart. It doesn't feel good to be surrounded by so many flying eagle fish. Jiangchen smiled faintly. Long Yue's entire body shook, and he abruptly turned to look at Jiangchen. If you're here to watch the show, then don't make any more sarcastic remarks. Long Yue said in a low voice. However, he was secretly delighted, because with Long Yue here, she would definitely not just stand by and watch. Jiangchen would definitely make a move as well. With the three of them working together, they would definitely be able to help him escape from the abyss of suffering. Right now, his situation was already quite difficult, and it was very likely that he would be forced to death by so many flying eagle fish. However, with Long Yue here and this so-called 9th level bloodline power guy, Long Yue's body trembled, and hope rose. A cooked duck is still as stubborn as ever. Jiangchen smiled and shook his head, but he did not mind. After all, he was giving face to Long Yue, so there was no need to say anything to Long Yue. As an expert of the dragon clan, Long Yue's arrogance was naturally unquestionable. Even if Jiangchen came to help, he would not be willing to lower his arrogant head. If it wasn't for Long Yue, Jiangchen would not have made a move no matter what. Such an arrogant guy could only be left to fend for himself. However, once he made a move, he would not be able to escape. You should first save your life, Long Yue said in a low voice. Long Yue said in a low voice. She wasn't too fond of Long Yue, but Long Yue was the cornerstone of the younger generation of the dragon clan. She couldn't just watch Long Yue fall. Long Yue coldly snorted and said no more. After all, Xianxia and the others were here to save him. Facing so many flying eagle fish, it was not easy for them to have the courage to make a move. More than 200 flying eagle fish made Long Yingyue miserable. However, with the addition of Long Ying'er and Xianxia, Long Yingyue felt a lot more relaxed, and his momentum increased. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, slashing the sky with a domineering aura. Between him and Long Yingyue, 70 to 80 flying eagle fish were nothing. Although Xianxia was here to save him, Long Yingyue was still not willing to lower his head. He fought with his life on the line, fighting with Xianxia to see who could kill more flying eagle fish. With the addition of Xianxia and the others, Long Yingyue completely became the master. In the end, the number of flying eagle fish stabilized at around 230. It was too difficult to kill so many flying eagle fish by himself. Even if it was Xianxia, he would probably die. At this moment, Long Yu's domineering aura was completely revealed. He held the golden spear in his hand and swept across the sky and earth. The two of them had blocked more than half of the winged eagle fishes. At this moment, the winged eagle fishes were innumerable. Some of the winged eagle fishes were extremely fast, but under Xianxia and Long Yu's attacks, countless of them were killed. As time passed, Xianxia and Long Yingyue killed in all directions, completely starting a one-sided massacre. They killed a lot of flying eagle fish, and the rewards were plentiful. Long Yingyue saw that Xianxia was invincible, and his heart was filled with jealousy. His face was gloomy, and he was very unhappy. Although Xianxia had saved him, his strength was not inferior to his. As a genius of the dragon clan, as the strongest competitor in this rising dragon banquet, how could he be willing to accept this? If Xianxia stole his limelight, then his situation would be extremely awkward. He would be suppressed by Xianxia at the rising dragon banquet, and his original plan might also be put on hold. No one will be able to step on my head, Long Yingyue looked at Xianxia, a burst of arrogance in his heart soaring to the heavens. His dashing power was even more shocking. Xianxia naturally saw that Long Yingyue was so crazy that he wanted to suppress him in one go, not allowing him to do anything. The more flying eagle fish he killed, the more he would obtain. It would be impossible for Xianxia to steal his limelight. But for now, Xianxia didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to kill these flying eagle fish as soon as possible and escape with his life. Xianxia and Long Ying'er didn't show any weakness. The two girls weren't willing to drag Xianxia down, so they fought with all their might and didn't hold back at all. The four of them fought with their lives on the line, causing the flying eagle fish to scatter like birds and beasts. More than half of the flying eagle fish were slain by them, and the remaining flying eagle fish quickly fled when they saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Xianxia and Long Yingyue were practically equal, and the number of flying eagle fish they killed was also about the same. The storm gradually calmed, and the surrounding flying eagle fish also fell into the underwater world, continuously collected by Xianxia and Long Yingyue. Long Yingyue glared at Xianxia with extreme jealousy. Those flying eagle fish should have been his, but Xianxia had taken them away. As the storm stopped and the dust settled, the surrounding flying eagle fish either died or ran away. In the end, of the 200 or so flying eagle fish, Xianxia killed 72, Long Yingyue killed 68, and Xianxia and Long Ying'er killed around 20 each. The flying eagle fish that escaped were the minority in the end. The surrounding sea was dyed red with blood. Xianxia and the others stopped fighting. They'd finally chased away all the flying eagle fish, and the curtains fell on this battle of life and death. Many thanks, Long Yingyue said in a low voice. He looked at Xianxia with a calm expression, but there wasn't the slightest trace of gratitude. His arrogant attitude was still the same as before, as if he didn't want to associate himself with the common people. Xianxia snorted disdainfully, but he couldn't be bothered to lower himself to his level. Now that all the flying eagle fish had died, Long Yingyue could be considered to have profited from their misfortune. Previously, he'd been too careless to enter the school of flying eagle fish, which had resulted in him suffering heavy injuries and narrowly escaping death. At this moment, there was no longer any pressure from before. I don't dare to compliment your gratitude at all, Xianxia said with a smile. What else do you want? Do you want me to kowtow? 3 bows and 9 kowtows? Long Yu said disdainfully. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as her brows tightly knitted together. Even Long Ying'er felt a little awkward. Long Yinyue's arrogance made others feel extremely uncomfortable. Furthermore, it was towards her benefactor, so it was really inexcusable. Long Ying'er didn't even dare to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with Long Yinyue's domineering attitude, but his overbearing attitude made people jealous and uncomfortable. Are these the so-called experts of the Dragon Clan? I really didn't expect it to be so laughable. Is this how you Dragon Clan treat your benefactor? Filled with mockery and disdain? Return evil for good? Ha ha ha, I really don't dare to compliment you. Qin Xian couldn't stand it any longer. Big brother Jiang Chen had helped him walk out of a desperate situation, yet he still said such heart-wrenching words at this time. How could this be explained away by saying that he didn't know any better? He was simply an idiot who didn't know what was good for him. What was the point of saving such a person? Long Yinue glanced at Qin Xian, snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, I, Long Yinue, have always done things my own way. I do things my own way. Who do you think you are? What does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen's face gradually darkened. His help had been met with cold mockery. The anger in his heart had already started to burn. Long Ying'er tightly held on to Jiang Chen's hand. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have already lost his temper. Long Yinue. You're such a disappointment. Long Ying'er's little face was extremely ugly. It was the most difficult thing for her to be stuck in the middle. She had asked big brother Jiang Chen to help, but in return, Long Yinue had no fear of Long Yinue's cold words. This was simply sticking a warm face to someone's cold buttocks. Long Ying'er was kind because they were of the same clan, but the other party didn't appreciate her kindness at all. You're simply a bastard. You're unreasonable. Qin Xian couldn't help but be furious. She felt that it wasn't worth it for big brother Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. Since he had already done it, he wouldn't regret it. Saving him once was out of benevolence, and it was for Long Ying'er's sake. It had nothing to do with him. You're courting death. Long Yinue swiftly acted. Like a bolt of lightning, he directly passed by Qin Xian's back. With one move, wind and thunder rolled, and the whirlpool under the sea changed. Even Jiang Chen hadn't expected that Long Yinue would actually act against them at this time. He was simply worse than a beast. He had just saved him, yet he was still so arrogant, and even dared to attack his benefactor. Although Jiang Chen and Long Ying'er didn't believe it at all, Long Yinue still did it. In an instant, he blocked Qin Xian's life. As long as he moved slightly, Qin Xian would die. Kill me if you have the ability. Qin Xianlingling said. Long Yinue sneered. Do you think I don't dare? As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. Qin Xian was heavily injured by Long Yinue, and was caught off guard. No one expected Long Yinue to act, but the result was heart-wrenching. Jiang Chen stared at Long Yinue. At this moment, this fellow had completely angered him. He originally thought that he wouldn't continue to tangle with Long Yinue for Long Ying'er's sake, but Long Yinue had come looking for him. This bastard, repaying kindness with enmity, directly locked Qin Xian, and wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Chen and the others. What do you want? Speak. Jiang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart. At this moment, he knew that he had no way out. He had already made up his mind to kill Long Yinue. At this moment, even if the ancestral Dragon Emperor was standing here, Jiang Chen wouldn't be shaken. Because an animal like Long Yinue was a waste of the resources of the heavens and earth. He shouldn't have saved this animal in the first place. If Qin Xian's life was lost because of saving him, then Jiang Chen would hate all living beings. How would he answer to Tyrant in the future? I want all of your flying eagle fish, all of them. Long Yinue sneered as he locked eyes with Jiang Chen. At this moment, Long Yinue wanted the winged eagle fish in Jiang Chen's hands. It was no different from taking the firewood from under the cauldron. Now that the 3-month deadline was almost up, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to gather any more winged eagle fish no matter what, but Long Yinue wanted him to summon all of them. This was a fatal blow to Jiang Chen. No. Brother Jiang Chen, you can't trust him. Long Yu's desperate counterattack was a result that no one expected, including Jiang Chen. If there was still a shred of humanity left in him, perhaps he wouldn't have done such a thing. Just a second ago, he was his benefactor, and in the next second, he was waving his sword? It chilled one's heart and made one feel suffocated. At this moment, the one in the most difficult situation was none other than Long Ying. She was like an idiot. After saving Long Yu, she was threatened by him. This was the irony of Demon University. She didn't even have the face to stand beside big brother Jiangchen. Long Yu, what are you doing? If it wasn't for us, you would have been dead. You actually want to fight us? Long Ying berated, her face full of anger. Long Yu's actions were a disgrace to her and the entire dragon clan. Ha ha ha, so what? Do you really think I, Long Yu, am indebted to you? If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Didn't you attack for the flying eagle fish? Don't make yourself out to be so noble. Do you really think you're pure? I, Long Yu, have never liked to receive favors from others, and even more so, I don't like being threatened. So, I can only strike first. Long Yu said Leng Leng. He didn't care about Jiangchen and Long Ying at all. This was his way of doing things, and it was also his rule of survival. Other than himself, he couldn't trust anyone. You lunatic, bastard, you're simply unreasonable. Sooner or later, you'll be caught in your own web. Long Yu. Quickly, let Xianxia go. Long Ying was still feeling guilty. She shouted in a low voice. Her delicate voice, however, became unusually sonorous at this moment. I should be the one saying these words to you. You're helping an outsider? Shouldn't you stand by my side unconditionally at a time like this? I'm a member of the Dragon Clan. I'm your brother. I'm the person you should choose. Yet, you're standing by his side. Who does he think he is? Do you really think that the power of the 9th level of the bloodline can suppress me? Unless I die, no one will be able to cross over my body. Long Yu was very arrogant and despotic, her face full of arrogance. Looking at Jiangchen, she didn't have the slightest bit of gratitude, only dissatisfaction, jealousy, and even a trace of jealousy. Why was the woman she loved so much always by his side? All of this caused Long Yu's expression to darken to the extreme. Why should he be courteous with Jiangchen? His eyes were especially red when it came to his enemy. So what if he saved him? I didn't ask you to save me. You have two choices now. The first choice is to obediently call out the eagle fish in your hand. As for the second choice, you should be very clear about it, right? Long Yu glanced at Xianxia and smiled at Jiangchen. Jiangchen also nodded as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. What are you laughing at? Seeing Jiangchen's smile, Long Ying felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. I'm laughing at you. What you want is not Xianxia's life, but the eagle fish. To me, life is more important than anything else. The eagle fish is just a worldly possession. There's no pity in throwing it away. I hope you won't go back on your word. Jiangchen said seriously. Good. You're indeed courageous. Ha ha ha, I like it. It's a pity that we can't go all out today. It's not too late to fight another day. Today, I only want the eagle fish. Long Ying said with a gloomy face. The cold smile on his lips made one's scalp tingle. This guy's strength and methods were both cold-blooded and heartless. Jiangchen already had a murderous intent towards Long Ying. As long as you keep your promise, everything is fine. Jiangchen said plainly. He didn't want Xianxia to be hurt at this time, otherwise, he would blame himself. All of this happened because he was powerless to change the situation. How was he going to explain this to Tyrant? That was his brother. No matter how angry Jiangchen was, he silently suppressed it now. It wasn't that Jiangchen wasn't decisive or ruthless enough. Long Ying's strength was similar to his. At least, Jiangchen didn't have the strength to defeat the other. This meant that even if he took action, the situation would be even worse. Long Ying definitely had the ability to wipe out Xianxia before he took action. This was what Jiangchen didn't want to see. Brother Jiangchen, if you give him all the eagle fish, what will you do? You won't be qualified to attend the Rising Dragon banquet then. Xianxia was extremely anxious. She knew that Jiangchen was willing to do this for her. Her heart was filled with gratitude, but he had paid such a huge price. How could Xianxia be at peace? No need to say more. Xianxia waved his hand, indicating for Xianxia to say no more. Xianxia flipped his palm, and all the eagle fish fell in front of Long Yingyue. Long Ying'er and Xianxia bit their lips hard, and their faces were gloomy. However, Xianxia was calm and composed. He didn't blame Long Ying'er and Xianxia at all. Even if he gave up all the eagle fish in his hands, he didn't even bat an eyelid. Interesting. Xianxia, you've really made me look at you differently. Ha ha ha, I'll accept these eagle fish. I have to thank you for your appearance. Otherwise, it would take me a long time to deal with these guys. You guys are really timely help. Ha ha ha. Long Yingyue laughed wildly. This time, no one else would have as many eagle fish as he did. Long Yingyue could laugh proudly. Xianxia didn't bother with this madman. After all the eagle fish were taken away by Long Yingyue, he had no time to care about Xianxia. At this time, he chose to escape quickly because he didn't want to waste any more time with Xianxia and the others. If the three of them joined forces, he would be restricted. Thus, of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Long Yingyue didn't have any intention of fighting. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. I hope to see you again on the Evil Spirit Island. Xianxia, there will be a battle between you and me. Long Yingyue said in a low voice, pointing his sword at Xianxia. I don't think there's a need. Today, you can stay here. I, Xianxia, am not a person who likes to procrastinate. I always like to finish what I do today. That's why I want to kill you today. A piece of trash like you really makes me feel uncomfortable even when you're alive. Xianxia said with a smile, but the coldness in his smile was chilling. Even Long Yinyue's face was solemn as he sneered. Xianxia had long lost his patience. If he was not worried about the safety of Xianxia, he would have already made his move. What was the point of saving such a scum? Long Ying'er's intestines were probably green with regret, but Xianxia would not say much, because that would only add to Ying'er's psychological burden. To her, it would definitely be a very uncomfortable thing. But at this moment, Xianxia did not plan to let Long Yu leave just like that. His ultimate goal was to kill him here. Trash should die. Xianxia's way of doing things had always been to remove the roots of the weeds. He did not want to leave any trouble behind. Long Yingyue repaid kindness with enmity, and even threatened the safety of Xianxia. Xianxia's bottom line had long been trampled by him. Even Long Ying'er could not help but feel bitter and did not know how to face it. As you wish. Xianxia took a step forward, his face was gloomy. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed out. The limitless sword moved horizontally and horizontally, without the slightest bit of mercy. Xianxia's first move was an ultimate killing move, the 19th sword was close to perfection. As the sword fell, the void shattered, and the underwater world collapsed. Long Yingyue did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He held the divine spear in his hand, unparalleled in the world, and swung the vast sky, desperately taking on this attack from Xianxia. But his face was also extremely pale, and he constantly retreated. The power of the limitless sword, the 19th sword, was evident. Good timing. Long Yinyue's eyes brightened with excitement. He originally wanted to let him live, but now it seemed that there was no need to. Facing Xianxia's powerful attack, he also became more and more courageous. The divine spear was everywhere, and the spear's shadows were countless. The power of the 19th sword was equally overwhelming. Two incomparably powerful spear radiance and sword radiance intertwined. Long Yingyue was unstoppable, extremely powerful. Compared to Long Ying'er and Long Xiaoquan, he was more than 30% stronger. The powerful impact of the two became more and more chaotic, stirring up the underwater world. Even Long Ying'er and Xianxia had to retreat, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Big brother Xianxia did it all for me. How do you expect me to repay this favor? Xianxia murmured. His heart was filled with determination. I should be the one apologizing. I'm the one who harmed you. I didn't expect Long Yu to be such an arrogant person. We saved him, but he repaid evil with kindness. I really shouldn't have saved him. Long Ying'er said as she blamed herself. Xianxia shook her head. She was not the kind of woman who would pester others endlessly. It was enough for Long Ying'er to feel guilty. Furthermore, she was the person by Big Brother Jiangchen's side. Even Big Brother Jiangchen did not say anything. What could she do? In your opinion, what are the chances of Big Brother Jiangchen winning? Xianxia asked. It's hard to say. Big Brother Jiangchen's strength is not bad. However, Long Yu is also the #1 expert of the young generation of the Dragon Clan. His strength is far greater than this. So it's hard to say who will have the last laugh. Long Ying'er sighed and watched silently. At this time, the battle between Jiangchen and Long Yu was becoming more and more intense. Both of them were equally matched. Long Yu's strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. He was a little stronger than Jiangchen. However, the battle between the two did not show too much fluctuation. They were evenly matched. No matter who it was hard to determine the winner. This battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Both of them were getting more and more powerful. Jiangchen's limitless sword and Long Yu's peerless divine spear. The two of them stirred up the endless West Sea. From the underwater world to the surface of the sea, and from the surface of the sea to the peak of the void. It was a chaotic battle that shook the heavens. Countless people and sea demons retreated wherever they saw, not daring to fight with them. The two of them were having a great time fighting. Jiangchen could not slack off because he could not let his brother's woman be bullied for nothing. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Looks like I have underestimated you. Long Yu laughed and said. However, his battle intent was still soaring. The long spear was invincible like a rainbow. Jiangchen also moved forward bravely. The heavenly dragon sword and the sword's soul roared crazily. Dragon shadows appeared one after another with unparalleled dragon might. What you should be shocked about is yet to come. Jiangchen said faintly. Long Yu squinted his eyes. Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword and sword's soul wreaked havoc and surged crazily. It was too terrifying. Even Long Yu himself felt shocked by his dragon might. Just where did this guy come from? However, at that moment, an island rose from the sea. It was a 1,000-miles-long island that stretched from the east to the west. It was verdant and lush, with ancient trees that carried a trail of seawater. The appearance of the island turned into a beautiful scenery in the boundless western sea. White gulls soared and wild geese flew south. On the island, it stood tall and proud. Countless people were amazed. The island rose into the sky. It was very grand and full of spiritual chi. It was like a verdant mountain that stood above the sea. This should be the Evil Spirit Island? It's actually under the endless West Sea? It's magnificent. Amazing. This is the first time I've seen something like this in my life. Ha ha ha, this Evil Spirit Island is indeed terrifying. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. I finally made it to the Evil Spirit Island. It's really magnificent. This huge island is actually submerged in the sea. We actually didn't notice it at all. Countless people sighed. However, only 2/3 of the people who entered the endless western sea were left. The rest of the people should have disappeared without a trace. If they encountered a powerful sea monster or a flying eagle fish, death would only be a matter of an instant. Evil Spirit Island? Jiangchen and Long Ying'er were shocked. They didn't expect the Evil Soul Island to appear at this time. Their battle had yet to be decided, but the Evil Soul Island had already appeared. To them, this might not be a good news. The Evil Spirit Island has appeared. Brother Jiangchen, is this the end of the Rising Dragon Banquet? Xianxia sighed in his heart. He still had a dozen flying eagle fish. At this time, he could force him to have some. However, both of them were in an extremely difficult situation. Neither of them was willing to take a step back. Even though they were on the Evil Spirit Island, their battle did not stop. So what if the Evil Spirit Island has appeared? Do you really think I won't kill you? Jiangchen snorted coldly. He had no intention of stopping. Hundreds of people were watching them. An extremely discordant voice attracted Jiangchen's attention. Brother Jiangchen, do your best. Kill him and take me to the sky. Jiangchen glanced over. It was the shameless Taoist Wuda. He actually came to the Rising Dragon banquet. He was really too shameless. It's that bastard old Taoist. Long Ying'er was stunned. Could it be that big brother Jiang Chen is in cahoots with that old Taoist? Did he save me because he wanted to enter the dragon clan as well? However, Long Ying'er immediately denied it. Jiang Chen risked his life to save her, so how could he be in cahoots with that old Taoist? At this moment, the battle between Jiang Chen and Long Ying'er was still ongoing. Many people had already entered the evil spirit island. Let's see how long you can fight with me. Long Ying'er wanted to leave, but Jiang Chen was staring at him, unwilling to let him go. The two of them could only stay in a stalemate. Fighting is not allowed on the evil spirit island. A deep roar resounded in the sky. An azure-clothed elder raised his hand and a rainbow light flickered, separating Jiang Chen and Long Ying'er. Jiang Chen glanced at the azure-clothed elder. That fellow's strength was extremely terrifying, even reaching the late Divine Emperor realm. This person should also be a member of the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen hoped that he could be impartial. Otherwise, even the heavens would not give him any face. Greetings, Elder. Many people of the Dragon Clan silently nodded their heads as they loudly greeted. Jiang Chen and the rest were dumbfounded at this scene. It seemed that they all knew that this was an elder of the Dragon Clan. Compared to the ninth elder, Long Jingza, he was probably stronger and had a higher status. I'm the protector of the evil spirit island, an elder of the Dragon Clan. However, I'm no longer one. I can only be considered as a dying man of the Dragon Clan. The azure-clothed elder said faintly, but his voice was filled with majesty. No one dared to go against him. Jiang Chen and Long Ying'er were separated at this moment. It would be difficult for them to fight again for a while. It seemed that they could only fight for the Sea Heart Lotus. You'll be qualified to enter the final challenge if you have more than 20 flying eagle fish. The azure-clothed elder's words were filled with dominance. No one could doubt his words. However, his words still caused an uproar among the hundreds of people. What? Only 20 flying eagle fish can enter? 20. That's way too harsh, isn't it? Furthermore, you guys didn't say anything about it before this. This is truly a little ket up. Why is this Rising Dragon banquet so harsh? There are so many people here, but how many of them can kill 20 flying eagle fish? What a pity. I also have 18 flying eagle fish. Some were happy, while others were sad. There were no more than 100 people who had more than 20 eagle fish. At this moment, Long Yu was the first to step forward. With nearly 200 eagle fish, no one could compete with him. This was also the qualification to enter the final challenge. One after another, people displayed 20 flying eagle fish and were allowed by the green-robed old man. Xianxia and Long Ying'er looked at each other. Both of them had over 20 flying eagle fish. It was simply impossible for them to help Jiang Chen gather a portion. If that was the case, Jiang Chen would be isolated, and the final winner would most likely be someone else. I can't accept this. Elder, you guys didn't say that 19 flying eagle fish couldn't enter and participate in the final fight. This isn't fair. There were dozens of people who had killed 19 flying eagle fish, but the final result was shocking. They had all lost the qualification to participate in the final battle. Wasn't this too depressing? Some were even unwilling to accept it. Yeah, we can't accept this, we can't accept it, Elder. Could it be that the way your Dragon Clan handles things is so unsatisfactory? More and more people stood up. Many of them raised their heads in anticipation. They had already been eliminated before the real battle had even begun. Who would feel good about this? Jiang Chen silently looked at these people, standing with his arms crossed. He wanted to hear how this so-called elder of the Dragon Clan would deal with it. You overestimate yourself. Humph, the green-robed old man snorted coldly, then squinted his eyes and said coldly. I can let all of you enter, but it's very likely that only these few of you will survive. Because only by obtaining enough flying eagle fish and obtaining their spiritual fish ointment can you use to enter the final battle. Without enough spiritual fish ointment, you will only die in there, and you won't even be able to reach the end of the final battle. There are incomparably thrilling dangers in the Sea Heart Pillar, and no one can avoid them. Without the spiritual fish ointment, you won't be able to avoid the attacks of those sea monsters, nor will you be able to resist the crisis of obtaining the sea heart lotus. I can let all of you enter, but if you die, don't blame me for not warning you. Without enough spiritual fish ointment, you will die a tragic death. The green-robed old man's words made everyone come to a sudden realization. Some people's faces twitched, some people were still full of confidence and wanted to find out the truth, and some people were afraid of what Eldery had said. That was why they were in an awkward situation. Damn. I'd like to see if my dozen flying eagle fish can make it to the end. Yeah, I don't believe it either. Don't tell me that my 19 spiritual fish ointment can't make it through? Must it be 20? Forget it, I'll learn from the mistakes of others. I'd better choose to retreat. After all, nothing is more important than living. After the green-robed elder finished speaking, there were still more than half of the people who chose to follow him. In their eyes, they were here for the Rising Dragon banquet. If they were to fail at this time and become cowardly before the battle, how sad would that be for them, for the sake of their sex, for the sake of their clans, and for the sake of their beliefs. Many people who had exceeded 10 spiritual fish ointments continued forward without stopping at all. Brother Xianxia, each of us will give you 10 flying eagle fish. In that case, let's go in together. Xianxia said. Xianxia waved his hand. Just as the green-robed old man said, this was a life-saving treasure. Even if he didn't want it, Xianxia wouldn't gamble with their lives. Would he still be a man if he did that? Don't say any more. It's settled. Let's go, you don't have to worry. Xianxia said with a smile. But, Longinger still wanted to insist, but Xianxia was more determined than her. Don't worry. So what if I don't have the spiritual fish ointment? I'll see who can do anything to me. Haha. Xianxia shrugged and said with a calm face. However, Xianxia and Longinger were extremely worried. Xianxia took a step forward and wanted to join the group, but he was stopped by the green-robed old man. You didn't even get a single flying eagle fish? The green-robed old man said with a frown. If it wasn't for the experts of your dragon clan who threatened me, his position would have been mine. The green-clothed elder looked at Xianxia with a disdainful smile. There seemed to be some disdain between his eyebrows because the person Xianxia pointed at was a genius disciple of the dragon clan. Doesn't this mean that the dragon clan has to bear the accusation of being an unjust person? The green-clothed elder and Xianxia looked at each other. Xianxia was not afraid at all. So what if he's an elder of the dragon clan? So what if he's a late divine emperor? You can't kill me, can you? Even Longinger felt that something was wrong with the confrontation between the two of them. The light and shadow of the sword in their eyes were shocking. Brother Xianxia was simply fearless, as if he didn't care about anyone. However, it was because of this that he was domineering and arrogant, but not arrogant. At least, compared to Long Inue, Brother Xianxia was much better. Long Inue's actions were simply infuriating. Xianxia had already given the order to kill that guy, and no one could stop him. If you're really capable, I have nothing to say if you take the first place. The green-clothed elder said faintly as the sneer on his face became more intense. Elder, has anyone entered the pillar of the sea's heart without the spiritual fish ointment? Longinger asked in a low voice. Yes, but they're all dead. None of them survived. The green-clothed elder looked at Xianxia coldly. Then I, Xianxia, might be the first in history. Xianxia said, unconvinced. I'll wait and hope that you'll have the last laugh. You can enter without the spiritual fish ointment, but your life and death are not in your hands. Don't blame me for not telling you. The pillar of the sea's heart in front is connected to the sky. Storms gather all year round. Below the pillar of the sea's heart is connected to the unknown space under the evil spirit island. Your spiritual fish ointment is a treasure that connects life and death. Without it, it's impossible to come out from there. The green-robed old man said coldly. However, his tone was incomparably cold. The life and death of these people had nothing to do with him. Even if none of them survived, he wouldn't care. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and his heart was as calm as still water. This spiritual fish ointment should be used to prevent demonic beasts or other dangers from getting close to him. Now that Xianxia had nothing else, he could only go alone. Seeing more and more people rapidly entering, the ocean's core pillar that rose to the sky was like a ray of rainbow light. Many people in the surroundings clicked their tongues in wonder. Connecting the sea and the sky, it caused people to gasp in amazement. The rotating storm that rushed to the sky from the island was like a natural barrier, isolating the ocean's core pillar from the outside world. What exactly is beneath the sea heart pillar? No one knows. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go. We have to go down anyway. Ha ha ha, what are you afraid of? That's true. We've already come this far. How can we turn back? Life or death, success or failure, it all depends on this. If we retreat now, won't we be laughed at by others? Before Xianxia, almost 70% of the people chose to enter the ocean's core pillar. Even those who didn't reach 20 spiritual fish ointments also went forward. Only about 30% of them chose to stay here because the green-robed old man's words weren't groundless. Some people admitted that they weren't strong enough, while others knew that they hadn't reached the threshold, so they chose to stay here quietly. Perhaps the final victor had nothing to do with them, but they would be able to preserve their lives and they wouldn't have to fight for the first place. Long Ying'er and Xianxia stood in front of Xianxia. One step and they would be able to enter the ocean's core pillar. However, they were worried that Xianxia would lose his life, so they had to share some of the spiritual fish ointments with Xianxia. However, how could Xianxia's determination be shaken by them? How could he use other people's lives as a wager? Whether it was success or failure, Xianxia would be able to hold on to his life. With the myriad Qi cauldron and the Zulong Tower, and in the territory of the ancestral Dragon Emperor, Xianxia wouldn't die so easily. Even without the spiritual fish ointments, he would still dare to take the risk. He, Xianxia, had died more than 100 times. If he was afraid of the slightest thing, he wouldn't be able to live until today. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Xianxia pushed both of his hands, pushing Xianxia and Long Ying'er into the ocean's core pillar. Why? You don't dare to come? If you're afraid, maybe we won't have the chance to fight again. Long Yu looked at Xianxia with an incomparably provocative smile. It was to lure Xianxia into the ocean's core pillar with him. The unknown danger must be quite terrifying. Just like what the green-robed elder said, those without enough spiritual fish ointments would definitely die if they entered the ocean's core pillar. No one could be an exception. Then wash your neck and wait for me. Xianxia said indifferently, looking at Long Yu. Long Yu sneered and ignored Xianxia. Did this guy really dare to step into the ocean's core pillar? Almost no one believed it. However, the next moment, Xianxia did something that made everyone's scalp numb. He resolutely stepped into the ocean's core pillar and took the ocean heart lotus. Hua, a single stone raised 1,000 ripples. The remaining half of the crowd all revealed expressions of shock. Xianxia hadn't made a fool of himself in the end and had truly chosen to enter. However, he didn't have any spirit fish ointment. This guy won't really die here, will he? It's hard to say, because the elder already said that no one can leave here alive. Without the spiritual fish ointments, death is certain. There will always be some people who don't know what's good for them and want to challenge the authority of history. However, their ending will probably not be surprising. I hope so. I'm very curious. Without the spiritual fish ointments, will this guy really dare to be so arrogant? The dragon race asking us to collect the spiritual fish ointments from the flying eagle fish shouldn't be without reason. At this time, it seems that we should carefully consider it. No one was optimistic about Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't give them any chance to doubt him. This was Xianxia, the Xianxia who didn't walk the normal path. I want to see how you'll come out alive. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no one to blame for this, the green-robed elder said with a smile. The green-clothed old man said with a smile. His eyes were calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. In his opinion, Xianxia was already a dead man. Even he would not dare to go deep into the ocean core pillar without enough spiritual fish ointment. It was no different from seeking death. When Xianxia entered the ocean's core pillar, he was being roasted by the blazing flame within the ocean's core pillar. He could not see any flame nor feel any fire source, but it was so hot that it made his body tremble. That kind of heat came from the bottom of his heart. It was something that he could not predict. What a terrifying heat. No wonder. Xianxia frowned as sweat dripped down his face. However, with the protection of the azure lotus star flame, the karmic fire of the red lotus, and the hellfire of hell, Xianxia was not afraid of the flame. Therefore, even if Xianxia did not have the protection of the spiritual fish ointment, he was still fine. He could only feel the heat burning his body, that's all. However, at the same time, the surrounding people's faces looked terrible. Obviously, they were being corroded by the intense and scorching heat wave in the ocean's core pillar. What a terrifying heat wave. Quickly, apply the spiritual fish ointment on your body. Someone said with a frightened face. Everyone followed suit and applied the spiritual fish ointment on their body. Only then did they feel a little cool. The invisible heat wave had also subsided a little. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they could not find out where the terrifying heat wave came from. They could not even find out where it came from. One should know that the people there were all late hierarch realm experts. Some were even divine emperor realm experts. However, it was still quite difficult for them. The feeling of being burned by the heat wave and having their hearts devoured by the raging fire frightened everyone. They did not know how long they could last without the spiritual fish ointment. However, at this moment, Xianxia was still an exception. Although his face was full of sweat, it was a natural reaction. In fact, he was not that hot. He could withstand the azure lotus star flame and the hellfire could not do anything to him. What was there for him to be afraid of? But in the eyes of those people, their faces were filled with solemnity. Xianxia was simply a monstrous existence. Without the spiritual fish ointment, how could he survive in such a heat wave? However, in less than an hour, the spirit fish ointment on their bodies had already melted and been completely used up. They had to spit on it again to reduce the feeling of being swallowed by the heat wave. As for Xianxia, he was completely unscathed as he walked on. Only his sweat kept dripping down, and he was calm and composed. The interior of the sea core pillar was like 1,000 feet wide original heart connecting divine pillar. There was a spiraling tunnel along its edge. At the middle of the sea core pillar, there were numerous flame-light figures that rose and sank, causing one to not dare to approach. Even deep within it, it was incomparably hot. Xianxia's mind stirred, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Just like before, there's someone familiar following me? Xianxia was not sure, but the ominous premonition in his heart was real. He believed that he would not be wrong. At this moment, Xianxia and Long Ying'er met Xianxia again. They were extremely worried when they saw Xianxia, who was sweating profusely. Little did they know that Xianxia's situation was probably much better than theirs. Even with the spiritual fish ointment, they still needed to use the divine origin energy in their bodies to resist the corrosion of the heat wave. However, Xianxia did not need to use it at all. He only had some sweat on his body, and he was fine. Big brother Xianxia, are you really alright? Long Ying'er confirmed again and again. She felt extremely bitter in her heart, but Xianxia still shook his head. Look, it's actually the end below. Isn't this magma? Could it be that this is the core of the evil spirit island? Someone could not help but exclaim. As they came before the magma, the rate at which the spiritual fish ointment on their bodies melted and was consumed became faster and faster. Those who only had a few or even a dozen spiritual fish ointment on their bodies all had ashen expressions. Some of them even had the intention to retreat. Without the spiritual fish ointment, it was impossible for them to survive in the sea core pillar. Moreover, they had already reached the end of the magma. Waves of fire gushed out, reaching several feet high, causing the surrounding people's faces to turn pale. No one dared to take the next step. Let me try. At this moment, Long Xiaoquan took a step forward. As a member of the dragon clan, he was naturally duty-bound. If he was timid at this time, wouldn't he be a joke to others? Long Xiaoquan's face was solemn. His entire body was covered in spiritual fish ointment. Under everyone's gaze, he actually leaped into the magma and filled it with a gasp. However, Long Xiaoquan directly plunged into the magma and frantically rushed down. However, in the next second, he was deterred by more than 10 terrifying auras. He flew backward and quickly left the magma. At this moment, the spiritual fish ointment on his body had been used up. Waves of surging heat waves attacked him again. Long Xiaoquan's face was full of fear. Everyone looked at him, not understanding what was going on. What's going on, Xiaoquan? Long Inue said in a deep voice. There are monsters under this magma. If we want to continue forward, it seems that we can only go through the magma. Long Xiaoquan grinned and said. His rather young face was full of horror. What monsters are there? Long Inger asked. It's hard to say, but it's not weak. It's actually a late hierarch realm. Moreover, it's extremely fast in the magma like a python. If I didn't escape in time, I'm afraid my head would have been separated from my body. Long Xiaoquan said with lingering fear. He could not tell what was under the magma. However, if he was entangled under the magma, he might have died. There would always be a moment when the spiritual fish ointment was used up. Dozens of people shook their heads helplessly and gave up moving forward. A wise man submits to circumstances because they knew that they were not strong enough. They were a late hierarch realm and did not have enough spiritual fish ointment. How could they enter? If they fought with those big shots, they might be buried on the way before they could see what the sea heart lotus looked like. I don't care. I'm going first. I don't want to die in this damn place. I don't want the sea heart lotus anymore. A silhouette soared into the sky. At this moment, more and more people followed after him, not intending to dive any further. At least, the terrifying magma had forced many of them to retreat. The weakest among the remaining people was a half-step divine emperor. There were only about 100 of them left. However, everyone was trembling in fear, not knowing what would happen next. I don't believe it. Long Inue stood proudly and said in a low voice. He snorted coldly and covered his whole body with spiritual fish ointment. In the magma, there was a burst of fire rain that splashed out. I'm going to have a look too. Xianxia did not have the spiritual fish ointment with him, but the magma could not do anything to him. Xianxia dived down after entering the magma. As expected, there were more than a dozen late hierarch realm demonic beasts attacking Long Yu in a frenzy. As soon as Xianxia entered, those demonic beasts split up and attacked him. However, Xianxia did not hold back at all. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Even in the magma, he was fearless and fought the demonic beasts. Long Yu was much better than Xianxia had imagined. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. After all, he had a lot of spiritual fish ointment. After taking half of his, he was not afraid of the magma at all and started fighting the demonic beasts. At this moment, Long Inger and Qing Xian also jumped into the magma without hesitation. Ao Impermanence, Ao Lai, and more people entered the magma. They wanted to see what was under the magma. As the number of people increased, the number of demonic beasts in the magma increased as well. From a dozen to a few hundred, then 1,000. All of them were late hierarch realm demonic beasts. They were densely packed as they swarmed forward one after another. Xianxia's soul sense swept through the entire magma. He felt a chill in the deeper part of the magma. In other words, there must be a way under the magma. Xianxia repelled the demonic beasts in the magma and rushed down with all his might. After feeling Xianxia's abnormality, more and more people started to follow Xianxia's example. However, some people could not get rid of the demonic beasts in the magma. They were like giant pythons in the magma, causing those below the Divine Emperor realm to suffer. In the end, some people stayed in the magma forever. Xianxia had traversed tens of miles in the magma. Under the tens of thousands of meters deep magma, the cold air was getting colder and colder. Xianxia knew that as long as they could get through the magma layer, they would be safe. Out of the hundreds of people, only a few dozen were left after they passed through the magma layer. Many of them were entangled by the demonic beasts in the magma and were unable to escape. It was equivalent to being trapped in a dangerous place. Xianxia had the Azure Lotus Starfire to protect his body, but they did not. The attack of thousands of demonic beasts was not a joke. Dozens of demonic beasts surrounded them, and even Long Xiaoquan was almost killed. However, they had no choice but to charge all the way down while dismissing the surrounding magma demonic beasts. In this magma, the amount of spiritual fish ointment consumed was also increasing. Those who had less than 20 spiritual fish ointment also began to worry. For them, it was already difficult to advance or retreat. Even if they wanted to leave, it would not be that easy. Xianxia and Long Inue took the lead and rushed to the front. Even Long Inue was depressed. Was this guy really made of King Kong? You're not even afraid of this lava? Moreover, this was not ordinary magma. From the number of demonic beasts under the magma, one could feel that this was not a good place. And Xianxia rode ahead at an astonishing speed. As long as the surrounding demonic beasts came close, they would all be killed by Xianxia's sword. Long Inue gritted his teeth. He was incomparably angry in his heart. He could not let Xianxia suppress him. Finally, after crossing 30 miles, Xianxia finally felt the chill under the deep sea. This magma was finally coming to an end. Seeing that victory was right in front of them, after rushing out of the magma, there would definitely be a different scene. However, Xianxia felt a huge sense of oppression shrouding them. Not only him, but everyone had the same feeling. The pressure seemed to fall from the sky, making it impossible to trace. And under the magma under Xianxia, it actually formed a purple-red divine dragon. Its body was 100 feet long, twisting the heaven and earth. It hovered at the final underground exit, as if blocking in front of them. A giant fire dragon? Xianxia frowned, a little confused. Could it be that the giant fire dragon of the Dragon Clan still lived here? Could it be a test set by the Dragon Clan? This is an ancient giant fire dragon? Long Xiaoquan sucked in a cold breath. This is Elder Ao Yen of our Dragon Clan. He was sealed on the Evil Spirit Island for more than 1,000,000 years. It is said that he was one of the main culprits of the Dragon Clan's rebellion, and also the most sinful member of the Dragon Clan. Ao Lai's voice was incomparably low. Everyone fell silent. The elder of the Dragon Clan, Ao Yen? The traitor of the Dragon Clan? What? The traitor of the Dragon Clan? How is this possible? Being suppressed here, how can he still be so powerful? Trapping us here? It's hard to say. The Almighty of the Dragon Clan used to be the true pride of the heavens. In the Archean era, there were very few people who could compete with the Dragon Clan. I have also heard that something shocking happened in the Dragon Clan, but it was suppressed by the ancestral Dragon Emperor in the end. Sigh, it's really hard to say. If it's really some Almighty of the Dragon Clan from the Archean era, our current situation will be worrying. What are you afraid of? Even if it's him, he has been suppressed for countless years. His strength has been exhausted, and the seal has not been removed. No matter how strong he is, he can't reverse the situation and escape. Many people were worried. After all, the ancestors of the Dragon Clan from millions of years ago were all almighty that shocked the world. The crime of being a traitor of the Dragon Clan was not something that anyone could bear. To be sealed here, it meant that his strength was incomparably strong. Even killing him would be quite difficult. If this person is really the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, then this time I must save him. Ao Lai said with a cold smile, as if he was not afraid of the blazing dragon. The ancestor of the Ao clan, Ao Yen, was a totem bearer of the Fire Dragon Clan. To think that he was actually suppressed here. Seems like the Dragon Clan is really a pity. Since when did ancestor Ao Yen become a traitor of the Dragon Clan? Ao Impermanence also snorted. Obviously, he was full of respect for the ancestor of the Ao clan, and he even wanted to help him to escape. Xianxia frowned. At this moment, no one could tell whether Ao Yen was good or bad. There must be a reason why he was suppressed here. No matter how strong he was in the past, the current him was stronger than them, but it didn't mean that he couldn't be defeated. Obviously, there weren't many people who knew about this legend. However, the giant flaming dragon that was hovering in front of them was a real existence. It made them feel extremely pressured. Xianxia even felt that his spiritual strength couldn't suppress this giant flaming dragon. What does the matter of the ancestor have to do with us? Let's get rid of the blazing dragon first, and leave this place. This magma is not a good place to be. Long Yu's eyes were cold, and he rushed towards the blazing dragon. This was the last layer of defense, no one could stop him. The appearance of the giant flaming dragon caused everyone to shrink back. Their hearts were filled with heaviness. The terror of the giant flaming dragon caused their scalps to go numb. The flames that could burn one's soul caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. Long Yingyue was the first to attack, and Jiang Chen was not to be outdone. Experts after experts attacked against the wind. Facing the giant flaming dragon that was guarding under the magma, they did not hesitate at all. They were racing against time and were extremely careful, afraid that they would be devoured by the giant flaming dragon. The consumption of the spiritual fish ointment was increasing. Many people were already feeling uneasy. Once the spiritual fish ointment was used up, they would be sealed here forever. The scorching magma and blazing flames would completely devour them. Even their souls were no exception. The taste of fresh blood is filled with desire. A low voice filled everyone's ears. That heavy and ruthless tone seemed to be destroying everyone's heart step by step. Long Xiaoquan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Together with Long Yingyue, he resisted the giant flaming dragon. However, the giant flaming dragon seemed to be extremely berserk. It constantly attacked the experts. Ferocious flames spewed from its mouth, as if it could burn everything. Long Xiaoquan could not avoid it in time and was engulfed by the flames from the giant flaming dragon's mouth. In an instant, his body and soul were destroyed. At the same time, there were several people who were all Divine Emperor experts. They did not manage to escape. Facing such a terrifying flame power, even Long Yingyue and the others were left in the dust. Xiaoquan! Long Yingyue cried out in surprise. A cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she looked at the scene in disbelief. Without any warning, Long Xiaoquan had already fallen and disappeared into the magma, leaving not a single trace. Long Yingyue's expression gradually turned cold. He retreated in order to advance. He did not seem to have much emotional fluctuations. From his point of view, this was a reflection of his lack of strength. If he died, then so be it. There was nothing to feel pity about. However, Long Yingyue was filled with regret for Long Xiaoquan's death. After all, he was once a good friend, a childhood playmate. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace in front of her. It made her feel despair. Jiang Chen looked on helplessly. Long Xiaoquan's death was too sudden. That violent flame dragon was like the king of the 9 heavens, ruling the world and no one could stand against it. Ao Impermanence and the others retreated to avoid its sharpness. The giant flaming dragon was only a spiritual projection, but it possessed the might of a mid or late divine emperor. The tyrannical aura made everyone unable to contend against it. The death of Long Xiaoquan and the others had taught them a lesson. The giant flaming dragon was like an insurmountable chasm in front of them. This fire dragon is too strong. It's best to be careful. Jiang Chen held on to Long Yingyue. She actually wanted to charge forward without hesitation and face the difficulties head-on. At this moment, she would only become the next Long Xiaoquan. What do we do now? This fire dragon is so terrifying. Are we all going to wait for death here? Someone said worriedly with a pale face. The situation was critical. Everyone could not stay out of it. After the death of Long Xiaoquan and the others, Jiang Chen felt that the spiritual projection of the giant flaming dragon seemed to have dimmed a little. It was offset by the aura of Long Xiaoquan and the others. In other words, the formation of the giant flaming dragon was completely the accumulation of energy. As long as the energy of the giant flaming dragon was completely exhausted, it would not be difficult to destroy it. Thousands of years had passed. Whether this giant flaming dragon was formed by the ancestor of the dragon clan, Ao Yen, or not, they only had one goal now. That was to break through the bottom of the magma and search for the desire to survive and break through. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't be afraid. Let's fight against this giant flaming dragon together. As long as we work together and offset the energy of this giant flaming dragon, we will be able to destroy it. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His spiritual strength spread throughout the surroundings. This low voice made everyone suspicious. Not everyone could believe in Jiang Chen. After all, everyone was a powerful genius. Who would be willing to go with the flow? Jiang Chen's words did not play a crucial role. However, the giant flaming dragon still spewed out flames and wreaked havoc. More and more people were killed and injured. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen, Long Yingyue, and Xianxia formed a strong defensive wall. Xianxia activated the Eastern Emperor Bell. With the divine bell in hand, he resisted the attacks of the giant flaming dragon again and again. He was not injured at all. However, those who were alone were all seriously injured under the attacks of the giant flaming dragon. More than half of them were dead or injured. Many people thought that the spiritual fish ointment could resist the giant flaming dragon. However, they did not know that the spiritual fish ointment could only defend for a while and not forever. Ao Impermanence, Ao Lai and the others saw that Xianxia's method seemed to be effective. They no longer took the initiative to attack the giant flaming dragon. Instead, they slowly consumed the energy of the giant flaming dragon. However, at this moment, almost half of the people had already fallen. There were less than 30 people left and they were fighting the giant flaming dragon for the last time. As expected, as time went by, the energy of the giant flaming dragon was depleted, and its shadow gradually dissipated. However, Xianxia could feel that things weren't that simple. Where was the giant flaming dragon sealed? Why was it sealed here? Ao Yan, the ancient almighty of the dragon clan, what kind of past did he have? Even the ancestral dragon emperor might not know clearly. At the moment when the giant flaming dragon's energy disappeared completely, the 20 figures finally dashed past the bottom of the magma rapidly. After breaking through the bottom of the magma, they were suddenly enlightened. The chill that Xianxia felt came from this. Under the magma, there was actually a hollow glacier. It was like a tunnel from the Ice Age, dark and dark, extending to an unknown place. Serene, quiet, dense, cold air was like a waterfall, causing one's heart to tremble. It was so cold that it was indescribable. It was as if even one's soul was frozen. It was even worse than the magma. The extreme cold and extreme heat intertwined, causing one to feel hopeless. Frost chi surged. The extreme coldness caused one to shiver from the bottom of one's heart. The surrounding ice pillars were like sharp awls, emitting a deep and desolate coldness in the space of 100 zhang. Isn't this place too terrifying? Our spiritual fish ointment can barely block it. However, if we go deeper into the ocean core pillar, I'm afraid we won't be able to walk so leisurely anymore. Yeah, we don't know what kind of things are in the deeper parts of the ocean core pillar. I already feel like going back. My soul is about to be frozen here. Even the flow of divine origin energy seems to be extremely slow. What should we do? Advance or retreat? One step forward is filled with danger, one step back is the vast sea and sky. Many people fell into hesitation because they didn't know what kind of danger they would encounter if they continued to walk. Moreover, more than half of them had died when they just walked past the bottom of the magma. As for the remaining people, some of them had retreated, and some of them were still hesitating. However, at this moment, above Xianxia and the others' heads, the so-called bottom of the magma, a terrifying pillar of magma poured down as if the heavens and earth were leaking out. Fiery light soared into the sky as the magma flowed 3,000 feet downwards. Magma poured down like a waterfall, illuminating the deep and ice-cold ice tunnel. At that moment, everyone's expressions turned extremely ugly. That was because they had witnessed an earth-shattering scene. They saw the most terrifying scene of the dragon tribe. Xianxia's face was extremely ugly and his eyes became solemn. The magma flowed down, illuminating the entire ice tunnel. No one knew how deep it was, but there were many frost dragons frozen in the ice. There were hundreds of them, and they had all become ice sculptures. Those dragons were standing with their heads held high, looking proud and heroic. It was as if a strong and unyielding will was supporting them, giving off a domineering aura. This is simply a miracle. Hundreds of giant dragons, all turned into ice sculptures. Just what kind of place is this? Are these the ancestors of the dragon tribe? Since when did the dragon tribe have such a burial ground? Even Ao Wucheng and the others were dumbfounded. No one had imagined that there would be such a terrifying scene in the Endless Sea's core pillar. It was simply a scene from the epic of a dragon, and it was truly breathtaking. Those dragons were either in high spirits, struggling on their deathbed, roaring crazily, or lowering their heads in silence. Those hundreds of dragons were not sculptures, but the real bodies of the dragon tribe. A desolate and tragic aura permeated the entire ice tunnel. The magma pillar was still pouring down, but it couldn't melt the surrounding ice. Those dragon ice sculptures seemed to have existed since ancient times. These giant dragons are all the ancestors of my dragon clan, after all. Long Ying'er murmured. The sorrow in her heart could not be expressed in words. Looking at the huge dragons that were frozen in the glacier, her heart felt like it was being sliced apart by a knife. The dead are gone. These dragons don't have the slightest trace of vitality. They must have been killed and frozen here. Although their resentment is very strong, it doesn't seem to be enough to form an aura. Although they are my ancestors, I can only continue walking in order to obtain the Sea Heart Lotus. Long Ying'er said with an indifferent expression. He leaped into the air and charged towards the frost dragons, stepping on their heads as he leaped down. Long Ying'er and the other members of the dragon clan were all furious. Long Ying'er was simply a madman, and he was using their ancestors' head as a stepping stone. Humans and gods were angered. This bastard! Long Ying'er roared furiously. Her tender voice touched Xianxia greatly. This Long Ying'er didn't even care about his own ancestors. Ao Impermanence and the others didn't delay when they saw that Long Ying'er had already rushed down the dark, frigid land. Even they didn't dare to step on the heads of the dragon tribe's ancestors. One could imagine how arrogant and pretentious Long Ying'er was. Xianxia sensed that the frost dragons seemed to be filled with endless sorrow and humiliation. A sense of sorrow filled his heart. No one was an exception. At this moment, when they saw the hundreds of frost dragons, they advanced wave after wave into the depths because they were certain that there would be treasures in the depths that would tempt them. In the end, only Xianxia, Long Ying'er, and Xianxia were left. The three of them stood there blankly, looking at the countless frost dragons. Chengzhu, Mo Xian, Ao Qin, Zhang Di. You all died here. Even I, the leader of the dragon tribe, don't know how deep the crisis of our dragon tribe is. In the Zulong Tower, the ancestral dragon emperor's deep and hoarse voice resounded in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia could even feel the ancestral dragon emperor's sorrow. The ancestral dragon emperor's despair made Xianxia understand that these dead dragons were once the ancestral dragon emperor's clansmen. They were the descendants of the dragon tribe that he was familiar with. The ancestral dragon emperor looked at the frost dragons and remained silent for a long time. He was filled with sorrow. Xianxia knew that the ancestral dragon emperor even made him feel pity for the ancestral dragon emperor. He had fallen hundreds of millions of years ago, the dragon tribe had changed. Countless of his descendants had died in the ocean's core pillar. The ancestral dragon emperor's sorrow, doubt, shock, and sorrow made Xianxia sigh for him. As the emperor of the dragon tribe, he could not show himself now because he had too many things to worry about. There were too many conspiracies and unknowns. Before he understood everything, it would be meaningless for the ancestral dragon emperor to show himself. Were these people your juniors and subordinates? After staying silent for a while, Xianxia asked softly. That's right. It's a pity that these people who were loyal to me are all dead. The dragon tribe's strength has been greatly weakened after the Archean War. That's also the reason why there were so many infighting. I wonder if the person who framed me is still in the dragon tribe. They didn't even enter the dragon tomb of the dragon tribe. They were frozen here. It's such a tragedy. The ancestral dragon emperor felt uneasy and was filled with despair. However, the sorrow in his heart was nothing more than that. Xianxia did not ask too much. As for the changes in the dragon tribe and what happened in the past, he reckoned that the truth would only be revealed when the ancestral dragon emperor returns. The ocean's heart lotus here is formed from the blood essence of hundreds of dragon tribe's ancestors. In other words, it's formed from the endless essence of the ancient dragon tribe. Although it's filled with resentment, it's still a treasure of the heavens and earth. It's comparable to the fruit of fortune that you got back then. I think whoever gets the ocean's heart lotus in this rising dragon banquet will definitely shake the entire dragon tribe. The ancestral dragon emperor said. Xianxia frowned as he was filled with shock. This ocean's heart lotus is formed from the Tao essence of hundreds of dragon tribe's ancestors? The ancestral dragon emperor said coldly. His heart was bleeding, but it was extremely heavy. Because he knew that the sea heart lotus belonged to the one who plotted against him. The Tao lotus that took billions of years to form was not something that the younger generation of the dragon clan could enjoy. Even the current leader of the dragon clan did not have the right to do so. Which means, other than us, no one can take the sea heart lotus out of here. Xianxia said. You could say that, but I'm afraid that some experts might try to retrieve the Tao accumulation lotus from afar. This Tao accumulation lotus is something that even an Emperor Realm expert would want, because it contains too much of the essence of the Dragon Clan's ancestors. Although they can't enter the caged dragon, many of the Emperor Realm experts have methods that ordinary people wouldn't be able to do. I can't help you take the Sea Heart Lotus. I need to accumulate the strength of the Dragon Clan in this place. If an Emperor Realm expert were to take action, I would be able to help. Luckily, there are 100 ancestors of the Dragon Clan here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to absorb the power of the Dragon Soul. Even if an Emperor Realm expert were to take action, I wouldn't be able to do anything. So, you have to take action yourself to take the Sea Heart Lotus. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor's words shocked Xianxia. Emperor Realm expert, will there really be an Emperor Realm expert? Xianxia found it hard to believe, but he wouldn't be too surprised if a Sovereign Realm expert really existed. After all, the ancestor of the dragon race, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, was right beside him. He wouldn't be too surprised if a mighty expert of the dragon race took action. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor must have sensed something. That's why he was so cautious. But it was no wonder. Xianxia didn't know that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor had been waiting for this day for too long. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, it would be his greatest regret. Alright, I'll go take the Sea Heart Lotus. You stay here. Xianxia said quietly. At this moment, Longinger patted Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia was startled. The two of them were looking at him silently. Why did I feel that you were so majestic just now? Brother Xianxia, let's go. There's no point in staying here. Let's go down and take a look. Longinger said quietly. Xianxia could feel her sadness and sorrow. She was filled with emotions towards the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. Xianxia nodded. The two of them were waiting for him. Xianxia nodded. The conversation between the Ancestral Dragon Emperor and Xianxia was touched. He couldn't rely on the Ancestral Dragon Emperor anymore. He could only rely on himself to get the Sea Heart Lotus. Xianxia knew that the fight for the Sea Heart Lotus would be a fierce battle. Previously, he thought that the Sea Heart Lotus was the target of the Rising Dragon Banquet. Whoever got the Sea Heart Lotus would be the winner of the Rising Dragon Banquet. But now, it seemed that the value of the Sea Heart Lotus was not something that Xianxia could understand. The Sea Heart Lotus was formed from the essence of hundreds of ancestors of the Dragon Clan. It was the true essence of Tao. Even the patriarch of the Dragon Clan would not be able to compete with it. Even if the winner of the Rising Dragon Banquet was the winner, the Dragon Clan would not let it go easily. Now that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor had more important things to do, the fight for the Sea Heart Lotus fell on Xianxia's shoulders. Long Yu, Ao Impermanence, Ao Lai, and Mo Xian were Xianxia's most important opponents. These guys were not easy to deal with. Therefore, Xianxia was not in a hurry. Even if the winner got the Sea Heart Lotus, it would be impossible for them to leave this place. They would probably attack the winner and suffer the greatest pressure. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. Qin Xian and Long Yinger swore. The two of them followed behind Xianxia without any fear as they fought with their lives on the line. There were only about 20 people left in this extremely cold place. All of them were from the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan. Only a few of them were from other clans. However, Xianxia had forgotten about old Daoist Wu De. It seemed like he was also very quiet. He was like a cat at the back of the group. He looked harmless, but he followed them all the way to the end. This guy gave Xianxia a headache. He was very mysterious. Xianxia and the other two followed the flow of the magma pillar and descended rapidly. After 100 miles, they finally arrived at an underground glacier that was covered with blue mist. Finally, they reached the end of the glacier. What surprised them was that after the magma flowed into the spiritual spring under the glacier, it completely dissipated. It emitted waves of mist and dispersed in the air. The surrounding glacier was tens of thousands of feet wide. There were sharp icicles everywhere. The icicles were even connected to each other. This underground glacier was much wider than the previous tunnel. The blue icicles emitted a terrifying cold air. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. What Sea Heart Lotus? This is obviously an underground glacier. Yeah, why don't I see the sea heart lotus? Could it be that the dragon clan lied to us? I'm freezing to death in this place. I don't have much spiritual fish ointment left. If I can't find the sea heart lotus, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death here. How could an underground glacier that even Divine Emperor realm experts would shiver in fear be an ordinary glacier? The hundreds of ice dragon bodies at the end of the glacier tunnel had already explained everything. This was definitely not an ordinary place. The terrifying and eerie aura, coupled with the frost, made everyone silently search for the so-called sea heart lotus. The moment Xianxia landed, the people around him were all focused on searching for the sea heart lotus. Kacha, kacha, a clear sound of ice shattering pierced everyone's eardrums. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he looked at the spot where the magma pillar fell. The originally motionless spiritual spring had turned into a fiery red ice, cracking inch by inch. At this moment, the magma pillar had already disappeared, but the fiery red ice spring had already shattered. Rays of bizarre radiance were emitted from the ice spring. The terrifying radiance pierced through the glacier. Wherever it passed, it was like an unparalleled sword radiance, slicing apart everything. At this moment, the spiritual spring also started to slowly collapse. Sea heart lotus. The sea heart lotus is in the spiritual spring. That multicolored light came from the sea heart lotus. What a dense spiritual aura. This spiritual spring is like a dragon's vein. The birth of the sea heart lotus. In an instant, everyone raised their heads and looked over with a solemn expression. Everyone's goal was the same, the sea heart lotus. As long as they could obtain the sea heart lotus, they would be able to win the first place in the Rising Dragon Banquet. The sea heart lotus is mine, ha ha ha. No one can stop me, unless you all want to die. I am the true heaven's chosen one. No one can stand above me in the Rising Dragon Banquet. In the spiritual spring, a lotus bloomed in the ice crystals. Sometimes, it shone with a pure white light, and sometimes, it shone with a five-colored radiance. It interweaved with the ice spring, creating a series of beautiful and splendid colors. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. In an instant, the spiritual spring was broken, causing people to scramble for it. There were 3 people who instantly flew past the spiritual spring, wanting to pick the sea heart lotus. However, when their hands touched the spiritual spring, they were instantly swallowed and their hands gradually sank into the water. No, no, my hands are stuck. A cry of surprise rang out. Everyone's faces turned solemn and they stopped their previous craziness. 3 people were all sucked into the ice spring. Although the speed was not fast, it was slowly spreading and being sucked into the ice spring bit by bit. That incomparable suction force caused the 3 people's faces to turn ashen and their scalps to turn numb. One of the people who was closest to the ice spring bore the brunt of the impact and took the initiative to attack. His actions served as a warning to everyone else, and his entire body was devoured by the ice spring. Another person also fell into the ice spring and was completely unable to smash his own body. The last person had his arm chopped off and was forced to retreat, his face filled with shock. Those who had never experienced it would never know how terrifying the ice spring was. Even Divine Emperor experts were no exception. Xianxia silently stared at the sea heart lotus in the ice spring. No one dared to act rashly. Blood splattered everywhere, frozen in an instant. The Divine Emperor expert who chopped off his arm also had a pale expression at this moment. His blood was instantly frozen and his face turned pale. Even the spiritual fish ointment seemed to be useless. In the end, the only survivor's face also turned green. His blood was completely frozen, and his soul was also frozen. In the end, he collapsed stiffly. Everyone began to re-evaluate the ice spring. No one dared to act rashly anymore. 3 divine emperors were killed just like that without any warning. How could a mere ice spring be so powerful? It was unimaginable. The extreme cold energy of this ice spring is actually able to devour a person's body and freeze a person's soul. It really is too terrifying. Ao Impermanence's face was full of shock. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Everyone wanted to eat a crab, but the result might be that the crab didn't get to eat it, and in the end, they would be killed by the crab. That would not be worth it. Long Inue didn't believe it. He took a step forward and tried to grab something, but his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate the meter-deep spring. For a long time, there wasn't the slightest movement from the sea heart lotus at the bottom of the spring. Long Yu's expression was a bit unsightly. This ice spring was too strange, and no one dared to test it out. They were in a deadlock. Looks like your methods are only SOSO. Xianxia smiled. Long Yu's expression was ferocious. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Xianxia with Lungling's eyes. Come and take it if you can. If I take it, won't I become the target of everyone? At that time, you guys will all attack me. I'm not stupid. Xianxia shrugged and said disapprovingly. He acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him, and had no intention of getting involved. Big brother Xianxia, you really don't want to give it a try? Long Yinger said in a low voice, a complicated expression on her face. However, she didn't care about the sea heart lotus. To her, being number one didn't matter much. She was more concerned about Xianxia's safety. That should be dimensional heavy water. I've heard the elders in the clan say that it can devour a person's body and freeze their bloodline and soul. But this dimensional heavy water is good stuff, especially for cultivation. There's a terrifying amount of spiritual chi within it, but ordinary people can't refine it. Only emperor experts can absorb it, but for those below the emperor realm, it's a nightmarish existence. Qin Xian's words made Xianxia's heart tremble. So this dimensional heavy water was good stuff? However, it was a huge problem for them now. Looks like the dimensional heavy water isn't any worse than the sea heart lotus? Xianxia looked at Qin Xian, who also nodded. It's a pity that we can't collect the dimensional heavy water, let alone store it. Otherwise, it would definitely be a great treasure in the future. Qin Xian sighed, but Xianxia's eyes became excited. The dimensional heavy water was a top treasure that only emperor experts could absorb, but in their eyes, it was just like a rat on the street. However, Xianxia's myriad chi cauldron could collect the dimensional heavy water. It's better to collect the dimensional heavy water first and let them fight for the sea heart lotus. At that time, we'll see who can laugh until the end. Xianxia was moved. This is the dimensional heavy water, it's an extremely cold and filthy thing. If we want to obtain the sea heart lotus, we must collect the dimensional heavy water. Today, for the safety of all living beings, I'll make an exception and collect the dimensional heavy water for everyone. Once the dimensional heavy water is removed, the sea heart lotus will naturally appear. Wu De said solemnly at this moment. He took a step forward with a solemn expression, as though he had suffered a lot. Taoist priest, can you really take away the so-called dimensional heavy water? Aolai narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu De. Of course. There's no other way. For everyone, I can only take the risk. When heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a person, he must first suffer his mind, tire his muscles and bones, starve his skin, empty his body, and mess up his actions. Therefore, I have to be patient and do what he can't do. For the sake of everyone present, I can only take the risk. If I can survive, it'll be considered as giving everyone a good fortune. If I can't, everyone just needs to remember that I've tried my best. Who in the world can avoid death? It's just a reincarnation, a dream. Wu De's face was filled with emotion. He took a step forward with the golden alms bowl in his hand, preparing to collect the dimensional heavy water. Taoist priest, wait. You live in the mortal world and your ambition is to educate thousands of lost people. You shoulder a great responsibility, how can you take the risk? Leave the danger of collecting the dimensional heavy water to me. My life is thinner than paper, my death is not worth pitying. Taoist priest should go and enlighten everyone. Let me do it. Old Taoist Wu De's face was gloomy and a corner of his mouth twitched. However, at this moment, Xianxia's fierce glare forced him to swallow his words. He could only let out a hollow laugh. Then, all right. Old Taoist Wu De had already cursed Xianxia 108,000 times in his heart. This fella is simply robbing the poor to help the rich. I have no intention of fighting over the sea heart lotus with you big shots. I just want to fish in troubled waters, but you won't even leave me the dimensional heavy water? Old Taoist Wu De had already guessed that this fella must know how terrifying the dimensional heavy water was. Otherwise, why would he fight over it with him? Taoist sir, you are indeed a man of great righteousness. My death is not to be regretted, but you must not die, Taoist sir. If you were to die, it would be a great loss to the world. Taoist sir, you should be the one to save the masses. After Xianxia finished speaking, old Taoist Wuda's face turned green. Damn it, you've already snatched my stuff, and you're still making sarcastic remarks? However, old Taoist Wuda didn't dare to confront Xianxia. He had seen Xianxia's methods, and Xianxia might not be able to collect the dimensional heavy water. He wanted to see how Xianxia would embarrass himself. It would be best if he was directly swallowed by the dimensional heavy water. That would be a happy ending. You can also collect the dimensional heavy water? Long Inua looked at Xianxia with incomparable coldness. What does it have to do with you? If you want to sacrifice yourself for others, then do it. Xianxia sneered. In an instant, the surrounding people were speechless. After all, they didn't have the ability to do so. If Xianxia could collect the dimensional heavy water, then it would be a good thing. After all, what they wanted was the sea heart lotus under the dimensional heavy water. As long as they could obtain the sea heart lotus, then everything else had nothing to do with them. Long Inua, Ao Impermanence, Ao Lai, and Mo Xian silently watched Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was calm as he slowly walked towards the ice spring. At this moment, Xianxia held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand, and the dimensional heavy water poured into the myriad chi cauldron like a tide. Old Taoist Wuda's heart was bleeding. Damn you, Xianxia, I won't rest until you die. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Xianxia, because the myriad chi cauldron in his hand made Long Inua and the others covet. This guy actually of his treasure. In a flash, Xianxia had absorbed all the dimensional heavy water into the myriad chi cauldron. But at this moment, no one paid attention to Xianxia, because they were all rushing towards the sea heart lotus. As soon as Xianxia collected the dimensional heavy water, more than 10 Divine Emperor realm experts swarmed into the ice spring. The ice spring disappeared, revealing the dazzling sea heart lotus. Just when Xianxia and Long Inua were about to take action, they were stopped by Xianxia. Let them fight each other now. No one can leave with the sea heart lotus. Xianxia said confidently, which made Xianxia and Long Inua a little worried. After all, those people's strength was not ordinary. At least, Mo Xian could fight on par with Xianxia. The remaining people were also experts. Long Inua was not a pushover, he was not any weaker than Mo Xian. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any shocking experts among them. The sea heart lotus is mine, no one can take it away. Get lost. Let's see who dares to go against me. F***ck off. Who the F***ck do you think you are? In an instant, more than 10 Divine Emperor realm experts became incomparably ferocious, constantly fighting against each other. At this moment, the sea heart lotus was snatched away by a palm that came out of nowhere, and Mo Xian's eyes turned cold. With the sea heart lotus in his hand, he quickly retreated with a feminine expression. Now that the sea heart lotus was the symbol of the rising dragon banquet, everyone was scrambling for it. In an instant, he became everyone's public enemy, everyone pointed their spear at him. Sea heart lotus, my sea heart lotus. Some Divine Emperor realm experts looked at Mo Xian with bloodshot eyes. Kill him, kill this bastard first, then take the sea heart lotus. Ao Lai roared furiously, more than 10 people bravely rushed towards Mo Xian. Mo Xian sneered, he didn't take it seriously. Just as these people were charging toward the demon Xian, Ao Wucheng and Ao Lai attacked from the back and heavily injured all of them. The saber and the sword were invisible, and the spear was crisscrossing. In an instant, 7 people fell to the ground, killed by Ao Wucheng and Ao Lai in this extremely frigid place. Xianxia's pupils constricted. These guys were actually in cahoots, they instigated those people to attack, then they launched a surprise attack from the back. Just when those people were terrified, they were suddenly attacked from the back, they were instantly defeated, only 8 people were left, their faces were filled with shock. At the same time, Mo Xian also attacked without hesitation. Under the joint effort of the 3 of them, they completely defeated those people, they had no strength to defend themselves, they were exhausted from dealing with them. In an instant, it was a mess. These fellows must have planned everything from the very beginning. The Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan must have been in cahoots from the beginning. Xianxia said in a deep voice. These guys are really too despicable. They are completely massacring those people, they are all people of my dragon clan. Long Ying'er's beautiful face was filled with shock and anger, they were killing each other without the slightest bit of pity, they only had the sea heart lotus in their eyes, whoever obtained the sea heart lotus would be the final winner. That guy is actually indifferent. It seems like he is really cold-blooded. The people of the dragon clan follow his lead, but he is actually so cold-blooded. Qin Xian looked at Long Yingyue silently. His expression was extremely calm at the moment, as if he was completely uninvolved in this matter. Brother Long, save me. Brother Yu, if you don't make a move now, we will all be defeated by the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan. A few experts of the Dragon Clan couldn't help but cry out bitterly, but Long Yinyue's expression was still ice-cold. He slowly stepped forward, and only then did he make a move against AO Impermanence and the others. In his eyes, the life and death of anyone doesn't matter to him. He just wants to exhaust the strength of AO Impermanence and AO Lai. At this time, it will be much easier for him to make a move. Xianxia said faintly. Long Yingyue was like an executioner, he was really too cruel. Ah. Too cruel. Ba. Old Taoist Wu De hated Xianxia to the point that his teeth itched. Xianxia had ruined his plans. If it wasn't for Xianxia, the little girl's bracelet would have already been in his hands. Now, Xianxia had even taken away the dimensional heavy water, causing him to complain incessantly. He had worked so hard for so long just to pick up a loophole, but in the end, all his hard work had gone to Xianxia. When Long Yu made his move, he stood together with AO Impermanence and AO Lai, leading 3 experts of the Dragon Clan to start a crazy battle. At this moment, Xianxia still didn't make a move. He knew that the one who had the last laugh would be his opponent. He wasn't anxious because no one could lead with the Ocean Heart Lotus. That thing was comparable to the Fruit of Fortune. The essence of the Tao contained within was probably something that even Emperor Realm experts would scramble for. Old Taoist Wu just stared blankly at the Ocean Heart Lotus. He knew how terrifying that thing was. If it was him, he wouldn't return to the Dragon Clan after obtaining the Ocean Heart Lotus. He would just turn around and run, making the Dragon Clan unable to find him forever. Even the entire Dragon Clan might not be able to find a treasure more precious than the Ocean Heart Lotus. You guys should hurry up. It's best if both sides suffer. He he he. Old Taoist Wu De murmured with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he was most worried about Xianxia. As long as Xianxia didn't take any action, he would always feel that he was being targeted by someone. Between him and Xianxia, they knew each other very well because they were always on guard against each other. However, old Taoist Wu De's strength was limited. He wasn't a combat genius, he was a genius with brains. It was exciting to be able to pick up a treasure. It was exciting to pick up a treasure. When he snatched the 5 lightning edict from Xianxia, it was the most vexing moment in his life. Originally, he had already obtained the 5 lightning edict, but it actually flew away by itself. It was truly unimaginable. Long Yinyue's attack was ferocious and incomparably powerful. At this moment, he was fighting against 2 alone, completely suppressing AO Impermanence and AO Lai. The few experts of the Dragon Clan behind him were forced to retreat under Mo Xian's attack. They were about to be defeated and their lives were in danger. Make your move, big brother Xianxia. For the sake of those people from the Dragon Clan. Long Yinger looked at Xianxia expectantly. Xianxia couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't bear to see Long Yinger's pitiful expression. Even though Long Yinyue, that bastard, had a deep enmity with him, those people from the Dragon Clan were innocent. Long Yinger couldn't bear to watch them kill without doing anything. Now that Mo Xian had made his move, Xianxia no longer held back. The 2 figures rapidly intertwined. Xianxia's punches were like rainbows, and every punch landed. Mo Xian's eyes lit up, and his expression became even more sinister. We couldn't determine the victor the last time. This time I will definitely tear you into pieces. Mo Xian silently looked at Xianxia with disdain. A defeated opponent dares to speak so boldly? Xianxia snorted disdainfully. Don't be happy too early. It won't be so easy for you to defeat me. It's a pity that I didn't have a thorough fight with you. Now that the sea heart lotus is in my hands, I can only reluctantly kill you. Ha ha ha. Mo Xian laughed. Let me see what you're capable of. You don't have the qualifications to take the sea heart lotus. Jiangchen Lungling said. He took a step forward with the sky dragon sword in his hand. He slashed across the void and pressed towards Mo Xian. Qin Xian and Long Ying'er also helped from the side. At this moment, there was no longer a fight between gentlemen. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Mo Xian and take the sea heart lotus. Mo Xian fought 1 against 3, and there were even a few other experts of the dragon clan. In an instant, he was completely surrounded. Mo Xian was a little overwhelmed, and it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Jiangchen faced him head-on, and on the other side, he still had to deal with the sneak attack from behind. His situation was also quite difficult. However, although Mo Xian was shocked, he didn't panic. There was still a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He retreated step by step, but he was full of confidence. Jiangchen always felt that this fellow seemed to be scheming something. Jiangchen's every move was ruthless, and he didn't intend to leave any leeway for Mo Xian. It would naturally be best if he could kill Mo Xian in one go. However, it was a fact that Mo Xian's strength was extraordinary, and even Jiangchen wasn't completely confident. It's impossible for you to kill me in this lifetime. Mo Xian smiled faintly. The smile at the corner of his mouth was profound, and it made Jiangchen feel that something was amiss. At this moment, as expected, Long Yu, who was behind Mo Xian, turned his spear and pointed it at the 3 people of the dragon clan. They were the people of the dragon clan who regarded him as their leader. Don't, Long Ying'er's eyes flickered, and she cried out in alarm. However, it was already too late for her to dodge. The 3 people of the dragon clan all had pale faces, and they looked at this scene in disbelief. They had never imagined that their leader, Long Yu, would actually point his spear at them. The battle of life and death between Long Yu, Ao Impermanence, and Ao Lai was actually fake. Now, the 3 of them had actually joined forces and killed the 3 experts of the dragon clan. To Long Yu and Ao Impermanence, it was as easy as flipping their palms. Long Yuer's expression was calm and indifferent, as if there was nothing wrong with it. He had killed 3 brothers of the dragon clan, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. This made Long Ying'er almost go crazy. This bastard, this executioner, he even killed his own brothers. Even in death, the 3 experts of the dragon clan were unwilling to believe that the person who ended their lives was actually their brother, the strongest expert of the younger generation of the dragon clan. Ha ha ha, Long Yu, this move of yours is really too cruel. Even I can't catch up to it. However, these pieces of trash, so be it. There's nothing to pity about. Ao Impermanence laughed loudly. He was extremely disdainful towards the people of the dragon clan. Although they were both from the dragon clan, he was still very arrogant. Now, it's time to settle the score. These people who tried to obtain the sea heart lotus in vain should all die. Greed is insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. There's no exception. Ao Lai said faintly. The 3 people's eyes were sharp, and their gazes all fell on Jiangchen. Jiangchen sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that Long Yu was actually a traitor of the dragon clan, or that he had long been involved with Ao Impermanence and the others. Killing his own brothers was indeed somewhat unacceptable to Jiangchen. His indifference towards Long Xiaoquan and his bloodthirst towards the dragon clan made Jiangchen understand that Long Yu was simply a ruthless fellow. It seemed that there was nothing he couldn't do. Long Yingyue looked at Jiangchen with an ice-cold gaze. The person he wanted to kill was Jiangchen. Without exception, Ao Impermanence, Ao Lai, and even Mo Xian were all the same. At this moment, Jiangchen and the others who originally had the upper hand had to face even more people. Long Ying'er and Qin Xian were in a dangerous situation. It's too bloody. I'd better retreat first. Old Taoist Wuda's expression changed. Long Yingyue was too abnormal. Even he did not expect the situation to end like this. No matter if it was the Eastern Dragon Clan or the Northern Dragon Clan, they had already merged into one force. The only enemy left was Jiangchen. Little brat, good luck to you. He. Old Taoist Wuda chuckled as he spoke. At this moment, he was also prepared to flee at any time. This was because those members of the dragon race were obviously not easy to deal with. If he, who was only here to watch the show, ended up losing his life, the gains would not make up for the losses. Jiang Chen had forced Mo Xian to retreat with a single strike. However, he found out that he was already surrounded. He didn't expect this to happen. He didn't expect that they would still fall into the trap. Instantly, his facial expression turned ugly. Xianxia was in danger at every step. Compared to his own condition, it was even more difficult for him. Being trapped by Ao Lai and Ao Impermanence, it was difficult for Xianxia to fight alone. With the exquisite white jade sword in her hand, it was extremely difficult for her to fight against the two of them alone. She retreated after every attack. Her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. It was the same for Long Ying'er. Facing the supreme genius of the dragon clan, Long Yingyue, she was even more cautious. "Brat, don't be distracted. Your opponent is me." Mo Xian sneered and clashed with Jiang Chen. His strength was boundless, covering the sun and the sky. The shadow of the firmament streaked across the sky. Mo Xian fought with Jiang Chen with an unparalleled posture. His might was like a dragon and a tiger, unstoppable. Jiang Chen was able to stabilize the situation facing Mo Xian's attack, but Long Ying'er and Xianxia's situation was getting more and more difficult. This was what Jiang Chen was most worried about. Xianxia's jade sword flew out as she retreated, but she was trapped by Ao Wucheng and Ao Lai. She could not fight back at all. Ao Wucheng and Ao Lai were the elites of the North Dragon Clan and East Dragon Clan. It was not easy for Xianxia to fight against the two of them alone, but the result was tragic. Xianxia was hit hard by Ao Wucheng and Ao Lai. Although they were both early divine emperors, Xianxia was obviously weaker than them. It was not because she was not strong enough, but because Ao Wucheng and the others were too terrifying. Xianxia's face turned pale under the continuous attacks. "Little lady, haha, in the end, you still have to become my woman." Ao Impermanence didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. His attacks were ruthless. Ao Lai's eyes flickered as he sneered, "You can't have such a beauty all to yourself, brother Impermanence." "Of course. Let's use her together after we catch her." He. Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai said shamelessly. Xianxia was getting more and more furious under the pressure and teasing of the two. However, it was useless. She could only take a beating. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Long Ying'er wasn't in a good situation either. The gap between the two of them was obvious. However, at this moment, Long Ying'er had become abnormally terrifying. Her eyes were blood red and her somewhat young face carried a coldness that didn't match her age. Originally, Long Ying'er still had a glimmer of hope for Long Yingyue, but now it seemed that this guy was completely a beast in human skin. He was even so ruthless to his own brothers and even slaughtered all the experts of the dragon tribe. In the end, he mixed with the Eastern Dragon tribe and the Northern Dragon tribe. This made Long Ying'er extremely furious. "Long Yingyue, are you really going to betray the Dragon Clan?" Long Ying'er shouted and pointed at Long Yingyue. "Who said I'm going to betray the Dragon Clan? I'm just killing all the unrelated people in front of me. Those people deserve to die. Whoever dares to stand in my way will die." "You are no exception," Long Yingyue said faintly. It was true that he liked Long Ying'er. However, compared to the real situation, Long Ying'er wasn't worth mentioning. That was why he could be so domineering and decisive. "Then today, I will wipe out a shameless person like you for the Dragon Clan. No stain is allowed on the Dragon Clan." Long Ying'er's eyes were burning as she looked at Long Yingyue. At this moment, she wanted to get rid of this scourge for the Dragon Clan. She wanted this guy to disappear from the world forever. Her brothers of the Dragon Clan all died in his hands. Now, he was no longer a genius of the Dragon Clan. He was an executioner who killed experts of the Dragon Clan. To Long Ying'er, this battle was a battle to prove her name. To fight for the righteousness of the Dragon Clan, to fight for her dead brothers, and to fight for the people of the world. Long Yingyue had already gone down the wrong path. He was in cahoots with the Eastern and Northern Dragon Clans. Long Ying'er despised him. "I know what you're capable of. You'd better surrender." I won't kill you. Be my woman and you can be spared from death. Long Inua looked at Long Inger indifferently. She didn't put Long Inger in her eyes at all. Knowing yourself and your enemy was the key to 100 battles. As the strongest expert of the younger generation of the Dragon Clan, Long Inua naturally understood Long Inger's strength very well. It was a piece of cake for him to take care of Long Inger. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Long Inger knew that she wasn't a match for Long Inua, but she was still resolute. Her unyielding spirit made Xianxia admire her even more. The battle with Long Inua could very well be Long Inger's swan song. Xianxia knew that the two of them had already become extremely difficult in this battle. Only the battle between him and Emo Xian was still considered normal. At this moment, it seemed that he would have to face more and more opponents. Long Inger and Long Inua constantly intertwined with each other. The earth trembled and the mountains shook. Each of their attacks was ruthless. The entire underground glacier seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Long Inger's figure was delicate, but she was like a diamond. She was fearless. Long Inua leisurely strolled in the courtyard. The ancient halberd in his hand slashed through the sky, constantly closing in on Long Inger. His aura was like a rainbow, piercing through the 9 heavens. In the end, your strength is still too weak. Long Inua shook his head and sighed. The ancient halberd was unparalleled. It tore through the void, causing Long Inger's expression to turn even more unsightly. She constantly retreated, being suppressed by the aura. Her entire body was in extreme pain. Sky Dragon Vanishing Shadow. The black gold giant dragon spiraled up and clashed with Long Inua. Silhouettes flickered across the sky. Long Inua was still full of vigor. Facing Long Inger's attack, although he was startled, he wasn't flustered. The battle between the two became more and more exciting. The surrounding trembling icicles fell unceasingly, like ice arrows falling from the sky. Long Inua used the heavenly halberd to sweep the icicles in front of Long Inger. The black gold giant dragon ignited its true dragon bloodline. At that moment, Long Inger's strength soared. Even Long Inua furrowed his brows. This fellow was seeking his own humiliation. How was this different from committing suicide? However, in order to be able to fight with Long Inua, Long Inger also cut off all means of retreat. After all, Xianxia couldn't deal with Emo Xian at all. Long Inger didn't want big brother Xianxia to worry about her. On the other side, the person who was in the most difficult situation was Xianxia. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. He could only defend and couldn't counterattack at all. He was already in a difficult situation and the injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. Xianxia's figure was like a bolt of lightning as he shot forward. With a single strike, he forced AO Impermanence and AO Lai to retreat. The two terrifying sword lights almost pierced through Xianxia's body. Otherwise, he would definitely be heavily injured and wouldn't have any means to counterattack. Xianxia was forced to retreat by Xianxia. Xianxia was facing 3 people at the same time. At this moment, as a man, he should shoulder the responsibility of not letting women get hurt, especially Xianxia. She was Tyrant's confidant. He couldn't let anything happen to her. Even if he was heavily injured and had a slim chance of survival, he couldn't ignore Xianxia. Big brother Xianxia. Xianxia exclaimed. The 3 of them had forced Xianxia to retreat again and again. The situation was quite tense. You retreat first. I alone am enough to deal with the 3 of them. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Haha, Xianxia, I'm afraid that your brain has rusted. You want to fight against the 3 of us by yourself? You must be dreaming. It's impossible for you to be a match for brother Emo Xian alone, yet you want to fight the 3 of us? It's so funny. AO Impermanence's eyes were sharp. He hated Xianxia to the core. If it weren't for those demonic shadows, he would have died in the hands of Xianxia. Today, he must pay with his blood. Brother Xianxia, be careful. Xianxia said in a low voice. Her heart was filled with worry and self-blame. She knew very well that she was already heavily injured, and the help she could provide to Xianxia was minimal. He wanted to fight against the 3 of them alone, but he had no other choice. Xianxia had no way to repay this kindness. Although Xianxia's strength wasn't ordinary, these fellows weren't easy to deal with either. If this went on, Big Brother Xianxia's situation would only become more and more difficult. However, since things had come to this, they could only do so. Brat, trying to be a hero in front of a beauty. You really don't know what's good for you. Don't even think about interfering with the matters of my dragon clan. Today, none of you can leave the pillar of the sea's heart. Aolai held his long sword in a domineering manner. Both of them were at the great perfection early Divine Emperor realm, while Mo Xian was at the mid-Divine Emperor realm. It would be very difficult for Xianxia to fight against the three of them. One should know that these people were the prodigies among the prodigies. The difficulty for Xianxia to defeat them was as difficult as plucking the moon from the 9 heavens or catching a turtle from the 5 oceans. It was almost impossible. However, for the sake of his family and friends, Xianxia wouldn't take a step back. A man would rather die standing than kneel to live. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's do it. I, Xianxia, will start a massacre today. Let's see who can stop me. Xianxia's eyes were like torches as he glanced at the three of them. At this moment, Long Ying'er's situation was once again in danger. Even though she had ignited her true dragon bloodline, it was still difficult for her to win the battle against Long Yingyue. As the strength of both of them decreased, Long Yingyue became more and more courageous while Long Ying'er was already defeated. Her true dragon bloodline was getting thinner and thinner. Be careful. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Long Yingyue and colliding with him. Otherwise, Long Ying'er would definitely be heavily injured by that strike. Even so, the true dragon bloodline in Long Ying'er's body was getting thinner and thinner, and her aura was getting weaker. You fool, igniting your true dragon bloodline. Aren't you afraid of death? Xianxia protected Long Ying'er behind him and roared. Brother Xianxia, I can't watch you bear everything alone. Ying'er's heart will hurt. Long Ying'er bit her lips, but her face was already extremely pale. Her body trembled as her life force was used up. She seemed to be on the brink of death. In today's battle, even if I, Xianxia, die, I will not let the two of you die with me. Xianxia's eyes were cold as veins popped up on his face. He clenched his fists tightly. This is a battle to the death, there's no other choice. Xianxia knew that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would not help him easily, as he didn't know if the Ancestral Dragon Emperor had finished condensing the dragon soul power. Therefore, he could only rely on Xianxia because the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was sure that there would be people coming to fight for the Sea Heart Lotus. The two of you should take a rest first. Leave the rest to me. Xianxia stood in front of Long Ying'er and Qing Xian, looking at the four of them with a calm and unruffled expression. I don't like to team up with others. Long Yingyue frowned. But today, I'll make an exception for you. Because I don't have time to waste with you here. Long Yingyue's hand shook. The heavenly halberd was like a tide of ice, making one's heart palpitate. The sharp edge of the halberd seemed to be able to cut one's soul. Mo Xian took a glance at Long Yingyue and smiled. Under the four of them, even a late divine emperor might not be able to gain the upper hand. Xianxia will definitely die today. If you want me to die, you'll have to show me your true abilities. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Under the dragon transformation, his aura became even more imposing. Mo Xian, Long Yingyue, and the others did not hold back either. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. Xianxia's arrogant sword soared through the clouds. The limitless sword swept across the sky, riding the wind and breaking the waves, swallowing the mountains and rivers. Under the dragon transformation, Xianxia became even more tyrannical. If it was only AO impermanence and AO Lai, it would definitely not be a problem. However, Mo Xian and Long Yingyue's strength were both mid-divine emperor realm. Xianxia did not dare to underestimate them. Under the dragon transformation, Xianxia still found it hard to fight against the four of them. He activated the ancient soaring dragon technique. At this moment, Xianxia's aura changed again. Facing the four great experts, he gradually stabilized the situation. However, the sword shadows and blade lights were still quite dangerous. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. The 19 swords were like a dragon in the sky, roaring in the sky. With one sword, the world trembled. What a powerful sword! The two of them retreated in order to advance, avoiding the edge of the attack. They did not dare to confront Xianxia head-on. That sword could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Long Yingyue and Emo Xian were the first to bear the brunt of it. The halberd fiercely smashed down, colliding with the heavenly dragon sword. Rays of light shot out in all directions and solitary shadows were continuous. Dragon's might in the heavens. Long Yinyue's halberd broke through the sky, destroying everything in its path as it clashed with Jiang Chen's 19th sword. Emo Xian was not careless either. The demonic shadows in the sky covered the sun and the sky. For the first time, Jiang Chen's 19th sword showed signs of being defeated. It was even in a sorry state, causing Long Ying'er and Qing Xian to be extremely worried. With Big Brother Jiang Chen's current situation, it's getting more and more difficult. It's really difficult to defeat these bastards in a 1 versus 4 battle. Qing Xian murmured. However, Long Ying'er's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Your true dragon bloodline has been exhausted, but you still couldn't defeat Long Yingyue. If you don't have a bloodline to extend your life, it won't be long before you die. Qing Xian turned his head and looked at Long Ying'er with a solemn expression. Long Ying'er shook her head slightly and shivered. Where can I find a bloodline to extend my life? Moreover, the purity of the bloodline must be the highest bloodline in the dragon clan. Now, it was difficult to even guarantee their survival. It was unknown whether they could survive or not. I don't want to implicate Big Brother Jiang Chen. Long Ying'er's eyes were blurred and tears flickered. She was not afraid of death. Her father had told her that even if a person died, there would be a difference in their status. It could be lighter than a feather or heavier than Mount Tai. But your current situation is too critical. Qing Xian said in a low voice. However, Long Ying'er shook her head because she did not want her injuries to affect Big Brother Jiang Chen. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult for him to fight. Under the ancient soaring dragon technique, it was still difficult for Jiang Chen to defeat Emo Xian and Long Yingyue. The strength of the two had greatly exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. At this moment, Jiang Chen was constantly using his techniques, but it was to no avail. It was difficult for him to change the situation and turn the tide. Divine Golden Bell. Cold River Stone. Myriad Origin Chi. Suppress. The divine weapons in Jiang Chen's hands were constantly being unleashed, but they were all damaged weapons. Otherwise, a complete immemorial divine weapon would be enough to suppress them. But even so, the power was still unstoppable. Long Yu and the others were restricted, and their attacks became much more hesitant. Jiang Chen took a few steps back. As he stretched out his hand, 4 bolts of heavenly lightning surged out. The heavenly lightning descended. Jiang Chen instantly fused with the lightning. The scene made the 4 of them pale and solemn. He actually wants to fuse the heavenly lightning together, you lunatic. Dragon, said to say, on, he too. Lung, said Long Yu. Emo Xian was incomparably solemn. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back anymore. He would fight with all his might. Who would be able to laugh till the end? Wuda's face was also filled with excitement. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen's strength would be so terrifying. As the 4 heavenly lightnings fused together, Wuda's body trembled as he murmured, "Is this guy trying to destroy this glacier?" Jiang Chen held the death lightning lotus in his hand. As the lotus moved, the surroundings trembled. Dragon to the heavens and earth. Long Yu held the ancient halberd in his hand and slashed out horizontally, slashing the heavens and earth. All living things buzzed. This strike of the halberd contained 3,000 lightning bolts, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and roar. Heavenly demonic shadow. Emo Xian also spread his arms. A demonic shadow that blotted out the sky flew up once again, covering the entire sky. No one could see where exactly Emo Xian was under the shadow of the demonic shadow. It was like a huge black curtain that blocked the light of the heavens. Roaming Dragon Strike. Ao Impermanence held the divine spear in his hand and swept it out. Ao Lai followed closely behind. The 4 of them unleashed their strongest attacks. At that moment, all of them slashed towards Jiang Chen. Long Ying'er and Qing Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Under such terrifying attacks, could Jiang Chen still be able to laugh at the world, they didn't even dare to look because they were worried that Xianxia would be turned into ashes under the joint attack of the four of them. That strike caused the heavens and earth to tremble and all living things to cry out in sorrow. All of you, scram. Xianxia extended his hand and the death lightning lotus bloomed. A black and holy lotus bloomed continuously. The heavens and earth seemed to have become incomparably silent at that moment. Long Yingyue and the others also became silent at that moment. The explosion of the death lightning lotus made the four of them freeze. After the explosion of the death lightning lotus, the surrounding shadows were constantly torn apart by the explosion of the death lightning lotus. Long Yingyue's heavenly painting was also completely shattered at this moment, cracking inch by inch. Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai were both heavily injured and fell to the ground. Their bodies trembled and they were on the verge of death. Long Yingyue and Mo Xian both knelt on one knee on the ground. They were faintly able to stand up, but their injuries were self-evident. In this battle, only Xianxia stood proudly. However, he was also an arrow at the end of its flight. The divine origin energy in his body was almost depleted. Now, he could only stand in the sky with great difficulty, coldly staring at Long Yingyue and the others. The shadows of the heavens dispersed, shaking the world with one move. Looks like your so-called Dragon Clan and Demon Shadow Clan are only SOSO. Xianxia sneered. He seemed calm and composed, but he was actually extremely worried. Long Yingyue and Mo Ying were indeed mid-divine emperor experts. The fact that the prodigies of the Dragon Clan and Demon Shadow Clan could survive the Death Lightning Lotus showed how powerful they were. Xianxia, you're really daring. However, I don't think you're any better than us now. The Heavenly Lightning Fusion can't be said to be weak. If we were to fight one-on-one, perhaps none of us would be your opponent. But now, Brother Long and I have joined hands. Let's see if you can stop us. Mo Xian said faintly, coldly staring at Xianxia. He guessed that Xianxia was already at the end of his rope. If it wasn't for the few of them joining hands to resist the Death Lightning Lotus, he would have been turned into ashes by now. That might not be the case. Why don't you give it a try? Let's see if any of you can fight me. Xianxia hooked his finger at Mo Xian and stood with his hands clasped. At that moment, Mo Xian's heart trembled. Could it be that this fella still has a way to turn the situation around? If you're not afraid of death, stand out. Xianxia roared. Long Yingyue and Mo Xian became silent. In today's battle, even if I have to risk my life, I will pull you down from your horse. Xianxia knew that Long Yingyue was putting his life on the line. He wanted to fight to the death with him. Mo Xian's heart wavered when he saw this. This time, it was better to cut off all means of retreat and get rid of Xianxia. Otherwise, once they were defeated by Xianxia, all of them would die a graveless death. At this moment, Long Yu's choice was their only choice. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Very well. Since you want to die, I, Xianxia, will fulfill your wish. Xianxia smiled and quietly formed a seal with his hands, ready to give the two of them a fatal blow. If they wanted to survive, they had to be more ruthless than anyone else. Xianxia had never thought of himself as a kind person, even though one of them was a genius of the Dragon Clan and the other was a powerhouse of the Spectre Clan. If he killed them, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in this vast world? Qin Xian and Long Ying'er looked at Xianxia silently. Long Ying'er's aura was getting weaker and weaker. At this moment, Qin Xian was extremely worried and wanted to tell Xianxia, but he was held back by Long Ying'er. Once Xianxia was distracted, he would definitely be implicated. She didn't want her own safety to affect brother Xianxia. Sister, I beg you. Long Ying'er bit her red lips, her face was as pale as paper, but she had no other choice. She only wanted big brother Xianxia to be at ease and defeat these two fellows, then the inheritance of the Dragon Clan could be protected. In the end, only when the Sea Heart Lotus fell into big brother Xianxia's hands would she be at ease. She was still hanging on to her last breath because she didn't want to see the Sea Heart Lotus being taken away by someone else. She didn't want to see her big brother Xianxia disappear in front of her. If her big brother Xianxia was really defeated, there would be no need for her to live anymore. Why are you doing this? Qin Xian smiled bitterly. She also wanted to save Long Ying'er, but Long Ying'er's body was too weak. Her bloodline couldn't extend her life at all. At this time, perhaps the only person who could help her was Xianxia. However, Long Ying'er wouldn't let Xianxia call for Xianxia no matter what. She would even rather die silently, and her body became weaker and weaker. She still wanted to bear the burden alone. Long Ying'er's decision put a great deal of pressure on Xianxia. She was powerless, yet she didn't want to save Long Ying'er. She was afraid that she would really let Long Ying'er down. If that happened, how could she face brother Xianxia? However, if she insisted, not only would not save Long Ying'er, she wouldn't be able to save Long Ying'er, but Xianxia of Qinxian, but she wouldn't. Away. Xianxia would. Qing of pain. Tianchen. Jiang. Ing. Jiangchen, and Chen, Jiangchen, Yangchen, Shi. If you guys get into a fight later, you might as well give the sea heart lotus to me. Haha. Old Taoist Wu De was still hiding in the corner with a smirk on his face. At this moment, he didn't dare to be careless. Although he didn't participate in the battle, he was more anxious than anyone else. He had been thinking about the Xi Xinlian for a long time. Old Taoist Wu De was still brooding over the dimensional heavy water being taken away by Jiangchen. He wouldn't be careless at all. He had been picking up scraps for many years, but this was the first time he was tricked by Jiangchen. Seeing that Jiangchen, Mo Xian, and Long Yingyue were like arrows at the end of their flight, Wu De was very happy. It seemed like he hadn't come for nothing. Jiangchen was brimming with confidence as he faced Roaring Moon's enormous dragon body. The demonic vortex once again blotted out the sky. Tianyin. With a formless strike, the force of a thunderbolt swept forth with an unstoppable force. Whoosh! The Tianyin was ear-splitting, causing the two's expressions to change drastically. Old Taoist Wu De also stared blankly at the scene. How many more trump cards did this fella have? At that moment, Long Yingyue and Mo Xian slowly fell to the ground. Their faces were pale, and the aura in their bodies was almost exhausted. Under this attack, Jiangchen finally knelt on one knee. Blood gushed out from his mouth, and he looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. However, Long Yingyue and Mo Xian's injuries were more serious than his, because they were the ones on the verge of death. It was already a great fortune for them to be able to survive. That attack had caused great damage to their souls. The power of Dao accumulation swept across the sky with unstoppable force. Old Taoist Wu De couldn't help but re-evaluate Jiangchen. Dao accumulation power, Dao accumulation power. Old Taoist Wu De murmured. That was the power of Dao accumulation that only an Emperor Realm expert could display. How could Jiangchen display such a technique? Although it was still far from being comparable to an Emperor Realm expert, that attack was still shocking, causing Old Taoist Wu De's heart to hang in the air. He silently looked at Jiangchen and couldn't help sighing in his heart. At this moment, Old Taoist Wu De was able to withstand it. Could this fella still have the strength to fight? Bastard, do you two still dare to act arrogantly in front of me? Jiangchen followed Mo Xian's footsteps and slowly came to Mo Xian's side. He snatched the ocean heart lotus from Mo Xian's hand. At this moment, Mo Xian was already a dead man. He could only watch everything that was happening helplessly. If you kill me, the Dragon Clan will definitely not let you off. Long Yu clenched his teeth and said. Lung Lung looked at Jiangchen. At this moment, he finally revealed his weak side. Killing you is indeed a great loss to the Dragon Clan. However, if I don't kill you, how can I explain to the experts of the Dragon Clan who died in your hands? Jiangchen snorted coldly. The great Yu soul forming light in his hand spun and a terrifying suction force sucked Long Yu's soul power into the great Yu soul forming light. Jiangchen, you will definitely die a horrible death. Long Yu was in extreme pain. At this moment, he was helpless. Even Long Ying'er was indifferent because she knew better than anyone that there was nothing she could do to turn the situation around. Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai also had no chance to escape. Their soul power was also sucked into the great Yu soul-forming light. The pain of the soul being separated from the body wasn't something an ordinary person could experience. No, don't. Jiangchen, what do you want? The Northern Dragon Clan will give it to you. Don't remove my soul, don't. Ao Impermanence said hopelessly. Mo Xian's scalp was numb and his face was pale. His body was trembling. He had failed miserably in this battle. The removal of one's soul in a battle of life and death was the most painful thing in the world. A living person's soul was removed and sent into the great soul-forming light. Mo Xian knew that his ending would be more miserable than anyone else's. However, what could he do? He had already lost to Jiang Chen. He couldn't fight anymore. He could only wait for the end of his life. This is the moment. Brother Jiang Chen, lend me the Sea Heart Lotus. I'll return it after I'm done. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around with a grave expression. He had long guessed that this old Taoist Wuda was definitely hiding somewhere, waiting to take advantage of him. Eat my seal, huh? Tianyin. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and moved both of his palms. Old Taoist Wuda's pupils instantly constricted. He took a few steps back and stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. At this moment, the heavens and earth were still incomparably calm. Tianyin was actually shouted by Jiang Chen himself. I'm just teasing you. Old Taoist Wuda, why are you so serious? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Seeing old Taoist Wuda's indescribably terrified expression, he could not help but laugh. Jiang Chen, you bastard. You're pissing me off. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Old Taoist Wuda took a step forward, but he was directly slapped away by an invisible giant palm, causing him to feel dizzy and heavily injured. His life is mine. A low shout caused Jiang Chen's expression to change once more. Qin Xian and Long Yinger, who had already revealed a hint of joy, felt their hearts sink to the bottom once more. Jiang Chen sensed that the familiar aura had finally appeared again. What she felt at that time was not Qin Xian, but him. It's not easy for you to find this place. Jiang Chen said lightly. The one who suffered the most was none other than old Taoist Wuda. He was just about to make a move, but he was seriously injured by someone. Damn, it seemed like he had made a move too early. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Damn it, I'll be an eagle from now on. Old Taoist Wuda wanted to cry but no tears came out. He curled his lips and said. This attack had almost taken his old life. The strength of this person was even stronger than Jiang Chen. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura. Long Yinger's voice was hoarse as she said with difficulty. He was wearing green clothes and carrying a heavy sword on his back. His voice was hoarse, but it was filled with an extremely fearful and heavy feeling. Even she felt a trace of pressure from his bloodline aura, which was not inferior to Jiang Chen's. This fellow's dragon tribe bloodline was at least at the 9th level, which was why he could suppress her. How can I be absent from the dragon clan's banquet? Above the dragon clan, even the most ancient elders should call me ancestor. I came to participate in the dragon clan's banquet to obtain the Sea Heart Lotus. Killing you is the most important thing. The green-cloaked man said with a calm expression. Huge waves once again rose in Long Yinger's heart. Dragon race ancestor? Who is this person? You always think that you are, but every single time, you lose to me. Is being pretentious really that important? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. If you win, it might be the Tao Tai, or it might be me. But today, we are no longer separated. Rather, we are truly a complete body. I am Tao Tai, and Tao Tai is me. Even if you're at your peak, you're no match for me. The Sea Heart Lotus is an important item, the Dragon Clan has no right to possess it. As long as I get the Sea Heart Lotus, no one will be able to defeat me in the future. The person who came was none other than Xianyuan Kanglin. Perhaps he should be called the combination of the Tao Tai and Xianyuan Kanglin. Tao Tai. He's the son of the ancestral dragon emperor, the Tao Tai? Long Yinger gasped. She did not expect this person to have such a terrifying origin. It seemed like he had a deep grudge against Jiang Chen. But how could the son of the ancestral dragon emperor be so weak? How could he only have the strength of a divine emperor? She had heard of the legend of the 9 sons of the dragon. Each of them was a destructive existence that surpassed the emperor realm. But now, it seemed like there was more to it than meets the eye. But what Long Yinger was most worried about was her brother Jiang Chen's safety. Facing such a terrifying expert, her brother Jiang Chen could not do anything alone. It was impossible for him to defeat Xianyuan Kanglin alone. Xianxia squinted his eyes. I'm afraid that I'm going to lose today's battle. But now, I'm afraid that the battle between me and Xianyuan Kanglin will become more and more difficult. We can't be sure who the winner will be until the very last moment. At least, you've never won against me before. Xianxia said calmly as if he did not feel any sense of danger. You're quite conceited. But you won't be able to escape today. Early Divine Emperor realm is still not enough. Xianyuan Kanglin smiled faintly. He and Xianxia were considered as old friends. Although this battle looked easy to him, it was not to be underestimated. Facing Xianxia, he had never won once. But it did not mean that he would be defeated this time. Mo Xian squinted his eyes and seized the chance to escape. Because he knew that Xianxia could not care about him anymore. Old Taoist Wu De also had the thought of retreating. These two fellas were going to have another life and death battle. No matter who won, he would not be able to escape. He was still feeling suffocated after being kicked by Xianyuan Kanglin. Of the 36 stratagems, running away was the best strategy. This Xianyuan Kanglin was much more terrifying than Mo Xian and Long Yu. Old Taoist Wu De could feel the domineering aura from him. Even the genius of the dragon clan, Long Yu, could not compare to him. Is that the domineering aura of the Tao Tai? Xianxia raised his blade. It was impossible to escape from Xianyuan Kanglin. Because this battle had already determined their life and death. One of them would definitely lose. Then make your move. Allow me to experience just how much you've improved in this battle. Let me see just how strong you are in your complete form. Xianxia Lungling said. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. This battle was unavoidable. Although it's a bit despicable, it's nothing to you. Xianxia, today, I will take your life. I'll fight till the end. Xianxia said coldly. He took a deep breath. Even though he had recovered 20 to 30% of his strength, it was still not enough to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. However, he had no other choice. He could not retreat from this battle. Big brother Xianxia, this is all I can do for you. Long Ying'er smiled. She instantly flew up to the void and ignited the last of her true dragon bloodline. At that moment, her strength skyrocketed. She was even comparable to Xianyuan Kanglin now. She swept out with an imposing aura. Heavenly Dragon Vanishing Shadow. Long Ying'er shouted as she soared into the sky. She waved her hand and looked at Xianxia. Big brother Xianxia, run. I can't hold on for long. If they continued to fight, brother Xianxia would definitely die. Hence, Long Ying'er dragged her injured body and decided to fight with Xianyuan Kanglin to the death. Only by doing so, she would be able to release her final brilliance. Since her bloodline power could no longer be recovered, she was willing to risk her life for brother Xianxia. Qing Xian was completely stunned. He did not expect Long Ying'er to be so persistent. Even he felt inferior. At that moment, Qing Xian's heart was filled with self-blame. He did not expect such an outcome. It was a huge failure for him to not be able to watch over Qing Xian. You silly girl. Xianxian's eyes almost popped out as he roared in anger. His face was extremely gloomy as he desperately rushed towards Long Ying'er. At this moment, Long Ying'er's strength was much greater than Xianxian's. The heavenly dragon vanishing shadow's mightiness covered the sky, forcing Xianxia and Qing Xian to retreat. She was going against Xianyuan Kanglin alone. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You reckless girl. Xianyuan Kanglin said indifferently. His attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt and a storm swept across. He pushed Long Ying'er back with one palm strike. Long Ying'er's strength was already exhausted. Even though she had ignited the last of her bloodline power, it was still useless. Xianxia was heartbroken. He actually asked Long Ying'er to die for him. One could imagine how tormented he was. Xianxia took a step forward. His eyes were blazing with fire as he pulled Long Ying'er back. However, Long Ying'er's aura was extremely weak and exhausted. Her life and death was just a matter of a thought. You're crazy. Bastard. Xianxia roared in anger as he hugged Long Ying'er tightly. He was incomparably angry and heartbroken. This delicate girl had to hold up the sky for him. How could Jiang Chen not worry about leaving her alone? Jiang Chen's body was filled with blood qi. Both of his eyes were red as he held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword's body buzzed and the sword's shadow trembled. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and was filled with anger. Protecting her. Don't let her do anything stupid again. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Obviously, he was talking to Xianxia. Long Ying'er wanted to use her final attack to save Jiang Chen's life. However, she did not know that Xianyuan Kanglin was this powerful. Now, she was in a dangerous situation. Jiang Chen looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. You silly girl. Xianxia couldn't hold back his bitterness and sorrow. Long Ying'er had already fainted and her aura was extremely weak. Compared to before, it wasn't even 1,000th of what it was. Jiang Chen's anger had been completely ignited. He clearly knew that he would most likely lose this battle. He clearly knew that it was a battle with his back against the wall and that he would most likely suffer a crushing defeat. However, he had no choice but to fight. Long Ying'er was simply a little fool. Jiang Chen sighed continuously in his heart. Even if he were to help her replenish the power of her bloodline, he reckoned that her life force would be exhausted and she would be in grave danger. The only thing Jiang Chen could do now was to eliminate Xianyuan Kanglin. This bastard, he must make him pay with his blood. You will definitely pay for this. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and raised his sword. Xianyuan Kanglin's lips turned cold and he shouted, "This is what I like. My opponent should be like this. Unparalleled in all 8 directions, who else but me can do it? Today, let's fight to our heart's content." Ha 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 ha. Xianyuan Kanglin immediately took out the profound heavy sword from his back and swung it out. He clashed with Jiang Chen continuously. Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin were evenly matched in this battle. However, Xianyuan Kanglin was constantly squeezing out his last bit of potential. Even Jiang Chen himself did not know how long he could last in this battle. However, he could not retreat, he would rather die standing. Sword shadows shot out in all directions. After images pierced through the glacier. Both of them were fighting with their lives on the ocean core pillar. Xianyuan Kanglin's profound heavy sword was unstoppable. Jiang Chen had consumed a lot of his strength, he could not recover to his peak in a short period of time. He had to be careful with every step he took. After merging with his complete body, Xianyuan Kanglin's strength had reached the Great Circle Mid-Divine Emperor realm. Compared to Jiang Chen, he was a realm stronger. His strength was even stronger than Shangguan Hongyan. Jiang Chen knew that his situation was getting more and more difficult. However, he could not afford to lose, he could not fall. Otherwise, Xianxia and Ying'er would die. He would definitely send them out of here, even if he had to pay with his life. Jiang Chen was already fighting with his life. The limitless sword rose from the sky and descended from the ground. The 19th sword kept breaking through and slashed out. Jiang Chen was looking for an opportunity to break through. Finally, the 20th sword made Jiang Chen comprehend it. It was the sword of life and death. It was even more fearless than the 19th sword. The 20th sword had reached the peak of Jiang Chen's sword Dao. Although it was not perfected yet, the sword intent of the 20th sword had made Xianyuan Kanglin unable to break through it. If he was at his peak, Jiang Chen was sure that no mid-divine emperor realm expert could withstand the 20th sword. Even so, the 20th sword was filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. The sword intent of life and death had completely sublimated at this moment. It had completely changed Jiang Chen's limitless sword. 20th sword. The cold-blooded sword qi cut through life and death, the limitless sword cut through reincarnation. The 20th sword had almost exhausted all of Jiang Chen's divine origin qi. However, that sword was still shocking. Xianyuan Kanglin retreated with fear. Even though Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he should not be underestimated. Half of the 20th sword could be attributed to Xianyuan Kanglin. If Jiang Chen did not push his strength to the limit, he would not be able to break through in such a short period of time. The sword intent of life and death, the 20th sword. Let's see how long you can last. Xianyuan Kanglin harumphed coldly. The sinister smile on his face became more obvious. Although Jiang Chen's 20th sword was powerful, it was not unbreakable. If it was Jiang Chen at his peak, Xianyuan Kanglin would definitely retreat. but now, Xianyuan Kanglin was not worried at all. As long as he managed to dodge Jiang Chen's attack, the following attacks would definitely weaken. By that time, he would be able to attack Jiang Chen again. Xianyuan Kanglin was very confident now. After fusing with the Tao Tai, he could change his form at will. Moreover, he was able to merge with the Tao Tai. The Great Soul Derivation Technique and the Soul Seizing Divine Technique both possessed supreme pressure. Currently, whether it was the Soul Seizing Technique, the Soul Seizing Technique, or the Soul Seizing Technique, they had all undergone earth-shattering changes. The Great Soul Derivation Technique in the Soul Awakening realm combined with Jiang Chen's Soul Seizing Divine Art was extremely powerful. This is the moment. The power of the 20th sword had yet to dissipate. Another wave of power rose. Jiang Chen's Soul Seizing Divine Art was unleashed once again. Soul Annihilation Technique. In an instant, Xianyuan Kanglin was pushed back. His face was extremely pale. The soul energy of a peak Emperor realm expert combined with the Great Soul Derivation Technique was even more powerful. If the Great Soul Derivation Technique could reach the primordial origin realm, the effect would be even more terrifying. It might even be able to kill Xianyuan Kanglin. It might not be a legend, it could at least make him lose his ability to fight. But at this moment, Jiang Chen could only heavily injure Xianyuan Kanglin. He could not deal a fatal blow to him. Bastard! Xianyuan Kanglin retreated. He had a splitting headache. The soul annihilation technique had caused severe damage to his soul. Even though he had fused with the Tao Tai, his soul energy was only at the early Emperor realm. If his soul energy was not at the early Emperor realm, he might really die here. Xianyuan Kanglin did not expect Jiang Chen to be able to unleash such power when he was unprepared. This fella is really hard to deal with. I will kill you. I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. Ultimate Dragon Devouring Technique, Xianyuan Kanglin turned into 100 zhang tall Tao Tai. At this moment, the Tao Tai opened its bloody mouth and started to devour everything in its path. The icicles, dust, and corpses were all devoured by the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen's face changed drastically. He quickly kept Qing Xian and Long Yinger into the myriad Qi cauldron. Otherwise, the two of them would not have been able to escape. Jiang Chen immediately raised his blade and plunged into the glacier with the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, his long hair fluttered in the wind, heaven and earth trembled. There was nothing around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood firmly on the ground, but the glacier beneath his feet started to crack. It might even be devoured by Xianyuan Kanglin at any moment. Proud Sword of the Firmament. Birth of Heavenly Dragon. Jiang Chen unleashed his final attack. The sword spirit of the Heavenly Dragon Sword was unleashed at this moment. A terrifying dragon roar was heard, piercing through the sky. The sword turned into a berserk dragon and charged towards Xianyuan Kanglin. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the sword spirit soared 90,000 li away. Jiang Chen finally fell to the ground after unleashing his sword. Every single cell in his body seemed to have deteriorated as all of his life force and potential were exhausted. Jiang Chen was gasping for breath. This sword had completely defeated Xianyuan Kanglin. The sword pierced through his chest, but the Tao Tai was still hammering on his chest. He roared and roared, blood gushed out, but he was still able to fight. Jiang Chen, let's see what else you can do to defy the heavens this time. Xianyuan Kanglin turned into his human form and slashed the glacier with his profound heavy sword. Open Heaven Seal. Jiang Chen's pupil shrunk. He condensed the last of his Tao energy and unleashed an attack. The heavens and earth changed. Under the Open Heaven Seal, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. As soon as the seal was unleashed, Xianyuan Kanglin's profound heavy sword started to crack. He was pushed back, blood gushed out from his body. The Open Heaven Seal had defeated Xianyuan Kanglin in one strike. Jiang Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, even if Xianyuan Kanglin did not die, he did not have the strength to fight anymore. You failed again. Xianyuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and smiled coldly. His white teeth were covered with blood. His arrogant smile was full of vigor at this moment. Xianyuan Kanglin slowly moved his fingers. His life was hanging by a thread. But at this moment, he could not fight back anymore. His injuries were more severe than Jiang Chen's. The sea heart lotus is mine. A muffled voice was heard from the void. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he staggered backwards. An incomparable giant hand covered the sky. It seemed like it was pressing Jiang Chen under it, as if it was going to crush him. The palm was extremely powerful, formed by endless divine origin energy. It even seemed like it had its own soul. It wanted to crush Jiang Chen and snatch the sea heart lotus. How dare you! After a shout, a purple-golden giant dragon soared into the sky and charged towards the giant hand. It was the ancestral dragon emperor. After images filled the void. Jiang Chen stared at this scene. It seemed like the ancestral dragon emperor's guess was right. This fella that came out of nowhere was going to fight for the sea heart lotus. He must be someone from the dragon clan, but he did not show himself. S3, Jiang Chen was shocked. The formless giant hand and the ancestral dragon emperor's thousand Zhan dragon body started clashing against each other. The battle was shocking. Bastard! The giant hand was getting weaker and its aura was constantly changing. The illusionary figure was getting weaker and weaker. However, the ancestral dragon emperor's purple gold dragon body was still extremely terrifying. Under the crazy attacks, the giant hand that was falling from the sky was finally destroyed. At that moment, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestral dragon emperor was still standing proudly in the sky. Leave. The ancestral dragon emperor said as he stared at Xianyuan Kanglin. Since half of his bloodline belonged to him. The ancestral dragon emperor knew that Xianyuan Kanglin was not a good person. He had fought with Jiang Chen many times but he always managed to escape. At this moment, when Xianyuan Kanglin was in his hands, the ancestral dragon emperor did not have the courage to kill him. Jiang Chen did not say anything. Although he wanted to kill Xianyuan Kanglin, he understood the ancestral dragon emperor's difficulties. Tao Tai was his son and Xianyuan Kanglin was a half-human half-beast. It was hard for the ancestral dragon emperor to kill him. Xianyuan Kanglin harumphed coldly and left without looking back. Do you know who is the one that attacked us? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know. But it should be someone from the dragon clan. I can feel his aura but I can't find him. He should not know who I am. The ancestral dragon emperor said. Jiang Chen remained silent for a while and nodded. As long as the ancestral dragon emperor did not reveal his identity. The dragon soul energy in my body is extremely powerful. I will help you recover your strength now and you might even break through. The ancestral dragon emperor said. All right. What did he do? You still look like you're unwilling. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. Brother Jiang Chen, hurry up. Otherwise, Lady Ying Er might be in danger. Qing Xian said with a red face. What do you mean hurry up? Jiang Chen's face turned red. This is too embarrassing. But then he thought, this is all to save Ying Er. I'll explain it to her when she wakes up. After all, this is the only way. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. At this moment, only the power of his bloodline could save her. Jiang Chen knew that he had to do it. Jiang Chen and Long Ying Er's silhouettes slowly weaved together and overlapped with each other. Both of their bodies were covered with a thick layer of cocoon. Finally, a 10-meter large egg was formed. In the pillar of the ocean's core, time seemed to have passed. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them finally woke up. The giant egg was also cracked. Jiang Chen was the first to wake up. He looked at the naked woman in his bosom. Her hair seemed to have grown longer, her figure seemed to have become better, and the smile on her face seemed to have become sweeter. At this moment, Long Ying Er in his bosom seemed to have completed the transformation of a teenage girl. She was now a woman who could bring disaster to a country. At this moment, Jiang Chen was stunned. Ah! A scream woke Jiang Chen up from his trance. At that moment, Ying Er tightly grabbed her clothes that obviously didn't fit her anymore. She bit her red lips and her eyes were filled with shyness and anger. However, after the anger, she seemed to feel a trace of melancholy and panic. Brother Jiang Chen, you actually, Long Ying Er turned her head away. Her face was filled with tears. She never thought that Brother Jiang Chen would actually do such a thing to her. Sigh, Ying Er, this matter isn't what you think it is. You were already on the verge of death. This is the only way for me to fuse with you. Only then can I completely transfer the power of my bloodline to you and complete your salvation. Otherwise, Xianxia said with a bitter face. At this moment, he wasn't going to turn his back on Long Ying'er after finishing his meal. He just felt a little awkward as he didn't know how to face Long Ying'er. He had treated her as a girl before this. However, at this moment, Long Ying'er seemed to have completely grown up. Whether it was her figure or her face, her temperament or her eyes, she was no longer that young woman. Instead, she had turned into a young woman. She was full of shyness and nervousness. I'm sorry, Brother Xianxia. I have wronged you, but, Long Ying'er wanted to say something but stopped. She didn't know how to face Brother Xianxia. From the bottom of her heart, she really liked Xianxia. Imperceptibly, she had already turned into an AI. She had never cared so much about a man before. She knew that this was an AI from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, why would she sacrifice herself to block that fatal blow for Xianxia and even think of letting him escape? Don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility for you, Xianxia said. He naturally wouldn't leave Long Ying'er like this. Although he was passive and did it to save someone, Xianxia could not take responsibility for ruining a girl's innocence. Moreover, Long Ying'er was lively and AI. She was kind and gentle, which was what Xianxia liked. He couldn't help but think of that pure and considerate girl. Little you, where are you? Do you know how much I miss you? Brother Xianxia, if you don't like me, you don't have to force it. Long Ying'er's eyes were filled with tears as she said softly. She lowered her head with mixed feelings in her heart. Xianxia hugged Long Ying'er's frail body and they hugged each other tightly. I like you so much that I can't wait to hold you in my arms forever, Xianxia said with a smile. Long Ying'er smiled through her tears, feeling extremely happy. When the two of them put on their clothes, not only Xianxia but even Xianxia was dumbfounded. Is this the same Long Ying'er from before? She had long black hair, a slender figure that was comparable to Xianxia's. Her legs were slender, and she had bright eyes and white teeth. She was like a fairy in the mortal world. Her smile was graceful, gentle, and elegant. Her fiery red clothes could not conceal her peerless beauty. Xianxia could not help but gasp in amazement. She was like a work of art that was given to him by the heavens. Xianxia wanted to hug her and kiss her. Her blushing cheeks were like the setting sun, giving Xianxia unlimited imagination. I can't even recognize you after putting on your clothes, Xianxia mumbled. Brother Xianxia, what nonsense are you talking about? Long Ying'er stomped her feet and her cheeks blushed. There was a hint of anger deep in her eyes, but she could not bear to scold him. I'll have to call you sister-in-law in the future. He. Xianxia joked. Long Ying'er's cheeks blushed even more. Xianxia brought Xianxia and Long Ying'er away from the pillar of the heart of the sea. At that moment, there were still hundreds of people on the evil spirit island. They were waiting to see who would be the final winner. When the green-robed old man saw only Xianxia and the other two walking out, his eyes gradually narrowed and his expression changed slightly. You really walked out alive, the green-robed old man mumbled. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Those people, they're all dead. Only the three of us are left, Xianxia said proudly as he looked at the green-clothed old man. At this moment, the green-clothed old man was speechless. The green-robed old man's heart was in a perilous state. Just what was this guy's background? Everyone died inside? Wasn't this too ridiculous? It was the Rising Dragon banquet of the Dragon Clan, yet not a single member of the Dragon Clan managed to leave the Sea Heart Pillar alive. This was definitely quite an ironic thing. The Dragon Clan was completely annihilated. Sigh. The green-robed elder shook his head with a stiff expression. Elder, I'm Long Ying'er, I'm not dead yet. Long Ying'er rolled her eyes and smiled. The old man in green took a closer look. Although the peerless beauty in front of him had changed her appearance, she indeed had the outline of Long Ying'er when she was young. It was really her. Ha, at least we didn't all die. Girl, did you get the Sea Heart Lotus? The green-clothed old man smiled as he looked at Long Ying'er solemnly. Long Ying'er looked at Xianxia, causing the green-clothed old man's face to turn even uglier. What he was afraid of had come. This fella without a single spiritual fish ointment actually became the final winner and became the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet. To the Dragon Clan, this was simply a terrible thing. This fella is so strong. Seems like we've all underestimated him. Everyone died. That's too scary. Luckily, I didn't go down. Otherwise, I'd probably die without knowing why. You're right. One should know when to stop being greedy. A wise man submits to circumstances. Not everyone will become the darling of the times and the lucky ones of the goddess of destiny. It's great to be alive. Isn't it so? But this is also a training experience. After all, we participated in the Rising Dragon Banquet of the Dragon Clan and we survived. Haha. The group of people felt like they had just survived a disaster. Because everyone who entered the Rising Dragon Banquet had died. It was a pity. The Eastern Dragon Clan, the Northern Dragon Clan, and even the genius disciple of the Dragon Clan, Long Yu, had died there. The Rising Dragon Banquet this time around was a battle of life and death. Xianxia brought Long Ying'er and Xianxia along with him as they rode on the waves. At this moment, everyone followed closely behind them. Xianxia's elegance was something that they could never catch up to. However, at this moment, they would still follow him. After all, he was the final winner of the Rising Dragon Banquet. Looking at Xianxia's back view, the green-clothed old man couldn't hide the bitterness in his heart. As an elder of the Dragon Clan, he was filled with disappointment. This was the only time the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet wasn't from the Dragon Clan. At this moment, on the Dragon Clan square, countless people were looking forward to the return of the true champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet to the Dragon Clan. This time around, I think Long Yu will definitely be the champion. There aren't many people who can match up to him. That's true. Long Yu will definitely be the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet. The champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet won't be taken away by others. You guys are so confident in Long Yu. What if the final winner isn't him? Suddenly, someone said in an extremely disappointing manner. The champion will definitely be Long Yu. Yeah, the strongest genius of our Dragon Clan, how can he be ordinary? You guys don't have to worry. It will definitely be Long Yu. Everyone was looking forward to it, their hearts full of hope. Long Xianxia silently looked into the distance. He didn't have much ambition. He only hoped that his child could return safely. They're back! They're back! No one knew who shouted. In an instant, everyone looked into the distance and saw many figures flying through the air, returning from the endless western sea. Long Xianxia's pupils constricted. He looked for everyone, but there was no sign of his child. At that moment, Long Xianxia's body trembled, his face full of despair. Who will be the champion? Who will be the final winner? Countless people of the Dragon Clan were silently looking forward to it. However, Long Yu didn't return. Long Xiaoquan didn't return. Even Long Ying'er didn't return. Everyone who participated in the Rising Dragon Banquet didn't return. The entire dragon tribe was in an uproar. To the dragon tribe, this was a blatant humiliation. Not a single member of the dragon tribe returned from the Rising Dragon Banquet. Looking at the smug faces of the outsiders, the elders of the dragon tribe almost exploded in anger. Could it be that our Dragon Clan was completely annihilated this time? Someone sighed. At that moment, it was as if the people of the Dragon Clan had just woken up from a dream. This time, they had lost a lot of face. It was simply a hopeless situation. The Sea Heart Lotus is in my hands. I am the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet. Xianxia looked down at the firmament. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Brother Long, you're here too. Xianxia looked at Long Xianxia, but Long Xianxia's face was filled with sorrow. He silently nodded, sorrow welling up from within. Brother Long, why are you so sad? Xianxia frowned and asked, ignoring everyone's gaze. My daughter didn't come back, Long Xianxia murmured, the despair in his eyes overflowing. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know which one was his daughter. Father, I'm back. Father? Xianxia's head buzzed. No way? Long Xianxia is your father? Jiang Chen was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, his heart was filled with a bitter smile. The daughter that Long Jingze has been waiting for is actually Long Ying'er. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I have saved your father before, and your father actually treats me as a brother. You are Ying'er? Long Jingze's head buzzed. How could I not recognize my own daughter? He just didn't notice her just now. After carefully looking at her, it was indeed so. It was really Long Ying'er. She was really his daughter. However, her appearance had changed so much that even he, as her father, couldn't recognize her. Come. Brother Jiang, let me introduce you. This is my daughter. Long Ying'er, ha ha ha. Both of you returned from the endless West Sea together. You should know each other. Long Jingze said with a laugh. Brother Long, Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. He couldn't continue to call Long Jingze brother Long. He had turned into an old Mount Tai. Father, we are already together. Long Ying'er said in a low voice with a blushing face. This, Long Jingze couldn't accept it for a moment. You are my woman, and he is my savior. He calls me brother Long, and you call me father. What kind of seniority is this? Brother Jiang, I treat you as a brother. You actually slept with my daughter. Long Jingze stared at Jiang Chen with a serious face. Jiang Chen also felt extremely bitter in his heart. Brother Long, I really had no choice. However, Jiang Chen wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't recognize others. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and nod his head helplessly. Sigh, forget it. Children and grandchildren have their own happiness. From now on, you can call me Uncle Long. My daughter can't call me father while you call me brother, right? The corner of Long Jingze's mouth slightly raised, and his expression returned to normal. Although his daughter was already with Jiang Chen, what was done could not be undone. Long Jingze, who was used to big scenes, naturally quickly recovered his expression. At this time, not everyone could remain calm, but Long Jingze perfectly showed his ability to adapt. For him, Brother Dragon becoming Uncle Dragon was not something unacceptable. Father, Long Ying'er said in a low voice as the redness on her face grew even more intense, causing many people from the dragon tribe to be dumbfounded. Long Ying'er was originally the most beautiful person in the dragon clan. Now, her figure and appearance had changed quite a bit, once again becoming the most beautiful person in the dragon clan, instantly captivating everyone. But now, Long Ying'er was with an outsider. This caused countless youths of the dragon clan to beat their chests and stamp their feet, feeling incomparably sad. Ying'er. It's really Ying'er, she's still alive. Long Yu and Long Xiaoquan are both dead, only Ying'er is still alive. Yes, she has preserved the last shred of dignity of the dragon clan. But the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet has been taken away by an outsider. What a pity. Can't help it, who asked him to be so strong? Even Long Yu has failed, who else would dare to act rashly? Did you guys notice, whether it's Ao Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Tribe or Ao Lai of the Eastern Dragon Tribe, none of them appeared among them. Many people from the Dragon Clan felt guilty, but they were still a little conflicted about Jiang Chen winning the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet. But so what if they were conflicted? Didn't he still get the Sea Heart Lotus? And he even got the beauty. At this moment, Jiang Chen was the center of attention, countless people were envious of him. He wasn't a member of the Dragon Clan, but he became the son-in-law of the Dragon Clan. According to the saying of the Dragon Clan, good things should not flow to outsiders. After all, he didn't leave the hands of the Dragon Clan. But many people were extremely uncomfortable. After all, the one who won the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet wasn't Long Yu, so they didn't buy it. In their eyes, they could only accept it if someone from the Dragon Clan won the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet. Jiang Chen looked at them coldly. These people were all so arrogant, but now they were all dumbfounded, right? The genius disciple that you're so proud of is just a pile of dog shit in my hands. Long Jingze was also happy for Jiang Chen winning the first place of the Rising Dragon banquet. After all, Jiang Chen could be said to be his son-in-law. He was also very happy that Long Ying'er could find such an ideal husband. He didn't have high hopes for Long Yu, because that fellow was too arrogant and too cold. Although it was a pity that Long Yu couldn't return from the endless western sea, Long Jingze wasn't the slightest bit surprised. Jiangchen winning the first place was truly well-deserved. Long Jingze had witnessed his strength. Although every single member of the Dragon Clan was unwilling in their hearts, they had ultimately failed. The Dragon Clan's face had hit rock bottom. They had failed in their own territory, which made others sigh in pity. Long Yinyue's death had also caused the entire Dragon Clan to become extremely gloomy. They had even observed a moment of silence for him. Long Yinyue was the strongest genius of the Dragon Clan in the past 1,000,000 years. But he had died in this rising dragon banquet. It was the greatest irony. How did Long Yu die? That's right, quickly tell us, did Jiangchen kill him? What exactly happened? Why didn't Long Yu come out alive? Everyone looked at Long aggressively. They were even filled with a threatening aura towards Long Enough. What's done cannot be undone. Do you still want to force my daughter into a dead end? All of you, step down. Long Jingze furiously roared, coldly looking at everyone present. Instantly, the members of the Dragon Clan didn't dare to say another word. After all, Long Jingze was the 9th elder, and his status and strength were extraordinary. Moreover, this matter wasn't caused by Long So what if I killed him? Life and death are up to fate, and success or failure is up to the heavens. If you wanted to kill me, should I wash my neck clean and wait? Jiangchen coldly sneered, the corner of his mouth coldly sweeping across everyone of the Dragon Clan. At that moment, although Jiangchen had become the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet, it made everyone of the Dragon Clan glare at him. Long Jingze's heart sank. He never imagined that Long Yu was killed by Jiangchen. However, it was still a little inappropriate for him to boldly admit it in front of everyone. In a life-and-death battle, blades and spears naturally had no eyes. However, the final result made everyone incomparably furious. Everyone of the Dragon Clan looked at Jiangchen with murderous gazes, wishing that they could eat his flesh and cut him into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in their hearts. The death of Long Yu and all the geniuses of the Dragon Clan caused the entire Dragon Clan to silently mourn. Being the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet might be considered lucky for many people, but for Jiangchen at this moment, he was being condemned by everyone. All the people of the Dragon Clan, except for Long Jingze and Long Ying'er, were glaring at Jiangchen. This was because Jiangchen had killed a top genius of the Dragon Clan, which was equivalent to a disaster for them. Even if Jiangchen didn't admit it, he couldn't avoid it. However, at this moment, what he was most worried about was that the people of the Dragon Clan wouldn't believe that Long Yinue was a traitor of the Dragon Clan. At that time, he would really be unable to explain himself. Now it's time to go to the Dragon Clan Hall. As the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet, you have to receive your reward eventually. Long Jingze said with a dignified expression. It was quite difficult to face the people of the Dragon Clan. Although Long Jingze believed in Jiangchen, it didn't mean that other people of the Dragon Clan believed in Jiangchen. After all, Jiangchen had personally admitted that he had killed Long Yinue. This was an indisputable fact. Jiangchen nodded silently. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. After all, he was in the Dragon Clan, so he had to be as low-key as possible. However, the Dragon Clan was, after all, an ancient clan. At this time, even if Jiangchen was the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet and obtained the Sea Heart Lotus, the result might not be a good thing. Long Ying'er held Jiangchen's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly leave her. Don't worry, I don't think the Dragon Clan would be so overbearing. Jiangchen smiled and stepped into the Dragon Clan's meeting hall with Long Jingze. Behind him, Long Ying'er, Xianxia, and more than 10 people who held the spirit fish ointment in their hands. In Jiangchen's eyes, these guys were the final victors. They didn't even go down the pillar of the ocean's heart. Jiangchen killed everyone, which helped them instead. The atmosphere in the hall of the Dragon Clan was still cold and solemn. It was so much so that no one dared to breathe loudly. Long Jingze was seated at the end, with the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan standing in the middle. However, Jiangchen saw an arrogant middle-aged man in a golden robe. His expression was calm, but it was filled with arrogance. It was as if every single action of his was filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. Jiangchen understood in his heart. Needless to say, this person must be the current clan leader of the dragon clan. Are you Jiangchen? The middle-aged man in the lead said calmly. However, he gave Jiangchen quite a bit of pressure. No one dared to say a word. The clan leader's aura could look down on the entire 9 heavens. That's right. Jiangchen nodded slightly and said in a low voice. Not bad. As expected, heroes come from the young. The 9th level bloodline power is also you? The one who killed Long Inui is also you? Aoji said calmly. However, Jiangchen could feel the coldness and anger in Aoji's heart. It seemed that Aoji did not like him at all because he had killed a genius of the dragon clan, and not just one person. That's right. However, I only killed Long Inui. The others were all killed by Long Inui. Because he betrayed the dragon clan and joined hands with the Eastern Dragon Clan, the Northern Dragon Clan, and the Spectre Clan. Jiangchen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Facing Aoji's cold gaze, Jiangchen did not show the slightest hint of fear. The Spectre Clan? It can't be, right? Why would the Spectre Clan come to our Dragon Clan? Could it be some kind of conspiracy? Long Inui rebelled? Betrayed the Dragon Clan? What a joke. This is the funniest joke I've heard in hundreds of years. Impossible. A bunch of nonsense. You killed a genius of our dragon clan, yet you want to push all the blame onto someone else. You're really shameless. Yes, I don't believe it either. What's done is done. What the dragon clan looks down on the most is people like you who distort the truth. He's already dead, yet you still want to accuse Long Inui of betraying the dragon clan. I'll be the first to disagree. Instantly, as Jiangchen's words fell, the entire hall was quickly filled with countless angry voices. No one believed Jiangchen's nonsense. In their opinion, Jiangchen was asking to be humiliated. Who would believe such words? He killed Long Inui for the good of the dragon clan? To eliminate a traitor for the dragon clan? Long Xiaokuan and the genius of the dragon clan did not die in his hands, but in the hands of Long Inui. This was simply absurd. Jiangchen sneered. He knew that these people would not believe him. Other than Qing Xian and Long Ying'er, no one else would believe him. This was because he was already at the lowest point of morality. As a member of the Dragon Clan, how could Long Inui betray the Dragon Clan? Even if he did betray them, Jiangchen gradually understood that they would not admit to it because it would be a humiliation for the Dragon Clan. In short, it was a fact that he killed Long Inui. That was enough. You can't slander me. Brother Jiangchen definitely did not kill anyone else from the Dragon Clan. He only killed Long Inui. We saved Long Inui once, but not only was he not grateful, he repaid kindness with enmity and almost caused our deaths. In the end, he got involved with the Spectre Clan, the Eastern Dragon Clan, and the Northern Dragon Clan to kill us. In the end, he was killed by Brother Jiangchen. If you didn't see all of this with your own eyes, how would you understand? Long Ying'er said with a serious face and her voice was extremely low. He, it's easy for you to say. I don't think we need to elaborate on your relationship with him, right? You've already become someone else's woman and are no longer a member of the Dragon Clan. Now, you've learned to help an outsider. Do you think we'll believe your nonsense? Do you think you'll speak ill of your man? What a joke. The third elder's face was dark and full of disdain. The corner of his mouth carried a mocking smile. This angered Long Ying'er so much that her face turned green. However, there was nothing she could do. She could only clench her teeth, unable to defend herself. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Plus, you already predicted that Long Inui would win in the end. However, the result made your jaws drop to the ground. Didn't you? No matter who it was, if it was someone else, I'm afraid you would say the same thing, right? I just want to know, is this how the Dragon Clan treats the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet? Could it be that all of you are so despicable? Where is the demeanor of a great clan? You've really opened my eyes. If the person who died today was me and the final winner was Long Inui, would you still care? I don't think you even want to know who I am. Right now, I'm standing here with the attitude of the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet and not a prisoner. What right do you have to interrogate me? Xianxia took a step forward. He was calm and composed as he looked at the Dragon Clan leader, Aoji. His eyes were sharp and he did not take a step back. At that moment, the faces of everyone from the Dragon Clan became extremely ugly. Xianxia's words were equivalent to giving them a heavy blow. However, they did not seem to be able to refute it. Bastard! How can a child like you be allowed to act rashly in the Dragon Clan's hall? The fourth elder growled. His brows were completely knitted together as he glared at Xianxia. The Rising Dragon Banquet is a cruel trial. Life and death are up to fate, success and failure are up to the heavens. If one loses, or dies, it only means that one's strength is insufficient and his skills are not as good as others. Is there any objection? Xianxia was not afraid of anyone. At that moment, he and Aoji's eyes intertwined. Aoji's lips curled into a faint smile and his eyes became extremely sharp. No matter what the truth is, you did kill Long Yu. The seventh elder pointed at Xianxia and said. So what if I killed him? Since you're afraid of death, why did you enter the Rising Dragon Banquet to compete with me and fight for life and death? Xianxia said in a low voice. Everyone fell silent again, speechless. Long Jing's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. What a good Xianxia. Life and death are up to fate, success and failure are up to the heavens. This guy had guts and vigor. Even in front of the Dragon Patriarch, he did not have the slightest bit of cowardice. Only such a person was qualified to protect his daughter. Enough. Aoji said faintly. Everyone stopped talking. The Patriarch's words carried enormous weight. Who dared to disobey him? Xianxia is right. Today, he is the winner of the Rising Dragon Banquet, but we're talking to him like interrogators. It's a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. Don't argue about this anymore. Everyone will die, but who can avoid it? Only the heavens can only blame themselves for not being as good as others. If a flower that grows in a greenhouse needs to be protected, then it's not the top genius of the Dragon Clan. Aoji's words made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. It seemed that this patriarch of the Dragon Clan was quite reasonable. However, Xianxia realized that the coldness in his eyes did not diminish at all. This person also had a grudge against him. However, he was in a high position. Xianxia knew that such a person would not easily lose his temper. Now that he was the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet, no one could refute him. As the final winner, Xianxia should get what he deserved. Thank you for your wise judgment, Patriarch. Xianxia said faintly. However, he knew that his crisis was definitely not over yet. Right now, he had already become the public enemy of the Dragon Tribe. It was so much so that everyone had the right to kill him. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dragon Tribe's clan chief had to consider the bigger picture, there might even be people who wanted to attack Xianxia right now. Long Yinger also heaved a sigh of relief. At least until now, Xianxia was no longer in danger. With the Patriarch's words, no one dared to make things difficult for Xianxia. Since that's the case, you've won first place in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Bring me the Sea Heart Lotus. The Great Elder said coldly. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. You want my Sea Heart Lotus? Why should I give it to you? You want me to hand over something that I risked my life to obtain? Absolutely impossible. Unless I die. Yeah, hurry up and hand over the Sea Heart Lotus, that's the symbol of the Rising Dragon Banquet. You brat, don't tell me you're lying to the Patriarch and the Elders? If you don't have the Sea Heart Lotus, then don't even think about leaving here alive. If you dare to lie to me, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Everyone was waiting for Xianxia to hand over the Sea Heart Lotus, but at that moment, Xianxia fell into silence. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia said in an unquestionable tone, the Sea Heart Lotus is here. Holding the Sea Heart Lotus in his hand, Xianxia did not have the slightest intention of handing it over. When Aoji saw the Sea Heart Lotus in Xianxia's hand, his pupils shrank and his face turned extremely solemn. To him, the Dragon Tribe's clan leader, the Sea Heart Lotus was extremely important. I've painstakingly obtained the Sea Heart Lotus. It's my reward for the Rising Dragon Banquet. Why should I hand it over? I've exchanged my life for it. Sorry, Xianxia, can't do it. If you want it, you can fight for it yourself. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he said in a deep voice. At this moment, all the experts of the dragon tribe were infuriated. Dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts in the hall glared at Jiang Chen. Do you want to keep the Sea Heart Lotus for yourself? It's the treasure of our dragon tribe. The great elder shouted angrily, even his face was filled with anger, as if he was going to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. The mightiness of a late divine emperor was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and felt a great pressure. However, he did not back down at all and argued for what was right. I, Jiang Chen, risked my life to become the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet, and the Sea Heart Lotus is the symbol. If I give the Sea Heart Lotus to you, who will recognize me as the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet? Great Elder, you don't have to be so angry. Am I wrong? If you're capable, the Sea Heart Lotus is yours. If you're from the Dragon Tribe, you might give it to me without hesitation, but I, Jiang Chen, can't do it. This is the symbol of the Rising Dragon Banquet. Is the Great Elder going to deprive me of the title of champion? Jiang Chen asked back, making the Great Elder fall into silence. He was speechless and did not know what to say. Good, what a glib tongue. Not bad, the Sea Heart Lotus is yours, the best reward for being the champion of the Rising Dragon Banquet. However, from now on, you'll be a member of the Dragon Tribe. Although you have the 9th layer dragon bloodline power, you haven't experienced the heavenly dragon baptism in the ancient land of the Dragon Tribe, so you're not a true member of the Dragon Tribe. That will be the final place of inheritance for you. Aoji stood up slowly and said calmly. The Great Elder and the others wanted to say something but stopped. Aoji's words carried enormous weight, no one in the Dragon Tribe dared to refute him. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Dragon Tribe. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. However, he could feel that countless powerful forces had locked onto him, as if they wanted to cut him into pieces. Obviously, these people were incomparably angry, but they were afraid of the dignity of the patriarch of the dragon family. That was why they restrained their anger. 3 days later, at the ancient land of the Dragon Tribe, you'll receive the inheritance baptism. At that time, you'll be a member of the Dragon Tribe. Jiang Chen, I hope you won't disappoint me. Aoji smiled calmly. He turned around and disappeared from the hall. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. At this moment, he was worried that the patriarch of the Dragon Tribe would discover his identity. Moreover, if the ancestral Dragon Emperor were to reveal his identity, they might not be able to deal with him easily. Ancient land of the Dragon Tribe. Jiang Chen could feel that the ancestral Dragon Emperor was getting excited in the Zulong Tower. The ancient land of the Dragon Tribe seemed to be a place that he cared a lot about. However, Jiang Chen was also extremely cautious. Even Aoji was filled with greed when he looked at the Ocean Heart Lotus in his hand. This Ocean Heart Lotus was clearly something. 3 days quietly passed. However, at this moment, the Dragon Clan was already surging with undercurrents. Long Jingza had found Jiang Chen 3 times with the same goal. He wanted him to take this opportunity to leave the Dragon Clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he entered the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, he might not have the chance to leave anymore. Long Jingza was also thinking for Jiang Chen's sake. Otherwise, with his understanding of the Dragon Clan, this matter would definitely not be left at that. Even if the clan leader did not intervene, there would still be more people who would obstruct him. The danger was naturally not something that outsiders could understand. However, Jiang Chen's stubbornness also made Long Jingza speechless. This guy had eaten a heavy weight and was determined to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan to receive the inheritance. He said that it was too important to him, so he could not leave just like that. Then you must be more careful. Long Jingza could only helplessly sigh in the end. He was not worried about Long Ying'er. After all, she was a member of the Dragon Clan. No matter how despicable they were, they would not attack Long Ying'er. However, with Jiang Chen's current situation, he might be ambushed by the Dragon Clan at any time. This was not something that Long Jingza made up. He was all too clear about the Dragon Clan's character. Jiang Chen had killed Long Yingyue, so it was impossible for him to leave unscathed. Long Ying'er also hoped that Jiang Chen could leave as soon as possible. After all, where there was life, there was hope. However, Jiang Chen's stubbornness also made them completely speechless. 3 days had passed. The seventh elder, Long Fangji, appeared on the Dragon Clan's plaza. He faced Jiang Chen, Long Ying'er, Qing Xian, and the 7 final victors of the Rising Dragon Banquet, preparing to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. I am the 7th elder of the Dragon Clan, Long Fangji. Today, I will bring you into the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. Remember, you only have 3 months. How much you can obtain will depend on your own luck. The ancient land of the Dragon Clan has existed for tens of millions of years. It is the place where the Dragon Clan's spirit chi is the densest. To be able to cultivate in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan for 3 months is your good fortune. Even I don't have such an opportunity. The reason for that was because the spiritual aura of the Dragon Clan's ancient land would gradually dissipate after being absorbed. It would take a long time for it to gather again. It is called the Emperor Dragon Energy. Once you absorb the Emperor Dragon Energy, you will become a member of the Dragon Clan and possess the true Dragon Clan bloodline. Long Fangji glanced at Jiang Chen and the others with a cold expression. In his opinion, the only person who needed special treatment this time was Jiang Chen. Emperor Dragon Energy? This was also the first time Long Ying'er had heard of the Emperor Dragon Energy. Not bad. It is said that in the ancient times, 7 Emperor Realm super experts died in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. They were peerless experts that even Emperor Realm experts could not compare to. They were as famous as the heavens. The Emperor Dragon Energy that was brewed from their bodies and souls is the treasure of the Dragon Clan. As long as you go through the baptism of the Emperor Dragon Energy, your bloodline will improve to the next level. Emperor Realm experts? Are they even more terrifying than Emperor Realm experts? Long Ying'er's expression was extremely solemn. That's right. There are some things that you will understand when you become stronger in the future. The place where the 7 Emperor Realm experts died formed a dragon developing pond. There are inheritances and fortunes left by the 7 Emperor Realm experts there. The current leader of the Dragon Clan once received an inheritance from an Emperor Realm expert in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan and became the strongest expert of the Dragon Clan. Lad, it all depends on your luck. Humph, the Dragon Developing Pond is the most precious place in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. How much you can get from it will depend on your ability. Finally, Long Fangji's gaze fell upon Jiang Chen and he harumphed coldly. He was quite angry with this bastard. Jiang Chen had killed a genius disciple of the Dragon Clan and still wanted to push the blame onto the Dragon Clan. Even if he became the son-in-law of the Dragon Clan, the people of the Dragon Clan would never be loyal to the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen looked cold and indifferent. He knew that even if he entered the ancient land of the Dragon Clan this time, it would not be easy for him to receive the inheritance. Could it be you, Xiaoqi? The ancestral Dragon Emperor murmured. His low and sorrowful voice made Jiang Chen's heart sink. Does the ancestral Dragon Emperor know about the 7 Emperor Realm experts? If it really is them, then perhaps what happened to me back then can be explained. The final plot will also be easily solved. The ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. Although he was silent, Jiang Chen could feel his excitement and anger. He could not wait to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. I haven't shown myself all this while because I'm worried that there are experts in the Dragon Clan that I don't know about. Once my identity is exposed, I'll probably fall into eternal damnation. So I can only stay in the ancestral Dragon Pagoda. This time, it's all up to you, Jiang Chen. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said sincerely. Jiang Chen was his only hope. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He knew that the responsibility on his shoulders was very heavy. To the ancestral Dragon Emperor, the exploration of the ancient land of the Dragon Clan was very important. In the past, the ancestral Dragon Emperor had helped him to get to where he was today. His dragon transformation skill had almost reached the great accomplishment level. Although he and the ancestral Dragon Emperor relied on each other to achieve what they had today, without the ancestral Dragon Emperor, there would not be Jiang Chen today. When the ancestral Dragon Emperor needed him, he would not let the ancestral Dragon Emperor down. Let's go. The seal of the ancient land of the Dragon Clan has been activated. The Celestial Crane Mountain is the illusion of the ancient land. Once you enter the Celestial Crane Mountain, you will reach the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. This is the Monarch Dragon token. Only the person with the Monarch Dragon token can enter the developing dragon pond without being attacked by the Monarch Dragon Chi. Long Fangji passed the purple sovereign dragon token to Xianxia. At this moment, everyone was incomparably excited. To them, it was like being carried into the top 10 of the Rising Dragon banquet. All of the experts had died, and they were the final winners. It was a great fortune. Xianxia and the others walked deeper into the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. Looking at Xianxia's back from afar, Long Fangji's lips curled into a meaningful smile and he murmured, "Boy, let's see if you can withstand the power of the developing dragon pond." The celestial crane mountain was surrounded by cranes and clouds. After entering the celestial crane mountain, one could see flowers all over the mountain. Between the two mountains, there was a natural moat with torrential river water pouring down from the sky. It was a magnificent sight. In front of them was a huge stone with inscriptions carved on it. Xianxia looked at the huge stone silently. It was like a huge stone as heavy as the sky and earth, pressing on his heart. What a terrifying deterrent force. This huge stone actually has such a domineering pressure. Xianxia's heart trembled. The words ancient land were written on the stone. It was calm and domineering, as if it carried a tremendous force that was hard to resist. What a magnificent ancient land of the Dragon Clan. Someone could not help but exclaim. Boundless spiritual chi gathered from all directions. The spiritual chi here was different from the others. It contained the overbearing imperial dragon energy. No wonder it was called the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. The imperial dragon energy contained within was simply a transformation for them, a baptism of life and death. Xianxia also felt refreshed. The imperial dragon energy was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, it wasn't always there. It would only appear after a period of time. It seemed to be closely related to the evolving dragon pool. Big brother Xianxia, you must be careful when you enter the evolving dragon pool. Long Ying'er said worriedly. When they passed through the wilderness, they came to a canyon. The canyon was filled with dense spiritual chi. In the deepest part of the canyon, there was an existence similar to the heavenly gate with the words evolving dragon pool written on it. Alright, you and Xianxia should be careful too. After Xianxia said that, he strode towards the evolving dragon pool. Standing in front of the evolving dragon pool, Xianxia felt an unparalleled pressure coming from all directions. The pressure was something he had never felt before. It's them. It's really them. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said in shock. The excitement in his heart was beyond words. At this moment, it was not easy for him to stay calm. It's Xiaoqi. I will never forget the aura of the 7 of them. They followed me to battle all over the world. I never expected them to fall here. They are the same as the experts of the Dragon Clan that were sealed in the ocean core pillar. However, the 7 of them are stronger than those experts. They are the 7 Black Radiance generals under my command. They are also the true experts of the Dragon Clan. An Emperor Realm expert is enough to change a lot of things. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a sigh. He was extremely curious about that unknown period of time. Why was he betrayed? What did that person do after betraying him? Ancestral Dragon Emperor had no idea about it. Back then, he had participated in the immemorial war. His strength was constantly weakened and his memory was scattered. That was why he was ambushed by the traitor of the Dragon Clan and left the divine world forever. Now that he had returned, Ancestral Dragon Emperor had to find out the truth, the outcome of the immemorial war and the changes of the Dragon Clan. He did not know if some things would be connected to the past. However, as long as he did not give up, he would definitely find the source. In this ancient land of the dragon tribe, there is a trace of their remaining dragon soul power. Masters at the venerable emperor level won't die so easily. Without experiencing a worldly calamity, if you want to destroy them, you'll need at least the strength of a heavenly king realm expert, but the dragon tribe didn't have any heavenly king realm experts at that time. A 9th grade emperor realm heavenly king could create a deity with a single thought. Xianxia knew that from this moment onwards, he might have to break through to the emperor realm expert with all his strength. As long as he could reach the emperor realm, he would be able to have his own choice in the battle of the divine world. Xianxia originally thought that the emperor realm was the peak. However, he knew that the emperor realm was just another starting point of the immemorial war. Xianxia held the emperor dragon token in his hand and stepped into the evolving dragon pond. The evolving dragon pond was 1,000 zhang wide. The milky white pond water was shrouded in mist. Xianxia could not see through it. However, he had to enter the evolving dragon pond at least to find out what was going on. The moment Xianxia's body submerged into the evolving dragon pond, 8 rays of cold light came from all directions. They were all dressed in black, completely enveloping Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't tell who they were. What a dragon clan! Xianxia had a lingering fear in his heart as he retreated. He stepped on the evolving dragon pond and walked on the waves. He squinted his eyes as he felt that these 8 silhouettes were extremely familiar to him. Xianxia did not need to explain who they were. Just 8 soul doppelgangers and you want to kill me? Aren't you a little too confident? Xianxia sneered. You don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Once I kill you, everything will be settled. A deep voice came from the mouth of the leader. Xianxia knew that the 8 soul doppelgangers, who refused to show themselves, must be the 8 great elders of the dragon clan. He reckoned that besides Xianxia, the other 8 great elders of the dragon clan were all here. The dragon clan really has a good plan. They want to scheme against me in the ancient land of the dragon clan. This is really an eye-opener. I didn't think that the dragon clan, which is revered by the world, would be such a filthy place. How regretful. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia snorted disdainfully. If it was the 8 great elders, perhaps Xianxia would be afraid. However, these guys were just the soul doppelgangers of the 8 great elders. Their strength was much weaker. Only 3 of them had reached the mid-divine emperor realm. The rest of them were only at the early divine emperor realm. It would not be easy for them to kill him with such strength. Cut the crap. Everything will be over after I kill you. Someone let out a cold harumph. He didn't have time to think and immediately attacked Xianxia. The 8 of them advanced and retreated at the same time in perfect coordination. Their aura was like a rainbow, and they were showing off their sharpness. They were determined to kill Xianxia, neither advancing nor retreating. Their long spears were like frost, peerlessly bright. Xianxia's divine sense moved. In an instant, the soul-seizing divine art was unleashed. It had a great effect on the 8 divine emperor doppelgangers. Under the effect of the soul-seizing divine art, the 8 doppelgangers' facial expression drastically changed. They quickly retreated with an ugly expression. Soul-stealing technique. Xianxia used his peak emperor realm soul energy to attack them. Xianxia did not expect that. The 8 of them could not fight back at all. The soul-stealing divine art, the disdainful heavens and the great soul derivation technique had pushed Xianxia's soul energy to the peak. There's something strange about this guy. Retreat. The 8 soul doppelgangers did not expect that they could not withstand a single blow from Xianxia. It was a great humiliation. However, Xianxia's soul attack was beyond their imagination. It was already too late for them to retreat. Coming and going as you please. Even if this is the territory of your dragon clan, it won't be that easy. Xianxia's heavenly lightning shot out from his palm. 4 bolts of heavenly lightning penetrated through the void. The heavenly lightning was a fatal blow to the soul doppelgangers that were heavily injured by Xianxia. The heavenly lightning struck down. The 8 soul doppelgangers were all killed. None of them could leave a trace of their soul energy behind. In a hidden place of the dragon clan, the 8 elders' faces turned pale as they spurted out a mouthful of blood. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. How could this guy be so strong? That's right. His spiritual strength makes me feel invincible. Apart from Xianxia, all of the 8 great elders had terrified expressions on their faces, their killing intent completely gone. Their avatars were not able to defeat Xianxia. Instead, they were completely annihilated by Xianxia. This was a serious injury to them. Their soul energy was severely depleted. They would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Xianxia looked at him. In the void of the space-time, the 8 soul doppelgangers had been completely crushed by him and disappeared without a trace. It was quite a dangerous moment just now. But his Emperor Realm soul played a crucial role at this moment. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Once he reached the Emperor Realm, his soul strength would be invincible. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Looks like the Dragon Clan still won't give up. Jiang Chen's face turned gloomy. That's normal. You should have known that the Ocean Heart Lotus has unparalleled power. It's the power of endless Tao connotation and the essence of countless dragon clan ancestors in ancient times. Even the Emperor realm experts are wary of it. Do you think they would be willing to give it to an outsider? Back then, the dragon clan's patriarch was just a temporary measure to stabilize you. Even he probably coveted it very much. You'd better protect your Sea Heart Lotus well. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll be killed again. Just like the fruit of fortune from before, they're all treasures that can raise one's Tao reserve. You must not let others know about them. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a smile, but he was emotionless. You're right. I don't know if the dragon clan's inheritance will be brought to me in the evolving dragon pool. After Jiangchen got rid of his 8 doppelgangers, he looked at the evolving dragon pool and dove into it again. The terrifying imperial dragon energy gushed out and integrated into his body. Jiangchen felt that his body was evolving continuously. The rich imperial dragon energy made him feel like he was reborn again. The dragon transformation skill made his body evolve continuously, and he even became a human dragon. The 9 levels of bloodline power was not weaker than the real dragon clan. However, he was not a member of the dragon clan after all. So it was extremely difficult for him to integrate with the dragon clan perfectly. Jiangchen could feel that the dragon transformation skill in his body was circulating crazily at this moment. The endless imperial dragon energy started to be devoured by Jiangchen crazily. The water in the evolving dragon pool seemed to be boiling. The terrifying bloodline power shocked Jiangchen. At this moment, he knew that the evolving dragon pool would definitely change his body again. It's a pity that my 7 brothers have already disappeared. It's extremely difficult to find their soul fragments. This evolving dragon pool should be their final resting place, but there's no news of them at all. Am I really going to make a wasted trip here? All the ancient people of the dragon clan have disappeared without a trace. Although I'm the ancestral dragon emperor, I don't seem to fit in with the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor murmured. However, you must grasp this opportunity well. Jiangchen, your human dragon body might undergo a transformation at this moment. By then, it's not impossible for you to absorb all the energy in the evolving dragon pool and transform into a real dragon. Your bloodline power of the dragon clan will be enhanced once again. How far you can evolve the dragon transformation skill will depend on your own luck. What this evolving dragon pool carries is their countless years of inheritance and thoughts. The ancestral dragon emperor said to Jiangchen solemnly. At this moment, there was no doubt that his body would undergo a drastic change after being transformed by the imperial dragon energy and the evolving dragon pool. To Jiangchen, it was a great opportunity. All right. Jiangchen said solemnly. He did not dare to be negligent and started to circulate the dragon transformation skill. He felt that his mental state had entered a mysterious realm and his soul was extremely calm. The imperial dragon energy in the evolving dragon pool and the energy in the pool made Jiangchen feel relieved. 1 month passed by quietly. Jiangchen's body had accumulated an endless amount of imperial dragon energy. After soaking in the evolving dragon pool, the energy melted. Jiangchen felt that the divine bones in his body seemed to be growing continuously. The human dragon body was revealed at this moment. The divine bones kept growing and intertwined with his flesh and blood. The excruciating pain made Jiangchen's face turn pale. Even a divine emperor expert could not withstand the pain. It was not the pain of his flesh and bones, it made Jiangchen's scalp numb. Your human dragon body is going to evolve. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice gave Jiangchen great motivation. The human and dragon body was about to complete the transformation. That meant that he might completely transform into the body of a dragon at this moment. Jiangchen's divine bones kept growing and his flesh was being stripped. He had never experienced such pain before. If he was not soaking in the energy in the evolving dragon pool, he might not be able to endure such pain. I must hold on, Jiangchen clenched his teeth and endured the pain. At this moment, the circulation of the dragon transformation skill became even more frenzied. His dragon marks had undergone a huge change, turning into a pure gold color. Compared to before, they were much finer and more organized, and the number of dragon marks kept increasing. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was still not something to be underestimated. 6,050,000, 6,060,000, 6,070,000, Jiang Chen's body kept changing. Under the dragon transformation skill, the nourishment of the imperial dragon qi and the nurturing of the evolving dragon pool, his body underwent a great change. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely shed his half-human and half-dragon form. The ancestral dragon emperor did not expect that he did not transform into a dragon completely. Instead, he turned into a human that was a few feet tall. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 30 zhang, 50 zhang. In the end, it reached a height of 100 zhang. Jiang Chen's muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were finally stabilized. He looked like a peerless god of war, standing tall. What's going on? Why is Jiang Chen changing like this? He did not transform into a true dragon? The ancestral dragon emperor was completely dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation before. He thought that Jiang Chen would definitely transform into a true dragon. However, the result was completely different from what he had expected. It was something that he had never expected. Jiang Chen looked at his 100 zhang tall body in shock. He could feel that the emperor dragon qi in his body was gradually fading away. The water in the evolving dragon pool was getting lesser and lesser. The energy contained in the pool had been completely absorbed by him. Jiang Chen felt dizzy. At this moment, he felt that he had arrived at a deserted wilderness. 7 warriors wearing bamboo hats and riding giant dragons were leaping down from the sky. Jiang Chen felt suffocated by their domineering aura. This was something he had never seen before in his life. 7 silhouettes, all of them standing on dragons, wielding divine weapons in their hands, suppressing the vermilion sky. Hovering in the air, they were like the sovereigns of all worlds. It's the 7 generals of black shine. Jiang Chen knew that these 7 people must be the Emperor Realm's 7 generals of black shine, the ultimate warriors of the ancestral dragon emperor. You have the aura of the ancestral dragon emperor. Yeah, it feels so familiar. It's a pity that we can't go back. To be able to follow Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor is our greatest honor. The 7 generals of black radiance stared at Jiang Chen and said calmly. Their heroic bearing gave people a feeling of being unstoppable, as if everything under the heavens and earth was under their control. When can I reach the Emperor Realm? Jiang Chen was shocked as he stared at the 7 generals of black shine. The ancestral dragon emperor is not dead. Jiang Chen looked at them and said. Impossible. The 7 of them spoke at the same time, completely rejecting Jiang Chen's words. They were even glaring at Jiang Chen, their eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. Who are you? Trying to trick us by pretending to be the ancestral dragon emperor? You're the one who killed us. Li Feng, it's impossible for us to betray the ancestral dragon emperor. You plotted against the ancestral dragon emperor and caused his death. You're dreaming if you want the support of the 7 generals of black shine. The ancestral dragon emperor is our faith. A traitor like you will not have a good ending. Even if the primeval war ends, it's impossible for you to take us in. Even if we die, don't even think about getting our dragon qi. The 7 obsidian generals all glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also had a bitter expression on his face. Were these the soul fragments of the 7 obsidian generals? It seemed like they held a deep grudge against Li Feng. Who would have thought that they had such a past? Could Li Feng be the traitor that the ancestral dragon emperor mentioned? I'm a member of the dragon clan. I'm here to inherit the legacy. Could it be that none of you are willing to give your legacy to me? Jiang Chen said. I said that the ancestral dragon emperor is not dead. I don't care if you believe me or not. I don't know what kind of condition I'm in right now. I can't even summon the Zulong Tower. But I have cultivated the dragon transformation incantation to achieve what I have today. I have the 10th level of the bloodline power. I'm no different from the ancestral dragon emperor. Do you really think that I would harm you? Jiang Chen continued in a deep voice. The 7 obsidian generals stared at Jiang Chen. Could it be that the ancestral dragon emperor is still alive? 10th level of the bloodline power. Even they could not catch up to it. All 7 of them had the 9th level of the bloodline power. If you're really the inheritor of the ancestral dragon emperor, then we will not be stingy to give you our legacy. but if you're not, then we will fight you till the end. The 7 obsidian generals were completely against Xianxia. 10th level of the bloodline power. Even you guys don't have it. Other than the ancestral dragon emperor, no one else has it. Xianxia's words made them fall into silence. We've already lost our souls long ago. What's left is only a fragment of our souls left in the dragon bones. It's impossible for us to reincarnate. Without a complete soul, we're just like a lonely ghost that no one wants to see. If it weren't for the fact that we wanted to protect the last bit of dragon chi, our souls would have already perished. Every one of us has a trace of dragon chi. It's the symbol of our dragon clan. When 7 traces of dragon chi are gathered, it's terrifying. It's not something that an emperor realm guy like you can understand. Once the 7 traces of dragon chi are fused, Li Feng might reach the ancestral dragon emperor's realm. We tried our best to protect these 7 traces of dragon chi. That's why we were sent here by Li Feng. We'll never be able to reincarnate and our souls will be completely destroyed. Luckily, we're strong enough to stay on the dragon bones. If we're unable to complete the baptism in the dragon pool, we won't be able to see us. There was a person called Aoji who came here. He's the strongest prodigy of the dragon clan. That's why we gave him our legacy. However, he didn't have the chance to obtain the dragon chi. If you want to obtain our legacy, or even the dragon chi, it'll depend on your ability and luck. The 7 generals of Obsidian treated the dragon chi as a treasure. Xianxia guessed that it should be the foundation of their great Tao. It might even be related to the life and death of the dragon clan. That's why they would rather die than hand over the trace of dragon chi. The dragon chi is still with you. A deep voice reverberated in the sky. Xianxia and the 7 generals of Obsidian looked up. A huge face covered by countless dark clouds turned into a cold and furious face. Li Feng. The 7 generals of black radiance glared at Xianxia angrily. Even Xianxia felt an unparalleled pressure from the enormous face. Little fella, it's time to hand over the Sea Heart Lotus to me. You won't be able to use it. He. The gigantic human face laughed sinisterly, causing Xianxia's eyes to gradually lock as he stared at it. I heard that the ancestral dragon emperor is still alive. Looks like the ancestral dragon emperor is behind you. You've been searching for him for thousands of times, but when you look back, he's in the dim light. Interesting. This is really interesting. Li Feng's huge mouth covered the sky. His huge eyes were filled with murderous intent. Li Feng's words strengthened the 7 generals of Obsidian's trust in Xianxia. This fella has the dragon transformation skill and the 10th level of the bloodline power. Li Feng even coveted him. Could it be that the ancestral dragon emperor is still alive? This scene was full of sorrow for the 7 generals of Obsidian, but it was also full of hope. These 7 traces of dragon chi were the dragon clan's last hope. If even these 7 traces of dragon chi were to be obtained by Li Feng, then they might really have no more hope. The dragon clan might also fall into eternal damnation because of this. Xianxia silently looked at Li Feng, who was hovering in the void. He wanted to escape from this place, but there was nothing he could do. It was like a dream. He couldn't leave this place. He couldn't even summon the ancestral dragon pagoda. Xianxia knew that the things he could rely on were getting lesser and lesser. 7 traces of dragon chi. Let's see how long you guys can hide. Big brother, what should we do? Li Feng has been eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. It's been thousands of years, but he still hasn't let his guard down. Once he obtains the draconic chi, it's very likely that it will lead to a catastrophe for the dragon clan. Inject all 7 streams of draconic chi into his body. This is the only way. The leader of the 7 generals of dark radiance said in a deep voice. In your dreams. Where do you think you can run to with me here? I am the heavens in this profound realm. Ha ha ha. Li Feng said with a laugh. Profound realm? Xianxia knitted his brows. What is a profound realm? This was the first time he had heard of it. He didn't know where to start with such a profound realm. Brat, take a stream of draconic chi from me. One of the 7 generals of dark radiance shot out, while the other 6 tried to stop Li Feng in the sky. The profound realm is a realm of cultivation. As long as you enter the realm of cultivation, he will enter the theft realm. It's like a dream, but it's real. You don't need to pay attention to it. As long as I inject the 7 streams of draconic chi into your body, he won't be able to do anything to you. A golden dragon's shadow instantly entered Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body trembled. The draconic chi stood tall in Jiang Chen's sea of chi like a sharp spear. The 6 generals of dark radiance were also forced back by Li Feng's roar. Their figures were in disarray, and their auras were extremely weak. You want to fight me with just the 7 of you? No one in this profound realm is my match. Li Feng opened his bloody mouth and instantly devoured the dark light general who had completed his mission and charged towards Li Feng. 6th. The remaining 6 shouted angrily. However, the one who injected the draconic chi into Jiang Chen's body was completely devoured by Li Feng. His soul fragments also dissipated in the void. Jiang Chen tried to use all the divine weapons, but to no avail. The Great Yu soul-forming light, the Heavenly Dragon Sword, the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Zulong Tower, the Cold River Stone. None of them moved. This was because the profound realm had cut off Jiang Chen's connection with the divine weapons and the outside world. He was now in the profound realm, where Li Feng was the true ruler. Jiang Chen's heart sank. This so-called profound realm turned out to be a place that transcended the mortal world. He couldn't even use any means, not even the heavenly thunder. Even the power of the heavenly thunder could not be activated. Jiang Chen was even more miserable. Feng was the real ruler of this place of. Facing Li Feng's strength, the remaining 6 generals of dark radiance were worried all the time. Jiang Chen took a step forward. With his 100 zhang tall body, he punched out with his fist, but he couldn't even shake the gigantic face in the sky. Instead, Li Feng let out a furious roar, and a hurricane swept Jiang Chen away. Jiang Chen smashed onto the ground, causing him to feel dizzy. Even the energy in his body was consumed. His 100 zhang tall body didn't give him any advantage in the battle against Li Feng. Jiang Chen was shocked. No one can jump out of my profound realm. Not unless they die. Li Feng said coldly. The 7 generals of dark radiance had all their hopes turned to dust. They didn't expect that their last hope would turn into despair. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart moved. The demon-suppressing steel in the myriad chi cauldron had completely recovered at this moment. Jiang Chen could even feel that the steel soul in the demon-suppressing steel seemed to be trembling unceasingly, as if it wanted to break free. That kind of incomparably terrifying domineering aura made Jiang Chen tremble a little, because he didn't know whether he could completely control the existence of the demon-suppressing steel. When he first got the demon-suppressing steel, it was just a broken divine weapon. Jiang Chen threw the demon-suppressing steel into the myriad chi cauldron, hoping that it could be improved. In the end, under the nourishment of the myriad chi, the demon-suppressing steel was constantly repaired and transformed. Now, it completely revealed its former glory. This demon-suppressing steel was also a divine weapon of the same level as the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was just a broken one. Now that it was completely repaired, Jiang Chen knew that this divine weapon would certainly burst out with unimaginable power. The space in the myriad chi cauldron was beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. Even Li Feng couldn't cut it off. Therefore, with a thought, the demon-suppressing steel appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. At that moment, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Holding the demon-suppressing steel in his hand, he swore to fight against Li Feng. Demon-suppressing steel, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. Holding the demon-suppressing steel in his hand, he rose to the sky with an unparalleled posture. The power of the divine steel was boundless. Suppress. Jiang Chen held the demon-suppressing steel in his hand and shouted angrily. The divine steel was unparalleled, destroying everything in its way. This is the demon-suppressing steel. Li Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Shock was written all over his huge face. No, this is impossible. Impossible. Li Feng's angry roar reverberated in the void. However, his face was crushed by the demon-suppressing steel's power and he was lost in the mysterious realm. At this moment, the 6 generals of black radiance were pleasantly surprised. The demon-suppressing steel in Jiang Chen's hand also terrified them. Jiang Chen had defeated Li Feng in the profound realm. This guy was like a god that had descended from the heavens, unstoppable. Boy, you're really amazing. You've really shocked us, Emperor Masters. One of the dark bright generals couldn't help but praise him. They always thought that Xianxia was an Emperor realm expert because they could only feel Xianxia's soul energy. Not bad. We don't have much time left. Let's inject the last remaining dragon chi into your body. If you can find the ancestral dragon emperor, you must ask him to avenge us. Li Feng, it was Li Feng's scheme that caused the dragon clan to suffer a great loss. After the immemorial war, Li Feng was one of the surviving generals. Ask the ancestral dragon emperor to avenge us and revive the dragon clan. The dark bright 6 generals were extremely excited. The remaining power of Xianxia's demon-suppressing steel was too much for them to handle. It won't take long for them to disappear from the world. Therefore, their only thought now was to inject the dragon chi into Xianxia. 7 streams of dragon chi was the hope of reviving the dragon clan. It was also what Li Feng wanted. Tell the ancestral dragon emperor that we have never forgotten him. Kid, remember, the ancestral dragon emperor is our eternal leader. We only have him in our hearts. We can't let Li Feng rule the dragon clan. We can't let the evil rule. In the end, the dark bright 6 generals instilled all the dragon chi in their bodies into Xianxia. Although Xianxia didn't know how terrifying the dragon chi was, he didn't dare to underestimate it. Even the immemorial dragon clan's general Li Feng coveted it. He didn't want to give it up even after thousands of years. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, once Li Feng wakes up, you won't be able to defeat him in the real world. Xianxia's heart was filled with endless sorrow. The dark radiant 7 generals had disappeared in front of him. Undeniably, it was a sad news for the ancestral dragon emperor. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, the ancestral dragon emperor stood in front of him and looked at him worriedly. The ancestral dragon emperor had guessed that Xianxia was in danger, but he couldn't save him. Xianxia had returned to his normal body and the energy in the evolving dragon pond was absorbed by Xianxia. Are you alright? What exactly happened to you? The ancestral dragon emperor asked in a deep voice, looking at Xianxia anxiously. Li Feng. Xianxia knew that this name was enough for the ancestral dragon emperor. At least, he could understand what was going on. Li Feng wanted to kill me and the 7 obsidian generals to take away the dragon chi. But at the last moment, I used the demon-suppressing monument to suppress him and he disappeared. I don't know when he will come back. The 7 obsidian generals have disappeared. He told us to leave the dragon clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, Li Feng will find us. Xianxia continued. The ancestral dragon emperor's face turned ugly. He even smirked. Bitterness, complexity, and melancholy were all mixed together on his face. It's her. It's her. Why is it her? The ancestral dragon emperor roared in anger. His voice pierced through the heavens and earth. Xianxia couldn't feel the pain and sorrow in his voice. It was a cry that came from hundreds of millions of years ago. Xianxia couldn't predict the ancestral dragon emperor's pain. This word had already explained many things. The ancestral dragon emperor's pain was filled with despair. Xianxia had never seen something like this before. It was the betrayal of his closest kin. Xianxia didn't say anything and waited for the ancestral dragon emperor. His body had undergone a great transformation. Xianxia knew that he could transform into 1,000 Zhang giant or even 100 Zhang giant with just a thought. The dragon marks in his body had become even more powerful and explosive. He had reached the great connecting sky realm of the mid-divine emperor realm. Although the increase in strength wasn't much, the power of his bloodline and bones were much more powerful than before. Currently, Xianxia's combat strength was absolutely unrivaled in the same realm as him. Even late divine emperors would not be able to suppress him. Go. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll be in a much more difficult situation. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. He knew that they couldn't stay here any longer. The dragon clan had become a dangerous place. Since Li Feng knew that the dragon chi of the Black Radiant 7 generals had been transferred to Xianxia, she would definitely not let it go. As for whether Li Feng was in the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon emperor wasn't sure. Li Feng's strength had surpassed the emperor realm. It was something that Xianxia and the ancestral dragon emperor couldn't resist. They couldn't let the Black Radiant's 7 generals down. If they wanted to avenge them, they had to survive. Xianxia nodded heavily. The two of them looked at each other and left the evolving dragon pond immediately. When Xianxia arrived in front of Xianxia and Long Ying'er, he found that the 7 dragon skeletons in the evolving dragon pond had moved and were rushing towards him. "Brother Xianxia, be careful!" Long Ying'er exclaimed. Xianxia turned around and threw a punch. The punch was powerful, but it was repelled by the dragon skeletons. Although Xianxia wasn't injured from the punch, he was shocked. How could a dragon skeleton be so powerful? These 7 dragon skeletons must be the Black Radiant's 7 generals. But who was controlling them? Was it Li Feng? Or someone else? The dragon clan's secrets were getting more and more complicated. Xianxia was filled with doubts. At this moment, even the ancestral dragon emperor might not be able to explain it clearly. At least, it was true that they shouldn't stay in the dragon clan for long. If they didn't have absolute strength, Xianxia knew that they would definitely be killed here. "You guys go first. I'll bring up the rear." Xianxia roared angrily. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and fought against the 7 dragon skeletons. The terrifying dragon might was unparalleled. The 7 dragon skeletons were probably at the Middle Divine Emperor realm. Moreover, they were extremely strong. It was difficult to destroy them. Xianxia was in a passive position as he fought against 7 dragon skeletons alone. In an instant, he was completely suppressed by the 7 dragon skeletons and couldn't advance. Xianxia held the demon-suppressing tablet in his hand again. This was his most powerful divine weapon, as the other divine weapons were damaged. Only the demon-suppressing tablet was complete. However, Xianxia knew that the demon-suppressing tablet was not complete. It didn't have a true tablet soul. Only when the tablet soul and the demon-suppressing tablet were perfectly merged could it be considered as a supreme divine weapon. As soon as the demon-suppressing tablet appeared, the pressure that the 7 dragon skeletons exerted on Xianxia lessened. The demon-suppressing tablet continued to smash down. The sky and earth changed. However, the 7 dragon skeletons were indestructible. Because the Dark Radiant's 7 generals had completely disappeared, the person controlling the 7 dragon skeletons must be someone else. Looking at Xianxia's incomparably difficult situation, Xianxia and Long Ying'er were shocked. They didn't dare to think too much and quickly left the place. Because at this moment, they couldn't be a burden to Xianxia. Quickly leaving the place and helping Xianxia to reduce the trouble was the only thing they could do. The 7 dragon skeletons continued to move and their power was unparalleled. Xianxia felt bitter. Even with the demon-suppressing tablet in his hand, it was still difficult for him to fight against the 7 dragon skeletons. The situation was extremely chaotic. It was already very good for him to be able to stabilize the situation. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that he had to take action. Because if Xianxia was entangled, the situation would become even more dangerous. He couldn't care too much now. Since he was going to leave the dragon clan, there was nothing he could do even if he was discovered. Plus, just like what Xianxia said, Li Feng already knew that he was still alive. "Piss off!" The ancestral dragon emperor shouted and pushed the 7 dragon skeletons back. At that moment, the 7 dragon skeletons didn't dare to act recklessly. With a flip of his palm, the 7 dragon skeletons were pushed back by the ancestral dragon emperor again. Xianxia and the ancestral dragon emperor left the ancient land of the dragon clan. At that moment, Xianxia had no choice but to run away. "There's no time to explain. Let's go." Xianxia pulled Long Ying'er and Xianxia and ran away from the ancient land of the dragon clan. The 7 dragon skeletons were still chasing after them. However, after being pushed back 3 times by the ancestral dragon emperor, the 7 dragon skeletons were no longer as powerful as before. "My dragon clan, is it a place where you can come and go as you please?" Ha ha ha. A Sanskrit voice was heard from 1,000 miles away. It was deafening. Xianxia and the ancestral dragon emperor's face turned solemn. Xianxia and the ancestral dragon emperor knew that the person behind all of this is finally going to take action. "Looks like it won't be easy for us to run away." Xianxia looked solemn and gloomy. He looked at the figure in the void with a solemn expression. "Dragon clan leader, Aoj." Xianxia did not expect that he had alarmed Aoji to take action personally. But when he thought of the sea heart lotus in his hand, he felt relieved. He reckoned that Aoji also coveted the sea heart lotus. At this moment, he was destined to become the target of everyone. The people of the dragon clan had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality, or in other words, they were shameless. Looks like I'll have to fight till the end today. Xianxia felt extremely depressed. This battle was not easy for him. However, Xianxia was not afraid of leaving this place. The 8 great elders of the dragon clan should have been weakened a little. After all, their souls were heavily injured, it was something that they did not expect. Hand over the sea heart lotus, perhaps I can spare your life. Aoji stood with his arms crossed and said in a deep voice. Behind him, dozens of experts of the dragon clan flew over. There were Hierarch Realm and Divine Emperor Realm experts. The 9 great elders arrived as scheduled. Long Jingze looked at this scene with great sorrow. It was self-evident that Xianxia was in a dire situation. His daughter was also in this situation. Long Ying'er's situation also made him worried. Xianxia, you're going to die soon. What's there to struggle for? Quickly kneel down and hand over the sea heart lotus. Perhaps our clan leader will be merciful and spare your life. Don't make a mistake, you arrogant fella. It's not too late to turn back now. Don't wait until it's too late to regret. Our dragon clan is not to be trifled with. Kid, you're digging your own grave. You really don't know what's good for you. You still want to go against the dragon clan. I'd like to know how many brains you have. The people of the dragon family had a disdainful look on their faces. They despised Xianxia. Now that he was already in a dead end, they didn't know why this bastard was still holding on. It was infuriating that a bastard like him could kill the genius of the dragon family. However, the dead had already passed away. Now that Xianxia was alive and well, how could the people of the dragon clan not be angry? After Xianxia killed Long Yingyue, he had already provoked the wrath of the entire dragon clan. Looks like it won't be easy to leave today. Xianxia sneered. Big brother Xianxia, you go first. I'll bring up the rear. Don't worry about me later. As a member of the dragon clan, they won't do anything to me. But you're different. You killed Long Yu, and now everyone wants to kill you. Long Ying'er said in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with worry. Fool, who do you think I am? If I leave you here alone at this time, how can they let you go? Do you think I'm stupid? Even if I really do that, I won't be able to escape. Especially with the dragon clan's patriarch personally taking action, my situation will definitely be very difficult. Xianxia patted Long Ying'er's head and said with a faint smile on his face. Long Ying'er bit her lips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Without a doubt, the dragon clan's patriarch was very powerful. With Xianxia's current strength, there was no way he could fight against him. If this continues, there will only be one result. Big brother Xianxia will definitely die. Since you know, then why don't you just surrender? I don't want to fight. After all, this is the dragon clan's territory. Aoji said faintly, as if he was giving Xianxia enough face. However, Xianxia did not appreciate it at all. These guys were like robbers. Why should I hand over something that I obtained through my own hard work and nearly lost my life to the dragon clan? If you have the ability, why don't you take it yourself? The so-called dragon clan is nothing but a bunch of cowards. Xianxia glared at him and sneered. It's true that you've killed the genius of the dragon clan. It's also true that you've disturbed the ancient land of the dragon clan. This is your punishment. Aoji said coldly. He had already cleared Xianxia of his crime. Alright. Today, I will accompany you to the end. I will fight to my heart's content. I would like to see who can stop me when I, Xianxia, want to leave. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon's sword in his hand. He shouted and his murderous aura was released. Stubborn. Aoji shook his head. He seemed to have made up his mind to fight to the end with Xianxia. What are you waiting for? Attack. The great elder shouted angrily. He was ready to take action against Xianxia. All 8 of them were injured in the previous battle and they only had 70 to 80% of their strength left. But even so, they were still very confident in fighting against Xianxia. "All of you, back off." A thunderous roar resounded through the sky. Everyone was shocked and they looked at each other. An unparalleled pressure shrouded everyone's head. Xianxia raised his head and saw that the ancestral dragon emperor was finally going to attack. Who? Who dares to cause trouble in my dragon clan? Aoji shouted and looked at the peak of the sky. The ancestral dragon emperor was wearing a golden dragon robe. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Ao Lai. At that moment, Ao Lai could feel the terrifying pressure from the ancestral dragon emperor. He had an indescribable feeling, as if he could not resist against the ancestral dragon emperor at all. "You are," Aoji's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. The people of the dragon clan were terrified too. They even had the urge to kneel down and worship him. "It's the ancestral dragon emperor. Could it be the ancestral dragon emperor of our dragon clan? Didn't the ancestral dragon emperor fall long ago? How could he still be here?" Legend has it that the ancestral dragon emperor sacrificed himself after the immemorial war. "How is this possible?" Countless people exclaimed. Aoji's expression turned ugly. "The one who dares to cause trouble in the dragon clan should be you. You bunch of ignorant scoundrels. You guys don't know how to cherish the land that I built for you. You've disappointed me." The ancestral dragon emperor humphed. Aoji's face turned pale. Could this really be the ancestral dragon emperor? He was confused but he did not dare to refute. Because in front of the ancestral dragon emperor, Aoji did not have the slightest intention to resist. The pressure from the bloodline made everyone not dare to raise their heads and look at the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was the first true dragon. He was also the ancestor of the dragon clan. He was the ancestor of all the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor's identity and aura made Aoji speechless. He did not know what to say. If he was really the ancestral dragon emperor, the battle today would be over. "Are you really the ancestral dragon emperor?" After all, the ancestral dragon emperor was too far away from them. The ancestors of the dragon clan were basically all dead. After the ancient war, the dragon clan suffered a great loss. Now that the dragon clan had gone through a great change, everyone was feeling uneasy as they looked at the ancestral dragon emperor. The overbearing aura of a dragon emperor made the people of the dragon clan feel conflicted. However, some of the people of the dragon clan had already knelt down and worshipped him. After all, the ancestral dragon emperor's dragon aura was real. Compared to Ao Lai, it was more than 100 times more terrifying. No one dared to underestimate the overbearing aura of the dragon clan. To the ancestral dragon emperor, it was a failure for the dragon clan to have such a great change. Because the dragon clan had lost the ability to compete with the super forces of the central region divine land. The current situation of the dragon clan was extremely difficult. They had internal and external troubles. The appearance of the northern dragon clan, eastern dragon clan and even the demon shadow clan did not make the people of the dragon clan wary. Most importantly, they did not have an emperor realm expert. Even the leader of the dragon clan was only at the late divine emperor realm. They had lost the ability to compete with the super forces. Aoji felt uneasy. He felt that something was wrong. Was the ancestral dragon emperor really their ancestor? Although he looked exactly the same as the ancestral dragon emperor in the ancestral shrine, he was just a spiritual body. Who could guarantee that he was the ancestor of the dragon clan? This point made Aoji feel very suspicious. Moreover, it only appeared when they wanted to chase after Xianxia. It really made one's imagination run wild. "Why aren't you kneeling down?" The ancestral dragon emperor shouted. Even Xianxia was shocked by the overbearing dragon aura. The ancestral dragon emperor finally showed some of his aura. This was the first time Xianxia saw the ancestral dragon emperor being so overbearing. In front of the people of the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon emperor's aura was unstoppable. Many of them slowly kneeled down and worshipped the ancestral dragon emperor. Only Aoji and Linglin looked at the ancestral dragon emperor with mixed feelings. "Why aren't you kneeling before me?" Ancestral dragon emperor Linglin said as he looked at Aoji. There was not a shred of respect in his eyes. Instead, there was doubt and heaviness in his eyes. It seemed like he did not like the ancestral dragon emperor that came out of nowhere. As the patriarch of the dragon clan, Aoji naturally had his own pride. No matter what, he couldn't kneel down at this moment. He was the face of the dragon clan. However, even the 9 great elders had knelt down. How can I be sure that you are the ancestral dragon emperor? Why didn't you show up before? Why did you have to show up now? Don't you have ulterior motives? Aoji's words were like pearls. He did not back off and went against the ancestral dragon emperor. At this moment, many of the dragon clan's people woke up. That's right, why didn't the ancestral dragon emperor show himself? Yet, he had waited until now. His thoughts were truly unimaginable. Yeah, the patriarch is right. Isn't it ridiculous for him to stand out and say that he's the ancestral dragon emperor now? Is he really the ancestral dragon emperor? Maybe. It's hard to say. Aren't you guys too daring? He even dared to doubt the ancestral dragon emperor. Just based on this unparalleled dragon might, even the patriarch would be left in the dust. Some believed and some doubted him. However, the ancestral dragon emperor's expression became gloomy and cold. Because his existence was unquestionable, especially his descendants. Without him, the dragon clan wouldn't exist. These people were his descendants, yet someone dared to doubt him. How could the ancestral dragon emperor not be angry? Are you challenging me? The ancestral dragon emperor stared at Aoji and said. Xianxia looked at this scene silently. From a certain point of view, this was the internal affair of the dragon clan. Therefore, Xianxia was not in a hurry to take action. If the ancestral dragon emperor couldn't suppress these guys, it wouldn't be too late for him to take action. I'm just stating the facts. I think the ancestral dragon emperor wouldn't mind, right? If you're really the ancestor of our dragon clan, you should at least show us something to convince us, right? Aoji said. More and more people started to look at the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was furious but also extremely sad. No one was willing to believe him in front of his descendants. How disappointing. The ancestral dragon emperor clenched his hand and the ancestral dragon pagoda turned into 100 zhang tall pagoda and landed on the ground. The 100 zhang tall ancestral dragon pagoda shocked countless people. This is the ancestral dragon emperor Zulong Tower. Who else dares to doubt the ancestral dragon emperor? The appearance of the Zulong Tower made those who doubted him shut their mouths. Ancestral dragon emperor. At this moment, Aoji's expression changed again. Because he had no reason to doubt the ancestral dragon emperor anymore. Although he was worried, he was still nervous facing his ancestor. The ancestral dragon emperor's expression was cold. At this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he knew that he could not stay here for long. Otherwise, more people would come after him. Li Feng. The person that he did not want to believe had betrayed him. After hundreds of millions of years, he finally knew the truth. However, he was extremely sad. The ancestral dragon emperor was still too weak. He could not change the current situation of the dragon clan. Therefore, he could only leave first. If Li Feng came, he would be in a difficult situation. Today, I still have something to do. I shall not stay any longer. Remember, when I return, the dragon clan will rise again. The ancestral dragon emperor said and glanced at Xianxia. At this moment, the two of them were about to leave. Finally, it's done. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was slightly worried. If he were to face the entire dragon clan, the situation would be dire. Moreover, these were the ancestral dragon emperor, they were all Ing-Er's clansmen. Unless there was no other choice, Xianxia did not know if he should kill them or not. Keep them here. A deep voice rang in Aoji's mind. Aoji's body trembled. He squinted his eyes and his expression changed. The person who spoke was the one who helped him to become the leader of the dragon clan. Her appearance must mean that she wanted him to keep the ancestral dragon emperor. Could it be that the ancestral dragon emperor is fake? Aoji was filled with doubts. However, he knew that he could not change anything when facing the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was his ancestor. How could he make things difficult for him? However, the person who gave him his current position was also his ancestor. Ancestor, no buts. He is the ancestor of the dragon clan. You have no idea how many atrocious things he has done. Li Feng's voice rang in Aoji's ears again. At the next moment, Aoji's eyes turned cold. He pointed at the ancestral dragon emperor and said, "He is the ancestral dragon emperor, but he is not worthy to be our ancestor. There are many things that you don't know. Would he tell you that he killed hundreds of experts of the dragon clan in the Pillar of the Ocean's heart just to satisfy his own strength? Would he tell us that he killed the 7 obsidian generals in the ancient land of the dragon clan? During the immemorial war, he massacred the dragon clan in order to recover his strength as soon as possible. He wanted to stabilize his position and strength and reach his peak. If it wasn't for me and the ancestors of the dragon clan who fought against the ancestral dragon emperor at the cost of our lives, the dragon clan would have been long gone. As the ancestral dragon emperor, the ancestor of the dragon clan, he killed hundreds and thousands of juniors of the dragon clan for his own selfish desires. How can such a selfish person be the ancestor of the dragon clan?" Aoji's words caused the people of the dragon tribe to be utterly shocked. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Of course, these words were spoken by Li Feng. Aoji was merely passing on the message. Everyone looked at the ancestral dragon emperor with lingering fear. Everything was getting more and more confusing. If it wasn't for that, why didn't he return to the dragon clan after so many years? If it wasn't for the fact that he blamed himself and was ashamed to face the juniors of the dragon clan, why didn't he show himself when he had returned to the dragon clan? Aoji's words made the ancestral dragon emperor even angrier. These words were definitely not something that he could say. "You really are a thief, crying thief. Li Feng, I know you're already here. Why hide your head and show your tail? I also want to see if you still haven't made any progress after so many years." The ancestral dragon emperor looked at Aoji and stared into the depths of the void. It was finally time for him to settle this debt. Did the ancestral dragon emperor really do so many atrocious things? It's hard to say. If it wasn't for that, why didn't he return to the dragon clan? Why didn't he show himself even after he returned? I'm afraid there's more to it. I don't know who to trust now. The ancestral dragon emperor is the ancestor of our dragon clan. Although his identity is unclear, there is no doubt about it. Aoji is the leader of our dragon clan. Who should we trust more? The people of the dragon clan were all depressed. The ancestral dragon emperor's return was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, they did not expect things to turn out this way. The current leader of the dragon clan was going against the ancestral dragon emperor. This was not good news to them. Aoji was shocked. It seemed like the ancestral dragon emperor had already predicted this. The ancestral dragon emperor and Xianxia looked at each other. It's going to be even more difficult to leave now. Li Feng must be here soon. Aoji had already submitted to him, but the situation changed in an instant. This meant that there must be someone controlling Aoji from behind. And that person might be Li Feng. The ancestral dragon emperor was sure. "Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, I advise you to return to the ancestral shrine and reflect on your actions. We will punish this outsider for you. There's no way he can take away our sea heart lotus. Those who are not of our dragon clan must have a different heart." "Xianxia, you can't run away," Aoji said coldly. "Ha ha ha. What a joke. You want me to reflect on my actions with the younger generation of the dragon clan? Aoji, how dare you? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Do you know that I am the true emperor of the dragon clan?" The ancestral dragon emperor stared at Aoji in anger. Aoji took 2 steps back subconsciously. His face turned pale. He was afraid of the ancestral dragon emperor. If it wasn't for Ancestor Li Feng supporting him, he would not dare to go against the ancestral dragon emperor. But according to Ancestor Li Feng, the ancestral dragon emperor was the sinner of the dragon clan. That's why they could not let him leave. At this moment, Aoji felt a little guilty. But after hearing Ancestor Li Feng's words, he realized that the ancestral dragon emperor was the biggest sinner of the dragon clan. After the immemorial war, the dragon clan's decline was closely related to the ancestral dragon emperor. He killed so many experts of the dragon clan to replenish his own body. It was truly tragic. No wonder the dragon clan fell from the top 3 clans in the divine world to the point where they could not even withstand a single blow. Even in the central region Divine Land, the Dragon Clan did not have a place that belonged to them anymore. Aoji didn't know much about the ancient era. He only knew a little about it from Ancestor Li Feng. If it wasn't for Ancestor Li Feng, he might have been dead when he accepted the inheritance and baptism in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. Ancestor Li Feng had given him great encouragement and support, which allowed him to stand against the majority and become the clan leader. Therefore, he could achieve what he had today because of Ancestor Li Feng. That was why Aoji believed in Ancestor Li Feng's words. Because of this, the appearance of the ancestral Dragon Emperor was even more suspicious. Aoji was filled with disdain. The people of the Dragon Clan were in a deadlock. They did not know who to trust more. The current situation was extremely awkward. On one hand, it was the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, and on the other hand, it was the Dragon Clan leader. Even an upright official would not be able to settle a family dispute. Moreover, these two people were the leaders of the Dragon Clan. The 9 great elders and the people of the Dragon Clan could not decide this. The ancestral Dragon Emperor and Aoji were at each other's throats. The ancestral Dragon Emperor knew that Ancestor Li Feng was already on his way. Aoji must be a pawn of Ancestor Li Feng. I have no time to bother with you today. Wait till I return. You will know who the real ancestor of the Dragon Clan is. The ancestral Dragon Emperor harumphed coldly and looked at Xianxia. The two of them nodded at the same time and turned around to leave. However, it was too late. The entire void was completely sealed. Xianxia and the ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart sank. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, it's too late to leave now. Ancestor Li Feng's voice resounded in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's ears. He knew that even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he would not be able to change the situation. Everyone's gazes were focused on the sky. A white-robed woman stood there with a cold expression. Her hands were clasped together and her white robes fluttered in the wind. She was untainted by a speck of dust. The lady's long hair fluttered in the wind. She looked elegant and graceful. Her beautiful eyes shone with a meaningful smile. A pair of eyes that could speak, a peerless face that could topple cities, every frown, every smile, every movement, they were all natural, without any flaws, like the most perfect work of art in heaven. Her slender fingers were as green as jade, and a folding fan was stuck at her waist. The phrase "jade tree in the wind" was more than suitable to be used on her. Li Feng and the ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at each other. Both of them were speechless. It's been too long. 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? Or 10 million years? The ancestral Dragon Emperor couldn't remember how long it's been since they last met. He was ambushed and fell to the mortal world. His soul almost died, but he managed to escape. He never thought that the mastermind was Li Feng, the lady that had a close relationship with him. Nobody could understand the struggle and pain in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart. He would rather not return to the Dragon Clan than face her. At this moment, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart was half dead. As for the other half, he was struggling at death's door for the sake of his unreachable dream. Xianxia stared at Li Feng. This lady must be the one that the ancestral Dragon Emperor dreamed about. But in the end, it became their love-hate relationship. It was quite ironic. The two of them looked at each other. Xianxia could see that the ancestral Dragon Emperor, who had a lot of things to say, was speechless. Silence and sorrow filled the ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart. Today's battle was extremely dangerous. But who could understand the pain that the ancestral Dragon Emperor was feeling right now? Everyone looked at the scene in silence. Li Feng made everyone feel pressured. She was like the sky, covering the entire sky. The people of the Dragon Clan were terrified. Because Li Feng's dragon prestige was similar to the ancestral Dragon Emperor's. Could she be an ancestor of the Dragon Clan? Greetings, Ancestor Li Feng. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Aoji's words caused the hearts of the entire dragon tribe to tremble with fear. Another ancestor? But what about Ancestor Li Feng, who had never appeared in the Dragon Clan? Isn't Ancestor Li Feng dead? How could this be? That's right. I also remember seeing Ancestor Li Feng's memorial tablet in the ancestral shrine. Could it be that Ancestor Li Feng has been protecting our Dragon Clan the entire time, silently protecting us? That must be it. The ancestral dragon emperor has an ulterior motive. That's why ancestor Li Feng had no choice but to fight against the ancestral dragon emperor. Even if it's our ancestor, he didn't contribute anything to us. He only did something that almost caused our clan to be exterminated. Ancestral dragon emperor, why are you doing this? As your descendants, we feel sad and mocking ourselves. Most of the people sighed. Ancestor Li Feng appeared out of nowhere. Most importantly, he was acknowledged by Aoji. This made the ancestral dragon emperor even more trustworthy. Because Aoji did not acknowledge the ancestral dragon emperor. But ancestor Li Feng was respected by Aoji. This meant that ancestor Li Feng was more powerful than the ancestral dragon emperor. In addition to the things that happened before, the ancestral dragon emperor was pushed into the eye of the storm by the dragon clan. He became everyone's target. Even the people who initially believed in him started to waver. You are a beauty, why did you become a thief? The ancestral dragon emperor listened to the gossip around him and felt even more depressed. Even his own clansmen didn't trust him. Was it really necessary for him to return? The ancestral dragon emperor and Li Feng looked at each other. Li Feng's eyes were extremely cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Ancestral dragon emperor, you betrayed the dragon clan. You killed all the ancestors of the dragon clan and threw them into the ocean core pillar. In order to restore your body, you killed thousands of ancestors of the dragon clan for your own selfish desire. Don't you feel pain in your heart? After you fell, you didn't dare to return to the dragon clan because you were afraid that what you did would be exposed. Today, it is fortunate that I, Li Feng, am still alive. Otherwise, wouldn't the dragon tribe once again fall into the abyss and become an endless stream of dead souls under your executioner? Li Feng's voice made the ancestral dragon emperor feel pain. What he did in the past seemed so stupid and funny now. Looks like there's going to be an end between them. Once upon a time, when the ancestral dragon emperor conquered the supreme ancient immemorial era, Li Feng became the leader of the dragon clan. Her empress heart grew at that moment and she became the true leader of the dragon clan. Many of the ancestors of the dragon clan were dissatisfied with her, which led to the internal strife of the dragon clan. After the internal strife broke out, all of the ancestors of the dragon clan were killed by Li Feng's schemes or powerful methods. To the dragon clan, it was an epic disaster. From that moment onwards, even the ancestral dragon emperor was kept in the dark. Now that the truth was out, the ancestral dragon emperor was smeared with dirty water. He was labeled as a cruel, tyrannical, and selfish person. Li Feng. Such a ruthless move, the ancestral dragon emperor was furious and sorrowful. However, no one would believe what he said. At this moment, Li Feng became the guardian of the dragon clan and gained the approval of the dragon clan's leader. He, the oldest ancestor of the dragon clan, was treated as an outsider. Needless to say, how sad and sorrowful he was. To think that the person I've been thinking about is you. You traitor. I'm so sad. The ancestral dragon emperor stared at Li Feng angrily. Once upon a time, the two of them were in love with each other. But now, they've become enemies. The current situation made him feel sad. Since things have already come to this, why mention the past? Your ruthlessness and selfish desires nearly destroyed the dragon clan. This can be considered karma. Even if those people were your descendants, you shouldn't have acted so crazily. Now that 10,000 years have passed, circumstances have changed. Do you want to consign the dragon clan to eternal damnation? Although we're enemies, I, Li Feng, will not let it go. It's impossible for you to destroy the dragon clan. Li Feng said coldly. Under the attention of the crowd sighed. At least Li Feng and Aoji, the patriarch of the dragon clan, were standing on the moral high ground. The ancestral dragon emperor had become the target of everyone's hatred. However, it was obvious that the ancestral dragon emperor was not as decisive as Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia had the courage to stay out of this. If it was him, it would be a different situation. There's no point in talking anymore. Ancestral dragon emperor, are you going to surrender or do you want me to do it? The current you is still no match for me. Li Feng said. There were thousands of dragons behind her while there was nobody behind the ancestral dragon emperor other than Xianxia. She's forcing him to abdicate. However, the ancestral dragon emperor had no other choice. He only had one choice, to fight till the end. Since Li Feng had already announced the ultimatum, there was no need for him to continue to be entangled with her. The deep feelings they had for each other had already disappeared in the long river of history with the passage of time. For hundreds of millions of years, there was only power in her eyes. She was the only empress of the dragon clan. You do resemble me in the past. Seems like you've been preparing for this day for a long time. The ancestral dragon emperor finally showed a relieved smile. Everything was set in stone. At least he, the greatest sinner in history, was crucified on the cross. There was no way for him to turn the situation around, unless he could kill Li Feng. However, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that it was too difficult. Although Li Feng was just a spirit clone, she was still extremely powerful. Compared to his spirit, she was countless times more powerful. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. However, I thought that you, a traitor, had already died long ago. But now, it seems that I will have to do it myself. I will not kill you. I will make you kneel before all the powerful beings of the dragon race, for eternity. Li Feng said. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Who in the dragon clan is worthy of me, the ancestral dragon emperor's respect? I am the sovereign of the dragon clan, the first ancestor of the ancient era. Who in the dragon clan is worthy of my respect? Today, I must get rid of you, you evil woman. Under the heavens, only women and vile people are hard to deal with. Seems like I shouldn't have brought you into the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor said coldly. His eyes were bright and his battle intent surged. The two of them were ready to fight. Everything is over. Ancestral dragon emperor, we are done. From today onwards, the dragon clan is no longer your dragon clan. Phoenix Li's palm covered the sky. She held a folding fan in her hand and fanned it, the wind howled and the cranes cried out. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, he knew that Li Feng was finally going to make a move. Although this woman was also a soul doppelganger, her strength was so terrifying that it made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle. A mere soul doppelganger had already reached the peak divine emperor realm. Even the late divine emperor Aoji could not withstand a single blow from her. Jiang Chen knew that with his current battle prowess, it was impossible for him to face off against Li Feng. Therefore, he could only rely on Aoji to survive. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you have to take care of your woman. Jiang Chen murmured. A great battle was about to break out. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was blocking Li Feng, and Jiang Chen was also blocking the entire dragon clan led by Aoji. Those below the Divine Emperor realm, step back. Aoji shouted. All the Hierarch realm and Divine King realm experts quickly retreated because Aoji knew very well that a Divine Emperor realm expert was enough for this battle. Those Hierarch realm and Divine King realm experts were just cannon fodder. They would not be of any use. Therefore, it was better to preserve the dragon clan's strength. No Hierarch realm experts could win against a Divine Emperor realm expert. Aoji shouted. More than 50 Divine Emperor realm experts stood on the left and right, surrounding Jiang Chen. The 9 great elders stood in front of them. Long Jingza was very sad facing Jiang Chen. However, in the face of the dragon clan's righteousness, there was no personal grudge. He would rather kill Jiang Chen and apologize to himself than to retreat at this moment. Long Jingza had his own righteousness in his heart. It was not blind loyalty, but the righteousness of the dragon clan. Even if his daughter had betrayed the dragon clan, he could not do it. Otherwise, he would be the greatest sinner of the dragon clan. Brother Jiang Chen, hurry up and leave. It'll be too late if you don't leave now. Long Ying'er said anxiously. She wanted to protect Jiang Chen behind her. Her protective attitude made Jiang Chen smile. However, did he still have a way out at this moment? Aoji was eyeing him fiercely. As long as he made a move, he would definitely chase after him. With so many Divine Emperor realm experts, Jiang Chen was going to have another crazy battle today. Don't worry. The two of you, step back a little. Don't get hurt by me. Otherwise, I'll just kill you. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen looked at Long Ying'er and Qing Xian and said with a smile. He was not nervous at all. He did not want Qing Xian and Long Ying'er to bear too much pressure. At this moment, the battle between the ancestral Dragon Emperor and Li Feng was very interesting. Wind blades were like blades and souls were colliding with each other. The entire dragon clan was shocked. The ancestral Dragon Emperor had absorbed a lot of dragon soul's power. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was very powerful now. However, it was still unknown who would win the battle against Li Feng. The ancestral Dragon Emperor is indeed the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Even though he has fallen for thousands of years, he is still so powerful. Ancestor Li Feng might not be able to gain the upper hand. Can't you see that the ancestral Dragon Emperor is not relying on his own strength? He won't last long in a battle like this. From the looks of it, the fight between our dragon tribe today will definitely be a bloody one. This fella is the most despicable one. Everything is because of him. Those who are not of our dragon clan must have a different heart. If he had given the sea heart lotus to us earlier, we wouldn't have had so many troubles. If a member of the dragon clan wins the Rising Dragon Banquet, he will definitely not take the sea heart lotus for himself. That's the common property of our dragon clan. Everyone from the dragon clan blamed Xianxia for this. They thought that Xianxia was the one who started this battle. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Xianxia was calm as he faced everyone's criticism. What does the death of the people have to do with me? Who dares to do what I want? You guys treat the ancestral Dragon Emperor as a treasure, I don't care. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His sword intent was cold like frost. Whoever wanted to be his enemy, he would kill them. Even the heavens were no exception. Kill. Xianxia was filled with killing intent as he rushed into the crowd. More than 50 early Divine Emperor realm experts rushed towards him. The limitless sword slashed through the 9 heavens. The 18th sword swept through the world. The 19th sword was cold like frost. The 20th sword swept through the 14 prefectures. In the blink of an eye, 6 out of the 50 early Divine Emperors were killed by Xianxia. The scene was extremely shocking, causing countless experts of the Dragon Clan to tremble in fear. Isn't this too terrifying? He's like a human-shaped weapon, a murderous demon king. Xianxia's overbearingness made everyone fearful of him. Xianxia was invincible under the might of a mid-divine emperor. At this moment, Qin Xian and Long Yinger did not want to be outdone. They continued to launch their attacks, reducing the burden on Xianxia. The combat strength of the two girls was also quite strong. It was not a problem for them to fight against 5 or even more. Aoji's face turned gloomy. He waved his hand and the 9 great elders immediately joined the battle. 3 of them were late divine emperors and the remaining 6 were mid-divine emperors. This battle was truly dangerous for Xianxia. The 9 great elders joined hands and their terrifying strength made even Aoji fearful. Killing Xianxia would be a piece of cake. Aoji looked at the battle between the ancestral Dragon Emperor and Ancestor Li Feng and charged towards the latter. Because only his appearance at this moment could decide the outcome of the battle. I'm coming too. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, I'm sorry. Aoji rushed up to the peak of the 9 heavens with the divine dragon spear in his hand. He swung the spear towards the ancestral Dragon Emperor. The battle between the ancestral Dragon Emperor and Li Feng was already in a pinch. He did not have the upper hand at all. At this moment, Aoji joined the fray. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was furious. He was fighting against 2 opponents at the same time. Aoji's attacks played a crucial role, forcing the ancestral Dragon Emperor to take a few steps back. Dragon soul in the heavens, only I appear. The dragon soul strength in his palm was unparalleled. A seal was thrown out, causing the peak of the dragon tribe's mountain range to reverberate endlessly. Its might was as great as the sky. However, Aoji did not live up to his reputation. From this, one could tell that he was the leader of the dragon tribe. The mightiness of the late Divine Emperor realm was fully unleashed. The battle between the ancestral Dragon Emperor and Li Feng was getting more and more intense, forcing the ancestral Dragon Emperor to take a few steps back. At this moment, Xianxia was also in a very difficult situation. Not to mention the 9 great elders of the Dragon Clan, there were still dozens of early Divine Emperor experts. Now, he was truly doomed. Because the patriarch of the Dragon Clan had already given the order, who would dare to disobey? At this moment, the iron-blooded warriors of the dragon race were on full display. Ferocious attacks flew in the sky, catching Xianxia off guard. Roar! Xianxia roared furiously. His 300-meter-tall body soared into the sky like a mountain. He punched out, and lightning flickered, causing the mountains to tremble. The Great Elder led the experts of the Dragon Clan to fight against Xianxia calmly, taking revenge for the experts of the Dragon Clan that had died. Xianxia dared not to underestimate the mightiness of the late Divine Emperor realm experts. Moreover, there were 3 late Divine Emperors and 6 mid-Divine Emperors. This kind of battle strength was unstoppable. Xianxia stood proudly on the dome, stepping on the mountains and rivers. His fist shook the sky and his sword aura was unparalleled. A single slash of his sword turned the void into a vast expanse. Xianxia's fists were ferocious, creating a 1,000-mile whirlwind. Under the bombardment of the heavenly lightning, the early Divine Emperor experts were unable to withstand it. They quickly retreated, fearing that they would be injured or even killed by Xianxia's heavenly lightning. The dreadfulness of the 1,000-flame destructive lightning was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. That kind of ferocious might was increasing along with Xianxia's strength. Now that the heavenly lightning had descended, the Dragon Clan was shocked. Except for the 9 Great Elders, everyone else retreated, giving Long Ying-er and Xianxia a chance to take a breather. Once again, they charged forward with irresistible force. They would definitely die. Dragon Transformation. The Great Elder roared furiously. 9 figures soared into the sky and turned into 100-zhong-tall giant dragon. They were exactly the same as Xianxia. They soared above the void and continuously circled around, fighting a life-and-death battle with Xianxia. The 9 giant dragons flew. They were green and yellow in color. The giant dragons stood proudly in the sky. They were exactly the same as Xianxia's 100-zhong-tall body. The 2 of them kept colliding with each other. It made it extremely difficult for Xianxia. This scene was something that he had never experienced before, because the opponent's strength was too terrifying. Xianxia only knew now that his 100-zhong-tall body was consuming a lot of divine origin qi. It was even consuming at a speed that was 100 times faster than usual. Such a shocking and peerless form consumed a lot of divine origin qi, but it was also extremely powerful. Compared to the strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants, Xianxia's current power was more than 10 times stronger than before. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, the gigantic sword blocked the sky. The soul of the dragon roared and the shadow of the sword soared up to the sky. Although Xianxia had turned into 100-zhong tall, his attacks were still as swift and fierce as ever. His sword strike was not weak at all when facing the 9 Great Elders of the Dragon Clan. However, the 9 giant dragons were not willing to be outdone. They were even stronger than Xianxia. The 100-zhong tall dragon body of the Dragon Clan filled the void and blocked all the light. Xianxia displayed the 20th sword technique. He was like a sword god standing in the sky. Facing the entanglement of the 9 Great Elders, Xianxia advanced step by step, but he still showed signs of being defeated. After all, the joint attack of the 9 Great Elders was too strong. 3 late Divine Emperor realm experts were enough to give Xianxia a hard time, let alone 6 mid-Divine Emperor realm experts. Xianxia retreated step by step in this battle. He kept crushing boulders, mountains, and ancient forests. He was in a sorry state. Compared to the ancestral Dragon Emperor, he was not any better. Xianxia, die! The Great Elder roared in anger and rolled towards Xianxia. His face was extremely gloomy. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword and clenched his fist tightly. Facing the Great Elder's attack, Xianxia did not move at all. However, it was not 1 giant dragon anymore, but 9 giant dragons. They roared madly and rammed onto Xianxia's body. Xianxia's flesh, bones and veins were in great pain. His head felt like it was going to split open. Roar! Xianxia let out a deafening roar. With a palm strike, he grabbed the tail of a giant dragon. No matter how hard the dragon struggled, it was useless. Then, Xianxia turned his palm and punched out. The mountain-like fist smashed onto the giant dragon's head, causing the 5th elder to tremble and feel dizzy. This punch carried the strength of Xianxia, and it was invincible. The other 8 great elders gasped. This bastard was really hard to deal with. Let go of my 5th brother. This Jiang Chen is too terrifying. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a great threat to our dragon clan in the future. The Great Elder was extremely shocked. This guy actually used the Fifth Elder's body as a weapon to fight against the 8 of them. At this moment, the Fifth Elder was already dizzy from Jiang Chen's attacks. The Fifth Elder was seriously injured by Jiang Chen's attacks. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He took a step forward with the dragon's might in his hand. The ground trembled and cracked. It's just a long worm. Under Jiang Chen's bombardment, the Fifth Elder was already on the verge of death. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and killed the Fifth Elder directly. He took out his soul and destroyed it. At this moment, all the people of the dragon clan looked pale. The Fifth Elder was tortured to death. This was absolutely not what they wanted to see, but the result was terrifying. Jiang Chen killed the dragon clan's elder in the end, but he was also facing the merciless attacks of the other 8 great elders of the dragon clan. This guy is simply a lunatic. We must kill him. The Fifth Elder died just like that. I can't believe it. He is a demon. Bastard. Our dragon clan has never suffered such humiliation before. Countless people of the dragon clan were filled with righteous indignation, but they could do nothing because Jiang Chen was too powerful. He was able to kill one of the 9 great elders. Although he was facing a great crisis, he was still heavily injured by the great elder and the others and was forced to retreat. Jiang Chen's punches were so powerful that it shook the mountains and rivers. His 100 tall body finally showed a hint of exhaustion. Jiang Chen returned to his normal human form. The 8 giant dragons soared into the sky and rushed towards Jiang Chen to force him to surrender. Jiang Chen once again unleashed the ancient soaring dragon technique. His violent and unstoppable manner was unstoppable. At this moment, Jiang Chen's situation became more and more difficult. He was already at a disadvantage in the previous situation. The 3 late divine emperors were the most troublesome opponents for Jiang Chen. Don't give him any chances. Kill him first. The Great Elder couldn't allow anything to go wrong because the death of the Fifth Elder made him feel extremely guilty. His heart was filled with rage. Jiang Chen had actually killed the Fifth Elder in front of so many experts of the Dragon Clan. This was a great mockery to the Great Elder. The other experts of the Dragon Clan also felt the same. This was an insult to the Dragon Clan. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Soul Destruction. Jiang Chen took them by surprise. A terrifying divine soul power rolled in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Except for Xianxia, the other 7 great elders all suffered from soul damage. The 3 great elders were the strongest among them, so they could withstand the attack. However, they were seriously injured. In addition, their avatars had already been severely injured by Jiang Chen. This time, it could be said that they were injured for the second time. Jiang Chen staggered away. However, the Great Elder and the others felt numb in their scalp and their faces turned pale. Their soul power was seriously injured. Xianxia stared blankly at the scene. Jiang Chen had shown mercy and didn't use the soul-devouring technique on him. This made his heart filled with bitterness and sorrow. No matter what, Xianxia was already Jiang Chen's woman. Therefore, Jiang Chen would not kill Xianxia no matter what. However, he did not pity the other people. Each of them wanted to kill him. Why should he care about them? At this moment, even the ancestral Dragon Emperor could not protect himself. How could he still want to reconcile with the Dragon Clan? Wasn't that bullshit? At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. The 2 of them were struggling to move. They were facing more than 40 early Divine Emperor experts alone. It was a great pressure to them. It was inevitable that they were heavily injured. Coldness surged in Jiang Chen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, divine swords broke through the void and turned into rays of light, covering the void. The swords formed a formation, trapping over 40 divine emperors in the Ashura sword formation. You will definitely pay the price for hurting my woman, Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. It was extremely difficult for him to cast the Ashura sword formation now. However, he could not just watch Xianxia and Xianxia fall into a crisis. At this moment, the Great Elder and the others regained their consciousness. The soul-snatching technique did not kill them completely because Jiang Chen was heavily injured. It was impossible for his soul power to trap and kill them completely. It would only greatly weaken their combat power, but not to the extent that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Be careful. The Great Elder roared furiously. Flying swords crisscrossed and pierced through the void. Thousands of swords shot out at the same time and the Azura sword formation filled the sky, causing the entire dragon clan to tremble. Xianxia was going to kill them all, however, Xianxia did not hesitate at all. The moment the Ashura sword formation was activated, the divine origin strength in his body was continuously sucked out. However, the 40 early divine emperor experts' countenance changed drastically in this battle. Such a terrifying sword formation. We can't escape from it. Yeah, I don't want to die here. Great Elder, please save us. The 8 great elders of the dragon clan were terrified. Xianxia is a bastard. He's too terrifying. The Great Elder and the others quickly attacked. Facing Xianxia's Ashura sword formation, some of them could not take it anymore. The sword shadows kept hitting the Ashura sword formation and the people of the dragon clan fell one after another. Blood flowed and dyed the sky red. You're crazy. Stop. Stop right now. The Great Elder roared in anger as he watched the experts of the dragon clan fall one after another. His heart was bleeding. Go to hell. The Great Elder and the others attacked again in order to force Xianxia to retreat. The 8 of them joined forces and finally forced Xianxia to retreat. The Ashura sword formation collapsed by itself and Xianxia was blown away. He was severely injured under the heavy punches. However, there was a bloodthirsty smile on Xianxia's face. Among the 40 early divine emperor experts, more than half of them were either dead or injured. This battle made every member of the dragon clan feel extremely sad. Xianxia did nothing wrong. He just wanted to protect the woman he loved. He just wanted to protect his dignity. If someone wants to kill me, I'm not going to die. The ancestral dragon emperor's mercy encouraged the arrogance of the dragon clan, making them even more unscrupulous. Xianxia looked at him coldly. At this moment, Aoji's eyes locked onto Xianxia. Half of the divine emperor realm experts of the dragon clan died in Xianxia's hands. The return of the ancestral dragon emperor had triggered everyone's anger. Life is like a game of chess. So what if we become enemies? It's all worth it to protect the one we love. You must pay for what you've done. I'll make you suffer for eternity. Xianxia. Aoji stared at Xianxia angrily. The divine spear in his hand was trembling. The spear radiance was shot out from his body. Countless members of the dragon tribe had a solemn expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with joy. With their tribe leader taking action, this bastard would definitely be executed. It would be impossible for him to hunt down the members of the dragon tribe. Clan leader, kill him. Even if this bastard dies 1,000,000 times, it won't be enough. That's right, clan head. You must definitely avenge the fallen experts of our dragon clan. Damn bastard. Xianxia, you'll pay for this. Everyone of the dragon clan stared at Xianxia angrily. Their relatives and brothers were among the dead experts. However, Xianxia did not slack off. He killed people like drinking water. Otherwise, he would be killed. He had no other choice. Suppress him. Aoji smashed his spear down. The sky changed color. Xianxia kept retreating. With his current strength, he would lose 9 out of 10 times. He had already used up a lot of his fighting strength. It was dangerous for Xianxia to fight against Aoji. On the other side, the ancestral dragon emperor's face was cold. Facing Li Feng's desperate attack, he could only defend himself. After all, the ancestral dragon emperor's strength had not fully recovered yet. The dragon soul's power that he absorbed from the ocean's core pillar could only support him for a short period of time. He was getting weaker and weaker. Surrender, ancestral dragon emperor. I don't want to kill you. As long as you surrender, I can even help you rebuild your golden body. Li Feng's voice sounded in the ancestral dragon emperor's mind. The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes lit up. You want me to become your puppet and help you take control of the dragon clan? Ha ha ha, you're dreaming. Women, heh. The ancestral dragon emperor looked determined. Li Feng shook her head and sighed. she did have such thoughts. If the ancestral dragon emperor was willing to submit to her and become her puppet, it would be the best solution. However, the ancestral dragon emperor did not want to submit. Li Feng had no choice but to kill him. As long as the ancestral dragon emperor was still alive, she would feel uncomfortable. She was worried that someone would stand against her and kill her. Then I can only make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. Perhaps you shouldn't have come back in the first place. Li Fengling said. In her eyes, the ancestral dragon emperor was worthless. Since he wanted to die, she would kill him and destroy his soul. One day, you will be punished, Yi Zichen said coldly. The ancestral dragon emperor raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with loneliness. Who will punish me? Heaven? Even he himself would not be able to protect himself. My life is up to me, not the heavens. Even you can't have me. Even if the calamity of the world is coming, I, Li Feng, will still live on. Other than the dragon clan, I will make the entire divine land of the middle region kneel before me. Li Feng's face was as cold as ice. She was extremely domineering. However, in the eyes of the ancestral dragon emperor, she was just an executioner, a crazy woman who did not know what she was talking about. You don't understand how terrifying the calamity of the world is. Not to mention the middle region, a true expert can kill you with one finger. The ancestral dragon emperor said. He. Why haven't I seen such a powerful expert before? You're very powerful, but didn't you still die in my hands? Li Feng said disdainfully. A ball of golden flame gradually formed in her hand and turned into a sharp thorn. Li Feng held it tightly in her hand and shot it towards the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor's pupils shrunk. But at this moment, 2 rays of cold light intercepted the red thorn and turned it into nothingness. Li Feng's pupils shrunk and shouted. Who are you, demon? Show yourself now. How dare you cause trouble in my dragon clan? You must be tired of living. He. Your dragon clan? You even killed the ancestral dragon emperor. Do you even deserve to be called the ancestor of the dragon clan? 2 burly figures slowly emerged from the void. Their imposing auras were like rainbows. They had actually reached the late divine emperor realm as well. So it's the 2 of you. Looks like there are quite a lot of traitors here today. I'm going to clean them up. Li Feng said coldly and glanced at the 2 of them. Patriarch of the Eastern Dragon Clan, Ao Wangu, is late. Please forgive us, Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Patriarch of the Northern Dragon Clan, Ao Uni, is late. Please forgive us, Ancestral Dragon Emperor. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes lit up. Patriarch of the Eastern Dragon Clan, Ao Wangu, and Patriarch of the Northern Dragon Clan, Ao Uni. The 2 of them came at the right time. Otherwise, I'll definitely suffer a great loss. Alright. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor shouted and felt relieved. From afar, a dozen Divine Emperor experts broke through the sky and appeared in the horizon. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor finally heaved a sigh of relief. The Northern Dragon Tribe and Eastern Dragon Tribe were truly respectful towards him. Now that the 2 great dragon tribes had taken action, his situation was finally alleviated. Xianxia squinted his eyes and kept retreating. At this moment, he finally had a chance to catch his breath because Ao Ji's eyes were filled with anger and danger. What he was going to face now was not just Xianxia alone, but the entire Eastern Dragon Clan and Northern Dragon Clan. It was needless to say how terrifying it was. This was the first time in thousands of years that the 2 clans had joined hands to fight against the Eastern Dragon Clan and Northern Dragon Clan. A bunch of damned traitors. Ao Ji gritted his teeth. The Northern Dragon Clan and Eastern Dragon Clan saw them as greedy wolves. They saw the Northern Dragon Clan and Eastern Dragon Clan as traitors. The 3 great dragon clans had their own opinions and refused to back down. The appearance of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor made them extremely nervous. A great battle was imminent. The Eastern Dragon Clan and Northern Dragon Clan knew that whoever could get the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would be the true heir of the Dragon Clan. Hence, to them, this battle was a battle to the death. If they won, the one who stood beside the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would be the true heir of the Dragon Clan. For the 17K year-end golden ceremony, if you have a ticket, please vote for Elder Su. Dragon Mark and Sword Celestial can do it. This time, I hope to get everyone's support. 1. During the event period, users who bought a small monthly package will receive 1 compliment ticket a day. 2. During the event period, users who bought a small monthly package will receive 3 compliment tickets a day. 3. During the event period, users will receive 1 compliment ticket for every 10 yuan spent within a week. Fine, fine, fine. Since you guys like to fight each other, I shall not serve you anymore. Xianxia sneered and left quietly. He had succeeded in his mission. Go. This is our only chance now. The Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are related to the Demon Shadow Clan. It's not as simple as you think. You're just a chess piece if you stay here. You won't be able to change the situation. Xianxia's words were transmitted into the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's mind. At that moment, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly. Although Xianxia's words were sarcastic, it was reasonable. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was not strong enough. He would only be a target for them to fight over. He did not have the ability to change the situation. So what if he had a high position? No one in the Dragon Clan was willing to respect him. History only respects the strong. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor felt helpless and bitter. However, he knew that this trip to the Dragon Clan was about to end. It was not easy for him to escape. At least, he found out the truth behind his death and the mastermind behind it. It was worth it. Seeing the Dragon Clan killing each other, he felt terrible as the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. However, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. Xianxia's summon made him wake up. As long as there's life, there's hope. It's time for him to return when he recovers his strength to the Emperor realm. However, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was determined to return. Xianxia could not stop him. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor did not know if he should be happy or sad. Ao Wangu and Ao Uni faced Li Feng at this moment. The strength of the 2 patriarchs wasn't any weaker than Ao Ji. At this moment, the entire Dragon Clan had turned into a battlefield. Dozens of Divine Emperor experts were fighting in the sky. Ao Ji had no choice but to lead the elders of the Dragon Clan and a group of defeated soldiers to start the final battle. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at Xianxia. At this moment, leaving was their best option. Xianxia didn't want to become the cannon fodder in the battle between the 3 dragon clans. After all, they were one of the most powerful ancient clans in the divine world. The strength of the Dragon Clan shouldn't be underestimated. It was unrealistic to rely on Xianxia alone to turn the tide of the battle. Xianxia brought Xianxia and Long Ying'er and quickly left the battlefield. Xianxia didn't dare to be slow. He would be an idiot if he didn't run away at this moment. Since there were people here, it was better for him to run away. If he continued to stay here, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Although the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was pleased, he couldn't help but feel bitter inside. After all, it was his juniors who were killing each other. No matter how cold he was, he couldn't calm down at this moment. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor understood Xianxia's words. Even if the Eastern and Northern Dragon Clan came to save him, they must have some ulterior motives. Because they were in cahoots with the Demon Shadow Clan. Everyone knew that they came to save him at this moment. It was hard to explain the meaning behind it. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was not stupid. It was just a mystery. However, he trusted Xianxia. Although Xianxia's words were like a warning to the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, it was very important to the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Brother Xianxia, I might have to leave. I need to return to my clan. This time, I have gained something from the Dragon Clan. The power of the Dragon Clan's bloodline has brought me to the brink of a breakthrough. This time, I should not be threatened by my clan anymore. Xianxia bid farewell to Xianxia and the others. Long Ying'er was reluctant to leave. If you have the chance, you must come and see me, Sister Xianxia. Long Ying'er looked at Xianxia and said. If I have the chance, I will. Brother Xianxia, if you see him again, please help me tell him that I've been waiting for him. After Xianxia finished speaking, she turned around and left. That resolute look on her face was admirable. She was just a woman, yet she was so resolute. To the monk, it was unknown if this was a good marriage. However, at least the monk would rather betray her than betray the monk. All right. Looking at Xianxia's silhouette, Xianxia nodded heavily. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor had entered into a state of recovery. It was impossible for the dragon clan to return in a short period of time. He had to at least reach the emperor realm to be able to fight against the dragon clan. Jiangchen was not a kind person. He would get his revenge sooner or later. He would definitely step on the dragon clan again. At that time, he would step on the entire dragon clan and make them submit to him. It's been hard on you, Ying-er. Jiangchen lifted Long Ying-er's hair and said softly. His heart was aching for her. After all, Long Ying-er had almost died and left the dragon clan for him. She was homeless now and the two of them could only depend on each other. She didn't even care about her parents and followed him to lead the dragon clan. Jiangchen naturally wouldn't let Long Ying-er suffer any grievances. As long as I can be with brother Jiangchen, it's not hard to go anywhere. Long Ying-er snuggled in Jiangchen's embrace and smiled brightly. Wherever Jiangchen was, that would be her home. After resting for 10 days, Jiangchen's strength had recovered to the peak of the mid-divine emperor realm. At this moment, Jiangchen already possessed the strength to barge into the middle state alone. His target this time was the divine pagoda. No matter what, he must save Qingqing and Sister Ning. Middle state, divine pagoda. I, Jiangchen, am back again. This trip might be filled with danger. You must be careful. It's not as simple as you think it is to stay by my side, Ying-er. And this time, to be honest, I'm going to save your sisters. Jiangchen smiled awkwardly. I know. Brother Jiangchen is so outstanding. There must be countless women who like you. I won't be jealous. As long as I'm in brother Jiangchen's heart, Ying-er will be satisfied. Long Ying-er said obediently, revealing 2 cute dimples. However, the current Long Ying-er was no longer that naive girl. Especially after being nourished by Jiangchen, her beauty had melted. The current Long Ying-er was so beautiful that it made Jiangchen feel suffocated. Jiangchen sighed in his heart. This femme fatale Long Ying-er was really his enemy in his previous life. Moreover, she treated him so well, where else could he find another one? At this moment, the dragon clan was already in a state of chaos. The battle between Li Feng and the eastern and northern dragon clans had shocked everyone. Ao Wangu and Ao Uni were both defeated. They couldn't gain any advantage from Li Feng, but their men managed to defeat the remnants of the dragon clan. It could be said that neither side had gained any advantage in this battle. However, the person they were all searching for had completely disappeared at this moment. Where's the ancestral dragon emperor? Ao Wangu said in confusion. He looked at Ao Uni and the two of them looked at each other speechlessly. The ancestral dragon emperor ran away? Jiangchen left too. Ao Ji's face turned pale as he stared at Ao Wangu and Ao Uni, gritting his teeth. This battle was a great loss to the dragon clan. They had suffered a double loss. Even the Ocean Heart Lotus was taken away by Jiangchen. In the end, the ancestral dragon emperor did not manage to keep the Ocean Heart Lotus. It was all because of these 2 bastards. The Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan were all trash. It's all because of you bastards. Aoji was furious. You guys still have the cheek to say that? You guys didn't even let off your own ancestor. Are you guys still human? Even the ancestral dragon emperor wants to kill you? Have you forgotten how you came to this world? Ao Wangu roared. So what? The ancestral dragon emperor made a mistake, he's the same as us. When did we say that we want to kill the ancestral dragon emperor? We only want the ancestral dragon emperor to plead guilty. He has killed countless ancestors of the dragon clan, should he be able to get away scot-free? Aoji argued with reason and went against the East Dragon race. He wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, this was their dragon race. Humph. Why didn't your father shoot you on the wall back then? You bastard, you're not fit to be the leader of our dragon clan? Hilarious. Hilarious. Ha ha ha. You guys don't even recognize your own ancestor. You guys are simply animals. I, Ao Wangu, never deal with animals. Ao Wangu laughed wildly. Aoji's face turned pale. Since it has come to this, there's no point in fighting anymore. Let's go and find the ancestral dragon emperor. Ao Uni said solemnly as he glanced at Ao Wangu. Alright, let's go. Ao Wangu said solemnly as he turned around and left. Do you think my dragon clan is a place where you can come and go as you please? Aoji was infuriated. He did not intend to let the East Dragon Tribe and the North Dragon Tribe leave just like that. If I, Ao Wangu, want to leave, I will leave. Your dragon clan can't stop me. Ao Wangu snorted coldly. Just as Aoji was about to give chase, he was stopped by Ancestor Li Feng. Don't chase a cornered enemy. You should chase after Xianxia and the ancestral dragon emperor. Li Feng said indifferently. Looking at the mess that the dragon race was in right now, her expression was extremely ugly. Let the Great Elder, Second Elder and Third Elder attack together to track Xianxia and the ancestral dragon emperor. He must be caught, dead or alive. With the strength of the First Elder and the others, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with them. Ancestor Li Feng. Aoji took a deep breath and said. Send out the dragon clan's black and white sacred envoys. With their combined strength, you might not be a match for them. With the First Elder and the others, it should be enough. Li Feng said coldly. Yes, Ancestor Li Feng. Aoji heaved a sigh of relief. If the black and white sacred envoys of the dragon clan were to attack now, Xianxia and the ancestral dragon emperor would have nowhere to hide. As the clan leader, Aoji could not do it himself. But at this moment, he was very relieved. In another 10 years, I will come out of seclusion. By then, I do not wish to see the current dragon clan. You have disappointed me. I can help you become the dragon clan leader. I can also destroy you and make a new dragon clan leader. After Li Feng finished speaking, she turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the void. Aoji wiped the sweat off his face. He was incomparably shocked. At this time, he could only brace himself. If the black and white saint emissaries were here for 10 years, his achievements would be even greater. The black and white saint emissaries weren't something that he could command. Only Ancestor Li Feng could command them. Right now, Aoji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. But at the same time, the fact that Ancestor Li Feng could command the black and white saint emissaries meant that Aoji no longer believed that he could change the current situation of the dragon clan by himself. If he were to disappoint Ancestor Li Feng again, Aoji knew that his good days would come to an end. Xianxia, you bastard. Don't let me catch you. With the First Elder and the black and white sacred envoys, you won't be able to escape. Aoji clenched his fist tightly. His face was gloomy and filled with killing intent. It was not hard for Aoji to guess that the Northern Dragon Clan and Eastern Dragon Clan must have the same idea as him. They wanted to chase after the ancestral Dragon Emperor. They wanted to make him the rightful ruler of the Dragon Clan. But to Aoji, he wanted to destroy Xianxia and the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Only then, he could sit on the throne forever and become the true king of the Dragon Clan. The Eastern Dragon Clan's leader, Ao Wangu, looked into the distance with a gloomy face. His lips were cold, causing the clansmen behind him to tremble. The most important thing now is to find the ancestral Dragon Emperor. As long as we find the ancestral Dragon Emperor, we can become the rightful ruler of the Dragon Clan. Then, it will be justifiable for us to attack the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, we will always be seen as an outsider. Do you want to become the rightful ruler, or do your clansmen want to return to the Dragon Clan? Ao Uni said with a smile. His eyes were gleaming with a profound meaning. Ao Uni, don't be weird. I know what you're thinking. Since that's the case, let's go our separate ways. Whoever finds the ancestral Dragon Emperor will be the big brother. What do you think? Ao Wangu said in a deep voice. Alright, it's a deal. Don't deny it when I find the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Ha ha ha. Ao Uni let out a roar and turned around to leave. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was obvious. Now, both of them were prepared. They had no choice but to join hands to fight against the Dragon Clan. Now that they walked out from the Dragon Clan, they each had their own plans. Everyone wanted to find the ancestral Dragon Emperor and become the rightful ruler of the Dragon Clan. Who would be willing to be under someone else, especially the two of them who never interfered with each other's business? However, they were not willing to submit to each other. I hope your luck will be good. Don't let me get to you before you do. He he he. Ao Wangu and Ao Uni turned around and left. Now, all three branches of the dragon clan had the same goal. Only by finding the ancestral dragon emperor would he be able to rule the world. The dragon clan was torn apart. The current situation was worrisome. Therefore, everyone wanted to be the savior of the world, to become the new emperor of the dragon clan. Ao Wangu and Ao Uni were no exception. As for Ao Ji, what he wanted was the destruction of the ancestral dragon emperor in exchange for his position as the leader of the dragon clan. Xianxia did not stop and rushed to the central region Divine Land. However, when he arrived at the ancient city at the edge of the central region Divine Land, Xianxia prepared for a period of time. Xianxia wanted to forge his own divine weapon, but even if he used all the materials he had, he still could not make a peak origin divine weapon advance to a primal origin treasure. Although the quality was getting better and better, a primal origin treasure was too difficult to achieve. Xianxia was confident that he could forge it, but the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. The materials he had on hand were not enough to forge an origin divine weapon into a primal origin treasure. If he could forge all the divine swords into a primal origin treasure, then the Ashura sword formation would be able to sweep away any experts under the Emperor realm. Even when he came to the central region ancient city, Xianxia still did not gain anything. However, in the Nalan ancient city, Xianxia heard an unparalleled thunder. It was this thunder. The entire Nalan ancient city, within a radius of 10,000 miles, was shocked by this thunder. The earth was shaking, the sky was roaring, and even the Nalan ancient city, which was 10,000 miles away, was shaking. The next day, in the entire Nalan ancient city, the terrifying thunder came from the Xianxia mountain, which was 30,000 miles away from the Nalan ancient city. The terrifying sound of thunder was deafening, making people unable to calm down for a long time. Therefore, the entire Nalan ancient city was no exception. It caused a tsunami-like earthquake in the Nalan ancient city. Everyone was incomparably shocked, discussing what this thunder was about. It was not difficult for Xianxia to guess in the Nalan ancient city. He already had a good understanding of the thunder in the Xianxia mountain. Some people said that there must be a beast being born in the Xianxia mountain, some said that there must be an expert breaking through in the Xianxia mountain, and some even said that the Xianxia mountain was a land of thunder. In short, in the Nalan ancient city, there were different opinions, but many people had already gone to the Xianxia mountain to find out. At this time, Xianxia and Long Ying'er also had doubts and wanted to find out. I wonder what kind of place this Xianxia mountain is. Why don't we go and take a look? Although Long Ying'er's appearance had changed greatly and she had a cultured and elegant, intellectual and generous look, she was still rather curious in her heart. She was also very confused about the strange tremors in the Xianxia mountain. Alright, let's go and take a look. Xianxia pulled Long Ying'er's hand and headed straight for the Xianxia mountain. There was an endless stream of people heading towards the Xianxia mountain. Most of them were divine kings and hierarch realm experts. Those who were too weak dared not go there as they were afraid of being killed by some kind of disaster. Xianxia had only seen a few divine emperors, but not many of them. It would not take long for them to travel 10,000 li away from the Xianxia mountain. The Xianxia mountain was a wilderness that was cloudless for thousands of miles. Rows of mountain peaks towered high into the sky, and even eagles would find it difficult to fly over them. The surroundings were filled with endless ancient trees that lined up like a sea, giving shade for thousands of miles. The Xianxia mountain was surrounded by mountains that surrounded the Xianxia mountain. Even if one stood in the sky, one would not be able to see the end of it. Xianxia saw hundreds of hierarch and divine king experts heading towards the depths of Xianxia mountain in an endless stream. Hey, kid, I advise you not to go in. This is not a place that anyone can enter. Didn't you see the lightning just now? You look like an outsider at first glance. Every 1,000 years, there will be a heavenly thunder descending from the Xianxia mountain. At that time, it will attract experts from all directions to watch. For us who live in Nalan ancient city all year round, it is nothing new. A peaked divine king realm middle-aged man looked at Xianxia and said with a dignified look. Because he could not see through Xianxia's strength, he felt that Xianxia's strength was not high. Oh? Really? Then every time there is a sudden clap of thunder, what will happen to this Xianxia mountain? Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man with interest and said with a smile. That's not something you can participate in. It's said that countless gems will appear after every lightning strike. Many people will come to fight for them. However, many people will die every time. Even a peak Divine King realm expert like me can only pick up the leftovers. All the good stuff will be taken away by those Hierarch realm experts. Occasionally, there will be a few Divine Emperor realm experts. Those are the real bosses. We can only watch. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Although he was only a Divine King realm expert, he still had the heart to improve. Facing those Hierarch realm experts, he was helpless. However, he could still pick up some leftovers in case those Hierarch realm experts looked down on them. So I advise you to leave as soon as possible. This is not a joke. The middle-aged man said with a prideful expression. Xianxia was so young, and he had such a beautiful girl with him. Perhaps, he would attract the attention of some powerful warriors, and a great battle would break out. Thank you for telling me. Xianxia smiled. His indifferent look made the middle-aged man shake his head. Sigh, you really don't know how high the sky is. I'm advising you but you don't want to listen. Forget it, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear from the lightning strike this time. The middle-aged man shook his head and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a Hierarch realm figure landed in front of Xianxia, pointing at Xianxia and said with a cold face. You're a Hierarch realm cultivator. You can leave now. Leave her here. I like this woman. An old man in a blue robe looked at Long Ying'er with an arrogant look. He was filled with joy and excitement. He had never seen such a peerless beauty in his life. After living for tens of thousands of years, such a beauty was simply a work of art in this world. To think that she would be defiled by an unknown brat. It was truly a waste of a heavenly treasure. Are you talking to me? Xianxia smiled and said. What do you think? The blue-robed old man said coldly. You don't know what's good for you. Leave now. You'll be dead by the time I take action. The blue-robed old man shouted in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The middle-aged man not far away also sighed. He had just told this man not to show off. Now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. This blue-robed old man was not simple. He was a true disciple of a great sect. What if I don't leave? What can you do to me? Xianxia smiled coldly and looked at the blue-robed old man. His eyes were sharp and fearless. Will it be very bloody later? Long Ying'er was very innocent. Her innocent expression made the blue-robed old man even more arrogant. He snorted and said. You're right. It will be very bloody. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Elder Huang has such a high status. Let's not lower ourselves to his level. Ignorance is not to be blamed. I think this young man is quite talented. Why don't we let him go? The middle-aged man from before said with a smile. Xianxia was so young. If he was killed by Elder Huang, it would be a pity. The heavens cherished every living thing. It was rare for him to be so kind. Do you know who Elder Huang is? Boy, this is the elder of the Resurgence sect, Huang Yue. Elder Huang is an expert from my Nalan ancient city. Now, he is only back to visit his family for 100 years. Boy, you should quickly apologize to Elder Huang and let this matter go. Maybe you can still hold on to your little life. The middle-aged man said emotionally. Zhongxing sect's Huang Yue, Elder Huang? Xianxia laughed involuntarily and shook his head in resignation. Are you an idiot? You are young and ignorant, but you don't know what's good for you. Looks like I have to kill you today. Huang Yue said domineeringly with a cold expression. Do you know Huang Longyu? Xianxia asked. Of course I know him. He is the sect leader of Zhongxing sect. You. What do you mean? Elder Huang stared at Xianxia. Could it be that this person knows someone from Zhongxing sect? Huang Longyu is dead and Zhongxing sect is finished. You still dare to say that you are from Zhongxing sect? Do you know who killed Huang Longyu? I didn't expect you to come back to visit your family and escape. But now it seems that you have come to me. Although there is no point in killing you, I am angry when I see someone from Zhongxing sect. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at Huang Yue. Huang Yue looked at Jiang Chen in bewilderment. Stop looking. This scene will be very bloody. Jiang Chen smiled and said to Long Yinger. As he turned around, he threw a punch. Huang Yue, who claimed to be Zhongxing sect's elder, was killed by Jiang Chen's punch. His flesh and blood were separated and he turned into ashes. That middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. He looked like a fool as he watched Jiang Chen's departing figure. His mouth was dry. Motherf *Ker, what kind of expert was this? Killing a hierarch with a single punch without even a chance to fight back. It was so domineering that it left everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Chen and Long Yinger broke through the air and left. At that moment, the middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh. He didn't think that he would be so blind and actually misjudge Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was something that he would never be able to match up to in his entire life. Experts are indeed not people we can hope to catch up to. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen's back, which was getting further and further away. This scene was destined to be his dream for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen's movement had attracted the attention of experts from all directions. Countless hierarch realm experts looked solemn. Jiang Chen killed Huang Yue with a single punch to remind everyone that Jiang Chen was not someone they could afford to offend. Moreover, Jiang Chen flew towards the center of the thunderous explosion, which was the main peak of Xianxia mountain. Such a powerful expert. We can't even catch up to him. Yeah, he must be a Divine Emperor realm expert. However, this Divine Emperor realm expert is a little too hot-tempered. Who knows? Let's stay away from this unknown expert, lest we get involved. Many people looked at Jiang Chen but did not dare to get close. They could only watch from afar. A few Divine Emperor realm experts were also wary of Jiang Chen. They were afraid that these two experts who came out of nowhere would suddenly attack them. At the foot of the main peak of Xianxia mountain, Jiang Chen saw a 1,000-meter wide area that was struck by lightning. The surrounding rocks were all turned into dust, and all the plants were scorched. However, under the dust of the rocks, Jiang Chen saw a 30-meter large boulder standing there proudly. It was gray and didn't have any luster, but it was like a sword shadow. Even all the rocks and mountains within a 1,000-meter radius had been turned into dust, but this boulder was still as a mountain. What a good gem! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and a hint of excitement could be seen on his face. It seemed like he was really interested in this giant rock. This boulder might be able to help him refine a primordial origin treasure. His peak primordial divine weapon was finally going to be his. Friend, this boulder has caught my eye. There should be a first come, first served rule for everything. A Divine Emperor realm expert, Lung Lung, said. He glanced at Jiang Chen as if he wanted to take the boulder for himself. Jiang Chen frowned and said, I also have my eye on this boulder. I've also taken a fancy to this stone. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. Jiang Chen's words made the three Divine Emperor realm experts look gloomy. One of them sneered and said, what an arrogant guy. What an arrogant fellow. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in this world? Either get lost or die. The three of them were obviously on the same side. The three of them were Divine Emperor experts. They were fearless when facing Jiang Chen. Even when Jiang Chen killed Huang Yue with a single punch, they were still not afraid of him. They could also kill Huang Yue. Jiang Chen was just a clown who wanted everyone to be afraid of him. Of course, the three brothers did not care about him. Then you have made the right choice. Go to hell. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Brat, you really think that you are someone important. Looks like you won't know your place if I don't teach you a lesson today. Yang Xiaojiang shouted angrily and pointed a 9-foot-long blade at Jiang Chen. You don't know your place. Watch my saber. Yang Xiaojiang's face turned gloomy. He swung his saber decisively without any hesitation. Let me try such a bloody thing. Long Yinger smiled mischievously. She took a step forward in front of Jiang Chen. Her palm was as fast as lightning. A shadow of a dragon shot out and hit Yang Xiaojiang away. An early Divine Emperor realm expert was defeated by Long Yinger. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. Is this weak-looking lady more terrifying than this man? The two brothers next to Yang Xiaojiang also had a weird expression. At this moment, the arrow that was knocked on the bow had to be released. The three of them looked at each other and rushed towards Long Yinger. After all, the boulder was a real treasure. They did not want to give it up so easily. After all, there were 3 Divine Emperor realm experts while there were only 2 of them. Long Yinger repelled the enemy with a single move. They did not dare to look down on the man and the lady anymore. They immediately used all their skills to attack Long Yinger. You don't know your place. Long Yinger sneered. She had already reached the mid-Divine Emperor realm. Although she could not be compared to Jiang Chen, it was more than enough to deal with these guys. Long Yinger let out a delicate roar. Her palm technique was like lightning, surging like thunder. In less than 10 moves, the 3 of them were defeated. The terrifying aura caused countless people to be indescribably shocked. In the entire Nalan ancient city, or even within a radius of 200,000 miles, the 3 Yang brothers were absolute experts. But now, they were defeated by a woman. It was truly inconceivable. Spare us, heroine. The 3 of them were no match for Long Yinger. They knew that they had offended someone they shouldn't have offended. They begged for mercy. Long Yinger didn't have any intention to kill them. She just wanted to play around. However, at this moment, Jiangchen didn't show any mercy. A bolt of lightning flashed and struck the 3 of them, turning them into ashes in an instant. Long Yinger patted her chest and stuck out her tongue. She looked like she still had some lingering fear. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. If you leave them alive, they might cause some trouble. Jiangchen said casually. While he was talking and laughing, the boat turned into ashes. Suddenly, the whole Jingzhi mountain became silent. No one dared to comment on such a powerful expert. Perhaps they would never be able to catch up to him in their entire lives. From this moment onwards, the 3 Yang brothers had become part of Narang ancient city's history. He, what a ruthless move. You really can't judge a book by its cover. There's a saying that goes, seeing is better than hearing about it. The 9th sword master of the sword drawing sect is indeed extraordinary. A faint laugh was heard. A young man in yellow stepped on the void. He had a smile on his face and his eyes were extremely clear. He looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise. In an instant, everyone's expression turned serious. When they looked at Jiang Chen, they finally let out a long breath. This person was actually the sword master of the sword drawing sect, one of the most powerful sects in the central region Divine Land. No wonder he had such unparalleled divine might. Coincidentally, I also have my eyes on this stone. The smile of the young man in yellow was also very mellow. He looked at Jiang Chen, as if he didn't intend to let go. To be able to say my name, you shouldn't be simple, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. This person's strength was so strong that he dared not to treat him lightly. He was an intermediate divine emperor, even stronger than Long Yinger. I'm Wu Changjiang from the Witchcloud sect. The crowd was in an uproar once again. Witchcloud sect, sword drawing sect. These were the top sects in the central region Divine Land. For a small city like Nalan Ancient City to have 2 such experts at the same time, it must be said that it was really exciting. Witchcloud sect. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Since this guy had such a technique, he must be quite strong. Jiangchen hadn't had any dealings with the people from the Magus Cloud sect. However, he had set his eyes on the stone first. If anyone wanted to get their hands on it, he wouldn't show any mercy. Why don't Swordmaster Jiang give it up? In the future, I'll definitely prepare a generous gift and personally visit the sword drawing sect to thank Sword Lord Jiang for your kindness. How about it? Wu Changjiang said with a faint smile. He was calm and indifferent. Even though he knew Jiang Chen's infamy, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Why don't Brother Wu give it to me? In the future, I'll also prepare a generous gift and personally visit the Witch Cloud sect to thank Brother Wu for your kindness. How about it? Jiang Chen also gave Wu Changjiang a taste of his own medicine. At this moment, Wu Changjiang's face became gloomy. Who didn't know that the stone was a peerless material for forging divine weapons? As a divine emperor expert, how could he not know? It seems like Sword Lord Jiang doesn't intend to have a good talk with me. Wu Changjiang sighed and shook his head. There are some things that can't be given up. So, if Brother Wu is willing to give me face, I, Jiang Chen, will be eternally grateful. However, if you're not willing to, perhaps we'll have to meet on the battlefield. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had nothing to be afraid of, but it was better to avoid trouble. However, he expected that Wu Changjiang would not bow his head so easily. Jiang Chen's attitude was very firm, so was Wu Changjiang. He also knew that Sword Lord Jiang of the sword-drawing sect was not someone to be trifled with. However, he was willing to risk it for the sake of the gemstone. This was definitely a material for forging primal origin treasure. Even the Nine Heavens' shocking thunder could not damage it. My Witch Cloud sect and the sword-drawing sect have been on good terms for a long time. I never expected that Sword Lord Jiang would want to meet on the battlefield with me today. This really shouldn't have happened. Wu Changjiang said with a smile. You're the one who wants to fight. Why do you have to put it in such a dignified manner? The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. The gemstone will naturally belong to whoever wins. Jiang Chen said coldly. Well said. Then, I'll compete with Sword Lord Jiang to decide the outcome. Let's see who will get the gemstone. Wu Changjiang was fearless. He exchanged glances with Jiang Chen and smiled. This battle was inevitable. Wu Changjiang knew that such a big gemstone was definitely worth it for him to risk his life against Jiang Chen. Everyone wants good stuff. I also want to have a piece of this gemstone. Not just the two of you, what do you think? Jiang Chen and Wu Changjiang looked over. A white-cloaked figure holding a long spear appeared in front of Jiang Chen and Wu Changjiang. Leng Ruyan. It's you. Wu Changjiang's pupils shrank as he stared at Leng Ruyan. The supreme expert of the Smoke Beacon sect was also not someone to be trifled with. This time, it was really a gathering of heroes. If Leng Ruyan wanted to have a piece of the pie, Wu Changjiang knew that his situation might not be so good. Jiang Chen looked at Leng Ruyan with a grateful smile. It was a fact that Leng Ruyan had saved his life in the past. Thank you for saving my life. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together. Leng Ruyan was incomparably calm, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. I'm also taking this gemstone today. Leng Ruyan was very carefree. She exchanged glances with Jiang Chen and slightly nodded. This made Wu Changjiang's expression even more unsightly. These two actually had a friendship of life and death? Although they didn't owe each other anything, who knew if they would join hands to deal with him? What a nice way to put it. They had a friendship of life and death. Do you think I don't owe each other anything just because you said so? Do you think I'm an idiot? I'll believe you. You're a silver-haired old man who has lived for millions of years. You're the worst. Wu Changjiang gritted his teeth and glared at Leng Ruyan. The two of them had a 10,000-year grudge, but neither of them could do anything to the other. This made Wu Changjiang a little worried. Are these two really not going to join hands? Wu Changjiang wanted to believe them, but this was a friendship of life and death. It wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. Wu Changjiang had to confirm it again and again. At this moment, Wu Changjiang was in the most difficult situation. He couldn't advance, couldn't retreat, couldn't fight, and couldn't not fight. Jiang Chen was indifferent as he looked at Leng Ruyan. Leng Ruyan was the scariest one. Leng Ruyan's strength was extraordinary. It would be extremely difficult for him to defeat her. Moreover, it was a long time ago. If they were to fight again, only God knows how powerful Leng Ruyan would be. Since Leng Ruyan was able to escape from Shangguan Hongyan's clutches, it meant that his strength had improved. Both of them had exchanged a life for a life. Now that they had met again, Leng Ruyan would never show any mercy. Jiang Chen knew this better than anyone else. Wu Changjiang was not someone who was easy to deal with. That was why Jiang Chen was so solemn. It seemed that the gemstone had not only attracted a few weak cultivators. Wu Changjiang of the Witch Cloud sect and Leng Ruyan of the Smoke Beacon sect were not to be underestimated. Looks like we're destined to have a life and death battle today. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. He looked at Leng Ruyan and Wu Changjiang coldly. No one dared to act rashly. The one who acted first would definitely become the target of everyone. At this moment, Leng Ruyan obviously had a deep grudge against Wu Changjiang. Leng Ruyan, don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, this guy might stab us in the back. You should know what's more important. Wu Changjiang squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. He was afraid that Leng Ruyan would act at any time. If that happened, his situation would only become more difficult. The gemstone attracted everyone's attention. The Witch Cloud sect, the Sword Drawing sect, and the Smoke Beacon sect. Looks like the gemstone this time is really extraordinary. That's right. To be able to attract the experts of the three great sects, I believe that this gem is definitely a treasure that can shake the entire central region divine land. Looks like we won't have any chance to pick up any scraps this time. Sigh. The surrounding people did not dare to take a step forward. They were afraid that Jiang Chen and the others would turn them into ashes. Who would dare to act rashly after killing 3 early divine emperors? Experts were destined to be existences that countless people could only look up to. Ha ha ha, looks like the few of you are in a dilemma. If I don't come out and resolve your problems, I'm afraid that no one will be able to take away this gem in a short period of time. A hearty laugh reverberated through the sky. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked towards the direction of the voice. This person was also harboring evil intentions. He was dressed in a gray robe and was as thin as a match. However, his almond-shaped eyes gave off an unfathomable feeling. They're from the Ghost Pill sect. What are you alchemists doing here? Wu Changjiang said coldly and disapprovingly. Not at all. No. Alchemy and blacksmithing are one and the same, so this old man is also very curious about this gem and would like to have a share. I wonder what the few of you think. Yan Liang said with a gentle smile. This made Jiang Chen even more curious. Was this gem really so attractive that it could attract all the experts of the 3 sects? Jiang Chen found it hard to believe. Although this gem was very precious, it was definitely not a coincidence that the experts of the 3 sects were scrambling for it. Their target was probably not this gem, or, they had other intentions. You're Jiang Chen. Yan Liang's eyes flashed and fell on Jiang Chen. At that moment, the two of them looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen and the Ghost Pill sect had been enemies for a long time, the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. The people of the Ghost Pill sect also saw Jiang Chen as a thorn in their side. This time, although it was the first time that Yan Liang and Jiang Chen met, their eyes were exceptionally red when they saw each other. The strong fighting intent between them was already pressing. The people of the Ghost Pill sect also want to interfere. I think some people have ulterior motives. Leng Ruyan said coldly. Jiang Chen's heart shook. It seemed that these guys all had ulterior motives. His guess was right. It was very likely that they all came prepared. This was definitely not a coincidence. Yan Liang and Wu Changjiang's expressions changed. It seemed that Leng Ruyan also knew about this. Otherwise, she would not have said such words. It seems that this gem is far from being attractive to you guys. I'm the only one who was kept in the dark. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed. You don't know about the changes here? Leng Ruyan frowned and looked at Jiang Chen. Yan Liang and Wu Changjiang looked at each other. It was obvious that these two guys did not want more people to know about this, but the paper could not cover the fire. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm just passing by. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen here. The experts of the 3 sects have gathered here. It seems that my luck is not bad. Jiang Chen smiled and looked calm. It made Yan Liang and Wu Changjiang's eyes become very cold. Leng Ruyan looked at the two of them without the slightest fear. She said to Jiang Chen bluntly, there is indeed more than just a gem here. More important things are under the ground. Leng Ruyan said in a deep voice. Even if she had nothing to do with Jiang Chen, their relationship was not something that Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang could compare to. After all, they had been through life and death together. Although Leng Ruyan was cold, she was more willing to be an opponent with someone like Jiang Chen. That was because Jiang Chen was open and aboveboard, which was also his original intention. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Leng Ruyan. Long Ying'er, who was next to him, was also very nervous. It seemed that what they had encountered this time was really unusual. What is it? Jiang Chen asked curiously. The essence of the Mother of Thunder. It is also the thunder that was born in the Xianxia mountain, the heavenly thunder that is still in the fledgling stage. Leng Ruyan said in a deep voice. Whoever could obtain the essence of the Mother of Thunder would definitely be able to control the heavenly thunder. That was why the people of the three sects were so eager to obtain it. Jiang Chen's expression became more and more serious. Wasn't the heavenly thunder what he wanted the most? It made Jiang Chen feel as if he'd worn out his iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. The essence of the Mother of Thunder was something that only existed when the heavenly thunder was born. It was like a fledgling that was still in its infancy. Even Jiang Chen had not heard of the heavenly thunder before. It was like a newborn ferocious beast that was crying piteously for food. It made people look forward to it and be filled with fear. Ha ha ha, it seems that I did not come for nothing this time. I want this gem and the essence of the Mother of Thunder. You're really greedy. I'm afraid you won't be able to take anything with you. This Xianxia mountain is not your sword-drawing sect. Yan Liang glared at Jiang Chen and was ready to fight. What are you waiting for? Brother Yan, if you don't take action now, when will you? Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang looked at each other and sneered. The two of them quickly attacked towards Jiang Chen. Be careful, brother Jiang Chen. Long Ying'er shouted. The two of them immediately went forward. Long Ying'er did not show any weakness when facing Wu Changjiang of the Witch Cloud sect. The two of them instantly intertwined with each other. The might of the mid-divine emperor realm was extraordinary. Between the heavens and the earth, the 9 heavens and the earth trembled. Countless experts looked at the sky and quickly retreated, afraid that the city would be caught in the crossfire. You're courting death. Jiang Chen snorted and the killing intent at the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. Holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen drew out his sword and started a fierce battle with Yan Liang. Yan Liang was holding a 9-foot-long knife and fork and struck out a blow that broke the void. Jiang Chen held his blade and horse and launched a heavy punch while his long sword swung. The battle between Jiang Chen and Yan Liang was quite intense. Their battle was filled with shocking battle intent. The aura of the limitless sword was arrogant and domineering. It had already surpassed the previous sword intent. It carried an incomparably overbearing aura as it pressed down on Jiang Chen. Yan Liang took every step carefully, not daring to look down on Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was an old rival of Guidan sect. As the chief refiner of Guidan sect, one could imagine how angry Yan Liang was. Falling Dust wanted to obtain the gem and the essence of the Mother of Thunder. He was asking for trouble. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would never let them go. The 9-foot trident soared through the sky and crossed the void. It was a true primal origin treasure. It turned into a divine weapon that covered the sky. The sword and saber slashed through the sky, intending to kill Jiang Chen. Reckless. Jiang Chen raised his sword. The limitless sword was invincible. As he fought with Yan Liang, his sword will flew everywhere. Yan Liang had no chance to fight back at all. Jiang Chen used his absolute advantage to suppress Yan Liang. Yan Liang cried bitterly and retreated, looking very embarrassed. On the other side, Long Ying'er's situation was rather worrying. Faced with Wu Changjiang's powerful attack, Long Ying'er could only ensure that she stabilized the situation. Being pressured by Wu Changjiang step by step, Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably gloomy. He instantly closed the distance between them and fought 1 against 2. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wu Changjiang sneered. His palms were like the wind, deafening like thunder. You don't know what's good for you. Then let me send you to hell. The sword in Jiang Chen's hand was spinning rapidly. He wasn't in a disadvantageous position even though he was fighting 2 enemies at the same time. Facing Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang's pursuit, Jiang Chen and Long Ying'er had the upper hand. Hitting a woman is not what a hero should be, Leng Ruyan said faintly. Leng Ruyan said indifferently. She moved like the wind, rapidly closing in. A terrifying shockwave surged out as she joined the battle. With the 3 of them working together, Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang had no chance to retaliate. Every move they made forced them back in a sorry state. Beacon smoke like a torch, evergreen. Leng Ruyan threw a heavy punch, shaking the 9 heavens. Above the sky, the wind and clouds gathered. When her palm landed, the sky and earth spun. Skyward destruction. Wu Changjiang's pupils shrank. The great power swept over. Two rays of light intertwined continuously, causing the experts in all directions to sweat. Yan Liang was also helpless against the joint attack of Jiang Chen and Long Yinger. Jiang Chen's sword aura was terrifying, sweeping through the 4 seas and 8 wilderness. 5 figures were at the peak of the void, above the Xianxia mountain. The sky and earth spun and the wind swayed. You lunatic, Leng Ruyan, I'm not done with you. Wu Changjiang retreated after one attack, looking quite embarrassed. However, Leng Ruyan was not much better. After all, this guy was still on the same side as Jiang Chen. Although the two of them had previously said that they would no longer have anything to do with each other, I don't believe you. You old monsters, bad old men, you're all King bad. Rumble, rumble, the sound of thunder pierced through the long rainbow. In the clouds, the wind howled and the clouds surged, completely covering the entire Xianxia mountain. What's going on? Why is the Xianxia mountain covered by the clouds? Yeah, these 5 experts are really too strong. When did our Nalan ancient city have such experts? It's really shocking. The experts below the Divine Emperor realm gradually retreated and left the Xianxia mountain. Because under the shroud of the dark clouds, the layers of pressure were hard for them to handle. If they were to stay and watch the show, they would probably be beaten into ashes. The might of the Divine Emperor realm experts could be turned into ashes with a flick of their fingers. They didn't even have the ability to protect themselves. Jiang Chen and the others all looked at the void above. Between the layers of clouds, the dark clouds were spreading. Waves of black chi crisscrossed, like black flames in the netherworld, constantly burning. That incomparably dark attack made people's hearts tremble. Therefore, countless experts retreated, not daring to stay any longer. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He could feel the throbbing in the dark clouds. That was definitely an extremely terrifying heavenly lightning. Even the 1,000-flame destruction lightning in his body seemed to be restless. That's it. Wu Changjiang let out a cold snort, turned around, and headed straight for the gemstone under the clouds. Jiang Chen and the others calmed themselves down and withdrew their techniques, rushing towards the gemstone. At this moment, the entire Xianxia mountain seemed to be trembling violently, as if an earthquake was happening. The situation was critical and imminent. Be careful. Suddenly, Jiang Chen exclaimed and pulled Long Yinger back. Leng Ruyan also looked at Jiang Chen and took a step back. Although he didn't know why, he knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't lie to him. Even Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang's expression became serious and they took a step back subconsciously. It was obvious that Jiang Chen's words had saved everyone's lives. Because Jiang Chen sensed the danger from the 1,000-flame destruction lightning. Almost at the same time, a bolt of lightning soared into the sky from under the gem. The thick bolt of lightning was several feet in size and it connected the entire sorcerer cloud. The dazzling light seemed to have illuminated the entire Xianxia mountain. What a terrifying heavenly lightning. Even from thousands of miles away, we can see this terrifying light. It's simply infuriating. The light that connected the heavens and the earth made Jiang Chen and the others lose their sight in an instant. It was only after a few breaths that the heavens and the earth became clear. Only then did Jiang Chen and the others regain their sight. The terrifying power of the heavenly lightning made them feel that they were far inferior. The lightning was like the light of the heavens, illuminating the surroundings. The moment the light faded, the terror in the dark clouds was even more terrifying. However, there was indeed a 10-zhang deep pit on the ground. The bottom could not be seen, the lightning had already disappeared, but the dark clouds were still rolling. Jiang Chen and the others were all looking at the deep pit. Even though they were Divine Emperor realm experts, and their spiritual strength was already earth-shattering, they still could not detect what kind of terrifying existence was under the ground. What should we do? Wu Changjiang looked at Yan Liang. At this moment, they were looking at each other. No one knew what kind of terrifying existence was under the ground, but it was possible that the essence of the Thunderbolt Mother was under the ground. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you're afraid, then stay here and wait. Leng Ruyan said coldly. She leaped into the deep pit. What are you pretending to be? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wu Changjiang roared angrily and followed closely behind, jumping into the deep pit. Yan Liang glanced at Jiang Chen. If he continued to stay here, he was destined to be empty-handed. Without a second thought, he also followed. Let's go. I must get this heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen held Long Ying'er's hand tightly. Long Ying'er nodded slightly, hugged Jiang Chen tightly, and jumped into the deep pit. Just as Jiang Chen and the others entered the deep pit, a dark blue figure broke through the air. He had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. His sleeves were rolled up, and he looked rather capable. His long hair was scattered in all directions, and he looked extremely domineering. The man's eyes were like stars, and his expression was stern. He looked at the huge deep pit, and his brows became extremely solemn. Because he felt an extremely terrifying aura erupting from the deep pit. Especially the black hole, it was like an ancient ferocious beast that could devour everything, and it made one's heart tremble. If we don't leave now, we won't have a chance later. Dressed in white, she had delicate eyebrows and was extremely beautiful. She was as cold as ice, and her aura was cold. She glanced at the man and said indifferently. Looks like this time around, the Lightning Mother essence has attracted quite a number of people. The man in blue smiled faintly and stood with his arms crossed. His eyes were like the vast stars, making it hard to fathom. Normally, it is hard to find it. Only the essence of the Thunder Mother can be used by humans. It will definitely attract experts to attack. The woman in white whispered. She could not help but think of Jiang Chen, a man who could control sky lightning. Moreover, he could control more than one sky lightning. The person you mentioned should also be here, right? Today, I'll take him along with me. Perhaps this world will be much more peaceful. Ha ha ha. Looks like I'm destined to have a bountiful harvest this time. The blue-clothed youth glanced at the white-clothed woman with a scorching look in his eyes. I will make you understand who is the strongest man in this world. When I soar into the 9 heavens, I will make the heaven and earth tremble beneath my feet. At that time, I will make you the empress of the 9 heavens. I just want to find my mother. I hope you won't disappoint me. The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice. The firmness in her eyes was unquestionable. Don't worry. I promise that I will definitely help you find her. The blue-clothed youth was full of confidence. He jumped down and rushed into the terrifying deep pit. The white-clothed woman also followed. The terrifying deep pit was like a big mouth of nothingness, swallowing everything. When the two of them stepped into the deep pit, a fat man who was eating noodles in a noodle shop in Nalan Ancient City suddenly raised his head and looked at the light in the void. Eventually, the light gradually dissipated in the dark clouds that covered thousands of miles. What the F***ck? Such an awesome weather. I can't even eat beef noodles. This matter must be strange. After slapping the divine origin stone on the table, the fat man immediately soared into the sky and flew straight in the direction of Xianxia Mountain. Damn it. This is the big picture of the world. I almost missed it. It's all because of the beef noodles. Sigh. I just need to eat one less bowl. I didn't expect it to come so soon. The fat man was old Daoist Wu De. Back then, he fled from the Dragon Clan, afraid that he would be defeated by Jiang Chen. Now that he had predicted the great tribulation of Xianxia Mountain, the fat man had been waiting here for a long time. However, he did not expect that he would still miss it. He should not have been greedy. He should have been waiting at Xianxia Mountain. By the time the fatty arrived at the Xianxia Mountain, the dense fog in the clouds had already dispersed. However, Taoist Wu De, who was at the top of the void, had a change in expression. Mother * King Thunder Essence Stone. This is AF * King Trap, a huge trap. Old Daoist Wu De's face turned pale and his body trembled. When he saw the layers of clouds in the 9th heaven, he was shocked to discover that the landscape of Xianxia Mountain was completely a dead end. This must have been the cultivation place of a terrifying powerhouse in ancient times. However, this thunder essence, could it be that it was also a bait? Old Daoist Wu De was very nervous. He wanted to go down but he was afraid of being tricked. If he did not go down, he did not know what would happen next. This 9 dragons cloud-locking great array, without the strength of an emperor realm, it is absolutely impossible to arrange it. This is a heaven and earth grand array, luring people into it. If they enter and can't come out, won't I, old Taoist Wuda, fail miserably? Old Taoist Wuda murmured. He was extremely frightened. From Tianer's point of view, the dark clouds and Xianxia Mountain had converged into an incomparably terrifying blueprint of hell. Xianxia Mountain was like an incomparably huge skeleton. It seemed to be only 100 feet wide black hole, but it contained an overbearing power that could devour the heaven and earth. Who on earth has such a great ability? Who set up such a big trap here? Old Taoist Wuda narrowed his eyes, his expression was solemn as he pinched his fingers to calculate. After a long while, old Taoist Wuda saw the clouds in the sky changing again. The landscape of Xianxia Mountain was also changing constantly, causing him to be quite puzzled and frown. Old Taoist Wuda murmured. Soon after, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a shocked expression. When Xianxia Mountain rises, the wind and clouds change. With the sky as the blanket and the earth as the furnace, the black burial ground, refining the 9 heavens, just to play a big game of chess. Damn it, Ba. I, old Taoist Wuda, have come to the wrong place. No, I have to go. This is AF** King Dead End. Old Taoist Wuda was just about to turn around, his heart turned cold. However, he was kicked into the black hole. What the F***ck? Who kicked me? The aura of darkness was boundless, as if it was connected to the depths of hell. The deep pit was thousands of miles long, and it led deep into the ground. No one knew where it went. The moment everyone landed, they saw a miracle of a glacier. The surrounding walls of ice seemed to have not melted for millions of years. 100 feet wide, bottomless ravine extended forward. The incomparably terrifying cold air assaulted them from all directions. It was like an unparalleled ice blade that tore at everyone's body. In the bottomless underground riverbed, there was a meandering river flowing in an unknown direction. The water was gurgling and splashing. A wave of cold air came, causing Jiang Chen's body to feel extremely cold. He had no choice but to quickly use the azure lotus star flame to get rid of the cold air around him. Long Yinger's expression also became a little more relaxed. What a terrifying cold air. Wu Changjiang took a deep breath. If he didn't use his divine origin qi to resist the cold air, he would probably be frozen into a popsicle in no time. Leng Ruyan's brows were tightly furrowed as she charged forward along the riverbed. All they could see was the ice walls on both sides. They were like glaciers that hadn't changed in tens of thousands of years, emitting a cold chill. The Thunder Mother essence they were originally looking for seemed to have disappeared without a trace. This seems to be a trap. Jiang Chen frowned. When he raised his head and looked at the sky, the passage seemed to have been completely sealed. A trap? Haha, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Do you think we would set up such a big trap to deal with you? Yan Liang chuckled disdainfully. There was a cold aura coming from underground, but it was hard to tell where it came from. The water in the riverbed was blue in color, and no one knew where it was flowing to. You won't, because you don't have the ability to do so. But they might. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the ice wall above his head. There were 2 people, shrouded in black robes. They had a pair of blood-red eyes, and they seemed to be staring at everyone. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as a chill rose from their hearts. That was because they had not discovered the person in the ice wall since the beginning. It was as if he had suddenly appeared there. That gaze seemed to have pierced through the past, through the ages, and met their eyes. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Jiang Chen's words gave them a great deal of pressure. The person in the ice wall is so powerful. Just a single gaze is enough to make us shrink back. Even such a person is trapped in the ice wall. Could this be the dojo of some ruthless person? Long Yinger furrowed her brows, which made everyone feel gloomy. Even Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. What Long Yinger said made sense. Back then, in the Pillar of the Seas core of the Dragon Clan, he saw countless frost dragons sealed in the ice and turned into statues. And these people seemed to have existed since ancient times. Even if they were no longer alive, their cold eyes still gave them a great impact and pressure. The people here should have lived for a very long time, Leng Ruyan said in a deep voice. Even so, tens of thousands of years had passed, and the person in the ice wall still had a supreme might that pressed down on their hearts. "There's something in the water." Jiang Chen's pupil shrank, and he shouted in a deep voice. He raised the sword in his hand, and a black shadow broke out from the water, like a sharp sword. Everyone's expression was solemn as they focused their eyes to look. Shadows that were like swarms of locusts shot out from the riverbed. In an instant, no one dared to be careless. Long rays of light filled the riverbed as blade lights and sword shadows shot out horizontally and vertically, slashing down the myriad of shadows. But there was still a shadow that shot into Wu Changjiang's body. The shadow retreated, and it was cut into thick water by Jiang Chen's sword. At this moment, Wu Changjiang suddenly turned around and rushed towards Long Ying. Wu Changjiang's eyes flashed with a blood-red light, and he struck out with his palm, aiming to kill. Long Ying and Wu Changjiang's palm met, but she was forced to retreat. Jiang Chen quickly attacked and confronted Wu Changjiang. He struck out with heavy punches, and every move was fatal. But Wu Changjiang's body seemed to be exploding at this moment. Even Jiang Chen couldn't figure out what this guy was doing. Terrifying fists rained down like raindrops, creating a storm. Jiang Chen did not show any sign of neglect. Even with his peerless dragon body and iron-like bones, he could not gain any advantage over Wu Changjiang at all. Wu Changjiang's attack was extremely powerful. Roar! Wu Changjiang roared angrily, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his mouth. Jiang Chen's pupil shrank, and he stood with his hands clasped, and his face was extremely serious. The dreadful thunderbolt shocked everyone. If it was someone else, he or she would have been killed by the sudden thunderbolt. However, Jiang Chen easily neutralized the force of the thunderbolt, which made Long Ying heave a sigh of relief. However, Wu Changjiang didn't have the slightest intention of retreating at this moment. Instead, he faced the difficulty head-on. Jiang Chen frowned, and he struck out with his fists. A terrifying aura descended once again, and by activating the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen forced Wu Changjiang to retreat with an absolute advantage. However, it seemed that Wu Changjiang didn't know fatigue, and he didn't know pain. Jiang Chen smashed his shoulder bones, and his hand bones, but he didn't move an inch, and didn't show any signs of retreating. What a lunatic! Yan Liang also shook his head slightly. At this moment, Wu Changjiang's mind had completely lost its reason, and he was in a daze. One could see that there was only fearless killing intent in his blood-red eyes. Roar! Wu Changjiang roared angrily again, and lightning flashed. Jiang Chen faced the difficulty head-on, and he swept his sword horizontally, breaking the wind and waves. The sword momentum was like a rainbow, and it went straight to the sky. In the face of the terrifying thunder, Jiang Chen ignored it. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a ray of light, and the sword intent was shocking. It directly broke through the 9 bolts of lightning, and went through Wu Changjiang's mouth. Wu Changjiang knelt on the ground, and his body was as shriveled as a bag of skin at this moment, and he was all bones. Yan Liang gasped. At this moment, he realized that Jiang Chen was actually so terrifying. At this moment, a black flying shadow came out from Wu Changjiang's body, and it went straight to Jiang Chen, and went into Jiang Chen's body. Brother Jiang Chen. Long Ying's face turned pale. Leng Ruyan and Yan Liang also realized that Wu Changjiang was being controlled by the flying shadow. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and the 5 elements divine fire in his body burned, and it spread throughout his meridians. The black flying shadow immediately flew out of Jiang Chen's body, but it was stabbed into the ground by Jiang Chen's sword, and turned into a pool of blood. What a strange thing. It can control people's minds and spit out lightning. It can even spit out lightning. Looks like this wyvern shadow is quite terrifying. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. If the 5 elemental fire had not forced the black insects out of his body, he might have ended up like Wu Changjiang. These insects were not simple to be able to control even a divine emperor. Long Ying heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Jiang Chen was fine. She was worried that brother Jiang Chen would become crazy like Wu Changjiang. Rumble the thunder in the distance was low and deep, coming from the depths of the riverbed. Above their heads, between the ice walls, there were many figures of different shapes. They seemed to be extremely terrifying, as if they were all staring at them. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Jiang Chen pulled Long Ying and walked deeper. His eyes were resolute. No one could take what he wanted away from him. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, the terrifying insects shot out from the riverbed again. This time, even Yan Liang and Ling Ruyan's faces darkened. Xianxia set up the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Countless black insects shot out and eventually died under the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, turning into ashes. However, Ling Ruyan and Yan Liang were not so lucky. It was extremely difficult for them. They took each step carefully, afraid that they would follow in Wu Changjiang's footsteps. Come. Xianxia waved his hand and put Ling Ruyan into the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Thank you. Ling Ruyan said in a low voice with a cold expression. Xianxia had saved her once again. Help, Xianxia, help me. Yan Liang's face was pale as he kept calling for help. However, Xianxia was extremely calm and had no intention of helping. Yan Liang was not so lucky. In the end, the insects drilled into his body and he fell into the riverbed. He was covered by thousands of insects. It's a mutated leech. These guys have a trace of lightning power and can spit lightning. Looks like the essence of the Thunder Mother is definitely here. When all the leeches had retreated, Xianxia looked deeper into the depths of the abyss where thunder rumbled. What he wanted must be there. Xianxia quickly moved deeper into the forest. The sound of thunder became fainter and fainter. However, the surrounding ice walls became wider and wider. The meandering riverbed also turned into a huge river that flowed endlessly. When Xianxia reached the end, he saw the surrounding waterfalls that fell from the sky and converged into a river. Under the waterfall at the source of the river, there was a stone tablet with the words Thunder River written on it. Thunder God River? What is this place? Ling Ruyan was also very confused. However, the Thunder God River and the sound of flowing water made them feel as if their blood was flowing out of them. It made them feel an inexplicable fear. Xianxia fixed his eyes on it and saw a 30-meter-tall statue standing under the waterfall. A dark green figure was standing there, holding a sharp awl in its left hand and a giant hammer in its right. The statue was mighty, domineering, and lifelike. However, what made Xianxia speechless was that the statue had no eyes. What a powerful aura. This statue must be an extremely powerful being from the primordial era. Xianxia's heart trembled. Even his Dao accumulation seemed to be greatly restricted in this place. It was not hard to imagine that this statue must be a supreme expert who possessed Dao accumulation. Even though there was only a statue left, it still gave people a domineering feeling, and even gave people the urge to bow down and worship it. The 9 heavens responding thunder heavenly venerate. This is the thunder god. An ancient god. Ling Ruyan's expression suddenly changed. She saw the words on the tablet in front of the statue. Xianxia and Long Yinger looked over with a solemn expression. I am the thunder god, the descendant of the 9 heavens responding thunder heavenly venerate. The divine court has fallen and the Thunderhead Palace has collapsed. Therefore, I have guided the water of the river Styx from the heavens to nourish the spiritual aura of heaven and earth, to nurture the mother of all worlds, to become the voice of the past and the present, and to cover the light of the heavens. Thinking of the heaven and earth, I shed tears of sorrow. Thousands of years have passed without change. I hope that the fated person will uncover it and regain control of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth, and the desolation of all living things. This is my wish. Xianxia murmured. Although the tablet had experienced tens of thousands of years, it was still clear. Xianxia looked up. This water was actually the water of the river Styx? It was normal that it was hard to find the source. However, what was the background of this 9 heavens responding thunder heavenly venerate? An expert from the divine court? An ancient god? Look, brother Xianxia. This Tai Chi 8 trigram seems to be constantly flashing. Long Yinger noticed that in front of the stone tablet, there was a Tai Chi 8 trigrams at the center of the statue's abdomen. The outer 8 trigrams and the core Tai Chi, the 2 Tai Chi circles, seemed to be burning with thunder and fire. The 3 of them looked at the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. Xianxia also felt a little strange. Could this be the essence of the Mother of Thunder? Ling Ruyan said in a low voice, her eyes slightly narrowing. It's hard to say. Xianxia's expression froze. His eyes fell on the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. He felt an incomparably terrifying power, as if it was roaring and surging, constantly emitting dense thunder and lightning. It's this. This is it. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to make a move, he was forced back by a blue sword shadow. A blue figure with long hair draped over his shoulders stepped on the air. With a raise of his hand, he took out the Tai Chi 8 trigrams from the statue. Ha ha ha, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. Thank you, Jiang Chen. The blue-clothed young man laughed loudly. His expression was arrogant and calm. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams was actually a small cauldron. He held it tightly in his hand, and there seemed to be a milky white ball of light within it. It was already clear what was within the ball of light. Jiang Huayu. It's you. Leng Ruyan said in a low voice, pointing her spear at the blue-clothed young man. Leng Ruyan, how have you been? It's a pity that you're only number 2. Even without me, you probably wouldn't have been able to obtain this essence of the Mother of Thunder, right? Jiang Huayu smiled indifferently. He held the essence of the Mother of Thunder in his hand and was full of confidence. There's another reason why I'm here today. Brother Jiang, I'm here for you. Jiang Huayu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Jiang Chen and said. Despicable person, you sneak attacked me. Return my brother Jiang Chen's essence of the Mother of Thunder. Long Yinger's anger rose. She stretched out her hand and struck out towards Jiang Huayu. Retreat. With a cold shout, Long Yinger was forced to retreat. A white-clothed lady landed in front of Jiang Chen and the others like a shadow. It seems like you've come prepared. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. Tantai Jingzong, it's her again. You can say that. After all, you and Tantai are old friends. This time, our goal is the same. If you die, we can obtain everything. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Are you here to kill me as well? Jiang Chen sneered as she looked at Tantai Jingzong. 100,000 disciples of the fossil sect? Were you the one who killed them? Tantai Jingzong stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. Are you questioning me? Jiang Chen did not mind. So what if I am? What if I'm not? Do I need to ask you if I, Jiang Chen, want to kill someone? In my life, I only kill those who deserve to be killed. The entire fossil sect deserves to die. Jiang Chen was as dazzling as a star. She looked at Tantai Jingzong with a complicated expression. Why? Why did you have to start a massacre? Why did you want everyone to die? Tantai Jingzong could not help but shake her head. To her, the fossil sect was the place where she grew up. After all, there were her childhood memories and the tens of thousands of years of brotherly love. That was her root. But now, the fossil sect no longer existed. Jiang Chen's sword had destroyed everything in the fossil sect. To Jiang Chen, it was just killing a few more people, but to Tantai Jingzong, what was erased was her lifetime of memories. Because they all deserve to die. Jiang Chen's expression did not change and was still as cold as ice. When the nest is overturned, how can there be an intact egg? Do I also deserve to die? Tantai Jingzong said indifferently. 2 streams of tears fell down. In her heart, she mourned for the misfortune of the fossil sect and was angry that they did not fight. You only saw me kill 100,000 disciples of the fossil sect, but did you know? Why did I do such a vicious thing? Why was I so domineering? 100,000 disciples were in the same boat. Who said anything about Wang Fengqi's injustice? My disciple was disheartened in the fossil sect, but he was treated as a traitor. Who said a word of sympathy? You don't know, and you don't want to know. Because what you saw was only me killing 100,000 disciples and destroying the fossil sect. Jiang Chen laughed self-mockingly. Since that's the case, there's no point in talking anymore. In today's battle, life and death will be determined by fate. There is no choice. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The blade was like frost, and the dragon's soul trembled as he pointed it at Jiang Huayu. This battle was also the battle that ended his relationship with Tantai Jingzong. If you want to take away the essence of the Thunder Mother, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand. You are not worthy. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp as he confronted Jiang Huayu. At that moment, both sides were ready to fight. Even if you didn't say anything, I would have stayed. The Galaxy Master sect wants what you have. Therefore, no one can save you today. Jiang Huaiyu gripped the Star's Big Dipper sword in his hand and faced off against Jiang Chen. The flames of war burned the prairie, ready to erupt at any moment. Be careful, his Big Dipper star sword is peerlessly powerful. It's an ancient divine sword, and it's extremely powerful. Leng Ruyan reminded. In my hands, all my opponents are the same. There's only one way to describe them: trash. Jiang Chen's expression was cold and arrogant. He was even more confident than Jiang Huaiyu. With Tantai joining forces with me, all of you can do is die. Brother Jiang, from now on, your inheritance will be surnamed Jiang. As for who's the real trash, we'll only know after the battle. Jiang Huaiyu took a big step forward. His eyes were like golden crystals as he swept his sword down. The Star's Big Dipper sword had been passed down from primordial times. It was the treasure of the Galaxy Master sect, and it was the symbol of the Galaxy Master sect. Jiang Huaiyu was the #1 genius of the Galaxy Master sect. Even the sect master was not inferior to him. He had swept through the universe with the power of a mid-stage divine emperor realm cultivator. Countless middle prefecture geniuses had died at his hands, and he was even fearless when fighting late-stage divine emperor realm experts. Be careful, Ying-er. Jiang Chen glanced at Ying-er and said solemnly. This battle was no small matter. Tantai Jingzong's current strength was no weaker than his own. In this world, he was not the only chosen one. There would always be an endless stream of experts, and there was no shortage of geniuses. Jiang Chen looked highly upon Jiang Huaiyu's strength. Since Leng Ruyan was so serious towards him, it was obvious that the two of them had fought before. Looking at Jiang Huaiyu's casual attitude, Jiang Chen guessed that Leng Ruyan was defeated by him. Therefore, only Jiang Chen knew how dangerous this battle was. He knew that his inheritance of the craftsman god was no longer a secret. At the very least, many people already knew about it. Once the news spread, Jiang Chen might even become the unluckiest person in the entire Central Prefecture Divine Land. Everyone wanted to deal with him and obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god, and he would have nowhere to hide. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen did not intend to retreat. He had to obtain the Thunder Essence energy. Once he could complete the fusion of the 5 types of Sky Thunders, he would most likely be invincible below the Emperor realm. This was an extremely important matter for Jiang Chen, as it would affect his life and his future achievements. Galaxy Sword Technique. The astral sword of the Big Dipper was unleashed, tearing the sky apart. The heavenly dragon sword was not to be outdone. At this moment, a golden and a blue light shadow continuously overlapped with each other. The battle between the swords seemed to be unfathomable to Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword and the astral sword of the Big Dipper fought against each other. The atmosphere was like a rainbow, no one was willing to take a step back. Every sword shadow overlapped with each other, causing a great impact to both Jiang Chen and Jiang Huaiyu. However, the domineering aura between the two did not diminish at all. The limitless sword against the galaxy sword technique. This was what Jiang Chen was looking forward to. That sword pierced through the heavens and earth. That sword slashed through the void and reincarnation. The limitless sword met its match at this moment. The might of the galaxy sword technique had far exceeded Jiang Chen's expectation. Not only the astral sword of the Big Dipper, but the galaxy sword technique and the limitless sword were also evenly matched. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to gain the upper hand. The battle between the two could be said to be evenly matched. It was shocking. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He did not hesitate at all. The limitless sword was unleashed to the extreme. The galaxy sword technique also gave him quite a bit of pressure. However, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was charging forward step by step. The domineering aura of the sword's soul was as though it was going to break out of his body. The domineering aura of the sword's soul seemed to be able to crush the astral sword of the Big Dipper. However, the astral sword of the Big Dipper was also extraordinary. Otherwise, how could it be the treasure of a super sect in the central region Divine Land? The blue sword rain fell from the sky. Jiang Chen was invincible. His sword aura was overbearing. At this moment, the prelude to this battle of life and death had been completely unveiled. The battle of the strong, meeting on a narrow path. When old Taoist Wu De arrived, his expression changed once again. When he saw that the essence of the Mother of Thunder had disappeared from the statue, his entire body trembled. Galaxy Sword Technique, 9 heavenly rotations, Big Dipper shift, star severing, rays of sword chi flickered. Xianxia rose to the challenge and displayed the limitless sword, withstanding the Galaxy Sword Technique. The Big Dipper sword slashed down like a waterfall, covering thousands of miles of sky with frost. Both of them intertwined and clashed. The stars in the sky seemed to be cut down by Jiang Huaiyu. His power was monstrous and unstoppable. "You're still too young to fight me," Jian Wushuang said domineeringly. He sneered and soared to the sky. With a slash of his sword, the ice wall collapsed. Icicles fell and the sky changed color. "The one who laughs in the end is the one who laughs the best," Jiangchen said indifferently. The limitless sword and the Galaxy Sword Technique were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The Galaxy Sword Technique had been displayed to the extreme by Jiang Huaiyu, but Jiangchen's limitless sword was constantly improving, constantly searching for a stronger sword technique. Although Jiangchen might not be able to condense the 21st blade in a short period of time, the 20th blade was constantly improving, changing, and attacking. It was full of vigor and was hard to resist. The limitless sword was silent and unstoppable. This was the true essence of the limitless sword. There was no end to it, there was no end to it, Jiangchen was calm and composed. The heavenly dragon sword roared and the soul of the sword burst out. It roared and pierced through the sky. Jiang Huaiyu dared not let his guard down when facing Jiangchen's super-strong combat strength. After all, Jiangchen was the descendant of the craftsman god. Even Leng Ruyan was willing to stand beside him. Jiang Huaiyu knew that Jiangchen was not a simple person. It would not be easy for him to defeat him. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Soul Destruction. Jiangchen moved his soul. Thousands of phantoms pierced through the sky. It was like the netherworld, opening up the soul and destroying the soul. What a terrifying soul suppression. Jiang Huaiyu's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, Jiangchen's soul energy had already engulfed him. Jiang Huaiyu had never thought that Jiangchen's soul energy could be this strong. In an instant, Jiang Huaiyu retreated with a shocked expression. However, he was still heavily injured. His soul was shaken, and he even felt a little sluggish and dizzy. His soul was severely injured. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and seized the opportunity. He rose with the wind and slashed down with his sword. Jiang Huaiyu spurted out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes. Facing Jiangchen's charge, he decisively raised his sword. However, Jiangchen's sword had already fallen. The power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants pressed Jiang Huaiyu more than 3 feet into the ground. The Star Dipper sword could not help him resist Jiangchen's attack at this moment. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down. Together with Jiang Huaiyu's Star Dipper sword, the two swords formed a cross and pierced into Jiang Huaiyu's shoulder. 9 swords of the Milky Way. Jiang Huaiyu roared and rose with his sword, forcing Jiangchen to retreat. His face was extremely pale and his body was no longer clean. He looked very embarrassed. The 9 swords of the Milky Way turned into 9 rays of starlight. Each ray was like a sword from the heavens, sealing Jiangchen from all directions. "I'll make you pay with your blood," Jiang Huaiyu shouted with all his might. The 9 swords slashed down like meteors, piercing through the sky and violently attacking Jiangchen. Divine Golden Bell. Jiangchen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand and immediately swung his blade. The 9 rays of starlight all hit Jiangchen's Eastern Emperor Bell. Light and shadow dispersed and layers of cracks appeared on it. However, the Eastern Emperor Bell still stood proudly. As Jiangchen's strength increased, both the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Heavenly Dragon Sword became more powerful. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was a broken divine tool, Jiangchen was still unable to display its full power. A true ancient divine tool belonged to a true ancient ruthless person. It was an existence that could overturn the heavens. Back then, the Eastern Emperor Tai Huang held the Eastern Emperor Bell and swept through the ages to establish the divine court. How powerful was that? How glorious was that? It's a pity. Sigh, this Eastern Emperor Bell is also broken. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiangchen, you're really surprising me more and more. Old Taoist Wu De murmured. Even he was extremely fearful of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Even though the Eastern Emperor Bell was only a damaged divine artifact, the Eastern Emperor Bell that represented the prestige of the divine court could not be underestimated. The Eastern Emperor Bell shone with golden light. As soon as the God-sealing prohibition appeared, the ice and snow in the sky melted. The 9 rays of starlight in front of Jiang Huayu were completely annihilated. Such a terrifying technique was shocking. The might of the Eastern Emperor Bell was still unparalleled. Jiang Huayu retreated step by step. His face was pale, but the pressure of the Eastern Emperor Bell did not stop. Chaotic astral ocean, light of the Big Dipper. Jiang Huayu's eyes were like torches. He swore to fight to the death. The might of Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor Bell was too terrifying. He no longer had the capital to hide anything. If this attack could kill Jiang Chen, it would not be a loss. Countless stars gathered. Sword light fell. The Big Dipper sword rose and the wind howled. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand and suppressed Jiang Huayu. However, Jiang Huayu's galaxy sword technique was also extremely terrifying. He did not give in at all. As the 2 rays of light, one gold and one blue, converged and collided with each other. In the end, they completely dissipated. The light faded and Jiang Huayu staggered backward with a serious expression. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand. His aura was extraordinary and he was still very cold. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's a worthy death to die under my last sword. Jiang Huayu slowly stepped forward with the Big Dipper sword in his hand. The corner of his mouth was dark and his killing intent was like a rainbow. His steps were steady and his aura could swallow the sky. Chaotic stars. Galaxy sword essence. Jiang Huayu was infuriated. His roar was like thunder as he swung his sword towards the east, drawing the attention of the stars in the 9 heavens and the endless Milky Way. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by this strike. 20th sword. The limitless sword, for the first time, showed a trace of stagnation. Although the sword essence was not defeated, it had to be said that Jiang Huayu's terrifying aura was difficult to resist. The 20th sword soared into the sky and became stronger as it met the strong opponent. It performed the strongest combination with the heavenly dragon sword. For a moment, no one was able to move an inch forward. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes moved and the great divination art penetrated the sword essence. He formed a seal with one hand and broke the sky. Heaven expansion seal. Jiang Chen flipped his hand and struck out a seal. It was shocking and it carried the supreme Tao accumulation that made people tremble. The heaven expansion seal forced Jiang Huayu to retreat. Jiang Huayu was completely defeated. His face was pale and he even sat on the ground with a thud. His blood vessels, tendons, and bones were all badly mutilated under Jiang Chen's seal. Puff, under the gushing of blood, Jiang Huayu's aura was gone and his face was pale. He was really defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. There was no room for him to fight back. Jiang Chen stopped and stared at Jiang Huayu. He had to admit that Jiang Huayu was very strong, but it was a pity that the person he met was him. Jiang Chen extended his hand and absorbed the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. At that moment, he felt the terrifying power of the thunder within the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. It was like a bomb that could explode at any time. The terrifying power of the thunder made the heart of the 1,000-flame destruction thunder palpitate. Jiang Chen, believe me. Quickly return the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning to its original position. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Old Taoist Wu De said with a solemn expression. His words were certain and left no room for doubt. You again? Do you think I will fall for your trick again? Old Taoist Wu De, since you took the initiative to come to me today, I won't be polite anymore. Jiang Chen looked up and met old Taoist Wu De's gaze. His smile was very calm. Old Taoist Wu De's face was filled with anxiety. Why don't you believe me? If you don't return the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning, we will all die here. This is a dead end. Old Taoist Wu De was impatient. However, Jiang Chen did not believe him. The reason was that he had done too many bad things and had long lost his integrity. How could Jiang Chen believe him? Xianxia probably thought that he wanted to seize the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. That was why he thought of such a childish method. However, what he said was the truth. Like hell, I believe you. You smelly old Taoist is very evil. This dead end was also designed by you. Once I kill you, won't everything be solved? Xianxia sneered. There's also my 5 lightning edict. I still don't believe that it will fly away by itself. If you don't say it, perhaps you should also leave this world. Facing Xianxia's accusation, old Taoist Wu De could not say anything. In the end, it was because he had lied to Xianxia too many times. What I said is the truth. You must believe me. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Quickly return the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. As for why, don't ask me. I won't tell you. Anyway, you just have to believe me. Old Taoist Wu De said anxiously. His body trembled and his face turned green. He did not want to die here. This was the place of the Heavenly Lord of Lightning. However, he did not know whether this was a trap set by the Heavenly Lord of Lightning or not. Nonsense. Old Taoist Wu De, today, I will start with you. Today. Xianxia harumphed coldly and ignored old Taoist Wu De. Old Taoist Wu De was suffering a lot. He finally thought of the fable of the wolf coming. This time, the wolf really came, but Xianxia didn't believe it. Facing Xianxia's pursuit, old Taoist Wu De complained incessantly. He could only run for his life. However, Xianxia did not plan to let old Taoist Wu De go. Because of some matters, they met again today. This was what it meant by enemies meeting on a narrow road. On the other side, even Xianxia did not expect Tantai Jingzong's strength to become so strong. Even with the combined strength of Long Ying-er and Leng Ruyan, they were still on par. Under the pursuit, old Taoist Wu De ran extremely fast. This guy's strength was not good, but he was very good at running. Even if Xianxia wanted to catch him, it would not be an easy thing. Don't run if you have the guts, stinky old Taoist. Xianxia's sword slashed down and dust flew everywhere. However, old Taoist Wu De still narrowly dodged it. However, his pants were cut off by Xianxia at this moment. If he had been a hair's breadth away, his head would have been separated from his body. Xianxia was annoyed and could not be bothered to continue entangling with old Taoist Wu De. On the other side, Tantai Jingzong's momentum was also quite fierce. Facing Leng Ruyan and Long Ying-er's pincer attack, he was skillful and at ease. With the addition of Xianxia, Tantai Jingzong finally fell into defeat. Xianxia's moves were swift and fierce, making it difficult for Tantai Jingzong to resist. In the end, he could only be defeated. His face was pale and his eyes were like torches. He looked at Xianxia without a trace of fear. You can't kill me. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Then kill me so that I can reunite with the disciples of the petrified sect in hell. Tantai Jingzong was fearless. She was already indifferent to life and death. This time, she wanted to kill Xianxia and avenge her fellow disciples. The 100,000 living beings of the petrified sect could not die in vain. However, the outcome was still the same. Even Jiang Huayu from the Galaxy Master sect could not kill Xianxia. She had once again become a prisoner in Xianxia's hands. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Xianxia sneered. Kill me or plunder me. Do as you wish. Tantai Jingzong shut his eyes tightly and said faintly. Xianxia shouted angrily. He raised his sword and a strand of black hair was cut off. However, Xianxia did not slash down in the end. Tantai Jingzong opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia silently. I won't kill you not because I can't do it, but because my disciple, Wang Fengqi, told me that you're the only good person in the petrified sect. Xianxia sheathed his sword. At that moment, Tantai Jingzong's tensed nerves suddenly collapsed. She became extremely disappointed and her lips curled into a bitter smile. Why? Why can't you kill me with your own hands? Why? Tantai Jingzong said word by word, tears glistening in her eyes. This was the most painful moment of her life. She could not avenge her fellow disciples or let the 100,000 living beings of the petrified sect rest in peace. This was her incompetence and sorrow. It's hard to meet, but it's also hard to say goodbye. From now on, we're strangers. Xianxia turned and left with a cold expression, without a shred of emotion. To Tantai Jingzong, it was an incomparable heartache. It was as if a handful of salt was poured on a torn wound. Their gazes brushed past each other and did not meet again. At that moment, Tantai Jingzong's heart was as still as water. She had already lost all hope. Killing Xianxia was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, he was so powerful that even Jiang Huayu of the Galaxy Master sect had to admit defeat. The two of them were like enemies yet friends. They had fought several times, but Tantai Jingzong had still been defeated by Xianxia. She had always been full of hope, but now, she was really in despair. She was helpless against Xianxia. If she had been able to remain calm and confront Xianxia before the petrified sect had been destroyed, she would have lost her last bit of hope. Rumble. A loud sound was heard and thunder rumbled. Everyone looked at the statue that was more than 10 meters tall. It started to break into pieces, and the entire glacial underground palace seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was as if heaven and earth were changing and the earth was collapsing. I told you, you have to believe me. This is definitely a dead end. You insisted on taking the Thunder Mother Essence energy. Xianxia, it's fine if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. Old Taoist Wuda was in agony. The statue gradually broke into pieces and collapsed, crashing towards Xianxia and the others. Retreat quickly, Xianxia said in a deep voice. After dismissing Long Ying, he dodged the gigantic statue by a hair's breadth. The statue had already turned into huge rocks and was falling down from the sky. The surrounding glaciers were gradually breaking apart. 9 silhouettes fell down from the ice wall. Each of them was holding a gigantic hammer in their hands. Their bodies were tall and sturdy, their eyes were lifeless, but their mightiness was terrifying. 9 burly men in blue robes were as strong as bulls. They were 10 feet tall and their gigantic hammers were more than 5 feet long. They were as big as humans. It's the Thunder God Guards. Damn it. These guys were all Emperor Realm experts back then. Old Taoist Wuda said with a sobbing tone. His face was solemn. Even so, these 9 figures were still as strong as Xianxia. Any one of them was as strong as Xianxia, 9 mid-divine emperors. The dreadfulness of the Thunder God Guards once again shrouded everyone's heart. Especially old Taoist Wuda's words, it made Xianxia shiver. How could the Thunder God Guards be so dreadful? They were all Emperor Realm experts back then. It went without saying how terrifying an Emperor Realm expert was. A true Emperor Realm expert did not even need to take action. He could turn them into ashes with just a thought. Divine Emperor experts were powerful, but they were nothing compared to an Emperor Realm expert. Xianxia summoned the 7 Heavenly Dragon Riders. The Heavenly Dragon Riders were only at the early Divine Emperor realm. However, they had already been refined by Xianxia. The 7 Heavenly Dragon Riders should be able to resist for a while. Run quickly. Otherwise, no one will be able to escape. If the Thunder God Guards are here, then the energy essence of the Thunder God must be here too. Although this isn't the Thunderhead Palace, it's the dojo of the Thunder God. Kid, if you don't want to die, leave quickly. Leave the energy essence in your hand. Old Taoist Wuda pointed out a clear path for Xianxia. However, Xianxia's expression was cold. He did not plan to leave just like that. Moreover, he would never give away the energy essence in his hand. We are no match for these 9 mid-divine Emperor Realm Thunder God protectors. Lung Ruyan's expression was cold, but it was unprecedentedly serious. This was a matter of life and death, no one could stay out of it. Only old Taoist Wuda knew how terrifying the Thunder God's guards were. Xianxia and the others had no idea how terrifying the Thunder God's guards were. 9 heavens responding thunder resounding heavenly venerate. Even in the divine court realm, he was a peerless expert that could be counted on one's fingers. Even when the divine court realm was destroyed, he still stubbornly survived until the end. He was a peerless god that participated in the primordial war. The Thunder God's guardians were the most loyal guards of the Thunder God. Even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, their will was eternal and undying. They protected the Thunder God and swore to die. Even if I'm not a match for him, I still have to fight. This Thunder Mother Essence energy is mine. Xianxia clenched the Thunder Mother essence and faced the 9 experts of the Thunder God Guards with a stern expression. Charge! Xianxia waved his hand and the 7 Dragon Riders' heavenly guards charged forward. However, to Xianxia's surprise, they were smashed by the Thunder Giant hammer fiercely. The terrifying power almost caused the Dragon Riders' heavenly guards that were as hard as rocks to suffer heavy injuries. They were instantly pushed back and fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. The terrifying Thunder Giant hammer raged with the power of thunder and lightning, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Brother Xianxia, you must be careful. These 9 Thunder Gods Guardians are definitely not that simple. Long Ying'er said worriedly. However, as Xianxia's woman, even if she were to die, she would die by Xianxia's side. She would support whatever he wanted to do and become the woman that stood behind him silently. At this moment, the 7 Dragon Riders' heavenly guards were forced to retreat by the Thunder Gods' guardians. They did not even have the slightest ability to fight. Xianxia was extremely shocked. The Mid-Divine Emperor realm was not a joke. One should know that they were real Emperor realm experts. It's just that their bodies had already died and their will had become divine. That's why they were like puppets. However, their will was to protect the Thunder God and they would not rest until they die. Terrifying guys. Old Taoist Wu De murmured. However, his back was already in danger and there was no way out. It had become a battle of life and death. The Thunder God's guardians were domineering. It gave old Taoist Wu De a feeling of death. It was too terrifying. Ba. Hallelujah. Ba. You must protect me. Protect me. Old Taoist Wu De murmured. However, at this moment, the 9 silhouettes of the Thunder God's guardians had already arrived. A huge hammer fell from the sky and smashed towards old Taoist Wu De's head. Old Taoist Wu De quickly dodged. Facing the pursuit of the Thunder God's guardians, it was even more terrifying than the battle between Xianxia and the Thunder God's guardians. Damn you, Xianxia. It's all your fault. I already said that this is a trap, a dead end. You didn't believe me. You insisted on taking away the essence of the Mother of Thunder. This time, we're all going to die here. Xianxia raised his head and looked over. He moved his palm and threw a punch. The punch collided with the huge hammer of the Thunder God's guardian. The Thunder God's guardian was pushed back. He looked quite serious. At this moment, Xianxia already believed old Taoist Wu De's words. This guy was not completely unreliable. However, could he really change the current situation by sending the essence of the Mother of Thunder back? However, since it had already come to this, it was useless to say anything now. Long Ying'er and Ling Ruyan were both facing a Thunder God's guardian. As for Xianxia, he was quite tyrannical. He fought against 6 alone, the 6 huge hammers continuously smashed down, causing great trouble for Xianxia. He was completely unable to escape. Every step he took was messy. The power of the huge hammers brought along a terrifying power of lightning. Other than Xianxia, the other 3 people had bitter expressions. That was because the power of lightning was the thing that they found the most difficult to resist. The 6 of them were like gods descending to the world. They were peerless as they soared into the sky. Xianxia advanced step by step. However, it was still difficult for him to fight against the 6 Thunder God's guardians. He was defeated after every move. Although Xianxia could kill 1 or 2 of them with his strength alone, when the 6 Thunder God's guardians attacked together, even the great soul derivation technique and soul-stealing divine technique that he was so proud of could only barely stabilize the situation. Facing the hammer that was like a storm, he was unwilling. However, if he didn't get rid of these guys, then he would be in a difficult situation. The result was self-evident, he would definitely die. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. As they fought, Xianxia found it very difficult to fight against the 6 Thunder God's guardians. The great soul derivation technique and the soul-stealing divine technique had no effect on them. Xianxia was entangled with the 6 Thunder God's guardians. It was even more impossible for him to set up a formation. Helplessly, Xianxia activated the Heaven Expansion Seal and struck out once again. The Tao power in his body was almost depleted. However, the Heaven Expansion Seal did manage to push back the 6 Thunder God protectors. But that was all. Their bodies were as sturdy as a diamond. Even the Tao power could not destroy them. However, Xianxia thought about it. After all, they were once Emperor realm experts. Their physique was unimaginable. Xianxia's Tao power was still too weak to destroy them. He could only fight with his life on the line. However, at this moment, Xianxia finally understood what old Taoist Wu De meant by dead end. His strength was enough to fight against a late divine emperor expert. But even he could not do anything about it. The other three were not in a better situation than him. Thunderbolts were like a waterfall, gushing out from the warhammer of the Thunder God Protector. Xianxia ignored the thunderbolts and charged forward. However, at this moment, the heavenly dragon sword in his hand started to tremble. Both of his arms were numb and he could not hold on anymore. He could only take a few steps back. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor was still recuperating. He could not be of any help at all. As soon as the black submerged flag appeared, it was blown away by the thunderbolts. One could imagine how terrifying the Thunder God Protectors were. Facing the fierce thunderbolts, the black submerged flag and the divine submerged flag could not exert any power. The Zulong Tower and the myriad Chi Cauldron could not suppress the 6 Thunder God Protectors either. They were too strong. They were the masters of justice. They were extremely strong. Demon suppressing steel. Xianxia held the demon suppressing steel tightly. But it was still useless. The demon suppressing steel could not suppress the Thunder God Protectors. Xianxia was in despair. These Thunder God Protectors were too abnormal. Even the demon suppressing steel could not do anything about it. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The Thunder God Protectors were too strong. They were pure yang and impenetrable. It gave Xianxia a headache. Give them a taste of their own medicine. It's up to you now. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Only Tianlei could fight against him. Thunder. With a flick of his palm, 4 bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, engaging in a life and death struggle with the 6 lightning god protectors. The descent of the heavenly lightning caused the 6 lightning god protectors to turn sluggish, causing their attacks on Xianxia to gradually lose their previous strength. As the bolts of lightning descended, the 6 lightning god protectors also slowed down considerably. There's hope. Xianxia's heart tightened, and he let out a long sigh of relief. The 1,000-flame annihilation lightning continuously pierced through their bodies, seemingly reducing their offensive power. Even the Thunder God Protectors were unable to withstand the impact of Xianxia's 4 bolts of heavenly lightning. As Xianxia's heavenly lightning continued to descend, he could feel the consciousness and attacks of the Thunder God Protectors continuously weakening. He was overjoyed. Lightning was the strongest thing in the world. The power of the heavenly lightning had completely purified the lightning god protectors. There was not a single trace of it left. Their final consciousness that was protecting the lightning god was gradually being dispersed, or even destroyed. The power of the heavenly lightning strengthened their strength. However, the impact on Xianxia was even weaker. This was because the heavenly lightning was purifying their consciousness. Thunder God Protectors, purify them for me. Xianxia used everything he had. He did not hold back the divine yuan energy in his body. All of it turned into bolts of heavenly lightning that pierced through the 9 Thunder God Protectors. The 4 bolts of heavenly lightning continuously intertwined on the bodies of the Thunder God Protectors, causing the 9 Thunder God Protectors to become even stronger. However, they no longer attacked Xianxia and the others. That scene was extremely thrilling. Old Taoist Buddha's head was almost smashed by the hammer of the Thunder God Protector. Amateus Buddha. Damn it. That scared me to death. Old Taoist Wu sighed as he survived the disaster. His face was drenched in cold sweat. Lung Ruyan and Long Yinger instantly felt a lot more relaxed. That was because Xianxia's heavenly lightning had completely purified the consciousness of the 9 Thunder God Protectors. Even Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If the 4 bolts of heavenly lightning couldn't destroy the consciousness of the Thunder God Protectors and give them a taste of their own medicine, then Xianxia really didn't know how to deal with them. Jiang Huaiyu, who was in the distance, still had a lingering fear in his heart. This scene was too shocking to him. This Xianxia is really abnormal. They are both mid-divine emperors, but judging from the strength that he has displayed, even a late divine emperor expert might not be his opponent. It was reasonable for him to be defeated today. Longing revealed a bright smile. Brother Jianchen had succeeded in the end. He had once again turned the tide and escaped from the pursuit of the Thunder God protectors. Everyone was happy. Leng Ruyan's expression was cold. No one knew what she was thinking. However, she had to admit that Jiang Chen was more terrifying than her. Jiang Chen's face was pale. He leaned against the ice wall dejectedly. His strength had already been exhausted. No one expected Tantai Jingzong to suddenly rush out at this moment and point his sword at Jiang Chen. "Do you want to take revenge for the fossil sect?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. He looked at Tantai Jingzong, but her hand was constantly trembling. It was only a centimeter away from Jiang Chen's chest. "Why? Why did you kill 100,000 living beings of the fossil sect? Why are you so cruel? Why did you do this? Why?" Tantai Jingzong kept asking Jiang Chen. At the same time, she was asking herself what she should do. Should she slash down with her sword? Should she take revenge for the entire fossil sect? There's no why. I did what I wanted. I have a clear conscience. Jiang Chen shook his head. His expression was calm and his heart was as still as water. Even though he had killed 100,000 living beings of the fossil sect, he still did not regret it. You have a clear conscience. Then, who will atone for the crimes of the 100,000 innocent living beings? Tantai Jingzong bit her red lips and said word by word. Jiang Chen's smile made Tantai Jingzong even more furious. In his eyes, the 100,000 living beings were not even worth mentioning. However, she had also helped the 100,000 living beings to commit evil. She had never spoken up for her disciple. The 100,000 living beings could only watch as Wang Fengqi was wronged. They only felt disdain and disdain. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong charged forward without hesitation and stabbed her sword into Jiang Chen's chest. Longing smiling face suddenly changed. She charged at Jiang Chen. That sword did not pierce Jiang Chen's heart. It did not pierce Jiang Chen's vitals. I have taken revenge. Unfortunately, my sword technique is too weak. Tantai Jingzong smiled. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, that pitiful smile made one's heart feel stifled. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. Before Long Ying'er could reach him, Tantai Jingzong pulled back her sword and swallowed it. Under Jiang Chen's complicated gaze, she fell straight down. Her soul scattered and she died. In an instant, ice flowers fell. No one knew how many flowers bloomed and withered. Who would pity her when she died? Big brother Jiang Chen, are you all right? Long Ying'er rushed to Jiang Chen's side and asked nervously. Although the sword had pierced through Jiang Chen's chest, it was not fatal. This was also because Tantai Jingzong did not have the intention to kill Jiang Chen. That sword had severed her relationship with Jiang Chen. Tantai Jingzong did not let down the hundreds of thousands of creatures of the fossil sect, but he had let down Jiang Chen. Therefore, she could only choose to commit suicide to apologize. I'm fine. Jiang Chen shook his head and gave Long Ying'er a comforting look. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen felt a slight pain in his heart. Tantai Jingzong was dead, and all her hopes were turned to dust. She had taken revenge, but her heart had also died along with it. There was no longer a trace of vitality left. Tantai Jingzong's death was a huge blow to Jiang Chen. After all, the two of them had a grudge against each other, and it was not the first time they had met. It could not be said to be unforgettable, but Tantai Jingzong still held a significant position in Jiang Chen's heart. Long Ying'er was also very understanding. At this moment, she hugged Jiang Chen tightly without saying a word. Her brows were full of heartache. Even though Tantai Jingzong had pierced his chest, Jiang Chen still did not care about the past. Leng Ruyan looked at this scene. He did not rob Jiang Chen's things. He never took advantage of others. Although he and Jiang Chen could not be considered friends of life and death, his life was saved by Jiang Chen, so he owed Jiang Chen a life. What a crazy woman. Jiang Huayu's face was pale. At this moment, everyone was already heavily injured. Only old Taoist Wu De had a smile on his face. At this moment, Xianxia had already been pierced by the sword. It was time for him to take advantage of the situation. Brother Jiang, we can be considered to be old friends. Why don't you hand over the Thunder Mother Essence energy to me, and we'll both be happy? How about it? Old Taoist Wu De said with a chuckle. Since the current situation was like this, he didn't care if it was a dead end or not. Right now, old Taoist Wu De only wanted the Thunder Essence in Xianxia's hands. Your wishful thinking is not bad. You can have this Thunder Mother Essence, Xianxia said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and the Thunder Mother spiritual essence really appeared in his hand. In an instant, old Taoist Wu De was dumbfounded. What the hell? Seriously? So straightforward? It couldn't be some kind of conspiracy, right? Old Taoist Wu De looked at Xianxia in shock and said in a deep voice, aren't you going to be more reserved? You gave it to me just like that? I don't need to be reserved. Anyway, I'm already an arrow at the end of its flight. If I go down with you, I'll just be killed by the Taoist priest. I might as well be obedient. If you want this Thunder Essence, I'll give it to you. Nothing is more important than my life. Don't you think so? Xianxia's smile made old Taoist Wu De a little puzzled. His heart was like 15 buckets of water being drawn. He was in a mess and did not know what to do. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. This Xianxia was willing to give him the Thunder Mother spiritual essence so generously. It was really too abnormal. Even old Taoist Wu De found it hard to believe. But why did Xianxia do this? Could it be that this guy had been planning something? He had painstakingly snatched these things from these people. He had used his life to exchange for these things. If he were to just give it to someone else, it would be somewhat unreasonable. But what Xianxia said did not seem to be wrong. What could be more valuable than one's life? But old Taoist Wu De still did not dare to accept Xianxia's Thunder Mother spiritual essence. What if this was a full set? Then what should he do? He had fallen into Xianxia's trap. He would definitely not let him off. At this moment, old Taoist Wu De was in a dilemma. Do you want it or not? Taoist priest, you can't wait when you're late. This Thunder Mother spiritual essence is something that I exchanged with my life. If you want it, I will give it to you without a second word. What else do you want? Xianxia said in a serious manner. You brat, you won't cheat, right? Old Taoist Wu De warned again. Bullshit. I am so sincere. Could it be that I would frame you? Why don't you let me go? Let's go our separate ways. Xianxia said solemnly. I want it. Why wouldn't I want it? Give it to me. Old Taoist Wu De's body trembled. Xianxia could not run away. This thing was a treasure. How could it be ordinary when it was left behind on the statue of Empyrean Universal Thunder? Old Taoist Wu De's heart was filled with trepidation. But if he missed this opportunity, he would not have the chance in the future if he did not want it now. Xianxia handed it over with both hands. Old Taoist Wu De followed suit and slowly walked towards Xianxia. His heart was still filled with doubt. But since he had already made up his mind, he must obtain it. Old Taoist Wu De would not give up on this Thunder Mother spiritual essence. He was thrown into this place. If he could not obtain anything, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? Although he knew that this was a place left behind by the Thunder God and was a dead end, old Taoist Wu De was still unable to extricate himself from this Thunder Mother spiritual essence. It was unknown what was going on in Xianxia's head. He even let go of this Thunder Mother spiritual essence. But at the very least, he did not want to miss it. Back then, when you fought with me for the 5 Thunder Edict, you were not like this. Brother Jiang, I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise, we will both die here. This is not a good place. Old Taoist Wu De looked at Xianxia with a smile and a hint of warning and threat. I'm just lamenting. Life is precious. You must not let your emotions affect your decisions. Endure for a moment, and take a step back. Xianxia said solemnly. Old Taoist Wu De nodded slightly and took the Thunder Mother spiritual essence from Xianxia's hand. At this moment, old Taoist Wu De was extremely excited. This Thunder Mother spiritual essence was like a restless thunderbolt. It carried a terrifying power of thunder. One look and one could tell that it was a treasure. The smile on Xianxia's face grew wider. The reason why he gave this Thunder Mother spiritual essence away was because he had already sensed how terrifying this Thunder Mother spiritual essence was. This damn thing seemed like it could explode at any time. Moreover, this Thunder Mother spiritual essence had already matured. Xianxia could feel that within this Thunder Mother spiritual essence, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying life force brewing. This was what Xianxia was most worried about. At this moment, he was powerless to protect this Thunder Mother spiritual essence. He might as well do old Taoist Wu De a favor and give this Thunder Mother spiritual essence to old Taoist Wu De. If this Thunder Mother spiritual essence was in old Taoist Wu De's hands, the one who should be worried would be old Taoist Wu De. However, because Xianxia had 4 thunderbolts in his body, he could feel the throbbing of the Thunder Mother spiritual essence. Old Taoist Wu De did not seem to think that this Thunder Mother spiritual essence was a Thunder Mother spiritual essence. This Thunder Mother spiritual essence is a good thing. What a majestic power of thunder. I'll go back and study it properly. However, this place is not suitable for me to stay for long. I should leave as soon as possible. Old Taoist Wu De said in a deep voice and slowly retreated. However, at this moment, when old Taoist Wu De lowered his head and looked at the Thunder Mother spiritual essence in his hand, the Thunder Mother spiritual essence had completely turned into a bluish-purple color and was shining brightly. Boom! An earth-shattering sound, the entire glacier underground palace was on the verge of collapse. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Old Taoist Wu De was blown away. That was because the thunderbolt that fell from the sky was too terrifying. It made the thunderbolt in Xianxia's body palpitate. Old Taoist Wu De spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia also had a face full of shock as he muttered, "How could this be? The essence of the Thunder Mother actually exploded by itself? You're not dead yet? It's good that you're not dead." Xianxia's words almost angered old Taoist Wu De to death. Not only was he sent flying by this kind of explosion, he almost died. He did not believe that Xianxia did not sense it at all before this. If he did not sense it, why would he give the essence of the Thunder Mother to him? He was clearly the one who harmed him. However, at this moment, old Taoist Wu De wanted to cry but no tears came out. Who asked him to be insatiable? This was called suffering the consequences of one's own actions. Fun, fun. A 4 or 5-year-old child had his legs protruding towards the sky. His 2 little feet were bare as he looked at old Taoist Wu De with a mischievous smile. That sly look made people unable to restrain their laughter. It was completely not the look that a child should have. What a cute child. Longing looked at the child in blue and her eyes lit up. Her motherly love overflowed. She immediately looked at him and was unable to shift her gaze away. Old Taoist Wu De's sorry figure made her chuckle. There was even a trace of disdain in her eyes. Xianxia's mind moved. The child in blue suddenly turned around and looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. However, he held his head and rolled around on the ground as if he was in extreme pain. What's wrong with him? Longing said worriedly as she glanced at Xianxia. Little brat, you still dare to laugh. Serves you right. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been blasted into this state. Old Taoist Wu De said lightly. Looking at the child in blue who was rolling on the ground, he suddenly came to a realization. This kid was formed from the essence of the Thunder Mother. Suddenly, the child in blue suddenly stood up. His little face was extremely stern. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes were scarlet red. The expression in his eyes was completely unlike that of a naughty child. It was more like that of a scheming fellow. I will kill you. The blue-clothed child glared at Xianxia and said with killing intent. Even Longing's beautiful eyes flashed and she clenched her fists tightly. No matter how much she liked this little boy, no matter how cute he was, as long as he dared to harm Xianxia, she would definitely fight him to the end. You want the heavenly lightning in my body. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he stared at the blue-clothed child. However, he did not treat him as a child at all. That's right, I'm Heavenly Lord Ingyuan Thunderclap of the 9 heavens. It's your good fortune to be able to be used by me. Once I devour you, I'll be able to use the 4 heavenly thunders for my own use. It can also help me recover my strength and step back into the Emperor realm. The blue-clothed child said coldly. Then, his face turned pale as he muttered to himself. Why do I have to step back into the Emperor realm? Where am I? Why am I here? I'm the god of thunder. Why am I so weak? Why? The blue-clothed child said furiously. His current strength was only at the mid-divine Emperor realm, which was the same as Xianxia. However, a 4 or 5-year-old mid-divine Emperor realm expert was indeed terrifying. Looks like you're quite ambitious. To think that you want to devour me. I also want to devour you. Let's see who's stronger. Xianxia crossed his arms and looked at the little boy silently. The little boy also looked at Xianxia silently and frowned. The reason why he wanted to devour Xianxia was because the 4 heavenly thunders in Xianxia's body could help him step back into the Emperor realm. Otherwise, if he relied on himself to cultivate, God knows how long he would have to wait. Now that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was getting thinner and thinner, why would he give up what was near and seek what was far away? After all, Xianxia was a top-notch tonic. You're not my opponent. The little thunder god said proudly. You're so cute, just like you. Even if you're the heavenly lord of the 9 heavens responding thunder, you're still a little thunder god now. You're only a mid-divine emperor, and you want to devour me? Aren't you thinking too much? Xianxia squinted his eyes. Although he said so, he did not dare to be negligent. After all, the thunder god was once the god of thunder. Even though he had become smaller and his strength had regressed, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. No one could guarantee that this fella had any heaven-defying ability that Xianxia could not compare with. There's one thing. My Tao essence is not something that you can compare with. The little thunder god stared at Xianxia. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he said in a deep voice. His pink little hand pointed at Xianxia. He looked serious and even a little cute. However, no one could laugh. This little fellow was really the thunder god, a venerable of the divine court in the ancient times, a supreme god. This was too shocking. I will make all of you my puppets. There's no room for error in my journey to the heaven-trampling realm. It's your fortune to be able to devour for me and help me to step into the Emperor realm. The little thunder god said in a serious manner. He stretched out his hand and shouted. Where's the 5 thunders edict? Thousands of miles away, the 5 thunders edict flew across the sky and mountains, returning to the little thunder god's hand. At this moment, old Taoist Wu De and Xianxia narrowed their eyes, staring at the 5 thunders edict in the little thunder god's hand. I've told you that the 5 thunders edict has flown away by itself. You didn't believe me. Now, my grievance has been cleared. Old Taoist Wu De looked at Xianxia with a round expression, as if he wanted to clear his name. The little thunder god's eyes turned cold. He held his head high and chest out, holding the 5 thunders edict in his hand. At this moment, Xianxia knew that a battle with the thunder god was unavoidable. Although he had recovered 40% of his strength, it would still be difficult for him to block the little thunder god's divine might. The 5 thunders edict, it's been a long time since I last saw it. The glory of the thunder god is destined to reappear in the world. Billions of years have passed. I'm afraid that the world has already changed. However, the name of the thunder god will resound throughout the universe. No one can stop my rise. You don't have a choice. Becoming my slave is the glory of your life. The little thunder god held the 5 thunders edict in his hand, pointing at Xianxia. Do you still want to fight with me? Why not? You don't have the qualifications to subdue me without a fight. So what if you're the thunder god? I, Xianxia, like to kill gods. You're the god of the world, but you're not my god. If you want to take my life, I'll fight you to the death. This 5 thunders edict is not bad. Together with the essence of the thunder mother, it'll form 5 heavenly thunders. It's really a blessing from the heavens. Xianxia smiled. Since the thunder god was so arrogant and despotic, he would teach him a lesson. If he didn't have the Tao, Xianxia might not have dared to challenge the thunder god. However, his heaven-conquering Tao was also incomparably domineering. What was there to be afraid of when the thunder god was weakened to below the emperor realm? After seizing the thunder god's origin and forming 5 heavenly thunders, his strength would rise again. The 5 thunders edict returning to him was also fate. I want the 5 thunders edict. I also want it. It's still uncertain who will swallow who. Heavenly thunder, listen to my command. The wind rises, the thunder comes. Little thunder god waved the 5 thunder edict in his hand. His face was extremely gloomy. Bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky towards Xianxia. At that moment, 5 bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky. Xianxia's expression was cold and fearless. The 5 bolts of heavenly thunder that the 5 thunder edict had attracted formed a destructive force at that moment. It crushed down and caused the sky and earth to change color. Big brother Xianxia. Longing cried out in surprise. She wanted to help Xianxia block the power of the 5 thunder strike, but she was forced back by Xianxia's palm. Don't worry. This 5 thunder strike can't do anything to me. Xianxia sneered and looked at little thunder god. At that moment, the 5 thunder strike came down, but Xianxia was still standing there leisurely, which made little thunder god very shocked. Even the 5 thunder strike can't do anything to you. It seems that I have really underestimated you. The power of thunder in your body is no longer as overbearing as it was in the ancient times. I have 4 sources of heavenly thunder in my body. What can the 5 thunder strike do to me? Xianxia stood proudly and punched fiercely. The 5 thunder edict attracted bolts of lightning to kill Xianxia, but it was of no use. Instead, it made Xianxia's strength recover faster and faster. Even Xianxia was overjoyed. The 5 thunder strike actually made his strength improve by leaps and bounds. Not only did it not kill him, but it was also used by him. Xianxia rushed forward step by step. He clenched his fists and each of his attacks was fatal. Facing little thunder god who looked harmless, he did not give him any leeway. This guy's strength could not be underestimated. Xianxia would not look down on him. There were many cases of people failing miserably in an easy task. Heavenly thunder path, 5 thunder strike. Little thunder god raised his blade and the 5 thunder edict swept across the sky. An overbearing and ferocious power of Tao accumulation ran through his hands. When the heavenly thunder descended, the Tao accumulation was extraordinary. Heaven-crushing seal. Xianxia struck out with his seal, and the lightning in the sky changed color. The ancient lightning was like a tide, forced back by Xianxia's howling heaven seal. At the same time, little thunder god was also forced back, his face deathly pale, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His entire body trembled as he glared at Xianxia. Who are you? Why does it have the Yantian seal? Xianxia frowned. He didn't expect that this little thunder god would be able to recognize the expandable heaven seal. Could it be that this heaven-spreading seal belonged to an amazing person in the ancient times? Why do you care? Xianxia sneered. He changed his hand seals and attacked again. The open heaven seal was already in his hand. The power of Tao accumulation poured out, causing the 9 heavens to change color. Little thunder god retreated continuously, his face pale. He was almost knocked to the ground by Xianxia. He rolled on the ground and fell on his butt. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. I didn't expect that you have also comprehended the great Tao. My remaining power of Tao accumulation has become a wedding dress for you. Little thunder god said in a deep voice, looking at Xianxia with extreme reluctance. Your power of Tao accumulation is still too weak. Little boy, you are still not my opponent. Xianxia smiled. Little thunder god frowned and snorted coldly. If it was in the ancient times, I could kill you with a sneeze. Since you have become a prisoner, kill me or torture me as you wish. Weak chicken, you can't even withstand a single blow. Now you want to devour me? Haha, what a fool's dream. I'd like to see what's so special about the so-called 9 heavens resonating thunder and universal heavenly lord. After devouring your thunderbolt origin, let's see who can do anything to me with 5 heavenly thunderbolts. Xianxia's eyes were burning. He narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent was stirred. This little thunder god had long wanted to devour him, but now he was suppressed by him. Xianxia approached little thunder god step by step. He moved his hand and took the 5 thunders edict. This item was a great treasure. Xianxia, don't kill him. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice rang in his mind, causing Xianxia to frown. If I don't kill him, how am I going to obtain the thunder god's origin power? He is the universal heavenly lord of thunder, one of the gods of the divine palace. In the ancient war, he gave his all. Although I had lost a lot of things in my memories, I knew that the thunder god was a vanguard figure in the immemorial war. His contributions were outstanding. I really shouldn't have killed him like this. It's already not easy for him to leave behind an inheritance with a peerless technique. In the ancient war, no one could stay out of it. He also lost a lot of his memories. Hence, after being reborn, it's not all his fault. The ancestral dragon emperor's solemn voice made Xianxia silent for a while. In the end, he did not do anything. Although Xianxia did not know what happened in the ancient war, at least he knew from the ancestral dragon emperor that it was a calamity of the heavens and earth. It was a war that could shake the entire divine world. Countless people had sacrificed themselves for this cause. Although Xianxia hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he could feel the tragedy and sorrow of that battle. Even so, I'm going to take his thunder origin. Xianxia said reluctantly. Killing him or not was not important, but the source of lightning was something that Xianxia must obtain. Alright, tell him. The ancestral dragon emperor said in a low voice. Xianxia looked at Little Thunder God. Little Thunder God's eyes moved, as if he had discovered the ancestral dragon emperor's presence. His expression slightly changed and became more and more interesting. There was happiness and sadness on his face. After a while, Little Thunder God hugged his head and cried bitterly. His face was extremely pale. His cry was heart-wrenching, as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. Are you done crying? Xianxia said coldly. I will give you a strand of thunder origin. I can also give you the 5 thunders decree. But you must help me find the golden light goddess. Little Thunder God said with a solemn expression. He sat upright and still, looking extremely calm. He looked at Xianxia with a serious expression. Mother of Lightning is my wife, also known as the goddess of golden light. Back then, during the battle of the primordial era, I was separated from her. It's very likely that she has fallen somewhere. If you can help me find her, I, the god of lightning, will never forget your grace. Seeing Thunder God's expression, Xianxia was moved. Thunder Mother was the golden light goddess that he mentioned. Can I really find her? I will try my best. Xianxia nodded his head solemnly. With the ancestral dragon emperor's plea and the 5 lightning edict and the ancestral dragon emperor's willingness to give him a shred of lightning origin and the 5 lightning edict, why not? I hope you can fulfill your promise. Little Thunder God's gaze towards Xianxia became solemn. Even Xianxia was surprised. From the initial disdain, Little Thunder God's gaze towards Xianxia had changed. What did the ancestral dragon emperor say to him? Now, I'll pass you a strand of Thunderbolt origin energy. This strand of Thunderbolt origin energy is comparable to the most terrifying heavenly thunder in the world. As the ancestor of all thunderbolts, I can control all heavenly thunder. It's a pity that I'm too weak now and my Taoist connotation has been exhausted. After being reborn in this world, I no longer have the unparalleled might. Little Thunder God seemed to be holding a grudge against Xianxia for losing to him. Alright. Xianxia smiled. The ancestral dragon emperor did not appear because there were some things that he did not want to tell Xianxia. Xianxia had asked the ancestral dragon emperor many times about the immemorial war, but the ancestral dragon emperor always said that he would tell Xianxia one day. Although Xianxia was curious, he did not ask the ancestral dragon emperor about it. Maybe the ancestral dragon emperor would tell him when he breaks through to the emperor realm. My thunder origin is extremely pure. It's too difficult to separate a strand of my thunder origin to you. This step might take at least a few years. I'll go to the ancestral dragon pagoda to separate the thunder origin first. Little Thunder God threw the 5 thunders decree to Xianxia unwillingly. The 5 thunders decree is the scariest when it gathers 5 heavenly lightning. You have 4 heavenly lightning now, but it's still very powerful. Let's see how much of it you can unleash. Although it's not as powerful as the Zulong Tower and your heavenly dragon sword, it's more powerful. As long as there's heavenly lightning, the 5 thunders decree will be able to unleash heavenly lightning unceasingly. The amount of energy consumed is minimal. Little Thunder God said meaningfully. If there's a day when the sky changes and the earth changes, I'll have no regrets even if I die 9 times. The world's calamity is not far away. Without the power of an Emperor realm expert, how can you resist it? I hope the ancestral Dragon Emperor did not misjudge you. After that, Little Thunder God was sucked into the Zulong Tower by the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Xianxia held the 5 Thunders Edict in his hand and took a deep breath. Was he one step closer to the Great Tribulation? He had heard about the great calamity of the world more than once. On that day, did the world really change and everything was overturned? Even Heavenly Lord Universal Transformation has been subdued by you. Kid, I'm completely convinced by you. This old Taoist priest admits defeat. May I have a look at the 5 Thunders Decree? Back then, I really... Scram. Jiangchen's killing intent was like a rainbow as he stared at old Taoist Wu De. Old Taoist Wu De gave a dry laugh and retreated subconsciously. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to gain so much this time. 5 Thunders Decree, Lightning Source, Craftsman God's Inheritance, not a single one can be missing. A sturdy man about 10 feet tall slowly walked out from the darkness. His expression was arrogant, his brows were cold, and his eyes were blazing. Mother Kerr, did you kick me down? Old Taoist Wu De suddenly turned his head and looked at the sturdy man. He suddenly felt a little terrified. To be able to see through this deadlock, you do have some ability. Unfortunately, the one to break the deadlock is not you, but the inheritor of the craftsman god. It would be great if both of you perished together. It would save me the trouble. However, it seems like I still have to deal with you guys who don't know your place. The sturdy man crossed his arms and stood not far away from Jiangchen. In his eyes, there seemed to be only Jiangchen. Who are you? You want to strut around in front of Brother Jiang? Even the 9 heavens responding Thunder Heavenly Lord was defeated by Brother Jiang. Who do you think you are? Old Taoist Wu De immediately hugged Jiangchen's thigh tightly. If he continued to act arrogantly at this moment, he would be the one embarrassed. The eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda, Ba Chaoyuan. To be able to be used by me, you guys have cultivated for 10 lifetimes. I'm convinced. Ba Chaoyuan said proudly. Pagoda. It's the pagoda again. Jiangchen's expression was incomparably gloomy. His eyes were about to pop out. When he thought of Yan Xingqing and Wu Ningzhu, the anger in his heart burned uncontrollably. You have already been listed as my pagoda's must-kill target. Jiangchen, if I bring your corpse back today, I might even be rewarded. Ha ha ha. Ba Chaoyuan laughed. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at Jiangchen. If he wanted to obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god or the 5 heavenly edict, he must first kill this reckless thing, Jiangchen. With him in front of him, the truth would not go his way. So it's all because of you. Brother Jiang, kill him. I'll cheer for you. Old Taoist Wu De said with a domineering expression. Jiangchen glared at him. Immediately, old Taoist Wu De retreated and did not speak anymore. This is called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can still leave your corpse intact. Jiangchen, what do you think? Ba Chaoyuan said with a stern expression. Leave you? F*CKU. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you so long-winded? You're a retard. Jiangchen harumphed coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pulled it out. Soaring into the sky, 20 swords battle rage. Good. Ba Chaoyuan's eyes lit up. He soared into the sky with a giant axe in his hand. His aura soared into the sky, unstoppable. The sword and axe clashed, the sound was resounding. Facing Ba Chaoyuan's attack, Jiangchen's strength was obviously lacking. He had recovered 50 to 60% of his strength, but facing a late divine emperor Ba Chaoyuan, he had to be careful. Even if he was at his peak, it would be very difficult for him to face Ba Chaoyuan. The eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda was indeed extraordinary. Jiangchen used the ancient soaring dragon art. His strength continued to rise. Facing Ba Chaoyuan's thunder axe, his aura did not decrease. The 2 figures soared into the sky and clashed. The thunder axe slashed past Xianxia's side, tearing the void. He retreated step by step, not daring to be careless. The limitless sword had a beginning but no end. The battle between the two was shocking. Ba Chaoyuan, who was a late divine emperor, faced Xianxia's attack with confidence. Vajra axe, heaven-breaking strike. Ba Chaoyuan held the thunder axe with both hands and slashed down. The wind and water rose. Proud sword slashes soaring clouds. Xianxia slashed out with his sword and clashed with Ba Chaoyuan. Radiance shone in all directions and the mightiness of the collision was overwhelming. Both of them were pushed back. Xianxia's expression looked terrible. His strength had been weakened by a lot. After the previous battle, it was hard for him to continue. Now that he was fighting Ba Chaoyuan again, he was already at the end of his strength. On the other hand, the eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda, Ba Chaoyuan, was very cold. He held the giant axe in his hand, looking calm and composed. Ba Chaoyuan bared his teeth. His momentum was terrifying as he attacked 3 times in a row. The 3 axes were like celestial emperors descending, reversing the sky. Under the 3 axes, Xianxia was blown back. His face was pale as he held the 5 thunders edict and summoned lightning. 1,000 flame destruction lightning. Severing drought lightning. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Dawn sky golden lightning. 4 heavenly lightnings were summoned by Xianxia one after another. Within the 5 lightning edict, the heavenly lightning was rolling and overbearing. Combined with the 5 lightning edict, the dreadful qi made Ba Chaoyuan feel a tremendous pressure. Interesting, but even so, you can't beat me. Ba Chaoyuan faced the wind and swung his axe. He was like a warrior that had fought 100 battles, looking down on the sky. He allowed the 4 bolts of lightning to shoot out. Under the 5 thunders edict, Ba Chaoyuan raised his head and used his axe to block the lightning without fear. Vajra Pagoda art. Golden Pagoda body. Ba Chaoyuan roared. His body instantly changed, becoming twice as big. Golden light blossomed from his body as he faced the lightning without fear. The golden body turned into an elephant, like a god. Golden light shone brightly, unparalleled. However, the 5 thunders edict in Xianxia's hand was also very powerful. Even little thunder god in the Zulong Tower was shocked. This 5 thunders edict was simply made for Xianxia. Moreover, the 5 thunders edict consumed very little divine origin energy, so its power was also very shocking. Facing the thunderbolts that fell from the sky, Ba Chaoyuan was fearless. His eyes were cold and filled with provocation. Of course, Xianxia would not give up. The power of the thunderbolts burst out like a tide. Although it was not as terrifying as the fused lightning, it was endless. The heavenly lightning fell and the 9 heavens changed color. Xianxia used all his strength to summon the 5 thunders edict. The 4-colored lightning caused old Taoist Wu De, Lung Ruyan, Long Ying and even Jiang Huayu, who was hiding to the side, to shiver. The power of this lightning was very terrifying. However, Tyrant Chaoyuan's strength was also exceptional. His golden pagoda body was like a deity or an elephant, withstanding layer after layer of heavenly lightning. This was the true unrivaled power. However, Ba Chaoyuan was having a hard time facing Xianxia's 5-blow thunderstruck. When Xianxia's divine origin qi was about to run out, the heavenly lightning gradually thinned. Ba Chaoyuan's complexion turned ashen, but his golden body was still as imposing as before. Ba Chaoyuan raised his eyes and looked over. The lightning had retreated, and his body had also suffered significant injuries. However, Xianxia was already exhausted. He did not fear anyone in this battle. Now, what else do you have? Ha ha ha, the power of Taoist connotation? You're already gone, right? You don't have any strength left. You still want to use the power of heavenly lightning? That's impossible, right? My golden pagoda body is indestructible. As long as I am still breathing, you will never be able to break my golden pagoda body. Ba Chaoyuan said proudly with a stern expression. I know that you have an extremely strong soul in your body. This soul-suppressing bell is specially prepared for you. Ba Chaoyuan held the 7-colored bell in his hand. Instantly, the void condensed, and the ancestral dragon emperor could not leave the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Jiang Chen's complexion was incomparably gloomy. This bastard, it seems like he was already prepared. Is it really like what old Taoist Buddha said, that this is a dead end? Today, all of you will die. Jiang Chen, I'm afraid that you're tired of living, you dare to go against my Zulong Tower. Ba Chaoyuan said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold and disdainful. In his eyes, everyone was like an ant. Brother Jiang Chen, are you all right? Long Ying'er was guarding Jiang Chen's side. If they were to die, they would die together. She was already prepared to die together with Jiang Chen. Isn't it too early for you to be happy? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Jiang Chen frowned as he saw a blazing flame. Tantai Jingzong's corpse was also engulfed in flames at this moment. Tantai Jingzong's body was engulfed in flames. His aura became more and more terrifying as his body was engulfed in flames. 9 Heavens Lan Feng, reborn from the fire. I never thought that she's from the Heavenly Phoenix clan. Old Taoist Buddha's face was filled with confusion as he murmured. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong's beautiful eyes were slightly opened. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her aura was even more peerless, causing people to stop at the sight of her. She's not dead. Jiang Chen murmured as he looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen, then at Ba Chaoyuan. She's dead. She's only able to be reborn from the fire because she awakened the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. Old Taoist Buddha said in a low voice. His face was solemn. When he looked at Tantai Jingzong again, he finally felt a trace of hope. I don't care who you are. Those who block me will die. Ba Chaoyuan coldly looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong held a ball of purple flame in his hand and rushed towards Ba Chaoyuan. He didn't say anything, but his attack was extremely ruthless. Ba Chaoyuan's expression changed. His body trembled as he retreated. He didn't dare to be careless when facing Tantai Jingzong's purple fireball. Flames enveloped the sky, sealing Ba Chaoyuan within. Tantai Jingzong's expression was solemn. Flames rained down from the sky. The domineering flames made Ba Chaoyuan feel miserable. He was forced to retreat step by step. Now that his strength was damaged, the pressure on him increased greatly. Facing Tantai Jingzong, who was reborn from the fire, Ba Chaoyuan roared in anger. His face was pale as he retreated. He already had the intention to retreat. I, Ba Chaoyuan, will remember today's enmity. We'll meet again in the future. Jiang Chen, let's see if you'll be so lucky next time. Ba Chaoyuan's face was ashen. He quickly retreated and disappeared from the underground palace. The flames dissipated. Tantai Jingzong stood in front of Jiang Chen. That scene seemed to have happened thousands of years ago. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. After saying that, Tantai Jingzong turned around and left. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. Tantai Jingzong's figure echoed in his mind. He didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. However, the best outcome was that Tantai Jingzong was still alive. She left resolutely. However, could the love-hate relationship between the two of them really be able to draw a happy ending? Could they really not owe each other anything from now on? Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Long Ying'er was by his side. At this moment, after packing up, it was time for Jiang Chen to leave. However, Wu De and Jiang Huaiyu were already nowhere to be seen. These two fellows had also left with Ba Chaoyuan. Leng Ruyan also said goodbye to Jiang Chen. At this moment, there was no meaning in continuing to stay here. It was impossible for him to take food from Jiang Chen's mouth. Moreover, he owed Jiang Chen a favor. Leng Ruyan could only return. Slaughter Pagoda. It's the Slaughter Pagoda again. The east was the mountain, the west was the sea, the north was surrounded by red peaks, and the south was covered by mist. 8,000 miles of the east mountain, 10,000 miles of the west sea. Spiritual energy lingered between the mountains and the seas. Snow fell on the flat ground, 5 fingers as the peak. Flowers bloomed everywhere on the east mountain, and the ice flowers on the top of the mountain looked like sculptures. Flying snow shot a white deer in the sky, and the laughing book hero leaned on a jade mandarin duck. A man holding a longbow smiled, carrying a white deer on his shoulder, and stepped on the top of the ice and snow mountain. Snowflakes fell around him, but none of them fell on him. He was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Gazing at the ice and snow that covered the mountains, his heart was full of fighting spirit. The man was 9 feet tall, with a mellow smile, handsome and elegant. He was wearing a fluffy cotton coat, which was warm but not heavy. His eyes were bright and simple, and his aura was monstrous. "I'm here, junior sister." The man soared into the sky and landed on top of the ice mountain. He was a woman dressed in white, wearing a thin white dress. No matter how the cold wind pierced through the thin quilt, her heart was as calm as still water, as if she had become one with heaven and earth. Her cold face and proud eyes were so beautiful that they could cause the downfall of a city. No matter how the snowflakes slid down her face, she was untainted by even a speck of dust. She was like the one and only goddess of this time, untainted by the mud, pure and clear, but not demonic at all. The woman's eyes were cold, as if nothing in this world could move her, and even the sky couldn't make her feel pity. "Junior sister, what do you think this is?" "I hunted this white deer for you. If you make it into clothes, it will be very warm." The man seemed to be used to the woman's attitude, and there was still a tireless smile on his face. "I don't like to kill." The woman sighed and shook her head. The man scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, junior sister. I just want you to wear something warmer." Disappointment flashed in Chu Juansong's eyes as she said in a low voice. "If your heart is cold, what's the use of wearing more?" The woman smiled indifferently, but it didn't look like a smile. It was more like a self-deprecating sigh. "But at least you don't need to use spiritual energy to resist the cold, and your body will be warm." Chu Junsong insisted. "No matter how much you wear, it won't help." The woman said coldly. "Why won't you look at me? Junior sister, am I not outstanding enough? Don't I love you enough? Or am I not working hard enough?" Chu Junsong said, unwilling to give up. However, the woman didn't say a single word. She silently stared into the distance with a cold expression on her face. Her eyes flickered. She would always be here at dusk. He still remembered the tears that fell from his eyes when he left. In the darkness, he had the illusion that hot tears were burning his body. The horizon at dusk had never said goodbye, but it was already worlds apart. "Countless women have been willing to go through fire and water for me, but I'm indifferent to all of them, because I only have you in my heart. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I've already decided that in this life, I'll only marry you." Chu Juansong's gaze was scorching hot as he stared at the devastatingly beautiful woman before him. How many years has it been since he was able to shake her heart? The hard work that he had put in had never stopped as well. But in the end, she was still unwilling to take a single look at him. To Chu Junsong, it was too bitter, too tiring. However, he would never give up on his hard work. It doesn't matter who you love, or where the person who loves you is. In this world, the person who loves you the most will always be me. Junior sister, I will let you see that I, Chu Junsong, am an indomitable man in the Central Plains divine land. I am the #1 person. Chu Juansong's expression was solemn and meticulous. He didn't believe that his sincerity couldn't move her heart even after a few decades. "You're a good person, you're also very outstanding, but we're not suitable for each other. Senior brother, you better give up. I've long stopped caring about relationships, I'm not worthy of you being so serious about me." The woman shook her head. Her eyes were as clear as water, without the slightest bit of emotion, just like a spiritual spring. In this world, she had already forgotten about the past, her heart was as calm as water. Therefore, when she faced Chu Junsong, she could be completely focused. There were so many outstanding women in this world, but she wasn't the only one. Facing Chu Juansong's love, she was powerless, but he was so stubborn. Unfortunately, the king had his heart, the goddess had no dreams, the falling flower longed for love, but the heartless river. In the end, they weren't people of the same world. However, Chu Junsong shook his head, his eyes were still incomparably determined, incomparably serious. Liking someone, loving someone, there was no reason. No matter what, he wouldn't choose to let go. And this was how he treated this junior sister of his. No matter how beautiful the flowers were, no matter how weak the water was, he would only take one scoop. I, Chu Junsong, have never failed in anything I've said or done. In my entire life, you're the first person to reject me. No matter how beautiful those people are, no matter how much they flatter me, to me, they're nothing more than beautiful skeletons. But you're different. From the moment you appeared in my life, I couldn't extricate myself and resolutely fell in love with you. Even though you were silent and never smiled at me, I still couldn't control myself because you're the only light in my life. With you, my world is colorful enough. Junior sister, I know that I'm not in your heart right now, but one day, I'll make you fall in love with me. I'll make you understand that there's no one in this world who loves you more than me. Chu Junsong took a deep breath. Loving someone was so difficult. But since he loved someone, he had no regrets. He would never change, never change. The woman's expression was still cold, she didn't waver at all. She stepped on the void, into the clouds, as if she had fused with the world. I want the sky to be unable to hide my words. I want the earth to know how much I love you. Junior sister, one day, I'll definitely have you. Chu Junsong clenched his fist tightly, his expression was incomparably gloomy. He had never been rejected like this before. Countless women were treated like grass by her, but his face was completely thrown away in front of her. He was like a child who didn't know what fatigue was. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still changed his appearance. He was destined to be the only one covered in wounds. I don't believe that there's someone who loves you more than me, someone who's more outstanding than me. If there is, I'll kill him because he doesn't have the right to live on these stone steps. Chu Junsong said indifferently. His pair of eagle eyes looked at the peak of the sky, no one dared to look at him. Dong dong dong, the deafening sound of the bell, which could be heard from thousands of miles away, rang out. When the bell rang, something big must have happened. What's going on? The bell of our mountain and sea sect hasn't rung in 10,000 years. When the bell rings, something big must have happened. I wonder what it is that can make the mountain and sea sect pay so much attention to it. Yeah, let's go and take a look. It's been a long time since our mountain and sea sect has been so lively. Within the entire mountain and sea sect, the sound of the bell was melodious, the world was shaking, the mountains were dark, and the sea was blowing. Within 10,000 miles of the mountain and sea sect, countless disciples were rushing towards the center of the mountain and sea sect. As a force that was second only to the Buddha Pagoda and the Martial Dan Hall in the central region Divine Land, the terror of the mountain and sea sect was not something that the Rock sect or the Ghost Dan sect could compare to. The mountain and sea sect had as many experts as the clouds and tens of thousands of disciples. Just the disciples above the heavenly God realm alone numbered in the tens of thousands, and there were thousands of hierarch realm and divine king realm disciples. There were even hundreds of divine emperor realm experts. Even the Martial Dan Hall and the Buddha Pagoda did not dare to act rashly against a super sect like the mountain and sea sect. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. From this, it could be seen how vast and terrifying the mountain and sea sect was. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. In the sky, the third elder of the mountain and sea sect stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the hundreds of thousands of disciples below with a serious expression. This was an unprecedented gathering in the history of the mountain and sea sect, and countless disciples had rushed over. The third elder's might was unparalleled, and his strength was shocking. Countless disciples were bowing down in worship. As one of the top sects in the entire central region, the mountain and sea sect's grand event was the grand event of the entire central region. As the overall elder of the mountain and sea sect, Yang Chan was extremely serious. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. The 100,000 disciples were silently looking at him, raising their heads in anticipation. Countless noises caused the entire mountain belly to be filled with reverberations. Tens of thousands of disciples were discussing one after another. All of them were guessing what exactly the third elder was going to announce, causing the crowd to be filled with anticipation. Today's matter is the grand event of my mountain and sea sect in 10,000 years. It is worthy of the celebration of the entire world and the cheers of tens of thousands of people. I am the third elder, Yang Chan. Under the orders of the Mountain Lord, I once again announce that 100 days from now, my mountain sea sect will hold a martial arts competition to find a spouse. In this world, experts from all over the world, whoever can become the final victor will become a disciple of my mountain sea sect and the son-in-law of the mountain sea sect. Xianxia's words caused the entire mountain and sea sect to be incomparably shocked. Countless people were eager to give it a try and couldn't help but look at each other. This was because everyone was incomparably curious. Just who was this so-called female disciple? According to the Mountain Lord's imperial edict, his disciple, Ling Yun, is a graceful lady, virtuous and virtuous. She is the role model of our Mountain Sea sect, a hero among women. Therefore, she has personally arranged for the holy marriage, which is a joyous occasion for our Mountain Sea sect. It is truly worthy of celebration. Xianxia said proudly. Instantly, the entire Mountain and Sea sect was in an uproar. Ling Yun was the goddess of their Mountain and Sea sect. She was the #1 disciple in the entire Mountain and Sea sect. Not only was she powerful, she was also the Mountain Lord's disciple. Her future was limitless, and her strength was shocking. In the entire Mountain and Sea sect, countless people could only look at her in the dust. Although there were many people who admired her, very few people dared to express their love for Ling Yun. This was because everyone knew that the eldest senior brother of the Mountain and Sea sect, Chu Junsong, was Ling Yun's strongest supporter. Whoever dared to take even half a step towards Ling Yun would probably be forced back by Chu Junsong, or even killed. Ling Yun was outstanding, beautiful like a flower, aloof and cold. She was one of the most talented disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect, and countless people viewed her as their dream lover. At this moment, Chu Junsong silently looked at Xianxia, then looked at Ling Yun, who was on the distant mountain peak, and a hint of confidence flashed across his mouth. No one can snatch you from my hands. You must be mine. Chu Junsong clenched his fists tightly. A strange light flickered in his eyes. He had finally waited for this moment. It seemed like the Mountain Lord had decided to betroth Ling Yun to him. Not to mention the entire Mountain and Sea sect, even among the young geniuses of the Central Region Divine Land, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Although this martial arts competition was rather rushed, it caused the entire Mountain and Sea sect to be in a perilous state. Cries of surprise continuously rang out, causing countless male disciples to go crazy, and female disciples to be jealous. This was a marriage personally bestowed by the Mountain Lord. What a great honor it was. Third Elder, I don't want to become Tao companions with anyone, and I'm even more unwilling to participate in the martial arts competition. Ling Yun walked out of the crowd and stepped into the air. She looked straight at the Third Elder and spoke in a low voice. Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is the Mountain Lord's decree, it's not up to you. Ling Yun, you should think about it. The Mountain Lord's words cannot be disobeyed, otherwise, you will definitely receive unimaginable punishment." Ling Yun still firmly shook her head. Ling Yun doesn't have such intentions. It's not that I'm sincere in going against the Mountain Lord's wishes and giving face to the Third Elder. My heart is as calm as water and I'm focused on cultivation. That's not up to you. This is a matter of life. The Mountain Lord's words cannot be taken back. The Mountain Lord didn't tell you personally, but let me announce it. At this moment, you should understand that the Mountain Lord is thinking for your sake. Don't be so ungrateful. Xianxia said with a serious expression. With a cold snort, Ling Yun's heart trembled. It seemed that this was the Mountain Lord's intention, and the Mountain Lord didn't directly tell her. This way, it would also overrule her intention to go against the Mountain Lord's wishes. This was not to seek her opinion, but to inform everyone that the martial arts competition in Ling Yun's name would definitely cause a storm in the entire Central Region Divine Land. Ling Yun bit her lips and her face turned pale. Her heart had also become gloomy. She originally thought that she could cultivate in peace in the Mountain and Sea sect forever, but it seemed that she still couldn't escape the control of the secular world. She originally thought that the Mountain Lord had treated her with kindness, but in the end, she was in such a situation. What was love in the world? It made people live and die for it. Ling Yun couldn't help but think of Xianxia, the man who was unwilling to marry her. Since she was already his wife, she would be Xianxia's wife for the rest of her life, and would never marry again. Even if the two of them would be separated from each other, she would never leave Xianxia's world. If she loved him, then so be it. If she hated him, then so be it. If the two of them loved each other for a long time, it would be enough for her to have love in her heart, even if Xianxia couldn't give her a peace of mind. No one understood Ling Yun's feelings at this moment. Everyone in the mountain and sea sect was silently waiting for a true expert to step into the 9 heavens and marry their goddess, Ling Yun. Although they were sad, they were also happy to see such a grand event. Yang Chen's determination shattered the dream in Ling Yun's heart. It seemed that she couldn't escape the claws of fate, but if that day really came, she would rather die. On the peak of the mountain, Ling Yun's expression was solemn as she looked into the distance indifferently. 100 days passed in the blink of an eye for many people, but to Ling Yun, it was incomparably long. A martial arts competition for a spouse sounded so old-fashioned, but it was a true battle of life and death. It was to choose a husband that could be used by the mountain and sea sect, and she was just a primer, attracting even more experts from all directions. Ling Yun had already guessed this long ago, but she never thought that the mountain lord would be so decisive, not even willing to see her. The ending was obvious, it was to let her accept it with peace of mind, so that she didn't have to think too much. At this moment, she had also become a real canary. Originally, she thought that she could live a peaceful life, but she still couldn't escape the misfortune of the secular world, the claws of life. Ling Yun was not a woman filled with ambition. She only wanted to live a peaceful life, but the mountain and sea sect did not plan to let her live so simply. As the #1 goddess of the mountain and sea sect, Ling Yun seemed to carry an extremely heavy burden on her shoulders. She had to live for the rise and fall of the sect, fight for the strength of the sect, fight for the strength of the sect, and die for the sect. It seemed that this was her destiny. This world is so big, how can there be a place for me? Hee. Ling Yun sighed, her beautiful eyes flickered, her heart was incomparably sad, but she was like a canary. Even if she wanted to be half a step stronger than the mountain and sea sect, it seemed to have become an extravagant hope. Ling Yun knew that since the mountain lord had already made a decision, and it was a golden imperial edict, not personally appearing, it had already expressed his position. It wasn't that Ling Yun didn't know what was good for her, but that she had truly lost hope in life once again. What the mountain and sea sect had brought her was truly an incomparable harm. Demon, it was this stinky body that caused chaos in the mortal world, causing the entire mountain and sea sect to flock to it like a flock of ducks. Otherwise, Chu Junsong might not have stayed by her side day and night. Everything could only be blamed on herself, and she couldn't blame anyone. She could only blame herself for being too much of a failure in life. Xianxia, in this life, I hate you to the core, and I love you to the core. In my next life, I hope that we will never meet again. Ling Yun stared at the tens of thousands of miles of snowy mountains in the distance. The white snow couldn't compare to the chill in the depths of her heart. In less than 10 days, the news of the mountain sea sect had spread across half of the central region divine land. Like locusts flying in the sky, it had spread to almost all the sections. At that moment, countless people were boiling with excitement. The geniuses of the various sects and experts of various domains were all eager to give it a try. One had to know that Ling Yun was the #1 goddess of the mountain sea sect. Her elegance was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times, causing all the disciples of the mountain sea sect to admire her greatly. They viewed her as their dream lover. There were also many suitors, like carps crossing the river. It was difficult to say just how many there were. Although this martial arts competition was old-fashioned, it attracted tens of thousands of experts to the mountain sea sect. Because these people wanted to see the elegance of the #1 goddess of the mountain sea sect, just how fascinating it was. In this martial arts competition, there were many young elites. It would definitely be a storm, and no one dared to compliment it. In the mountain and sea sect alone, there were probably dozens of divine emperor realm experts who yearned for Ling Yun. In this battle, Chu Junsong wasn't the only one who was a true competitor. It wasn't that easy to become the absolute victor and bring home the beauty. The entire central region divine land had even become a grand event. More and more people were participating, all for the sake of seeing the beauty of the mountain and sea sect's goddess. In the eastern Camp Mountain, in a 10,000-year-old ancient city, Xianxia had already stayed here for more than half a month. This was because the divine weapons in his hands were being refined once again. This time, he wanted to turn all 108 swords into primal origin treasures. Once the 108 primal origin treasures were completed, Xianxia would almost be invincible under the Emperor realm. 108 primal origin treasures were something that no one could imagine. Even a half-step Emperor realm expert would have to avoid them. However, it wasn't an easy task for him to reforge so many divine weapons. It might even cause him to be injured. An ordinary Grandmaster refiner would probably need a long time to refine a primal origin treasure, but Xianxia needed to refine 108 swords at the same time. One could imagine how difficult it would be. However, this was the most important step for Xianxia. As long as he completed the refinement of the primal origin treasure, he would be able to face the experts of the Central Region Divine Land. Even if he were to face the Slaughter Pagoda, he dared to say that he would be able to escape unscathed. However, Xianxia wouldn't underestimate these ancient forces. To be able to stand in the Central Region Divine Land for millions of years, there was naturally a reason for their existence. Their strength and foundation couldn't be underestimated. The only thing that Xianxia could do now was to raise his strength and methods to the peak. Because the person he might have to face was the Slaughter Pagoda. Qingqing and Sister Ning were both in the hands of the Slaughter Pagoda. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. Killing his way up to the Slaughter Pagoda and shaking the Central Region Divine Land. This was what Xianxia wanted to do. When he truly shocked the entire Central Region, Xiaoyu should be able to see it, right? Xianxia felt incomparably sour in his heart. After so many years, the only person he felt sorry for was Xiaoyu. He came all the way from the northern cold divine continent to this day, yet he didn't manage to find any news of Xiaoyu. He couldn't forgive himself. That was his failure, it was his incompetence that caused the disappearance of Qingqing and Sister Ning. If he was a little stronger, maybe the ending would be completely different. Xianxia's face and ears were flushed red. He wielded the heavy hammer in his hand and unceasingly forged the 108 divine treasures. The azure lotus astral fire gushed out unceasingly removing the impurities within. To Xianxia, it wasn't so easy to reforge a primal origin treasure. What he needed to experience was an extremely painful and dry process of refinement. Finally, after 2 months, the 108 primal origin treasure swords in Xianxia's hands were completely forged. Luckily, he had set up a formation beforehand. If not, the entire ancient city would have been turned into ruins. Shocking lightning bolts rained down unceasingly, tempering the divine swords. In addition to the heavenly lightning in Xianxia's hands, the lightning bolts and lightning finally transformed into treasures. When he woke up, Long Yinger was still standing by his side. She did not move at all and had a gentle smile on her face, causing Xianxia's heart to feel incomparably warm. Let's go, let's leave this place now. Xianxia rubbed Long Yinger's incomparably exquisite face and said with a smile. His current strength had already reached the great perfection of the middle Divine Emperor stage, and was only a step away from the late Divine Emperor stage. However, Xianxia could not wait any longer. He had to rush to the pagoda as soon as possible. He had to make the entire pagoda pay the price, even though his current strength might not be enough to complete the attack on the pagoda. The moment Xianxia and Long Yinger left the ancient city, they were attracted by the conversation of the people below. Why are there so many people rushing to the mountain and sea sect? Could it be that something big is about to happen? I heard that it's because the sect master of the mountain and sea sect has pushed his female disciple out for a martial arts competition. That's why countless people are rushing there one after another. Is that so? If that's really the case, I should go take a look. Ha ha ha, who knows, I might be able to bring a beauty home. TSK, with just you? Don't even think about it. Countless Divine Emperor stage experts will have their heads squeezed off. Just you? No way. It was said that the goddess of the mountain and sea sect was devastatingly beautiful. She was a peerless beauty in the Central Region Divine Land. I think she's called Ling Yun. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered with an uncontrollable light, and the blood in his body also began to boil at this moment. Xianxia turned into a ray of light and shot down into the sky. The 4 or 5 hierarch realm experts felt Xianxia's supreme pressure, and all of their faces turned pale. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, and their bodies trembled as sweat flowed profusely. This was because Xianxia's pressure had completely enveloped them. Who were you just now? Who was that person from the mountain and sea sect? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. It's Ling Yun. The #1 goddess of the mountain and sea sect, the most dazzling genius of the Central Plains divine land, Ling Yun. A man said in a low voice. He did not dare to show any neglect as he was afraid that Xianxia would kill all of them. They thought that the hierarch realm's strength was enough for them to do whatever they wanted in the entire ancient city. Who would have thought that there was such a powerful expert hidden in this small ancient city? You guys can leave. Xianxia was silent for a moment. In the end, he did not make things difficult for them. As if they had been granted amnesty, all of them retreated. Their faces were pale as they hurriedly escaped from Xianxia's sight. Xianxia gazed into the distance with mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't know what to do. Ling Yun, Xianxia murmured. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? They had the same name, but they were so outstanding, Xianxia did not believe it. He clenched his fists tightly with mixed feelings in his heart. Back then, Ling Yun left him and the northern cold divine land without saying goodbye. Xianxia felt guilty. It was not that he did not love her, nor did he reject her because his heart belonged to someone else. It was because he had too much guilt in his heart that he could not extricate himself from it. He was worried that he could not give her enough security. The scenes of the past replayed in his heart. Xianxia felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Ever since he entered the divine world, the person he met was Ling Yun. From the moment they met, fell in love, and got to know each other, everything happened without him noticing. Xianxia did not look for Ling Yun because he wanted to give her a sense of security. He knew that it was a cowardly thing to do as a man, but he had no other choice. If there was a day when she and her heart were still there, Xianxia would definitely look for Ling Yun after finding little Yu and the rest. Although it was unfair to her, Xianxia could only do so much. But at this moment, it was different. Ling Yun and the marriage contest were imminent. Xianxia wanted to leave, but could he really do it? The answer was no. In that instant, his heart suddenly tightened. He asked himself countless times, if Ling Yun really married someone else's wife, would he be able to accept it? The madness in Xianxia's heart was enough to give him an answer. No, absolutely not, he owed Ling Yun too much. He did not know how much pain she had suffered, how many years she had endured, how many times she had to wander from place to place. He knew that if it was her, even if it was a marriage contest, she would definitely not agree. Xianxia trusted her more than anyone else. The Mountain and Sea sect was one of the 3 major sects, second only to the Martial Dan Hall and the Slaughter Pagoda. 1 pagoda and 1 hall occupied 2 sides. With the Silver Sea 8 extreme mountain in front, they even dared to barge into the Slaughter Pagoda. What could a mere Mountain and Sea sect do? If it's really you, then this time I will definitely not let you leave me again. Xianxia swore in his heart. What's wrong? Big brother Xianxia. Longinger could see that Xianxia was absent-minded. At that moment, she had a feeling that perhaps, that so-called woman from the Mountain and Sea sect should have an inextricable relationship with big brother Xianxia. A woman's nerves were very sensitive, and her 6th sense was also very strong. Therefore, there was no need for Xianxia to say anything more. The understanding Longinger had already guessed everything. The current her was no longer that weird young girl. She desired to understand Xianxia more than anyone else. For the rest of her life, she would treat him the same as before. Xianxia glanced at Longinger and sighed. No matter where you go, Inger will go with you. Don't hesitate, if you want to do it, then do it. There is no medicine for regret in this world, don't wait until you lose it, then regret it. Longinger's smile was incomparably mellow, the intellectuality and elegance between her brows had already become more and more calm. Compared to before, it was a million times better. She had never caused trouble for Xianxia, she only thought about how to make her big brother Xianxia happy. This was her heart, as long as she could make her big brother Xianxia happy, it would be enough. Thank you, Inger. Let's go, to the Mountain and Sea sect. Xianxia said with incomparable determination, his expression serious. This time, he did not know how to return, but he was destined not to leave behind any regrets. Just as Longinger had said, since he had made his choice, he would not have any regrets in his heart. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Alright, as long as big brother Xianxia is here, it will be home. To me, no matter how big the world is, it is not as big as you. Longing or chivalrous and tender feelings made Xianxia feel even more gratified in his heart. He was extremely fond of his wife. What more could he ask for? Mountain and sea sect. I, Xianxia, am here, Ling Yun. This time, I will definitely not let you go. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will bring you along. No one will be able to separate us. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The stubborn faith in his heart was finally filled with hope. In the mountain and sea sect, on a snow-capped mountain that was dozens of miles wide, it was cut horizontally by a sword. Snow swirled in the air, and it was covered in silver. The 100 days were approaching, and countless experts had already gathered at the periphery of the mountain and sea sect. There were more than a few hundred Divine Emperor realm experts, and countless Hierarch realm experts had already come here, and were already sighing. With so many Divine Emperor realm experts, no matter how capable they would only be cannon fodder. Thus, even more people had completely lost hope and were reduced to spectators. Although Ling Yun had yet to appear, everyone was already ready to make a move. Even some of the large sects in the central region Divine Land had sent out many outstanding disciples. There were countless powerful rogue cultivators, and hundreds of Divine Emperor realm experts, forming a grand occasion around the mountain and sea sect. The mountain and sea sect also had the demeanor of a great sect, bringing all the experts into the mountain and sea sect. After all, this was the martial arts competition that they were hosting, and the mountain and sea sect was also incomparably confident. Whoever dared to cause trouble here would be courting death. Even the people from the Buddha Tower might not have the guts to do so. The mountain and sea sect was the cornerstone of the central region Divine Land. The sect was powerful, and had lived for tens of millions of years. With such power, who would dare to act rashly? The disciples of the mountain and sea sect were also extremely proud. Even if they could not accompany the goddess, they still hoped that an expert would appear and look down on everyone. Only then would they have the peerless talent to go to the world with the goddess of the mountain and sea sect, Ling Yun. Ha ha ha, looks like our mountain and sea sect's goddess is not just for show. This time's martial arts competition has actually caused so many people to rush over like a flock of ducks. Senior sister Ling Yun is indeed shockingly beautiful and devastatingly beautiful, but what those fellows truly value might not only be senior sister Ling Yun. That's right, perhaps what they care more about is the resources of the mountain and sea sect. Once they join the mountain and sea sect and marry senior sister Ling Yun, wouldn't their status rise? Becoming a big shot of the mountain and sea sect is even more prestigious than those rogue cultivators, or even the sect masters of some sections. Of course, perhaps there are also many people who are here for senior sister Ling Yun's beauty. Even if they die under a peony flower, they will still be able to become a ghost. Haha. Countless people raised their heads and waited silently. There were more than 400 Divine Emperor realm experts participating in this groom search competition. It could be seen how wide the mountain and sea sect's appeal was and how attractive it was. At this moment, in the mountain and sea sect, the mountain lord was still in seclusion. The person presiding over the groom for a spouse search was still the third elder, Yang. As the external affairs registrar of the mountain and sea sect, Yang was responsible. At this moment, even in the face of countless outsiders, Yang was still calm and composed. The might of the mountain and sea sect and the demeanor of a great sect were fully displayed. Yang expression was indifferent as he looked at the crowd of people on the snowy peak. He was very pleased. It seemed like the decision of the mountain chieftain was right. He had expected this scene. Mountain and of mountain sect, of mountain of sect of people. Of mountain of. Of whether or not you can bring the beauty home will depend on whether or not you have the guts, whether or not you have the strength. Yang stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with arrogance, causing countless Divine Emperor experts to shrink back. Yang was a late Divine Emperor. His strength was enough to be ranked among the strongest in the first echelon of the Central State Divine Land. Such strength was indeed enough for him to be arrogant. What you need to do is not only fight with 2 carriages, but also the one who can laugh till the end. In the end, 40 people will be chosen to fight in pairs. Whoever can become the final victor, whoever can stand at the peak of the experts will be a disciple of my mountain and sea sect, and will become a son-in-law of my mountain and sea sect. Of course, the disciples of the mountain and sea sect could all fight. Right or wrong, success or failure, it was all in a single thought. Since they had chosen to fight, then there was no need to worry about life or death. Who would be able to laugh to the end, who would be able to carry the beauty back? I will wait and see. I hope you all don't disappoint me. At that moment, Xianxia was already standing in the mountain and sea sect. He did not see Ling Yun, so Xianxia was not in a hurry. Instead, he changed his name to Qinjiang and joined the martial competition. The conditions set by the mountain and sea sect were extremely harsh. Out of 10 people, only one could advance. This was undoubtedly a martial arts competition that tested one's strength. It would not be easy to truly stand out. However, for the sake of Ling Yun, Xianxia was duty-bound. It was obviously impossible for him to become enemies with the entire mountain and sea sect. Just the third elder Yang Chan alone made Xianxia feel some pressure. This guy's strength was not ordinary, and he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. It seemed like he could only take it one step at a time, and only through this martial arts competition would he have the chance to see Ling Yun. The true victors will receive the blessings of the Mountain Lord. At that time, the Mountain Lord will personally host a great celebration for you. This will be the glory of your life. Yang Chan pointed to the highest mountain peak of the mountain and sea sect, which was the Mountain Lord's dojo. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement, and they could not wait to start the competition. Hundreds of Divine Emperor realm experts were filled with fighting spirit at this moment, because only by becoming the final victor would they be able to bring the beauty home. Furthermore, it was not that easy to establish a foothold in the mountain and sea sect. Hurry up and start. Haha, we can't wait any longer. That's right, Elder. We only have one wish right now, and that is to quickly meet the goddess in our hearts, Ling Yun. A group of people who don't know what's good for them, do they really think it's that easy to be the son-in-law of the mountain and sea sect? TCH, amongst the crowd, there were quite a few people from the mountain and sea sect. Towards those country bumpkins who had never seen the world, they were filled with ridicule. They really did not know why the Mountain Lord would expand this martial arts competition to the entire central region Divine Land. Could it be that there were not many geniuses in the mountain and sea sect? Over 400 people, 1/5 of the people participating in the competition were all from the mountain and sea sect. Every single Divine Emperor realm expert was unwilling to be outdone. Although they might not be able to come out on top, it was a different kind of attempt for them, and it was also a kind of yearning for their goddess, Ling Yun. Our senior sister Ling Yun has a beauty that can captivate even the birds and beasts, a beauty that can cause the moon to blush. How can any of you be able to see her beauty? To those who had seen Ling Yun's appearance, all of their faces were filled with pride. More than 400 people were divided into 40 groups. In other words, only 40 people could advance to the second stage of the competition. The battle of 10 people seemed simple, as long as one of them could stay. However, it would be a fierce battle to defeat the other 9. It would be easy to win with numbers. Xianxia looked at each of them carefully. He didn't have the capital to lose this battle. If he lost, he would become the enemy of the entire mountain sea sect alone. In other words, if he lost, there might not be anything after that. If he couldn't even win this martial arts competition, it might mean that they were not fated to be together. In the end, Xianxia saw that there were 7 early Divine Emperors and 2 mid-Divine Emperors among the 9 of them. All of them were true experts. Each of them had their eyes on the top of their heads and refused to submit to anyone. However, this was still a tough battle for the throne. If the 10 people wanted to become the final winner, they would have to form a group. It was still quite difficult to turn the situation around alone. Xianxia knew that it was not necessary for him to show his full strength at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be targeted. A skinny man stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Xianxia and the mid-Divine Emperor beside him and said in a low voice, "How about we get rid of the 7 of them first? At that time, whether the 3 of us will be able to emerge victorious will depend on our own abilities and luck." The skinny man's words were agreed by Xianxia and the other man. The 7 early Divine Emperors looked at each other. They knew that they had been underestimated. In other words, the 3 of them had to fight 7 early Divine Emperors. It would not be an easy battle even if they were early Divine Emperors. Which divine emperor realm cultivator was easy to deal with? Some early divine emperors might not be easy to deal with. Xianxia remained calm. The two mid-divine emperors were also very cautious. Although it was 3 against 7, it would not be easy if the opponent was strong. Fortunately, the two mid-divine emperors that Xianxia encountered were not weak. After the 3 of them defeated the 7 early divine emperors, the battle between the 3 of them finally began. At this moment, Xianxia was fighting against 2 opponents at the same time. The 2 of them were just average. Although they weren't weak, they weren't too strong either. Xianxia was afraid that they wouldn't be a match for him when he was still an early divine emperor. In the end, Xianxia defeated the 2 of them as expected. There were strong and weak mid-divine emperors. Obviously, the 2 of them belonged to the bottom tier. Big brother Xianxia is awesome. Long Yinger cheered for Xianxia from the side. Even the surrounding men raised their eyebrows. Aren't you a little too greedy? He has such a beautiful wife in his house, comparable to a fairy from the heavens. Her beauty is shocking and can cause the downfall of a city and country. Yet, he still wants to fight with us for Lingyun? This was simply the anger of the gods. Xianxia smiled calmly, completely ignoring the murderous gazes around him. He held Long Yinger's hand and looked at the people around him silently. The most eye-catching person was a green-clothed man who was as strong as a bull. He was 9 feet tall and had a strong body. He had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. He was filled with killing intent. Both of his hands were rolled up in his sleeves and he looked indifferent. His terrifying aura was terrifying. The 9 people who were assigned to his group all kept quiet out of fear, because this guy's aura had already filled them with shock and horror. Who is this guy? So fierce? My blood is boiling just by looking at him. You don't even know him? Lang Jiuji of the Baji school is not an ordinary guy, he is comparable to any genius disciple of the mountain and sea sect. As one of the top 10 geniuses of the Zhongzhou, this Lang Jiuji is not someone to be trifled with. Even Xu Junsong of the mountain and sea sect is not his match? I don't believe it. Although this guy is very strong, it is not an easy task to be stronger than Xu Junsong. It is hard to say how strong the 2 of them are. It is said that Lang Jiuji has the highest chance of becoming an existence in the Baji school and breaking through to the emperor realm. In the past tens of thousands of years, who knows how many people have been left in the dust. Baji school. Lang Jiuji, mountain and sea sect. Xu Junsong, these 2 men kept appearing in Xianxia's mind. Both of them had the same strength. Their momentum was unstoppable. 1 against 9, domineering and awe-inspiring. In front of them, no one could remain calm. Their indomitable killing intent had caused their opponents to tremble uncontrollably. Their names were like the shadows of trees. The unstoppable domineering aura that these 2 people possessed was enough to strike fear into people's hearts. Their path was unimpeded, and no one could stop them. Among them, Xianxia also saw a person. It was a familiar figure, Ba Chaoyuan. The head disciple of the Vajra Pagoda, this name made countless people's hearts palpitate. The Buddha Pagoda had always been an existence that made people's hearts palpitate, but even the Buddha Pagoda did not dare to be arrogant and take the initiative to cause trouble. Therefore, Ba Chaoyuan only had one goal in coming here, and that was to marry Lingyun, the woman who was respected as the #1 goddess of the mountain and sea sect. Xianxia hid his appearance and aura, and Long Yinger also chose to keep a low profile. She wore a bamboo hat, afraid that Ba Chaoyuan would come looking for her. Ba Chaoyuan's dreadfulness had also shocked the onlookers. In Xianxia's opinion, Ba Chaoyuan's strength was not any weaker than Lang Jiuji of the Baji sect. Xianxia had a battle with Ba Chaoyuan in the past, but the outcome of the battle had yet to be decided. It was a pity that Xianxia did not have a proper battle with Ba Chaoyuan. He did not know if he would be able to meet Ba Chaoyuan today. At this moment, Ba Chaoyuan passed by Xianxia and frowned. He looked at Xianxia and Leng Leng and said, "Have we met somewhere before?" Xianxia shook his head and smiled. "We've only met by chance, so you should be lenient." Ba Chaoyuan snorted coldly and turned around. He did not say another word to Xianxia. In the end, all 40 people advanced. Among them, nearly half of them were mid-divine emperor experts. It was a gathering of almost half of the young prodigies of the central region divine land. It was dangerous and dangerous. Even if they were Divine Emperor experts, they were no exception. Out of the 400 people, 18 Divine Emperor experts had died. This made countless people speechless. 18 Divine Emperor experts were the absolute main force of some medium-level sects, but in this martial arts competition, they seemed insignificant. Due to the will of the heavens, Jiang Chen, Lang Jiuji, and Chu Junsong were not in the same group. However, Ba Chaoyuan was in the group of 5, and this was also Jiang Chen's strongest battle today. Brat, I never thought that you would actually be able to reach this step. You have truly made me look at you in a new light. Ba Chaoyuan glanced at Jiang Chen, but he did not place him in his eyes. In the battle of 5 people, the one who could laugh to the end would be the one who had the best laugh. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent, because this time, he would definitely face Ba Chaoyuan. The most shocking thing was that Jiang Chen saw a person that he had never expected. Yuer, she had disguised herself as a man and appeared in the martial arts competition, causing Jiang Chen to be filled with shock. He did not even know whether to laugh or cry. However, at this time, even though she had already changed her appearance, she could not change the familiar aura that Jiang Chen had towards her. She was dressed in white, spotless, tall and slender. She held a folding fan in her hand, giving her a rather heroic appearance. Yuer had also passed through 5 trials and 6 generals along the way. In the end, she was assigned to Jiang Chen's group, causing Jiang Chen to feel extremely emotional. Big brother, we meet again. Did you miss me? Hee hee. Yuer looked at Jiang Chen and said with a voice transmission. Her voice was filled with mischief, and the playful smile on her lips made Jiang Chen not dare to compliment her. Why are you here? Jiang Chen frowned. He was naturally happy to see Yuer for the first time, but Yuer's appearance in this kind of situation was not something that Jiang Chen could accept. I know I can't hide it from you anymore. Back then, after you left the Hellion family, I received a message from Big Sister Ling Yun saying that everything was fine, but I was extremely worried. I don't know how to explain what happened between the two of you, so I came out from the Hellion family. However, in the end, he was unable to see Big Sister Ling Yun no matter what. The Mountain and Sea sect was heavily surrounded, and even Divine Emperor realm experts were unable to sneak in. In the end, he did not expect the Mountain and Sea sect to use such a method, a martial arts competition to find a spouse. I guess that Big Sister Ling Yun must have been restricted by the Mountain and Sea sect. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her not to come out and see me. I had no choice but to disguise as a man. I wanted to try and see if I could walk to the end. If I managed to marry Sister Ling Yun, would Big Brother cry himself to sleep in the toilet? Yuer had a smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. She was happier than anything else when she saw her big brother. With her big brother here, her heart was incomparably at ease. Jiang Chen couldn't help smiling. He didn't expect this girl to be here before him. She even knew where Ling Yun was, but he was kept in the dark. Don't you think you should say something to me? When I left, you didn't say a word. Jiang Chen pretended to be angry as he glared at Yuer. Yuer curled her lips, a look of guilt in her eyes. I'm sorry, big brother. I know I was wrong. Yuer said in a low voice. At this moment, Long Yinger could also tell that Yuer was disguised as a man, and her heart was filled with doubt. Women were extremely sensitive, and with just a glance, Long Yinger could tell that Yuer's eyes were filled with love towards Jiang Chen. That was not attachment, but an unforgettable love. Although she was very reserved, it could not be denied that when she looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes were filled with tenderness. Yuer seemed to have also felt Long Yinger's gaze, and was slightly surprised. Long Yinger, my wife. Jiang Chen looked at Long Yinger, and Long Yinger smiled at Yuer. At that moment, Yuer's expression was a little ugly, and she forced out a smile. However, deep in her heart, she was filled with disappointment and loneliness. In the end, there was still a layer of gauze between her and her big brother, causing her heart to be filled with tears. Jiang Chen was not a fool, and naturally, he could tell what Yuer was thinking. However, at this moment, it was not the time for love. For now, he had to defeat Ba Chaoyuan first. However, at that moment, he could not ignore Hellion Ronger's gaze. That innocent girl looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of hope, and the corner of her mouth was filled with expectation as she asked in a low voice. Benefactor, where's your disciple? Where's Wang Fingqi? At that moment, Xianxia was even at a loss for words. He did not know what to do, and his face was filled with helplessness, and sorrow was written all over his face. Xianxia's expression made Helian Ronger's heart skip a beat. She had followed Antu all the way here to find Wang Fingqi. For 20 years, she did not relax in the slightest. She knew that the moment Antu found her benefactor, she would definitely see Wang Fingqi. That silly guy was her true benefactor. She would never forget the scene back then. It was Wang Fingqi who saved her from a hopeless situation. Although she knew that Wang Fingqi's heart belonged to someone else, Helian Ronger was not afraid, because she believed that one day, she would be able to touch his heart. After all, the dead had passed away, but the living should always look forward. He has already left. I couldn't protect him. Xianxia's words caused Helian Ronger's body to tremble. She staggered a few steps back, and finally sat on the ground. The emptiness and confusion in the girl's eyes, and her dazed expression made people's hearts ache. Xianxia felt that, as a master, his heart was filled with guilt. Don't worry, I will definitely not give up. As long as I reach the Emperor realm, I will definitely be able to help him reconstruct his golden body. Xianxia said with a serious expression. Emperor realm? Was it really that easy to reach? For Helian Ronger, Wang Fingqi's death was like a blow to her head. Her heart died at that moment. Helian Ronger sobbed silently, crying like a child. Or rather, she was a child herself. It was as if she had lost the most precious thing in her life. Life seemed to have lost its meaning. Yu sighed. However, she was unable to change anything. Back then, when she left the Helian clan with her, Yu understood that this was definitely not a simple journey. In the end, this girl had still experienced an unimaginable life and death parting. Longing hugged Helian Ronger. That scene made Xianxia sigh. In the end, it was his incompetence as a master that led to the disaster. Xianxia was responsible for it. It's not your fault. Big brother, people have to learn to grow. What's in one's life must be obtained, and what's not in one's life must not be forced. Yu held on to Xianxia's hand. Longing gave the two of them a calm gaze. She would properly comfort Helian Ronger. A great battle was imminent, and they could not afford to be distracted. In this battle against Ba Chaoyuan, Xianxia had already made all the preparations. Big brother, I will support you. In this battle, you will definitely win. I'll give you two choices, surrender or die. Ba Chaoyuan said coldly, completely ignoring Xianxia and the others. Although Xianxia and Helian Yu were not weak, in Ba Chaoyuan's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. There were only two people who could make him move and confront them head-on, Baji School's Lang Jiuji and Mountain and C-Sex Chu Jun Song. These two people were his only opponents, the rest were trash. You're very arrogant, Ba Chaoyuan. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're from the Buddhist pagoda. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? A man with two sabers in his hands said coldly. He was also a mid-divine emperor and had great strength. He had overcome many obstacles along the way and seemed to be very determined to win this time. It seemed that he was very interested in this martial arts competition. Stubborn. It seems that only by killing all of you will you understand that it's better to be low-key in life. Ba Chaoyuan said coldly. His cold eyes swept across Xianxia and the others. He showed no mercy and directly attacked the man who spoke bluntly. Come at me together, it saves me the trouble of fighting one by one. Ba Chaoyuan's contempt made the others very angry. This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? You're courting death. Give me your life. Both of them attacked together, not planning to give Ba Chaoyuan a chance to hold back. Since you're so arrogant, then let's see who's the real deal. Both of them also understood that no one held back. Kill him. Xianxia smiled slightly. This was a great opportunity. Since this Ba Chaoyuan was so arrogant, then don't blame them for being ruthless. Although they weren't as strong as Tyrant Chaoyuan, it wouldn't be easy for Tyrant Chaoyuan to kill them all. Xianxia held the candle dragon sword in his hand. In order to hide his identity, Xianxia kept the heavenly dragon sword. The candle dragon sword was also very terrifying. Its sword aura was astonishing. Together with Xianxia's sword of solitude, it shocked everyone and attracted many people's attention. Yuer's strength had always been underestimated by Xianxia. This time, Yuer attacked with the great divination art. Facing Ba Chaoyuan's attack, Yuer was full of confidence. Xianxia and her joined forces and instantly suppressed Ba Chaoyuan. With the addition of the other two, Ba Chaoyuan did not expect that he would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position after bragging. Xianxia's candle dragon sword was the most terrifying. Thousands of divine souls wreaked havoc, killing intent filled the sky. The terrifying deterrence made Ba Chaoyuan retreat again and again. "Bastard!" Ba Chaoyuan roared. He turned around and faced the attack with the thunder axe in his hand. However, it was still a little difficult for him to deal with the four of them. After all, Xianxia's candle dragon sword and Yuer's great divination art had already made it difficult for him to move. Under the joint attack of the four of them, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. He looked like a punching bag and could only passively take a beating. Spinning in the air, the huge axe fell down in torrents. Axe shadows linked together and rippled out. Apart from Xianxia and Yuer, the other two were forced back, looking quite miserable. Ba Chaoyuan twisted his nose, his face was gloomy as he stared at Xianxia. "Brat, I feel that I've seen you somewhere before. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me." Ba Chaoyuan held the axe in his hand as his aura surged. At this moment, Ba Chaoyuan was thoroughly enraged. He was forced back by Xianxia and Yuer again and again. He also ignited his battle intent. His axe flew out, causing the heavens and earth to change. He was filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Under the sweep, Xianxia's sword of solitude was already a little stretched. Fortunately, with Yuer, the two of them were able to suppress Ba Chaoyuan. "If you don't want to die, then go all out. Let's kill this guy first." Xianxia glanced at the other two Divine Emperor realm experts and said. Ba Chaoyuan's hatred had already broken through the limit. The two of them looked at each other without any hesitation. They only had one goal, which was the same as Xianxia, to kill Ba Chaoyuan. To get rid of this resentment. Even Ba Chaoyuan did not expect that he would be forced to retreat under the joint attack of the four of them. Yuer seized the initiative, causing great trouble for Ba Chaoyuan. On the other hand, Xianxia attacked with his sword. The terrifying might of the torch dragon sword was something that even Ba Chaoyuan had to deal with carefully. In addition to the other two Divine Emperor realm experts, Ba Chaoyuan was already beginning to show signs of fatigue. Although he was incomparably furious and the axe in his hand was earth-shattering, it was still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. The pressure that Xianxia and Yuer gave him was almost irresistible. Under such a crisis, Ba Chaoyuan could only complain incessantly. "Son of a bitch, this daddy will fight with you." Ba Chaoyuan flew into a rage out of humiliation. If this continued, it would only become more and more difficult for him. It was impossible for him to win. These two bastards came out of nowhere. One was incomparably cunning, and the other seized the initiative step by step. It was a headache for someone like Ba Chaoyuan. Vajra Pagoda. Ba Chaoyuan, clad in a Vajra armor, took large strides and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia was not polite at all. The sword of solitude created a great obstacle for Ba Chaoyuan, making it difficult for him to advance. Yuer also made her move at the right time. The great divination art could create more trouble and obstacles for the opponent in battle, making it impossible for him to carry out his plan. The Vajra Pagoda body was indeed terrifying. Even when surrounded by the four of them, it was still fearless. The overbearing and ferocious protective divine art brought great trouble to Xianxia and Yuer. Moreover, the battle axe in his hand was so powerful that it could pierce through the 9 underworlds and devour mountains and rivers. Relying on the Vajra Pagoda, Ba Chaoyuan finally stabilized the situation and began his counterattack. Xianxia's expression was cold. At this time, he had already made up his mind to kill. He did not intend to leave any leeway for this bastard. Everyone from the Buddha Pagoda deserved to die. Therefore, even if it was in public, Xianxia still wanted to kill Ba Chaoyuan. If Ba Chaoyuan knew it was him, he would definitely not give him a chance. Moreover, the four of them had already forced him to use his full strength, so he did not dare to relax in the slightest. Killing Ba Chaoyuan was Jiang Chen's goal all this time. This bastard must be killed as soon as possible. Once Ba Chaoyuan died, the Vajra Pagoda Hall would definitely be thrown into chaos. At that time even the pagoda might appear. However, Jiang Chen wanted to cause such a big mess because he wanted the entire Central Plains divine land to focus on him. So that everyone could see, so that Xiaoyu could also see. I will control his mind, but only for a breath of time. You all use your full strength. It would be best if you can kill him. The Great Soul Derivation technique combined with the soul-stealing divine art could at most cause Ba Chaoyuan to fall into a trance. Although he would definitely be severely injured, when he reacted, it would not be so easy to kill him. Yu Er slightly nodded. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately casted the soul-seizing divine art. As expected, Ba Chaoyuan was in a daze. In an instant, he felt that his soul was severely injured. Yu Er and the other two used their strongest technique to attack Ba Chaoyuan. However, Ba Chaoyuan's Vajra Pagoda body was too tough. Although the three of them had broken his invincible Vajra body, they could not continue attacking. Ba Chaoyuan's expression changed, and his eyes turned cold. He looked at Jiang Chen. He already knew who this guy was. At this moment, Ba Chaoyuan truly felt that his life was in danger. I did not expect it to be you. You want to kill me? You are too naive. Ba Chaoyuan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his face was pale. He did not retreat, but instead advanced. At this moment, the battle axe that rose into the sky seemed to split the endless void as it slashed down. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He used fulgurating shadows, and his speed was shocking. However, he still could not avoid Ba Chaoyuan's attack. You don't know what's good for you. Sword of Solitude, one sword eternity. Jiang Chen held the candle dragon sword in his hand and faced the challenge head-on. The sword's chi was so terrifying that even he felt a trace of fear. The Sword of Solitude, lonely at the top, invincible for life, destined to be lonely. Ever since Shui Liang inherited the Slayer Immortal Sword, Jiang Chen had not used the Sword of Solitude again. However, this did not mean that the Sword of Solitude was not strong enough. This was because he needed to open up his own sword Dao. Therefore, the Limitless Sword was where his ultimate strength lay. That was why he had ascended step by step to the heavens with the 18, 19, and 20 swords. Each sword was stronger than the last, but the last sword of the Sword of Solitude was equally terrifying. Even his own 20 swords could not compare. One Sword Eternity combined all of Immortal Slayer Emperor's longing for the immortal world of the 9 states and his inheritance, loneliness, and sword will. When that sword was used, Jiang Chen could even feel the sword will's lament. In life, loneliness was the hardest thing to comprehend. However, Immortal Slayer Emperor had used the Sword of Solitude to become his strongest sword technique. Even Shui Liang had not comprehended this sword. However, after comprehending the Limitless Sword, he also had a great understanding of the Sword of Solitude. The 7th, 8th, and 9th swords were all just one sword. One sword was lonely for 100,000 years, and it was in vain throughout the ages. That sword was even more ferocious than the 20 swords. It was extremely powerful, and even made Jiang Chen comprehend more. The sword will was the same, and the ultimate sword will was nothing more than this. Jiang Chen even had a feeling that he had a glimpse of the 21 swords. The 20 swords must be a greater watershed. It might not be as good as the one sword eternity, it might be close to it, or it might even surpass it. However, this sword at least made Jiang Chen feel the terror of Immortal Slayer Emperor. If he personally used this sword, he did not know how powerful it would be. As Jiang Chen sighed, that sword had completely split Ba Chaoyuan's thunder axe in two. Even his body had been completely cut in half. No one had expected that. The crowd was in an uproar. That sword was too amazing. Jiang Chen had become the focus of everyone's attention. That sword had surpassed the ages, as if it had been slashed from outside time and space. It made Jiang Chen's state of the sword undergo a great change once again. One sword eternity. It was terrifying. Who is this guy? Isn't he too strong? Ba Chaoyuan's strength can definitely be ranked in the top 5 of this martial arts competition. But he was split in half just like that. It's too terrifying. The Central Plains Divine Land is indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Sigh, Ba Chaoyuan, this is truly a tragedy. This evil Vajrafudo Hall's eldest disciple was actually chopped in two by someone. Even the people of the Buddha Pagoda moved. I'm afraid this kid is not easy to deal with. The power of Xianxia's sword had stunned the entire mountain and sea sect. Countless disciples of the mountain and sea sect, as well as the experts who had rushed over from all directions, were speechless. Ba Chaoyuan's strength was obvious to all. At this moment, even Lang Jiuji and Chu Junsong could not help but look at Xianxia. That was an earth-shattering sword. That sword had directly shattered Ba Chaoyuan's life divine weapon and directly split him in half. Bastard, you will die a horrible death. If you dare to kill me, the Buddha Pagoda will definitely not let you off. Ba Chaoyuan shouted angrily. His soul was still there. Xianxia sneered. Buddha Pagoda, to think that you still dare to mention the Buddha Pagoda in front of me. If it wasn't for the Buddha Pagoda, I might have spared your life. Now, I only have one goal, and that is to kill you and eliminate all future troubles. Your soul will also serve me. Xianxia held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand and directly suppressed Ba Chaoyuan's soul, causing it to dissipate. Suddenly, Xianxia's ruthless methods made everyone gasp. It was a ghastly sight. Where did this kid come from? He even dared to kill the people of the Buddha Pagoda? Moreover, he was the eldest disciple of the Buddha Hall, the person that the Buddha Hall valued the most. However, he was killed by Xianxia, without leaving any room for escape. Yangchan silently looked at Xianxia. His eyes were slightly narrowed and extremely complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. This guy's attack was shocking. He actually killed Ba Chaoyuan directly. This was something that Yangchan had never expected. The Buddha Pagoda would definitely not let the matter rest after killing the people of the Buddha Pagoda. Moreover, it was Ba Chaoyuan, the eldest disciple of the Buddha Hall. Facing the gazes of countless people, Jiangchen's expression was cold. In that case, there was no need for him to keep a low profile anymore. He only had one goal, and that was to get first place. Ba Chaoyuan had to die. This was all within his calculations, but he had never thought that he would be able to unleash such a stunning sword. Even he was shocked by his last sword. Yuer looked at her big brother with a face full of worship. He would always be the most powerful youth. From the first day she met him, she knew that this man was destined to stand at the top of the world. Everyone looked at Jiangchen with different gazes. There was shock, surprise, fear, and even more so, horror. At this moment, Jiangchen did not need to say anything. He had already conquered the majority of the people, even the two people in the same group. In the end, the 4 people who could enter the final battle were finally decided. Jiangchen naturally became the first winner, followed by Lang Jiuji of the Baji sect and Chu Junsong of the Mountain and Sea sect. Unsurprisingly, they became the second and third winners. As for the 4th person, he was someone that Jiangchen had never heard of. Compared to him, this guy was truly unknown. It seemed that even the final victory was a narrow escape. At this moment, 40 people were either dead or injured. Even the people from the Slaughter Pagoda were dead. What else was impossible? More and more people became extremely solemn. The groom search competition this time was really bloody, but at the last moment, the final participant of the final battle was finally decided. Lang Jiuji, Qin Jiang, Chu Junsong, Wang Yunliang, the 4 of you have entered the final battle. After 3 days of rest, Qin Jiang will fight Lang Jiuji, and Wang Yunliang will fight Chu Junsong. I hope that you can seize the opportunity and not disappoint me. After saying that, Yang Chan turned around and left. His expression was cold, as if he was in a hurry. Lang Jiuji gave Jiangchen a glance. Jiangchen gave him a faint smile, looking confident and calm. Lang Jiuji's strength wasn't ordinary, but he wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Now that he had killed Ba Chaoyuan, his momentum was obviously stronger than anyone else. Although you killed Ba Chaoyuan, it does not mean that you are qualified to fight me. Lang Jiuji was incomparably arrogant. He looked at Jiangchen, seemingly disdainful of his miracles. He was clearly 100 times more confident in the battle in 3 days. You can choose to forfeit. Of course, if you fight with me, the result might be unimaginable. My opponent is Chu Junsong, not you. I don't want to waste too much time on you. Lang Jiuji was extremely cold. In his eyes, there was only one true opponent, and that was Chu Junsong. Defeating Chu Junsong would not only bring home the beauty, but it would also allow his Baji sect to have an even greater momentum, suppressing the mountain and sea sect. The only person who could marry the goddess of the mountain and sea sect was him, Lang Jiuji. Don't worry, you won't have the chance to see Chu Junsong. Jiangchen smiled faintly. At this moment, he was even more confident than Lang Jiuji. That sword strike had given everyone a resounding slap in the face. Everyone thought that Ba Chaoyuan would be the final victor, but no one had expected that Jiangchen would sweep through 14 prefectures with a single sword strike, causing everyone to look at him in a new light. That sword strike is not sufficient to prove anything. All we need to do is dodge it. Unfortunately, that fool Ba Chaoyuan simply did not dodge it. Don't worry, I won't be as stupid as Ba Chaoyuan. If you want to beat me, then prepare to collect your own corpse. Lang Jiuji coldly said as he turned around and left. 3 days later, he would be able to enter the finals and face Chu Junsong. The two of them were the two brightest stars in the Central Plains Divine Land. Only he was qualified to take Ling Yun as his wife. I have high hopes for you. If you win against Lang Jiuji, I would also like to witness the glory of that sword strike of yours. Chu Junsong looked at Jiangchen. The arrogance in his eyes was not any weaker than Lang Jiuji's. However, the light in his eyes seemed to be filled with anticipation for Jiangchen. That sword strike had stunned him, and also filled him with battle intent towards Jiangchen. But without exception, no one could defeat him. He was the final son of heaven. Junior sister Ling Yun would never marry anyone. A bunch of fools. Do you really think that you guys are worthy of Ling Yun? Jiangchen sneered and shook his head. However, these two opponents were quite troublesome. He did not know if he would be able to see Ling Yun 3 days later. How many years has it been since they last met? Perhaps when she sees him, there would only be endless hatred in her eyes. At this moment, Helian Ronger was no longer crying. However, Jiangchen could see that her heart was filled with sorrow. Her heart had already died. He had seen that kind of despair before, but it was a long, long time ago. Yes. She was alone, following Anchu to sneak out of the Helian family, in order to find her Mr. Right, the one destined for her. However, she didn't expect that Wang Fengqi had already left this world. To her, this was like the conviction that he had been holding on to all this while had collapsed in an instant. If it was anyone else, they would probably find it hard to accept this in a short period of time. Don't worry, the day I break through to the Emperor realm will be the day Wang Fengqi comes back to life. I promise you. Jiangchen said in a low voice. Right now, this was the only promise he could give Helian Ronger. Yes. Helian Ronger smiled bitterly and nodded. What could she say now? That was only the last bit of hope. However, who in the entire Central Region Divine Land had broken through to the Emperor realm in the past millions of years? Not a single one. Yu hugged Helian Ronger tightly in her embrace. She could feel the incomparable pain in her heart. She also felt extremely sour in her heart. They were both in the same predicament. Even though the person she deeply loved was right in front of her, she didn't know how to open her mouth and reveal her feelings to him. In the mountain and sea sect, a middle-aged man in a grey robe stood in front of the ancestral shrine with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he had entered a meditative state. Even his breathing, his drinking, and his pecking did not make the slightest movement. His aura was also completely restrained. Not long after, the third elder slowly walked over to the entrance of the ancestral shrine and stood behind the grey-robed middle-aged man. You're here. The grey-robed man said in a low voice. His voice was incomparably calm. Yes. Yang Chan nodded. In front of the ancestral shrine were the ancestors, so he did not dare to speak loudly. Even the speed at which a leaf fell was extremely slow. There was not a single speck of dust in the air, nor was there the sound of wind. What's the matter? Speak. The gray-robed man's lips moved slightly, as if he did not want to waste too much energy. Reporting to the mountain lord, the people from the Buddha pagoda are dead. Xianxia said. He had to inform the mountain lord of this news. This was not a small matter, and that Ba Chaoyuan's identity was extremely special. It was very likely that it would implicate the mountain and sea sect, so for safety's sake, he had to ask the mountain lord for advice on what to do. The gray-robed man frowned slightly. He did not like to be disturbed, but this matter had indeed made him rather angry. The people from the Buddha pagoda had died, and they had died in the mountain and sea sect. Although he was not afraid of the mountain and sea sect, this matter was still not a small matter. The gray-robed man shook his head and said coldly, "Who is it?" The gray-robed man sighed and shook his head. He obviously hadn't expected this to happen. Ba Chaoyuan wasn't a small character. He was the eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda Hall, the proud disciple of the Vajra Pagoda. It was unjustifiable for him to die in the mountain and sea sect. As the mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect, Liao Yinxing's heart was also filled with seriousness. However, since things had already come to this, he could only deal with it. Let's bide our time for now. The pagoda shouldn't be coming so quickly. Let's wait until the end of the joust for a spouse. Liao Yinxing said indifferently. With a cold expression, he turned around and floated away from the ancestral shrine. Yes, Mountain Lord. Xianxia respectfully sent the Mountain Lord off. He knew who the Mountain Lord was going to see. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Liao Yinxing also arrived at the mountain peak where Ling Yun was. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, birds sang, and the fragrance of flowers entered her ears. However, no matter how beautiful this place was, it was no different from hell on earth. She didn't want to stay here for another second. Ling Yun sat there in a daze. There wasn't a trace of blood on her face. Although she was still beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting, she seemed to have lost her soul. She had carried countless sorrows, but in the end, she was still treated as a canary by the mountain and sea sect. Ling Yun's beautiful dreams seemed to have all become bubbles and shattered. Jiang Chen's figure kept appearing in her mind. Would he come? Probably not. He was thousands of miles away. How could he catch up to her? If he really had the heart, he would have already searched the world for her. If he really loved her, why did he leave back then? That's right, the one who left was her. However, she only left after hearing his rejection. She, Ling Yun, wasn't someone who liked to force others, let alone her own love. Decades passed like a day. How could the goddess have a dream? The king Xiang had no heart, the falling flowers yearned, and the heartless flowing water. In the end, they were just people from 2 different worlds, like 2 parallel lines that would never intersect. Your heart doesn't seem to be here. An indifferent voice caused Ling Yun's heart to tremble. However, she did not raise her head. Because she already knew who the person was. His appearance at this moment was only to persuade her. Back then, when he decided to push her into the martial arts competition, Ling Yun's passion for him had already died. This master of hers had completely made her feel the fickleness of human nature, the fickleness of the world. In the end, she was only a chess piece. If she couldn't even display her usefulness, then she would be even more useless. Humans have feelings. Her master treated her very well, imparting his cultivation technique to her. Although Ling Yun knew that her master might not care about it, she couldn't. Up until this moment, she still felt grateful in her heart. But her fate was still being toyed with by someone else. She wanted to get angry and tear up this agreement, but with her strength, it was impossible for her to do so. In the mountain and sea sect, she felt that she was not even as free as the bird flying in the sky. My heart is already dead. The Ling Yun of the past is no longer here. Ling Yun said. From the moment you refused to see me, I knew that I was just a dispensable chess piece. Master's mountain and sea sect is more important than anything else. Ling Yun smiled bitterly. There was no longer any hatred in her heart. The moment she walked out of this cage would be the moment she fell. A life without love would also have no color. After wasting dozens of years, there was only one hope left in her heart. However, that hope was also very slim, to the point where no one could see any hope. Sigh, even if that's the case, do you know your master's good intentions? Liao Yunqing sighed, but he seemed very lonely. The light in his eyes seemed to have dimmed a lot in an instant. Ling Yan frowned and looked at him silently, as if hoping that her respected master could give her a reasonable explanation. I just want to find a good husband for you. For the sake of the mountain and sea sect's inheritance. In my eyes, even Chu Junsong is not my first choice. As the successor of the mountain and sea sect, I only like you. Although I want to hand everything over to you, your time in the mountain and sea sect is still too short, and your foundation is still shallow. Therefore, I came up with the method of finding a husband through a martial arts competition to find a good husband for you, so that I can hand over the entire mountain and sea sect to you. No matter who the final victor is, they must enter the mountain and sea sect, marry into the family, and serve the mountain and sea sect. That way, they will be able to work together with you, and at that time, the mountain and sea sect will be even more stable. All of this is for you. Sigh, I never thought that you would reject me like this. Do you really think that your master is someone who doesn't know what's good for him? I did all of this for you. In order for you to become the true ruler of the mountain and sea sect, I carefully paved the way for you. I knew that you might refuse, so I chose to go into seclusion at that time and handed everything over to the third elder to handle. That way, you wouldn't have the chance to refuse, and you would be able to become the true princess of the mountain and sea sect. At that time, no matter who it is, they would be destined to serve the mountain and sea sect, serve you, and become your son-in-law. I was afraid that you would refuse to accept the position of the mountain and sea sect's mountain lord, so I could only do this. Liao Yunqing's words were sincere and heartfelt, causing Ling Yan to be dumbfounded. She looked at her own master. Could it be that she had really misunderstood him? But even so, he couldn't just decide his own fate like that. Ling Yan had never thought of becoming the mountain and sea sect's mountain lord, becoming someone else's wife, and controlling such a huge sect. I don't have that much ambition. Master, why do you have to be so stubborn? Why? If you tell me everything, it might not be like this. Other than me, there are so many young talents in the mountain and sea sect, and they can all become true leaders. Why did you choose me? Chu Junsong, senior brother Chu, isn't he the most suitable candidate? Ling Yan murmured, her eyes still filled with pain. The mountain and sea sect will also no longer have its former glory. Compared to him, your calmness, your kindness, your bravery and resourcefulness are all the best candidates for the position of a sect master. Apart from your lack of experience, what do you have that can be compared to them? Liao Yunqing's words revealed his endless love for Ling Yan, as well as his high regard for her. However, in Ling Yan's eyes, it was an unexpected nightmare. She had never thought that it would end like this. Was her life really going to completely lose its luster like this? Ling Yan would rather not have Liao Yunqing's high regard and nurturing, because what she cared about more was freedom. If a person had already lost their freedom, then what was the point of living? Master, can you take back your orders now? I don't want to be the sect master of the mountain and sea sect. Senior brother Chu Junsong is more qualified and stronger than me. He is the best candidate. I beg of you, master, please take back your orders. Ling Yan's face was deathly pale. She only wanted the freedom to live. Liao Yunqing shook his head and looked at Ling Yan with a burning gaze. Child, I am the leader of a sect, I am the face of the mountain and sea sect. If I were to take back my orders now, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of the entire central region divine land? Do you think you will be happy if Master does that? When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, they must first suffer their will, work their muscles and bones, starve their skin, and empty their body. You must remember that all the suffering you have suffered today is all glory in the future. You will definitely become the first sect master of the mountain and sea sect to control thousands of troops in the central region divine land. You will become a true empress. Liao Yunqing said sincerely. It could be said that he valued Ling Yan quite a bit, but at this moment, Ling Yan was in incomparable despair. Why did the heavens choose her? Why did her master put such an important responsibility on her alone? She was not someone who fought for power, nor did she have the determination to control the mountain and sea sect. She was just a victim who had been crushed by the wheel of history. Things have already come to this. Just wait patiently. Believe me, Master will definitely not harm you. I will make you a powerful figure in the entire central region Divine Land. You will become the new ruler of the mountain and sea sect. Chu Junsong is destined to only be your right-hand man, and will never be able to stand at the peak. Liao Yunxing gently patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Ling Yan was dazed and her face was still pale. She couldn't accept this fact. Even if her master was doing this for her own good, even if her future was limitless, this wasn't what she wanted. You must understand that master has painstakingly nurtured you for so many years. Don't let me down. Liao Yunxing turned around and left, leaving only his back. No matter how Ling Yan called out to him, he had already completely disappeared, and could no longer appear in front of her. Master, do you want me to change my hatred for you, or should I thank you? Ling Yan murmured, a trace of tears flashed in her eyes. Her master wanted to push her to become the strongest empress in the central region Divine Land. This was the dream of countless people, a position that everyone in the world coveted. But to Ling Yan, freedom was more precious than power. On the mountain and sea sect's dojo, 4 silhouettes appeared in the void, soaring into the sky. Jiang Chen, Chu Junsong, Lang Jiuji, and Wang Yunliang were all there. This battle would determine the final victor. Jiang Chen against Lang Jiuji was not too difficult for him. It should be a piece of cake for him. But at this moment, Jiang Chen still did not see Ling Yun. This made him a little worried. Where was Ling Yun? Why hasn't she appeared yet? Elder, I would like to know, when will our goddess, Ling Yun, appear? Wang Yunliang said with a smile, as if he was already filled with anticipation for Ling Yun. His question was also what everyone was thinking. Don't worry, Ling Yun will naturally appear during the finals, Yang Chan said coldly. At this moment, everyone was a little disappointed. But at least, there was hope for them. Finally, the true life and death battle had begun. The final victor would also participate in the finals. Jiang Chen against Lang Jiuji, Chu Junsong against Wang Yunliang, these 2 battles were extremely eye-catching. Your name is Ing right? Do you think Big Brother can win? Yu looked at Ing beside her and said with a smile. The corner of her mouth carried a meaningful smile. Only by believing will there be hope. I believe that he is the best. Long Ying's mouth carried a hint of pride. One could imagine that her stubborn eyes were filled with endless love for Jiang Chen. This caused Helian Yu to be filled with jealousy. Big Brother, when and where will you treat me like this? However, Yu did not want to become her big brother's burden. She was afraid that if she stayed by his side day and night, it would make him extremely tired and annoyed. Therefore, she did not dare to ask for anything. Even if it was love, it was so deep and engraved into her bones. Long Ying was incomparably intelligent. How could she not know what kind of feelings Yu had for her husband, Big Brother Jiang Chen? Although she was a little jealous, Big Brother Jiang Chen was a powerful man with a broad mind. It wasn't his fault that he fell in love with more women. Even if he didn't fall in love, there would be countless women who would fall in love with him. Yu was one of them. Moreover, she could feel that even Big Brother Jiang Chen cared a lot about her. That kind of care was not limited to the care between friends. Since you love him so much, why don't you confess? It is difficult to love someone, but as long as you say it, it might not be so painful. Long Ying's words made Yu look at her in a different light. You knew him earlier than me. If you were a little earlier and a little braver, perhaps the 2 of you would already be together. Don't wait until you lose him to regret it. If you don't say it, if you don't reveal your feelings, how will you know if Big Brother Jiang Chen has tender feelings for you? Long Ying's words completely shocked Yu. She did not expect Long Ying to be so open-minded. She even encouraged her to chase after her husband. Love is selfish and selfless. I am selfish because I want someone to possess him, but I know that it is impossible. As for selfless, it is because I love him. Long Ying smiled. She was beautiful. Even in Yu's eyes, she was like an incomparably beautiful angel. Long Ying's words gave Yu great encouragement. Perhaps she should have taken that step a long time ago. Otherwise, the one who would suffer in the end would only be her. Shouldn't a woman think about her own happiness? She looked at Rong'er beside her. For the sake of her beloved, she didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles to search for her lover. Although the final outcome was heart-wrenching, if she didn't even have the courage to pursue her love, wouldn't she be the same as her? What a pity. She couldn't even be compared to Rong-er. She was destined to be disappointed when she walked out of the Helian family. Looking at Xianxia on the high platform in front of the public square, she knew that she wouldn't miss this opportunity again. There were countless examples around her. Didn't Sister Lingyun and Xianxia part ways because of their differences? She had to fight for her own love, only then could she be happy. If you beg for mercy now, I can still spare your life. On the high platform, Lang Jiuji looked at Xianxia silently and said coldly. He had already treated Xianxia as his defeated opponent and could kill him any time he wanted. You are too naive. Do you think that the Baji sect has raised dogs that bark like you? Xianxia sneered. In an instant, Lang Jiuji's expression changed as he stared at Xianxia. You are courting death. How dare you humiliate my Baji sect? If I don't kill you today, I will not rest. My Baji sect cannot be humiliated. No one in this world can humiliate me. You are simply trying to provoke me. But that's fine too. Only by chopping you into 8 pieces will I be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Lang Jiuji was extremely overbearing. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I will accompany you to the end. Xianxia waved his hand at Lang Jiuji, indicating that he could make his move. This provocation made Lang Jiuji even more furious. This guy is simply courting death. Good, good, good. Die. 8 extremities consecutive palm. Lang Jiuji was the first to launch an attack. Terrifying palm prints stacked one after another, covering the sky and covering the earth. There was only one goal, to kill Xianxia. He didn't leave any leeway. Insignificant skill. Xianxia sneered and stood up with his sword. He became one with his sword, and the sound of his sword could be heard. The 20th blade was even more ferocious than before, and the terrifying sword shadow cut through all of Lang Jiuji's palm prints. The power of the limitless sword pressed down, causing Lang Jiuji's expression to turn serious, and he kept on retreating. The limitless sword shocked everyone once again. Compared to the sword of solitude from before, there might be a gap. However, the limitless sword moved without wind, which was even more terrifying. Xianxia's might caused Xianxia to slightly nod his head. From the looks of it, he was rather concerned about Xianxia. It would not be so easy for Lang Jiuji to win this battle. Divine Golden Bell. God-sealing prohibition. The moment the bell of the Eastern Emperor rose, the wind and clouds changed drastically. Facing the suppression of Xianxia's divine bell, Lang Jiuji's expression became extremely unsightly. Xianxia had such a terrifying divine weapon in his hand, causing many people's jaws to drop to the ground. Currently, Xianxia had also used the bell of the Eastern Emperor to its fullest. If it wasn't for the fact that it was incomplete, Xianxia would have been able to use it to crush countless experts below the Emperor realm. 8 extremities fist. Lang Jiuji's palms shook the heavens. His hands changed continuously, overlaying countless seals. In the end, a monstrous palm was formed, descending from the sky. Xianxia's divine golden bell was incomparably powerful. This palm attack was completely unable to damage Xianxia's bell of the Eastern Emperor, not even the shadow of the bell was destroyed. At that moment, his expression became extremely unsightly. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful. Purple gold spiritual pot, collect. Lang Jiuji held a divine weapon in his hand. It was also a primal origin treasure, but unfortunately, it was too weak. Compared to the bell of the Eastern Emperor, it was simply not on the same level. Even though the bell of the Eastern Emperor was already broken, it wasn't something that any divine weapon could collect. You don't know what's good for you. Bell of the Eastern Emperor, suppress. Xianxia clenched his fist. The bell of the Eastern Emperor instantly became as big as a mountain, descending from the sky. Lang Jiuji held the purple gold spiritual pot in his hand, feeling extremely confident. He rose up and collided with the bell of the Eastern Emperor, but was instantly crushed. Lang Jiuji's expression changed greatly. That was his only primal origin treasure. Countless divine weapons were sucked into it. The purple gold spiritual pot was also extremely powerful. It was forged by an elder of the Baji sect and was extremely terrifying. He didn't expect it to be so weak in the hands of Xianxia. The moment the bell of the Eastern Emperor descended, even the surrounding people were incomparably solemn. They felt that their bodies were greatly suppressed. Bell of the Eastern Emperor, bell of the Eastern Emperor. The divine bell in this fellow's hand, could it really be the bell of the Eastern Emperor? Yang murmured. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he was filled with excitement. Lang Jiuji's technique was not weak. However, in the hands of Xianxia, it was insignificant. Under the suppression of the bell of the Eastern Emperor, he was also sent flying. His face was pale and blood flowed out. Evidently, the attack from the bell of the Eastern Emperor made him look extremely miserable. This fellow is really powerful. I didn't expect Lang Jiuji of the Baji sect to be so miserable in his hands. Looks like there might be some changes in today's battle. That's right. This Xinjiang who killed the people of the Slaughter Tower is not someone easy to deal with. He doesn't even put the people of the Slaughter Tower in his eyes. I don't think he will show any mercy to the Baji sect. Ha ha ha. I'm really looking forward to it. Is this devil's incarnation destined to offend the Baji sect and the Slaughter Tower? That's right. At that time even the Mountain and Sea sect might not dare to accept such a son-in-law. The surrounding people said with a smile. However, they were incomparably shocked by Xianxia's unparalleled pressure. With the cultivation of a middle divine emperor, he was able to shake the crowd. Even the supreme expert of the Baji sect, Lang Jiuji, was defeated by him. Who knows, he might really become the dark horse of this martial arts competition. You should be proud to be able to force me to this point. I originally prepared it for Chu Junsong. Looks like I'll let you have a taste today. Lang Jiuji's face darkened. He revealed his bloodthirsty fangs, as if he had already sentenced Xianxia to death. A fist shaking the 9 extremes, only I feel sorrow in the heavens and earth. Lang Jiuji condensed an unparalleled chi wave in his hand. It soared into the sky and punched out. The universe was boundless and the heavens and earth changed color. I haven't used my full strength to force you to this point. Xianxia sneered. The sword in his hand trembled as the sword of solitude rose once again. A sword of eternity, slaying all dog butchers. Sword of solitude, eternity. Xianxia swept his sword downwards. Lang Jiuji's fist collided with Xianxia's sword. The wind and clouds changed, thunder and lightning appeared, dark clouds rolled, and gales rose in all directions. That sword was like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. That fist was full of vigor. Xianxia's sword slashed through the mortal world. Not only was it a sword intent, but it was also Lang Jiuji's severed palm. Isn't this too terrifying? Lang Jiuji's palm was severed? This fellow is truly terrifying. This is unbelievable. I think the Baji sect is going to lose. Is Lang Jiuji going to step down? I'm curious. Will this Xinjiang kill Lang Jiuji? Everyone's attention was focused on this moment. They didn't know if Xianxia would continue to charge forward and deal a fatal blow to Lang Jiuji. Even Chu Junsong wore a solemn expression on his face. It seemed like his opponent was going to be Xinjiang. That sword caused Lang Jiuji's face to turn pale. It wasn't difficult for a divine emperor like him to regrow his severed hand. However, it was difficult for him to lose his face. He was a genius disciple of the Baji sect, but one of his hands was severed by Xianxia. It wasn't just a humiliation to him, it was also a humiliation to the Baji sect. Xianxia pointed his torch dragon sword at Lang Jiuji. At that moment, everyone held their breath and watched in silence. Will Xianxia make a move? Although Lang Jiuji's expression was ugly, he didn't panic. He was a genius disciple of the Baji sect. Would this guy dare to touch him? If you have the guts, take another step forward and give it a try. Lang Jiuji said with his head held high, completely ignoring Xianxia. Xianxia smiled as the divine yuan qi in his body surged out, transforming into a sword that directly pierced Lang Jiuji's throat and sliced horizontally, slicing off Lang Jiuji's head. In that instant, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Xianxia used the great Yu soul-forming light to suppress Lang Jiuji's divine soul, preventing him from escaping. I didn't want to kill you at first, but you forced me to do so. As you requested, killing you doesn't seem to be a big deal. Xianxia smiled indifferently. In the great Yu soul-forming light, Lang Jiuji's divine soul kept begging for mercy. However, to Xianxia, it was no longer important. Trying to escape after acting tough? It didn't exist. Since he was already dead, he might as well die a more thorough death. The great Yu soul-forming light instantly wiped out Lang Jiuji's divine soul and it vanished into thin air. The audience was in an uproar. This person was too terrifying. Lang Jiuji was a genius disciple of the Baji sect. How could you kill someone from the Baji sect so casually? Aren't you afraid of death? Even Ba Chaoyuan from the Slaughter Pagoda was killed by Xianxia. This person was simply a devil. Chu Juansong's pupils constricted as he stared at Xianxia. This man was a dangerous man. Even he couldn't say that he could kill Lang Jiuji, but Xianxia had done it. Furthermore, he did it in such a relaxed and fearless manner. Xianxia had already killed 2 men, and both of them were important figures who could affect the whole situation. If Ba Chaoyuan was nothing to the Slaughter Pagoda, he was at least the chief disciple of the Vajra Pagoda Hall. The Vajra Pagoda would definitely not sit by and do nothing. The Baji sect would definitely do their best to deal with Xianxia after Lang Jiuji's death. Xianxia was undoubtedly making it more difficult for him to survive. He was just seeking his own death. First he killed Ba Chaoyuan, then he killed Lang Jiuji. This Xinjiang is too terrifying. This time I don't think Chu Junsong will be in a good situation. Some people were already incomparably terrified of Xianxia. This was simply a harvesting machine for geniuses. No matter who it was, no sect, no power, they would lose face and would be killed without a doubt. This also caused many people to suspect his background. Just who was he to have the guts to start such a massacre? At this moment, Xianxia had already become the focus of everyone's attention in the entire mountain and sea sect. Even Chu Junsong, as the most powerful competitor of the mountain and sea sect, seemed to be much dimmer in comparison to Xianxia. It wasn't because he was weak, but because Xianxia's methods were too ruthless. Moreover, the people he killed were all famous people with high statuses. Xianxia's scalp went numb. You bastard, aren't you too ruthless? Killing Ba Chaoyuan wasn't enough, he actually killed Lang Jiuji one after another. This was pushing my mountain and sea sect into a pit of fire. How could there be such a scam? Are you here to fight for a spouse, or are you here to cause trouble? Yang Chan sighed in his heart, but the groom search competition had already said that life and death were not important. At this time, anything he said was useless. He could only sigh at Xianxia. He was simply a fool. What a terrifying fellow. He's simply a madman. I reckon that even Chu Junsong would find it extremely difficult to deal with him. Haha, I'm looking forward to it more and more. How exactly will this guy deal with Chu Junsong? If he kills Chu Junsong, that would be great. You just want the world to be in chaos. If Chu Junsong is really in danger, do you think those old fellows from the mountain and sea sect would sit back and watch? The onlookers were also talking about it with gusto. At least, it wasn't something they could compare to. The current Xianxia was like a devil incarnate who would kill gods and Buddhas if he met them. Buddha Pagoda, 8 Extreme School. These 2 great powers had all been offended by Xianxia. What he might have to face next was not just a Buddha Pagoda. At that time, even if Xianxia were to win in the end, would the mountain and sea sect dare to take him in? Wasn't that clearly making enemies out of the entire central region divine land? The Buddha Pagoda and the 8 Extreme School would definitely not let the matter rest. As for the instigator, Xianxia, he had a calm expression on his face. He kept his torch dragon sword and had a smile on his face. At this moment, everyone understood it as the smile of a devil. At this moment, Chu Junsong had also completely defeated Wang Yunliang, but he did not kill him. After all, he was a member of the mountain and sea sect, and he still had to have the demeanor of a great sect. In the end, Chu Junsong's gaze also landed on Xianxia. Looks like this final battle won't be able to escape from our hands. Chu Junsong looked at Xianxia with an extremely cold expression. Even though Xianxia had overcome all obstacles along the way, and even Ba Chaoyuan and Lang Jiuji had fallen in his hands, he would not be defeated so easily like those 2 cowards. I won't kill you. Even if I did, your mountain and sea sect probably wouldn't agree to it. Originally, I didn't want to kill Lang Jiuji, but he insisted on dying and forced me to kill him. Thus, with my violent temper, I had no choice but to send him to hell. Don't force me. If I go crazy, even I am afraid of myself. Jiangchen said with a smile. Chu Junsong coldly snorted, not caring at all. Come, let me see how much you have to be so arrogant. I'm not trash like them. Chu Junsong's fighting spirit was unparalleled. He could not wait to marry the goddess in his heart. Jiangchen's eyes were burning. This battle was imperative, but what he cared about more was Ling Yun. Elder, you promised that you would let us see Lady Ling Yun's glory during the finals, right? As the goddess of the mountain and sea sect, I have always been looking forward to it. I believe that everyone here has the same feeling as me. Jiangchen looked at Yang Chan and said. Yang Chan nodded slightly. This was his promise, so he would naturally not go back on it. At this time, it was time to bring Ling Yun out and let everyone see the glory of the mountain and sea sect's goddess. Yang Chan extended his hand and drew a prison. Instantly, Ling Yan's figure slowly appeared in the void. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared at that familiar figure. How many years had it been? At this moment, he finally saw the woman that he had been longing for. He loved her deeply, but he didn't have the chance to confess. At this moment, it made Jiang Chen feel incomparable pain. But fortunately, the two of them still met again. Ling Yun silently looked at Jiang Chen. Her eyes flickered with a complicated light. She didn't know how to face Jiang Chen. Since you were so decisive back then, why did you still choose to appear here at this moment? Ling Yun was originally filled with anticipation, but when Jiang Chen stood here again, everything was different. Love was like a tidal wave, rushing like a spring. Ling Yun knew that she couldn't avoid him in the end. Even though her eyes were filled with indifference, she still couldn't escape her yearning for him. She pretended to be calm, but her heart was already in turmoil. Yearning for him broke her heart. All kinds of pain were no longer important. When she saw him, it was as if the entire world had become bright. The countless surrounding onlookers could not help but feel heartache. This was simply like a goddess from the heavens, and no one could compare to her. The entire mountain and sea sect seemed to be overshadowed by her alluring figure. It's really beautiful. Longinger couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even such a woman was captivated by Big Brother Jiang Chen. What was there for her to be dissatisfied with? Sister Ling Yun, you finally appeared. Yue was also very gratified. As long as Big Brother was here, Big Sister Ling Yun would definitely be fine. He would definitely be able to shoulder this heavy burden. She believed that Big Brother would definitely not let Big Sister Ling Yun leave even half a step. At this moment, Ling Yan's gaze that was filled with deep emotions could no longer be changed. It would never change in this lifetime. Their gazes met and intertwined for a long time. The bitterness and sorrow in the past were no longer indignant in Ling Yan's eyes. It was as if the countless setbacks in the past were all for this reunion. In the end, you still came. Ling Yan said in a low voice. However, everyone could hear it clearly. It turned out that they already knew each other. It turned out that he only wanted to see her once. It turned out that this was really a romantic story. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have married someone else? Jiang Chen said. His eyes were filled with guilt. This time, he would not let go no matter what. Ling Yan smiled faintly as if nothing had happened. Back then, you were the one who didn't want me. Ling Yan's words shocked the entire mountain and sea sect. You don't want such a peerless beauty? What are you trying to do? You really make people sigh with regret. Countless people beat their chests and stomped their feet. They wished that they could replace Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, there was only one Jiang Chen in this world, and only one Ling Yun. Jiang Chen rejecting Ling Yun was simply a fantasy in everyone's eyes. It was simply outrageous. If it was them, who knew how many generations of good fortune they had accumulated? I didn't say that I don't want you. I just can't give you enough happiness. I didn't say that I don't want you, I just can't give you enough happiness, because what I carry on my shoulders is far more than what's in front of me. I live my life more carefully than anyone else. My existence is related to the life and death of more people. I can't give you a title, time, or happiness. The only thing I can do is wait until I become famous and solve all my problems. Only then will I be able to give you enough love. But I know that I was wrong, so I will never let you go again. Xianxia looked at Ling Yun with a burning gaze. These were his words from the bottom of his heart. Deep feelings could not be accompanied for long. She did not have any great ambitions. She only hoped to quietly protect him by his side and be his woman for a lifetime. It was only at this moment that Xianxia gradually understood how foolish he was in the past. Ling Yan's expression was cold and her heart was as still as water. That was something she forced herself to do. But Xianxia's shadow was still lingering in her heart. It's too late. From the moment you rejected and left Ling Yun, you no longer have the qualifications to stand in front of her. Today, you will only leave with your tail between your legs. No one can snatch her away from my hands. Chu Junsong silently looked at Xianxia and Ling Yun. Although he had mixed feelings in his heart, he knew that he must not let go of this only chance. If he missed it, he would forever be a passerby with Ling Yun. He couldn't tolerate it. He couldn't let go of Xianxia and Ling Yun. He was not that great. In his love, Chu Junsong only wanted to obtain the woman he liked. He didn't care about the means, he didn't care about anything. As long as he could obtain her, that was enough. Since you've chosen to give up, you shouldn't have come back. You don't have the qualifications to appear in front of her again. Chu Junsong's words were like pearls stabbing into Xianxia's heart. Even so, it's not your turn to point fingers. You don't have the qualifications to fight with me for Ling Yun. Xianxia and Chu Junsong stared at each other. Both of them were incomparably furious and filled with battle intent. Everything seems to be too late. Ling Yun murmured. Ling Yun murmured. No one knew what she was thinking. Her eyes became dull and lifeless. As long as I'm here, it's not too late. Xianxia looked at Ling Yun. His determination and perseverance wouldn't let anyone change his mind. At this moment, he wanted to be responsible for his own happiness. He wanted to make amends for his past ignorance. Ling Yun would forever be the person he loved. No matter where you are, my heart will always be by your side. Xianxia smiled and turned around to look at Chu Junsong. Right now, his only goal was to get rid of this guy. It's impossible for anyone to interfere between him and Ling Yun. Therefore, Xianxia directly sentenced this kind of person to death. You don't have the qualifications. I will take care of Ling Yun for you. From now on, you're just a speck of dust. Don't brag too much. Even if you fight on your home ground, you're still a wooden club. Xianxia sneered. At this moment, the battle that everyone had been waiting for had finally begun. Ling Yun silently looked at Xianxia. She knew of Chu Junsong's strength. That fellow was definitely a peerless divine emperor that could stand shoulder to shoulder with many elders in the mountain and sea sect. However, she did not know how strong Xianxia was after dozens of years, and whether he was a match for Chu Junsong. Ling Yun could not help but worry for Xianxia. This fellow was still as fearless as ever, but she was truly worried that Xianxia would not be able to defeat him. Furthermore, this was the mountain and sea sect. No matter how strong Xianxia was, it was impossible for him to become enemies with the entire mountain and sea sect, right? Sister Ling Yun. Yuer looked at Ling Yun and called out softly. At that moment, it was the first time the two girls had met each other, and their eyes were filled with yearning. Unfortunately, Yuer could tell that Ling Yun was being controlled, and how could Xianxia not be able to tell? Therefore, this mountain and sea sect was not a good thing. Just as Ling Yun had said before, everything was too late. Perhaps it meant that he had already been kidnapped by the mountain and sea sect? There was no chance to be with him anymore. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. His target was Mu Junsong. In this battle, he wanted to make the mountain and sea sect pay the price and let Mu Junsong know who Ling Yan's man was. Make your move. Don't blame me for not reminding you. In a while, you will die miserably. Chu Junsong's confident side made everyone trust him. After all, one was a monstrous genius of the mountain and sea sect, and the other was a top expert who had passed through 5 trials and 6 generals. What kind of sparks would be produced when the two of them clashed? It was worth waiting to see. Noisy. Even if you die, you won't stop. Xianxia sneered, the torch dragon sword in his hand changed, the Tianlong sword rose horizontally, slashing straight into the 9 heavens, clashing with Chu Junsong. Chu Junsong held the twin hammers in his hands and unleashed his immense strength. The mighty hammers carried the power of thunder and lightning as they heavily smashed down. Xianxia raised his sword and clashed with the gigantic hammers. Sparks flew everywhere. The two of them closed in on each other. The sound of the sword and the hammer clashing was extremely powerful. As the weapons clashed, their might filled the sky. Chu Junsong's unparalleled methods were far superior to Ba Chaoyuan's and Lang Jiuji's. Xianxia relied on the power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants to fight to a draw with Chu Junsong. Both of them had boundless strength, able to shake the heavens and the earth. When their swords smashed down, they carried the force of 10,000 caddies. When their hammers danced, it was difficult to block. Xianxia and Chu Junsong were having a great time fighting. The entire Mountain Sea sect was also shouting to the heavens and the earth. The sound waves were extremely loud, wave after wave. Senior brother Chu, you can do it. Defeat him. After all, in the Mountain and Sea sect, Chu Junsong's voice was the highest. His aura was at its peak, and he did not give Xianxia any chance at all. Every time the hammer smashed down, it was as if it wanted to smash a hole in the sky. Xianxia used the limitless sword to attack and defend. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was hard to determine who was stronger. Senior brother Chu is mighty and domineering. Many people thought highly of Chu Junsong. After all, he was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Mountain and Sea sect, the pillar of the Mountain and Sea sect. There were so many people cheering for him. Although it was impossible for them to help him, in terms of aura, Chu Junsong was able to suppress Xianxia. I'll let you experience my 1,000 overlapping waves. Chu Junsong snorted coldly, the heavy hammer was startled, changing unpredictably, striking out powerfully, thunder and lightning struck out, layer after layer of feng yun, waves after waves of sand, thousands of layers of waves, hammer shadows filled the sky, like a roaring cheetah, devouring the sky. One sword eternity. Xianxia's eyes did not blink as his sword slashed down, intertwining with the 1,000 overlapping waves' infinite hammer shadows. In an instant, the sky collapsed, and there was a void. Both of them retreated, and Xianxia's one sword eternity was actually unable to defeat Chu Junsong. The two of them were evenly matched. Again. Chu Junsong roared angrily, bringing along the shadow of the heavenly hammer, smashing over with unstoppable force. Xianxia's pupils constricted, the 20th sword transformed into thousands of shadows, the 21st sword had already formed its embryonic form, the 20th sword was wild and unrestrained, the 21st sword was restrained and without magnificence, but a single sword could sweep through the world. Xianxia pulled out his sword, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. That sword was comprehended after displaying the one sword eternity. On the path of the sword Tao, the great Tao returned to the origin. Today's boundless sword, to a certain extent, had already surpassed the sword of solitude. The 21st sword gathered the sword's shadows from all directions, different paths leading to the same destination. The 21st sword was like a ghost in the sky, a stroke of God that couldn't be blocked. The instant the 21st sword landed, Chu Junsong also staggered backwards, the twin hammers in his hands were smashed into pieces. As for Chu Junsong himself, he was also affected by the sword qi, almost all of his meridians were broken. At that moment, the divine weapon was destroyed, Chu Junsong was forced back, his face was pale, his hands were trembling non-stop. The 21st sword was the embodiment of the ancient god sword, restrained and without magnificence, a single sword strike tore the sky apart, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, Chu Junsong was defeated, becoming the loser in everyone's eyes. They all stared at the scene with their mouths agape, they didn't expect that the loser would be Chu Junsong. Xianxia swept through all the disciples of the major sects, he was invincible. All the disciples of the major sects were defeated by him, not a single one was spared. Chu Junsong's face was extremely ugly, blood flowed from the corner of his eyes, his body was in extreme pain, his injuries were severe, he really couldn't block the sword. The 21st sword had reached a level that surpassed the sword of eternity, surpassing the sword of solitude. Xianxia was also wild with joy, this sword was the culmination of his countless efforts. If it wasn't for the inspiration of the Sword of Eternity, perhaps it would have been quite difficult for him to comprehend this supreme sword intent so quickly. Chu Junsong was at a loss. That sword strike was not a loss to him, but after losing, it was as if he had lost his backbone. This was because in all these years, he had never tasted defeat. No one could defeat him, not in the Mountain and Sea sect, not in the entire Central Region Divine Land. But today, he lost to Jiang Chen. Not only did he lose the glory of his life, but also the person he loved, the goddess in his heart, Ling Yun. Defeat was defeat, there was no excuse. At this moment, the entire Mountain and Sea sect seemed to have become extremely depressed. No one dared to speak loudly. Jiang Chen was like an unstoppable divine light, like a dark horse that was charging out. He stood there with the posture of a monarch, looking proud and unmoving like a mountain. Yang Chan was incomparably furious, but he knew that even he didn't have the confidence to withstand that sword, let alone Chu Junsong. This Jiang Chen was indeed a troublesome person. The happiest person was Ling Yun, but would everything really go as she had expected? Jiang Chen stood on the high platform of the plaza, looking down coldly. His battle intent was like a rainbow, wanting to compete with the heavens. At that moment, he was the focus of everyone's attention and became the object of everyone's admiration. With his strength alone, he swept through the entire Central Region Divine Land and killed the geniuses of the two major sections. Even the supreme disciple of the Mountain Sea sect was defeated by him. Now, Jiang Chen's power had already made everyone fear him like a tiger. The strong would always be the focus of attention. No one could deny that at this moment, Jiang Chen was the brightest star in the Central Region Divine Land. His every move made everyone shocked. He was as strong as a god, looking down on the world, unparalleled. In the end, he took the lead and became the champion of the Mountain Sea sect's marriage contest. Without any doubt, everyone was filled with respect for Jiang Chen. The strong should be respected, and they should be able to obtain everything they want. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun affectionately. At that moment, he had already sworn to himself that he would never abandon her in this life. He would hold her hand and live and die with her. I, Jiang Chen, hereby swear that my feelings for Ling Yun can be witnessed by the heavens and earth, the sun and the moon. From today onwards, I will not let anyone hurt you. Jiang Chen said loudly. The entire sky above the Mountain Sea sect was filled with cheers and applause. Jiang Chen's words made Ling Yun's lips curl up slightly. She was so happy that she cried tears of joy. She had waited for this moment for far too long. She had finally waited for it. The heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. As long as he was still here, everything was worth it. With him here, everything would be fine. The bitterness Ling Yun had suffered, the sadness she had suffered, and the decades of coldness and loneliness were all worth it. Isn't it Chen Jiang? How did it become Jiang Chen? Yeah, this guy has been deceiving everyone. I know, he's the 9th sword master of the sword-drawing sect, Jiang Chen. I heard that he offended many people in the Central Region Divine Land and even killed more than one person from the Buddha's tower. He even destroyed several sects and caused a huge commotion in the Dragon clan. No wonder he hid his identity. So that's why. Looks like this Jiang Chen is really a fearless fellow. After stirring up trouble, he killed the Baji sect's Lang Jiuji and the Buddhist pagoda's Ba Chaoyuan. Looks like he has already offended too many people. The entire Mountain and Sea sect was filled with a tide of voices, but even more people admired Jiang Chen. This was because he dared to confess to the person he liked at this time, and dared to make the entire world his enemy for the person he loved. This was something that all men could not compare to. Apart from him, who else would dare to act so arrogantly in the entire central continent and cause such a ruckus? How enviable. A talented man and a beautiful woman. However, I wonder if the Mountain and Sea sect will still dare to accept this guy. Hard to say. Let's wait and see. I think it won't be long before the people from the 8 Extreme School and the Buddha Pagoda will come knocking on our door. The entire plaza was filled with people. Even countless people outside of the Mountain and Sea sect were looking forward to it. Because at this moment, Jiang Chen had obtained the final championship. The martial arts competition for a spouse should have come to an end, right? And at this time, it was time for the two of them to hold hands. He, not bad, a young genius, full of mettle. It really makes this old man sigh in admiration. At the peak of the mountain, a gray-robed figure had appeared. It was the mountain Xianxia's mountain lord, Liao Yunxing, who had been discussing with Ling Yun for a long time. It's the mountain Xianxia's mountain lord. The main character has finally come out. Haha, it's not bad to be able to see the mountain Xianxia's mountain lord. Yeah, it's said that the mountain Xianxia's mountain lord isn't that easy to see. The moment Liao Yunxing came out of the mountain, the entire mountain and Xianxia was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Liao Yunxing. This was the absolute overlord of the Central Region Divine Land, who controlled a power. Xianxia looked at Liao Yunxing and smiled. Mountain Lord, greetings. Xianxia was neither servile nor overbearing, but it caused the anger of many mountain and Xianxia disciples. Wasn't this fellow treating their mountain lord too perfunctory? No worries. Since you are the victor of the mountain and Xianxia's martial arts competition, then from today onwards, you are a member of the mountain and Xianxia. Together with my disciple Ling Yun, you are the pillars of my mountain and Xianxia. Liao Yunxing laughed. Yes, I'm sorry, but I can't comply. Xianxia will remember the great kindness of the mountain and Xianxia. This time, I will bring Ling Yun away. As someone from the mountains, I'm afraid that I won't be able to be on par with the great sects of the mountain and Xianxia. Furthermore, I've already made many enemies, so it's hard to avoid bringing harm to the mountain and Xianxia. I hope that the mountain lord can forgive me. Xianxia's words resounded throughout the mountains and rivers of the mountain and Xianxia. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene. Although Xianxia's words were very good, he tactfully rejected Liao Yunxing's good intentions. However, to Xianxia, this was indeed a great insult. Wasn't this the same as saying that he wanted to marry into the family? Let me become a member of the mountain and Xianxia and recruit a son-in-law. Xianxia wouldn't compromise so easily, not to mention that this wasn't what Ling Yun wanted to see. She also looked forward to following Xianxia to the ends of the world. Even if it was tactful, he still resolutely rejected it. To Liao Yunxing, this was extremely infuriating. The dignified mountain lord of the mountain and Xianxia was actually rejected by you. How humiliating was this? Everyone felt pity for Xianxia. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the mountain and Xianxia? There were probably not many people in the entire Central Region Divine Land who would reject this. With a beauty by his side and a powerful sect like the mountain and Xianxia as his backing, what was there to be afraid of? Why did he have to not know what was good for him? Rejecting Liao Yunxing was equivalent to going against the mountain and Xianxia. Xianxia's words could be said to have angered everyone in the mountain and Xianxia. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. Xianxia, don't spout nonsense. Don't you know that this is the mountain and Xianxia's mountain lord thinking highly of you? You actually dare to be so picky? Do you think that any random cat or dog can enter my mountain and Xianxia? Yang took a step forward and stared straight at Xianxia. His might was fully displayed, and with a domineering aura, he directly enveloped Xianxia. Liao Yunxing's expression was calm. Because of this, Ling Yan's expression changed. Because of this, her master would definitely be furious. This was definitely the calm before the storm. Master, Xianxia definitely doesn't have any other intentions. He doesn't want to disobey you. It's just that he's used to being casual and doesn't want to be restrained. Ling Yan said anxiously. Her face was filled with worry. She hoped that her master wouldn't blame him. Yang sneered. His eyes were dark as he looked at Xianxia with disdain. Liao Yunxing did not bat an eyelid, but Xianxia was not someone to be trifled with. Who do you think you are? You dare to shout at me? If this wasn't the mountain and Xianxia, you would already be dead. You old dog, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Xianxia shouted coldly. Instantly, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire mountain and Xianxia became completely silent. Who would have thought that Xianxia would dare to directly provoke the dignity of the mountain and Xianxia in the mountain and Xianxia, disobey the mountain lord of the mountain and Xianxia and scold an elder of the mountain and Xianxia? This was simply unimaginable. Who would dare to believe it? Only this fearless Xianxia would dare to do such a disgraceful and suicidal act. Bastard, how dare you? Do you think that my mountain and Xianxia is a place where you can behave atrociously? Yang shouted angrily. Such an arrogant disciple really makes this old man's heart ache. Liao Yunxing sighed and shook his head. Ling Yan's expression did not change as she hurriedly said, "Master, Jiangchen definitely did not mean that." Ling Yan knew that once her master got angry, Jiangchen would definitely not be able to withstand it. Although Jiangchen was very strong, it did not mean that he could become the enemy of the entire mountain and sea sect by himself. "Yuner, you don't have to say any more. I just want to ask him one thing. Is this your original intention?" Liao Yunqing's gaze was cold as he stared at Jiangchen. Everyone held their breaths and did not dare to speak. If the mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect were to get angry, countless people would die. Jiangchen looked at Liao Yunqing coldly and said indifferently, "Isn't my meaning obvious enough? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I, Jiangchen, will do it 10 times, 100 times more. I don't want to stay in the mountain and sea sect, but I've angered this old dog. No one can stop me from doing what I, Jiangchen, want to do." Everyone looked at this scene with incomparable seriousness. They couldn't help but give Jiangchen a thumbs up in their hearts. Daring to talk to the mountain lord of mountain sea sect in such a manner was simply courting death, but Jiangchen was fearless. Now, they finally knew how arrogant this fellow who had destroyed 4 sects, battled the Dragon Clan and slayed the Buddha Clan was. Confronting the mountain lord of mountain sea sect in the lair of mountain sea sect was simply courting death. However, Jiangchen's domineering manner caused countless people's hearts to surge, and they were filled with shock. This Jiangchen is 2F** King Gutsy. Watching him makes my blood boil. Yeah, that's what a man should be like. Although it's not impossible for me to have the guts, I admire him. Ha ha ha, you bunch of fellows, don't speak nonsense. Be careful not to let the people from the mountain and sea sect hear you and say that you have ulterior motives and want to become enemies with the mountain and sea sect. Jiangchen's words were like a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the mountain and sea sect. No one dared to say a word, but the mountain sea sect's mountain lord, Ling Yunxing, had an increasingly ugly expression on his face. Everyone knew that the mountain and sea sect master was truly angry. You provoked the mountain and sea sect here, and even scolded their elders. Who could remain calm? However, Jiangchen had already expected this. From Liao Yunxing's attitude, he could tell that this Liao Yunxing did not want to let Ling Yun go at all. Furthermore, he wanted to imprison him. From his covetous eyes, he could tell that this fellow was definitely not a good person. Your arrogance is something this old man has never seen before. In my mountain and sea sect, you still dare to boast like this. Do you really think that you are invincible in this world and that no one is your match? I thought that you would understand my good intentions, but I didn't expect that you would go against me. A disciple of my mountain and sea sect would definitely not be together with a madman like you. Jiangchen, if you kowtow 8 times today and apologize in front of my mountain and sea sect, I can spare your life for my disciple Ling Yan's sake. How about it? Liao Yunxing said coldly. As the head of a mountain, in everyone's eyes, this was an advantage for Jiangchen. At this moment, the people of the mountain and sea sect hated this incomparably arrogant Jiangchen to the core. They are forcing the palace. This mountain and sea sect is simply a bastard. Yuer's expression was solemn as she said in a low voice. From the very beginning, the mountain and sea sect had not given Jiangchen any leeway. It looked like Jiangchen was arrogant, but in reality, they were being overbearing, wanting to make Jiangchen compromise. However, in the eyes of the mountain and sea sect, this scene was the result of Jiangchen being unreasonable and arrogant. 8 bows and 9 kowtows, if it was anyone else, who would do it? As long as it was a man with blood, no one would do that. Even though this was related to life and death, they still could not lose their integrity. By saying these words, they had blocked off Jiangchen's path, and wanted to fight to the death with him. Bullshit about the might of a major sect. These fellows are simply shameless. Long Yinger was panting, her chest was heaving up and down, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. If Jiangchen was in the slightest bit of danger, then she would definitely charge forward with all her might. Even if she were to die, she would die by Jiangchen's side. Jiangchen stared at Liao Yunxing coldly. Liao Yunxing was already pushing him to the road of death, but he still said it in such a dignified manner. Liao Yunxing was really a sanctimonious person, but in fact, he was doing something improper. If you kowtow to me 8 times and 9 times, I, Xianxia, might be able to enter your mountain and sea sect and become your mountain lord. Xianxia faintly smiled. These words, however, caused Liao Yunxing's eyes to turn ice cold, and he completely severed his connection with Xianxia. Between the two of them, there was no way they would rest until one of them died. Little brat, spouting such arrogant words. It seems like you really don't plan to live. Yuner, retreat. Today, this traitor must not leave the mountain and sea sect. Yang Chan, capture this person. Liao Yunxing shouted angrily. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Jiang Chen's death was already hopeless. Ling Yun, on the other hand, had a face full of disappointment and frustration. She had originally predicted that this would not be the case, but even though Jiang Chen had obtained the final victory, he had become the target of the mountain and sea sect's killing spree. This was simply unimaginable. With Jiang Chen's personality, how could he possibly submit to others? Furthermore, at this moment, Jiang Chen no longer had any thoughts of staying in the mountain and sea sect. Ling Yun was incomparably anxious, but at that moment, she couldn't do anything. She was tightly bound by Liao Yunxing. Master. You can't kill him. If you kill him, I won't live alone. Ling Yun said in a low voice. What's the use of keeping a traitor like you alive? After I finish taking care of Jiang Chen, I'll deal with you. Master, didn't you say that the successor you valued the most was me? Didn't you say that it was to find someone who could truly assist me that you held the martial arts competition to find a spouse? Didn't you say that I am your most prized disciple? At that moment, Ling Yan suddenly realized that her master did not seem to do as he said at all. Instead, he directly fought to the death with Jiang Chen and wanted to kill him. That kind of killing intent had already seeped into his bones. Everything in front of him was just a sham. Yes, Mountain Lord. Yang Chan smiled slightly. He could finally make his move. Killing Jiang Chen was imperative. This fellow was actually filled with anger and cursing at him. How could he spare him? Brat, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Accept your judgment. Yang Chan said with a face full of arrogance. His arrogant attitude was still as high and mighty as ever. If you want to pin a crime on someone, there's no need to worry about it. Your mountain and sea sect has truly broadened my horizons. Let me guess, the reason you set up this martial arts competition for a spouse was to lure me here, right? Perhaps I'm overthinking things. If it's not to lure me here, then I really can't think of a second reason. Fishing? You want to lure me into the trap, and then kill me in your mountain and sea sect, am I right? As a victor, the champion of the martial arts competition, you guys are making things difficult for me. My words have never been lacking, but you guys are pressing me step by step. Aren't you trying to force me to submit? If I'm not wrong, you should already know the secret of my body, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have set up such a trap and made all the experts in the Central Region Divine Land play along with you, right? Jiangchen said with a cold expression. You guys are too overbearing, too anxious, and exposed your true thoughts, because you guys didn't recognize me as the victor from the beginning. You guys are just using Ling Yun as a cover, and you guys really want me to make a move and punish me in the end, right? As a mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect, this method was indeed a bit despicable, but it was still a good method, ha ha ha. You guys have done it, you guys have indeed made me look at you in a different light. Wasn't it for the inheritance of the god of crafts? Currently, this should no longer be a secret in the entire Central Region Divine Land, right? It's just that a lot of people don't know how vicious you guys are, you beasts with human faces. Jiang Chen's words once again caused the entire mountain and sea sect to boil. The inheritance of the craftsman god. Many divine emperors and even hierarch experts who came to participate in the written exam knew a thing or two about it. Millions of years ago, the craftsman god had fallen and his inheritance had disappeared. It had always been a mystery in the divine world. However, Jiang Chen had revealed the secret of the craftsman god's inheritance at this moment. Needless to say, it was like a heavy bomb, a sudden clap of thunder that shocked everyone and caught them off guard. Craftsman god's inheritance? Is this for real? This Jiang Chen actually possesses the craftsman god's inheritance? It's most likely true. Look, the mountain sea sect's mountain lord isn't saying a single word. This really makes one sigh. Looks like this martial arts competition is really a secret plot to lure Xianxia here. That's really a pity. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, everyone in the mountain and sea sect had their own thoughts. Some people were crying out for Xianxia, while others were already thinking about the inheritance of the craftsman god on Xianxia's body. There were even some people who seemed to be skeptical of the mountain and sea sect's scheme. Lingyan looked at Xianxia silently. It was impossible for her not to believe in Xianxia. Thinking back to what her master had said to her before, everything was fake, Lingyan felt incomparable heartache. Seeing that her master did not say a word and silently looked at Xianxia, other than killing intent, there was only killing intent. Lingyan knew that Xianxia did not blame him wrongly. This was his goal, and she was just bait. This was simply too shocking. Lingyan was not proud of being a member of the mountain and sea sect, and even felt ashamed. Furthermore, the person she had deceived as bait was actually her deepest love. But at this moment, Xianxia's fate was most likely already determined, and she could not change it at all. How could Xianxia reverse the mountain and sea sect by himself? I didn't kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of me. To Lingyan, this was undoubtedly the most painful and even despairing thing. Because up until now, even though she already knew everything, she was still useless. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Xianxia. Lingyan murmured. Although it was too late to say anything now, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Xianxia, don't give up. Don't care about me. If you can leave this place, don't look back. Well said, as if that's really the case. Looks like I've really underestimated you. Liao Yunxing smiled indifferently. He did not refuse, nor did he deny. Everyone already knew that Liao Yunxing was not shocked at all. This already explained everything. He already knew that Xianxia had the inheritance of the craftsman god. Therefore, everything was as Xianxia had said, it was just a chess game set up by the mountain and sea sect. It doesn't seem important to say all of this now. Your goal has already been achieved. Isn't it to make me appear here? My goal has also been achieved. Xianxia looked at Lingyan and smiled. And my goal has also been achieved. I would rather submit to the heavens than let you down. At that moment, Lingyan's tears fell like rain. Xianxia's smile had completely melted her heart. This scene had touched countless people, but to Xianxia and Lingyan, it was a moment of life and death. The path is chosen by yourself. If you were willing to submit to my mountain and sea sect, perhaps such a thing wouldn't have happened. Now, the face of my mountain and sea sect has been completely lost by you. Therefore, this time even the heavenly king won't be able to save you. Yangchan's eyes were like torches as he clenched his fists tightly. He soared into the sky and turned into a ray of light as he charged towards Xianxia. Everyone cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but feel sad for Xianxia. Even though he had already seen through everything, even though this seemed to be a conspiracy of the entire mountain and sea sect, he was still unable to change the situation. He could clearly choose to lower his head, but Xianxia still resolutely raised it. I, Xianxia, have no intention of letting your mountain and sea sect rest today. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Xianxia struck out a punch, clashing with Yangchan once again. The two figures shuttled back and forth like lightning. At that moment, the sky above the 9 heavens darkened. Xianxia's every move was filled with murderous intent. Without any hesitation, the true dragon palm turned over once again, giving Yangchan a great pressure. Get lost. Xianxia struck out with a heavy punch, his divine seal unparalleled. This scene made Chu Junsong feel inferior. Xianxia's mightiness was indeed too strong. Chu Junsong was unyielding even though he was defeated. However, at this moment, he was afraid that this guy was going to start a life and death battle in the mountain and sea sect. Mystifying waves. Yangchan shouted. His fist shadows filled the sky, blocking all of Xianxia's escape routes. Xianxia was fearless, facing the challenge head-on. 3000 Flames Heaven Seal. The 3000 Flames Heaven Seal was all-encompassing, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Once the divine seal was unleashed, even ghosts and gods would be frightened. Yangchan's expression changed drastically as he was pushed back by the 3000 Flames Heaven Seal. Blood spurted out from his mouth and his face turned pale. The 3,000 flames heaven seal shone brightly and flames rose to the sky. Xianxia's body was burning as if he was being burned by a raging fire. It's so terrifying. Even the mountain and sea sect's elder Xianxia is no match for him? Some people sighed in their hearts, but did not dare to say anything. After all, this was the mountain and sea sect. Moreover, the person that Xianxia had defeated was the third elder Xianxia. One should know that Xianxia was a late divine emperor expert. Although he had just stepped into the late divine emperor realm, he was still underestimated. Great elder, second elder, the two of you should take action as well. Quickly capture this guy, Liao Yunqing said with an indifferent expression. He frowned and seemed a little unhappy. However, he was a little surprised that Xianxia was not a match for Xianxian. They were the great elder and the second elder of the mountain and sea sect. They were both late divine emperors of the divine emperor realm. The three of them surrounded Xianxian. At this moment, all of them looked extremely dignified. They knew that if they couldn't defeat Xianxian, it would be too disappointing and the reputation of the mountain and sea sect would be completely ruined. Looks like the mountain and sea sect doesn't dare to let their guard down. The three great elders have joined forces to give Xianxian enough face. Haha. Xianxian shouldn't have dared to challenge them in the mountain and sea sect. If Xianxian had wanted to escape and wasn't in the mountain and sea sect, perhaps no one would have been able to catch him. This is the reason why the mountain and sea sect set up a trap to lure Xianxian here. Even the onlookers felt injustice for Xianxian. However, he was in the mountain sea sect and his situation was worse than the others. He had no other choice. I don't know how long Big Brother can hold on, Yu said in a low voice. She and Long Ying'er glanced at each other. The two of them were ready to take action at any time. Once Xianxian was in danger, they would definitely rush to his aid. At this moment, their hearts seemed to be trembling. This battle was destined to not be easy for them. Ling Yun was watching silently, but she could do nothing. She was the most distressed one at the moment. Everything started because of her. She couldn't move now, so it was impossible for her to help Xianxian. If Xianxian really died here, she would definitely not live alone. Xianxian glanced over and looked at the three late divine emperors. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. He glanced at the mountain and sea sect's mountain lord Liao Yunqing and sneered. Looks like the mountain and sea sect's mountain lord really thinks highly of me, Xianxian. Three late divine emperors, amazing. Cut the crap. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it's too late. The great elder, Yang Hua, shouted out in a deep voice. He was holding a 7-foot-long blade in his hand, and he was swinging it in an extremely powerful manner. The second elder's pair of iron fists were invincible, and Xianxian followed closely behind. The three of them surrounded Xianxian, completely trapping him in the middle. You don't know what's good for you, mountain and sea sect. Today, I, Xianxian, will definitely kill you. Xianxian's pupils shrunk. His eyes were cold and filled with the aura of a monarch. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand fearlessly and rushed towards the top of the vault of heaven. The limitless sword, the 21st sword. Although it was not fully mastered yet, it had already reached the initial stage of the sword realm. He defeated Chu Junsong with one sword. Even the third elder, Xianxian, was shocked by the sword. He was not sure if he could withstand that sword. Now, Xianxian's sword intent was unleashed once again. The 21st sword followed him like a shadow. He was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting against three people at the same time. His momentum was so fierce that it shook the 9 heavens. You dare to embarrass yourself in front of my mountain and sea sect with your petty tricks? Spectral Soul Poluo. The great elder, Yang Hua, took the lead and slashed down furiously. Blade shadows filled the sky, destroying everything in their path. Xianxian's sword intent was even more unparalleled. The 21st sword was unstoppable. The three of them used their full strength and did not dare to be careless. However, facing Xianxian's 21st sword, they became more and more serious. Bewildering Shadow Fist. Xianxian's aura rose once again, his methods shocking the heavens, shocking the disciples in all directions. The three of them fought against Xianxian in a crushing manner, the flames of battle raging in the sky. Everywhere they passed, dust was kicked up, and clouds were shrouded. Above the sky, Xianxia looked solemn and fearless. These three people were not enough to defeat him. Xianxia activated the great divination art and the divination art of the secret book of divination. He took the initiative in every step. The 21st sword formed a complete suppression, making the three of them pale. The situation was serious. Nobody had expected that Xianxia would be so powerful. At this moment, even Liao Yunxing, who was calm before, was not calm anymore. Did he have to take action himself? He was one of the most powerful forces in the central region Divine Land. As the mountain C-sects mountain C-sects mountain C-sects mountain C-sect, if he took action, it meant that there was no one else in the mountain and C-sect that he could rely on. However, Xianxia was too strong. Even with the three of them joining forces, they could not suppress Xianxia at all. This made Liao Yunxing extremely angry. This bastard, with the strength of a mid-divine emperor, he could burst out with such power. It was simply outrageous. As time passed, Xianxia's 21st sword became more and more skillful. It was terrifying. Finally, the three elders could not withstand Xianxia's 21st sword. They were all seriously injured and retreated. They did not have the dignity of an elder anymore. At this time, the people of the mountain and sea sect sighed with emotion. The three elders were defeated. It was a great shame. They had never thought that the three elders they trusted the most would be defeated by Xianxia at this time. It was unacceptable. Even Liao Yunxing's expression changed several times. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword and pointed it at Liao Yunxing. End of chapter 3607. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.